On June 1st, 2025, during the UEFA Champions League final, Hwang Hao stared at the glaring score of 0-5 on the television screen. As a devoted Inter Milan supporter, he had wagered several months' salary on their victory. Watching the jubilant celebrations of Paris Saint-Germain, a surge of fury ignited within him, prompting him to seize an object and hurl it at the television. With a crackle of electricity, Hwang Hao felt a radiant energy enveloping him. Glancing at the iron drying rack in his hand, he perceived his great-grandmother beckoning to him. The sound of ringing intensified. The noise grew louder, incessantly assaulting Hwang Hao's eardrums. Gradually, he opened his eyes, lying in bed, his chest heaving with excitement. Reaching for his phone, he noticed the date displayed on the screen. June 5th, 2005. Hwang Hao had inexplicably transported into the life of another Hwang Hao studying in Cambridge, England. At that moment, the alarm on his phone blared once more. Upon picking it up, he was greeted by the words, "See the boss." With a sigh, Hwang Hao rose, completed a quick wash, and opened his door, making his way to the Cambridge United training facility. At 25, Hwang Hao had just begun his academic journey at Cambridge University the previous year. In his spare time, fueled by his passion for football and a desire for financial independence, he secured a part-time position as an assistant coach for the youth team at Cambridge United. This role not only sustained him, but also allowed him to accumulate valuable experience within a professional club, fulfilling prerequisites for obtaining a UEFA B coaching license. However, just yesterday, the HR manager of Cambridge United had called to inform him that Mr. Barry, the club chairman, wished to summon him. Typically, Hwang Hao had little opportunity to engage with the club's upper management, as he was merely an inconspicuous member of the youth team. Yet, Cambridge United was currently embroiled in turmoil. Following a dismal performance last season, they had finished second to last, resulting in relegation to the English non-league. Already grappling with a financial crisis, the club had recently dismissed over 60 staff members, including the head coach. In light of these circumstances, receiving a summons from the chairman was likely a harbinger of bad news. It seemed inevitable that he would soon be seeking new employment after the summer break. However, was it truly necessary for the chairman to be involved in his potential dismissal? With such doubts swirling in his mind, Hwang Hao soon arrived at the unassuming two-story office building adjacent to the training facility. "What? Are you certain? Me as the head coach for the season?" Hwang Hao exclaimed, springing to his feet, astonished as he gazed at Chairman Barry. Disbelief etched across his features. "Indeed, young man, we believe in your capacity to lead Cambridge United to resurgence during these challenging times." Chairman Barry responded with a warm smile, exuding kindness. He adjusted his spectacles and continued, "Moreover, we are merely an amateur team competing in England's fifth tier. We shall not impose any undue pressure upon you." At this moment, Hwang Hao's mind was filled with question marks. Although he had obtained the UEFA C coaching certificate during his studies abroad, theoretically qualifying him as a legitimate professional coach, his current position was merely that of an assistant coach for the Cambridge United youth team. Moreover, this was a recent promotion. He possessed no experience coaching in the first team, not even as an assistant. Of course, Cambridge United was currently an amateur team and could not be classified as a professional squad. The UEFA C license was sufficient, yet he felt like an utter novice. Initially, he believed that this meeting would spell disaster for his career, and he never anticipated that the club's chairman would directly appoint him as the head coach. Could this possibly be a dream? Seizing the moment when Barry was distracted, Hwang Hao discreetly pinched his thigh, and a sharp pain surged through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. "This is the contract we have prepared for you." 11 arrangement, with a weekly salary of approximately 400. Noticing Hwang Hao's prolonged silence, Barry assumed he might have some reservations and promptly presented the contract. I apologize, but this salary is rather modest. As you know, the club's financial situation is somewhat dire, so I hope you can understand." Evidently, Barry was aware that this contract's compensation was pitiful, even in the amateur leagues. In fact, the remuneration for head coaches in the lower-tier amateur leagues was significantly better. Upon hearing this figure, Hwang Hao began to comprehend why the former head coach, Edgar Lewis, had preferred to forego compensation rather than continue in the role. "However, Hwang, we have witnessed your diligent performance since joining the team last year. We believe that the experience of being a head coach will be an immense asset for you. If you seek employment with other teams in the future, it will greatly enhance your sum. Who knows, you might even return to China to coach the national team someday. Barry clearly did not want Huang Hao to hesitate, eagerly painting a picture of the myriad benefits of accepting the contract. Mr. Chairman, I accept. Thank you for the board's trust in me. Despite the multitude of doubts and confusions swirling within him, Huang Hao found no reason to decline this opportunity. After all, being the head coach of a first team was a level he could hardly dream of reaching at this moment. Moreover, Barry was right, having the title of head coach on his resume would provide him with a significant advantage when seeking future employment. Wow, that's fantastic. On behalf of Cambridge United, I once again welcome you, Huang. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. The board is your steadfast support. With that, Barry emphatically shook his fist. Thus, Huang Hao, who had initially expected to be dismissed, unexpectedly became the head coach of a football club with a history spanning over a century. Although it was merely a small club entrenched in financial turmoil within the fifth-tier league, the role of head coach, ranking just below one, was a position that left Huang Hao feeling exhilarated beyond measure. Gazing at the gradually receding figure of Huang Hao, Barry, standing by the window, revealed a barely perceptible smirk. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Boss, he has signed the contract. Rest assured, he is a novice with no coaching experience. As expected, in a few months, we shall face relegation. At that point, disbanding the club may become significantly easier in England. There exists a rather intriguing phenomenon. A casual selection of any football club often reveals a history spanning over a century. Cambridge United Football Club is no exception. Established in 1912, Cambridge United boasts a rich history of over 90 years. Yet, it is disheartening that the club has languished in the depths of the lower leagues of English football. If memory serves correctly, their relegation severely impacted the team, and it was not until 2014 that Cambridge United returned to the English Football League Two, reclaiming its status as a professional team. Nevertheless, throughout the long passage of time, particularly within the prestigious Cambridge University, this team has garnered a multitude of devoted fans. As the pandemic ravaged Europe, England too suffered its consequences. Cambridge United, situated in the fifth tier of amateur leagues, found itself struggling with a sharp decline in spectator attendance. In an effort to mitigate the club's financial burdens, they abruptly terminated the contracts of 60 staff members, including the head coach. This drastic move made headlines in the local media. Despite the financial strains in a land steeped in a rich football culture, the owner dared not hastily dissolve the team. Unless, of course, one wished to become infamous and reviled in England. While the owner behind the scenes was somewhat at a loss, the club's chairman, Barry, conceived a brilliant plan. After careful deliberation, they decided to promote Huang Hao, a Chinese coach with no prior coaching experience, from the youth ranks, hoping that dismal performance would extinguish the fervor of the club's loyal supporters, thus freeing themselves from the burdensome Cambridge United. Chapter 2. A world of chaos. The British media could very well be one of the most astute organizations in the world when it comes to news dissemination. From the Premier League to local leagues, one can invariably find desired information in the newspapers. The day after Huang Hao accepted the contract, Cambridge United once again became the center of media attention. Youth team assistant has transformed into Luis's successor. An obscure Eastern figure takes the helm at Cambridge United. Cambridge United ensnared in a financial crisis. Complete disarray. News regarding Huang Hao's appointment as head coach rapidly permeated the streets of Cambridge, becoming a source of mockery among local cricket and canoeing clubs during their casual conversations. Amidst a deluge of skepticism, Huang Hao officially assumed the role of head coach at Cambridge United. There were no press conferences, no flashes of cameras. Everything was starkly different from the scenes he had once envisioned. However, upon reflection, his own rather unimpressive resume seemed to warrant a more understated approach. Comforting himself, Huang Hao arrived early at the training facility adjacent to Abbey Stadium, a place he had become quite familiar with after a year of working there. Good morning, Huang. Congratulations. The heartfelt wishes from the gatekeeper, Old Jack, resonated with sincerity. Although merely a gatekeeper, Old Jack had dedicated over 30 years to the Cambridge United facility, treating it as his home. In terms of tenure, few could rival him within the club. Unlike the media and most fans, Old Jack held a favorable impression of this earnest Eastern individual. While uncertain about Huang Hao's potential for success with Cambridge United, He recognized that the team appeared to have scant options at present. "Thank you, Jack. Wishing you happiness every day." Huang Hao replied with a smile and a nod before stepping through the facilities gates. The players had just gathered and were engaging in warm-up exercises led by assistant coach Darren. As Huang Hao approached, he stood quietly at the sidelines, observing the players running laps, feeling an inevitable mix of nerves and excitement. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and the players returned to the sidelines, lining up to await their new head coach's inaugural address. Noticing only one or two familiar faces among the group, Huang Hao took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. "Ahem, hello everyone, I am Huang Hao. You may call me Huang or Hao. Hao is perhaps easier to pronounce. Of course, you may also refer to me as boss." Huang Hao's somewhat humorous opening remark elicited laughter from several players with a penchant for humor. "If all goes according to plan, I shall be your head coach this season. Naturally, my father was just as surprised by this turn of events as all of you." The laughter helped to ease Huang Hao's earlier tension, making the initial meeting seem less daunting than he had anticipated. Although most of the players were of a similar age to him, some even older, their footballing prowess far exceeded his own. Huang Hao surveyed the players who would soon be his comrades in battle and continued, "However, from this day forth, I shall be your leader. Henceforth, please refer to me as boss. You may discuss tactics and your arrangements with me privately, but on the field, please adhere to my directives, for I am the head coach." Suddenly, Huang Hao's gaze became sharp and resolute. "Though I cannot predict the path we shall tread, I am determined to present to you a completely transformed Cambridge United. Our dream is to return to the professional league." With that, he excitedly raised his fist. "Why should we believe you?" A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to one of the players, Balani Harris, the team's principal striker. Harris had long been entrenched in lower-tier leagues and had just made a free transfer to Cambridge United this summer. Surprisingly, the newcomer Harris quickly ascended to a position of leadership within the locker room. After all, most players at Cambridge United were quite young, with very few exceeding the age of 30. This was the 11th team in Harris's career, rendering him a quintessential mercenary. "You're right. I even worry that before I get to play in the professional league, I might be released," chimed in the team's other striker, Daf Perota, who shrugged in agreement. Perota and Harris shared a kindred spirit, both having spent years in lower-tier teams. He arrived at Cambridge United a year prior. In their eyes, only money held significance. The notions of team glory and player dreams were utterly meaningless to them. Thus, the two quickly bonded and dominated the Cambridge United locker room. Even the former head coach, Lewis, had to show them some deference, consulting them on tactics and player arrangements. Consequently, they did not regard the young Eastern man before them with any seriousness. "Well, gentlemen, thank you for your candor. I trust that the standings at the season's end will reveal everything you wish to know." It was evident that Harris and Perota were indifferent to Huang Hao's response. Their provocation was more a declaration of who truly held authority here. "Darren, I believe Harris and Perota's condition requires careful adjustment. Starting today, they will train with the 23s. Huang Hao made his first decisive move during his formal introduction to the players, leaving assistant coach Darren astonished. Darren hurriedly approached Huang Hao, speaking in hushed tones. How? You may not yet be fully acquainted with the first team situation. There are primary scores. Darren, do I need to personally show them how to get to the 23s training ground? I would be more than willing to do so." Huang Hao waved his hand dismissively at Darren, clearly indicating that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Harris stood frozen, a smirk of derision still lingering on his lips. Huang Hao's assertiveness had indeed taken him by surprise. However, the seasoned Harris quickly regained his composure, sneering, Wow, our young chief certainly has a bit of character. I like it, but I believe you will soon realize just how foolish a decision you have made." With a menacing glare directed at Huang Hao, Harris turned to leave with Perota, not heading to room 23, but rather departing the base entirely. "Darren, mark them both absent for the day. Is there anyone else eager to follow in their footsteps? If so, do so promptly. Otherwise, commence your training immediately." Huang Hao's sudden eruption of formidable presence instantly astonished every player present. Yet, none chose to follow Harris and Perota out. Instead, they turned and rushed back to the center of the field, where under Darren's guidance, they began their group training exercises. This manner of commencement was, to be honest, entirely in line with Huang Hao's strategy. A relegated team, a squad mired in financial turmoil, inevitably led to wavering spirits among the players. However, he understood all too well that he could not show weakness at this juncture. To falter now would risk losing control of the team on his very first day in charge. His previously unremarkable resume and Asian heritage offered him no advantage in the players' eyes. If he were to lose his momentum, his tenure at Cambridge United would likely be fleeting. Thus, even if it meant disbanding the first team and utilizing his familiar 18 for matches, he could not bow to them. Fortunately, after this confrontation, the team remained largely undisturbed, continuing to adhere to their training regimen. With Harris's example fresh in their minds, the subsequent days were notably tranquil, with no one daring to confront Huang Hao openly. After all, for the players, the opportunities for matches and salaries took precedence over who the head coach was. Sometimes, that was simply inconsequential. Similarly, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the team, Huang Hao could not implement sweeping reforms in the short term. In this manner, both parties coexisted peacefully, and soon Huang Hao was poised to face his first friendly match as the head of Cambridge United. In July, Cambridge bore a resemblance to Huang Hao's hometown, devoid of oppressive heat and high temperatures, instead offering a refreshing breeze that felt quite pleasant. Though merely a routine warm-up match, over 3,000 fans flocked to Abbey Stadium. And along the nearby paths of Christ pieces, vendors peddled an array of team scarves and memorabilia. Chapter 3. The Warm-Up Match. Having resided in Cambridge for over a year, Huang Hao was well accustomed to such scenes. Yet, as the head coach, one of the evening's most scrutinized figures, the unfolding spectacle still stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Abbey Stadium has the capacity to accommodate over 600 spectators, and with more than 3,000 attendees. The atmosphere in this relatively modest venue has reached a fever pitch. There is a palpable curiosity surrounding this enigmatic figure from the East, whose notoriety is non-existent, and whether he possesses the mystical ability to extricate Cambridge United from their plight. Their adversary is Hull City, a team from the Championship, whose prowess far surpasses that of Cambridge United. Even with a lineup composed entirely of substitutes, their strength remains significantly superior. Huang Hao, in a moment of distress, rubbed his temples, pondering who orchestrated this preseason match against such formidable opposition, completely disregarding their own capabilities. As the match commenced, a fine drizzle began to fall over Abbey Stadium, shrouding the atmosphere in a melancholic haze. Following the conclusion of the 90-minute encounter, Huang Hao remained seated on the coaching bench, staring blankly at the rather rudimentary scoreboard above the stands, 0-8, with the home team trailing dismally behind. He had anticipated that his debut might not yield a triumphant start. After all, this was his first time at the helm. Yet, he could never have fathomed that his inaugural match would culminate in such a devastating defeat. Cambridge United was utterly outclassed on the pitch. And although Huang did not directly influence the team's tactics, leaving that to Darren, he primarily focused on observing and understanding the players' characteristics. However, to the more than 3,000 devoted fans present, he was deemed the scapegoat. The cacophony of scornful jeers and derisive shouts reverberated in Huang Hao's ears, creating a disorienting buzz in his head. The players of Cambridge United displayed a lamentable lack of spirit on their home turf, failing to muster even a semblance of cohesive attacking play. This night, it seemed, brought the greatest delight to Harris and Perota, who had been demoted to the reserves. "Ha ha ha, Perota, our brave Oriental, I heard he lost by 8. Harris exclaimed, guffawing. "Do you think he'll go home like a child, seeking comfort from his mother?" He downed his beer in one gulp, throwing an arm around Perota's shoulders, exclaiming in delight, "That damned Howell soon realized just how significant we are." Perota chimed in, and together they raised their glasses once more, consuming the beer with gusto. A cool breeze crept into Huang Hao's collar, causing him to sneeze. "Damn it, which scoundrel is cursing me now?" he muttered. Yet, professional football was indeed proving to be more complex than he had envisioned. Moreover, the opponent was merely a substitute lineup from a newly promoted championship team. Last season, one played in League One, while the other was in League Two. Was the disparity in strength truly this vast? No wonder Cambridge United had languished in lower divisions for so many years. Huang tightened his collar, rose from the coach's bench, and brushed the raindrops from his shoulders. Relieved that this was just the first preseason match, and there would be ample opportunities for adjustments ahead. The left-back position certainly needed reinforcement, as they had been breached with alarming ease. The connection between the midfield and the forwards has been poorly executed, and the players' morale is exceedingly low. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch scouts to seek new talent. I am uncertain if the team's budget can accommodate such endeavors. Burdened with numerous issues, Huang Hao rose from the now desolate Abbey Stadium. However, the anticipated step-by-step progression he envisioned did not materialize. The disparity between his hopeful imaginings and the stark reality was painfully evident. In July, during the subsequent 3 friendly matches, Cambridge United faced 3 consecutive defeats, suffering a disheartening total of 10 goals against them. Throughout these matches, the team exhibited a complete lack of hope, ineffective in attack, feeble in midfield, and a defense as porous as a sieve. Some extreme fans had even begun to congregate outside the club's training base to protest, demanding Huang Hao's immediate resignation. With less than 2 weeks remaining before the commencement of the National Amateur League, external sentiment regarding the Chinese team's prospects in the National League was overwhelmingly pessimistic. The odds of Cambridge United's promotion to the second division had skyrocketed from 1 to 28 to an alarming 1 to 68. At this juncture, the board pretended to reassure Huang Hao. Publicly, Chairman Barry advised him not to feel overly pressured, reminding him that these were merely friendlies and that the club would fully support any requests he might have. In reality, the situation unfolding was precisely as the board and the behind-the-scenes owners of Cambridge United had hoped. If such dismal form persisted into the National League, relegation would be all but inevitable, allowing them to rid themselves of this troublesome predicament. For Huang Hao, even if these were only warm-up matches, the string of consecutive defeats was utterly intolerable, were it not for his financial constraints preventing him from paying a buyout clause. He might well have fled the scene by now. This task was indeed exceedingly arduous. Yet, upon reflection, this hard-won opportunity to be a head coach, if so easily relinquished, would be a grave misfortune. Such chances might not arise again soon. If he were to depart Cambridge United under these dismal circumstances and with such a brief tenure, he would likely become a laughingstock for life. It seemed the time had come to demonstrate his true capabilities. Is it truly the case that, simply because he is a relatively inexperienced individual from the East, he could be so easily manipulated? Does he not deserve respect? Huang Hao pounded his fist decisively on the desk and promptly opened the notebook before him, beginning to devise a plan. Arthur's apartment, located less than 2 kilometers from Abbey Stadium, was a modest room of approximately 30 square meters on the 3rd floor, and it served as Huang Hao's current residence in Cambridge. At that moment, Huang Hao sat before the window, his brow furrowed as he perused the team report provided by assistant coach Darren, swiftly analyzing the team's current dilemmas. Sagar Coles, an Englishman from the Sheffield Wednesday Youth Academy, age 23, played as a forward. Ricardo Longolo, a 23-year-old Portuguese player, served as the team's main center-back. Maravilhert, a 20-year-old Portuguese talent, emerged from the Youth Academy of Cambridge United, making his debut at the age of 16 as an attacking midfielder. Iliath Johnson, age 23, plays as a left-back. Dwight Pasquale, at just 17, occupies the right-back position and is a favored player of Huang Hao, regarded as a beacon of hope for the team. Having been promoted by Huang from the under-18 squad, Huang Hao, pondering deeply with his chin resting in his hand, reflected on the squad. Although Cambridge United competes in the National League, the foundation laid during their years in the lower leagues has resulted in a player roster that surpasses many semi-professional teams. Notably, right-back Pasquale, who was promoted to Huang's under-18 team 2 years ago, has now officially joined the first team and is among the players who warmly welcome Huang. Currently, only 3 players on the Cambridge United roster are over the age of 30, making the team a true youth brigade. The greatest advantage of youth lies in their abundant stamina. However, Cambridge United's previous tactics were overly conservative, epitomizing a typical defensive counter-attacking style. They relied heavily on a robust defense and aimed to exploit opportunities through counterattacks to their 2 forwards, but both key strikers have since been relegated by Huang. A lack of confidence and ambition has led to deeper issues within the team's psyche. In contrast, renowned teams such as Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, Inter Milan, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Bayern Munich do not adopt a defensive counterattacking strategy, but rather depend on refined techniques, high pressing, and abundant energy, resembling an evolved version of the all-out attacking philosophy of the Dutch team from the 1970s. Gradually, a series of reform plans for the team began to take shape in Huang's mind. The Cambridge United training ground was particularly serene that morning. Sunlight graced the well-maintained pitch, and the air was filled with the refreshing scent of grass. Old Jack was not surprised by Huang's early arrival, as he had often witnessed the diligent young man at such hours. "Good morning, Huang. You are the head coach now." "This isn't a time when a head coach should be around," Jack chuckled. "Good morning, Jack. To be precise, I am a head coach yet to savor the taste of victory," Huang replied with self-deprecating humor. "Keep pushing. I believe that day will come soon," Jack reassured him, not overly disappointed in Huang's current state. Thank you, Jack. I hope to bring something different to our next match. Huang's spirits lifted further with Jack's support. He approached the edge of the pitch, envisioning his players before him, with the various data he had analyzed the previous night vividly coming to mind. "Good morning, boss," called Pasquale, the 17-year-old right-back and Huang's favorite. "Your voice sounds lively. Go run 5 laps." Huang commanded, giving Pasquale a firm push from behind. "Wait, boss. I'm a first-team player now. I can't believe I still have to start with laps." Pasquale seemed to wish to resist. Yet Huang Hao swiftly interjected, "I am still the head coach of the first team. Run." Defeated in his defiance, Pasquale obediently began to jog in circles. As the time for assembly drew near, the players gradually arrived at the training facility. Upon seeing Huang Hao, they exhibited no excessive surprise. Evidently accustomed to this Chinese individual's penchant for appearing at the base so early. However, diligence does not equate to success. The team has yet to secure a victory in their warm-up matches. If adjustments are not made promptly, it seems Cambridge United may face yet another unremarkable season. Chapter 4. Tactical shift. Huang Hao did not rush to commence training, but instead posed a question. Who can tell me what is most important on the pitch? Winning the match. Pasquale, having just finished his laps, gasped in agreement. Indeed, it is victory. The process is of little consequence. What we seek is solely the result, victory. Huang paused before continuing. During matches, you often play with excessive caution, prioritizing the avoidance of mistakes. You hesitate to take possession, to collaborate. And when faced with opponents several tiers above you, you resort solely to defense, leading to a series of devastating defeats. At times, I even wonder if there is an issue with the scoreboard. Though Huang's demeanor was relaxed and his tone humorous, the laughter was absent. You always regard yourselves as members of League Two, striving for ball control and short passes against equally ranked opponents, eager to showcase your technical skills. But I regret to inform you, this is the National League, the 5th tier of English football, a league that demands long passes and physical prowess. Some of your adversaries even leave the training ground to work at auto repair shops. We are neither Arsenal nor Barcelona. While I fervently wish to guide you in executing dazzling, fluid combinations, we lack the likes of Bergkamp or Rivaldo. One day, I hope to see us face such teams. But for now, we must address the immediate challenges at hand. Today is not the day for us to dream of future aspirations together. I shall now announce several tactical adjustments for the team. As for the specifics, my coaching staff and I will provide detailed instructions in the upcoming training sessions and matches. Huang Hao's words made it clear there would be no time for debate among the players. Democracy, at this juncture, was not a prudent idea. Effective today, we shall modify our conventional formation, transitioning from 4-4-2 to 3-5-2. Huang's initial decision took the players by surprise. The 4-4-2 formation is a British invention, one that they had been trained to adopt since childhood. Hence, in lower league football, the 4-4-2 alignment is almost sacrosanct. In this level of competition, familiarity with the 4-4-2 formation has considerably diminished the significance of tactical strategies. The players are increasingly reliant on physical prowess, speed, and sheer luck. This explains why numerous professional teams, after descending from higher leagues, find themselves adrift and have gradually become regulars in the National League. Take, for example, Notts County, one of the oldest clubs in the world, or Barnet. You needn't be surprised, for our forwards have all been relegated to the reserve team. Thus, we must enhance the length and width of our attack. Our wingers must dominate the flanks to create opportunities. Although it is said in jest, the departure of our 2 main forwards, Harris and Parada, cannot be overlooked. Therefore, Segal, you must cherish your current position as a starting forward. Huang Hao gazed trustingly at the young talent from Tottenham. Segal nodded vigorously. For him, this was a tremendous opportunity, as he had originally been a substitute striker. After leaving Tottenham, Segal opted for Peterborough United in League One. However, to his disappointment, joining Peterborough only led him to an endless cycle of loans. Consequently, upon the expiration of his 2-year contract, he did not renew but instead dropped another tier to join Cambridge United in League Two. This time, Segal resolved to abandon his wandering lifestyle. Yet, a year later, Cambridge United faced relegation to the English National League. For Segal, there were no more avenues for retreat. At Cambridge, he was perhaps the player most eager to return to professional football. The reason I advocate for a more aggressive midfield is to impose sufficient pressure on our opponents. Furthermore, I hope to witness your attacking flair. With that, Huang Hao glanced at Wirt and Iliot, who clearly shared his sentiments. Ultimately, at all times and in every area, do not allow the opponents to easily possess the ball. The opponent's penalty area is the first line of defense you must establish. Do not attempt to control the ball. Instead, let it circulate swiftly. Short passes, quick passes. Whenever an opportunity arises, take the shot, even if your technique is lacking. Even the divine can misfire. Fortunately, Huang Hao's English was proficient, and everyone understood his intentions. Gradually becoming awed by this not-so-tall Chinese figure. Listen closely. From this day forth, regardless of our opponents, we will play with relentless pressure. Press them down until they can no longer stand. Huang Hao's voice escalated from calm to fervent, culminating in a roar that resonated with the players, making them acutely aware of his intensity. Now let us commence with warm-ups, followed by group exercises. Darren, note each individual's performance. I think it's time to bolster the reserve team numbers. Huang Hao regained his composure, while Darren initiated the team's new training regimen. Achu, why do I always feel like someone is scolding me? Harris lazily reclined in the youth team's locker room, rubbing his nose and muttering in discontent. Unbeknownst to him, from this moment forth, Cambridge United was embarking on a transformative journey. With merely a week remaining until the commencement of the National League, the club found itself ensnared in dire financial straits. Following his appointment, Huang Hao had introduced no new players. Although he attempted to negotiate with Barry, the seemingly benevolent chairman displayed an unexpectedly rigid stance regarding the matter. Acquiring players? Not a chance. There was no room for negotiation. In desperation, Huang summoned the team's sole scout. After a brief discussion, the scout presented Huang with a somewhat hasty player analysis report. These were all currently unattached free agents, and the financially constrained Huang had no choice but to focus on the free agent market, hoping to unearth some talent. According to statistics from the Professional Footballers Association, approximately 700 young players are released by English clubs each year. Those who fail to secure professional contracts upon reaching adulthood plummet into a profound sense of loss, having transitioned from the joy of playing to the despair of being cast aside. Most of them lack a plan for their future. Aaron Cole is one such unfortunate young player. Having made appearances for Bolton's first team at the tender age of 18, he never imagined he would one day be discarded. This diminutive player naively believed that through sheer effort, he could carve out a place for himself in the first team. However, a knee ligament injury abruptly curtailed his future at Bolton, although his body had fully recovered by this time. The harsh reality of competitive football meant that during his injury layoff, new hopeful stars had emerged, leaving his position obsolete. Facing the same dilemma as other discarded players, he was torn between seeking refuge with other clubs or walking away entirely. After all, there are precedents of former professional players successfully transitioning into careers as doctors and scholars. However, Cole was oblivious to the fact that, at that very moment, a pair of eyes in the Cambridge United office were scrutinizing his profile. Standing at 173 centimeters and weighing 67 kilograms, with a head of golden curls, one might think he would struggle in the National League. What drew Huang's attention was not merely the young man's strikingly similar height and weight to his own, nor his conspicuous hairstyle. Like many shorter players, Cole possessed exceptional dribbling and passing skills, which are crucial attributes for a midfielder. What Cambridge United currently lacked was precisely such a midfield orchestrator. Aaron, have you made your decision? Cole's father inquired nonchalantly, testing the waters. Not yet. Perhaps I might contemplate becoming a coach after all. I have been playing in the midfield, Cole remarked to his father. Moreover, as a player, obtaining a coaching qualification would come easily to me. Cole felt an enduring love for football, despite the lack of any physical advantages. Has no team reached out to you yet? Cole's father inquired after a moment of silence. The bond between father and son was palpable. He sensed his son's lingering attachment to the pitch. No. I suppose my physical condition is not suited for professional football after all. I am certainly not Messi. Cole's response was laced with resignation and a hint of bitterness. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello. This is Cole. Yes. What? You say you are the head coach of Cambridge United? I can. No problem. Cole hung up the phone in astonishment and slowly turned to his father. Dad, I think I might still have a chance to play for a while longer. Chapter 5. The recruitment as one of the busiest motorways in England. Today, the M11 was neither congested nor obstructed by various protesters. In under 2 hours, Cole drove to the Starbucks located beneath the Cambridge United club. Observing the Eastern gentleman who awaited him, one might have mistaken him for a fraud if they had not glanced at the news regarding the managerial change at Cambridge United beforehand. Although he had been loaned to Halifax last season, His brief stint of only 9 matches before returning to Bolton due to a ligament injury rendered him unfamiliar with Cambridge United. "Hello, Aaron." Despite appearing more like an older brother, Hwang Hao assured him he was indeed the unequivocal head coach of Cambridge United, flashing a bright smile. Yes, I apologize, sir." Cole stammered, eager to express his contrition. "No need to apologize. Allow me to introduce myself again. You may call me Hao. Or simply refer to me as boss, for I believe that by the end of our meeting, you will be entitled to enjoy a 50% discount on coffee here. Though I would advise moderation." Hwang pointed to the sign in Starbucks indicating the staff discount for Cambridge United. "All right, sir. But to be honest, I am quite surprised. There are far too many players more accomplished than I," Cole admitted, lowering his gaze in self-doubt. "Aaron, do you enjoy football?" Hwang took a sip from his coffee, gazing thoughtfully out at the Cambridge United training ground. "Yes, I do. I love football, even though my home country plays it quite poorly. However, that does not deter my passion for it." With that, Hwang suddenly stood up, leaning towards Aaron Cole. "So, Aaron, be a bit more confident, all right? Tell me sincerely. Do you aspire to lead Cambridge United back to the championship one day, making Bolton regret letting you go?" Cole was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Hwang Hao's remarkable ambition. The head coach of a 5th-tier league team, how absurd. However, the prospect of returning to the championship to challenge his former club, Bolton, sent Cole into a reverie. Indeed, it was quite an enticing opportunity. "All right, my boy, a weekly wage of $480 for an initial 3-year contract. Each level up will see a 10 salary increment. This may not be a grand contract, but I am confident you will earn far more," Hwang Hao declared, placing a drafted agreement before Cole. Without a moment's hesitation, Cole swiftly affixed his signature, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, sir. Call me boss." Hwang Hao affectionately patted the back of Cole's head. "All right, boss." Just as Hwang Hao discreetly took the helm at Cambridge United, Aaron Cole quietly emerged as Hwang Hao's first signing. The following day, Hwang Hao appeared at Stokes, where he met the highly coveted Jamie Vardy at a CAF adjacent to Stokes Bridge Club. "Jamie, I sincerely invite you to join our under-18 team. We will provide superior training facilities and a more structured development program. Trust me, you will evolve into one of England's premier strikers." Indeed, compared to Stokes Bridge Club, Cambridge United represented a more prestigious opportunity, signifying enhanced training, better growth prospects, and greater exposure. Vardy hesitated, uncertain about adapting to an unfamiliar environment, especially at the tender age of 17. Hwang Hao continued to entice him. "If you join us, I am aware you currently hold an apprenticeship contract at Bridge. And after training, you still work at a car wash. Should you choose to join, I will offer you a professional contract at $200 per week, along with a position as a kit manager, ensuring you can focus on your training." At this, Vardy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am willing, sir." Hwang Hao produced a contract from his bag. "Take a close look. If all is satisfactory, sign it. From now on, just call me boss." "All right, boss." Vardy promptly signed his name without hesitation. Although there was still some time before the transfer deadline, given Cambridge United's dire financial situation for Hwang Hao, the transfer window had effectively closed. This summer, Cambridge United welcomed 11 players, 9 of whom were free agents signed through the connections of Hwang Hao's predecessor, Lewis. Unexpectedly, before the season even commenced, Lewis was forced to depart. Aside from Cole, the team director Adams secured the loan of a promising young talent from Hull City. The versatile 20-year-old Robbie McKenzie, capable of excelling in multiple positions across the defense. As the commencement of the National League loomed just days away, Hwang Hao finalized his starting lineup. Goalkeeper, Jack Stevens, England, a product of West Ham's Youth Academy, aged 19. Left centre-back, Liam Bennett, England, aged 23. Centre-back, Emmanuel Longolo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, aged 24. Right back, Watts, England, a product of Swansea's Youth Academy, aged 25. Left midfielder, Elliot Johnson, England, a product of Cambridge United's Youth Academy, aged 24. Central midfielder, Aaron Cole, England, a product of Bolton's Youth Academy, aged 22. Defensive midfielder, Mackenzie, England, on loan from Hull City, aged 20. Right midfielder, Pasquale, England, a product of Cambridge United's Youth Academy, aged 18. Attacking midfielder, McConnell, Brazil, a product of Cambridge United's Youth Academy, aged 22. Left forward, Segal Colchester, England, a product of Sheffield Wednesday's Youth Academy, aged 23. Right forward, James Bluffby, England, a free transfer, age 28. This youthful Cambridge United squad, with no player exceeding the age of 30, can truly be considered a collection of greenhorns. Alongside them is the equally inexperienced Huang Hao, who faces skepticism from many regarding Cambridge United's prospects as they prepare to travel 300 kilometers to the ground of Forest Green Rovers, their inaugural opponent in the National League. Mikkel, the leader of the Cambridge United supporters group and a devout fan, often boasts that his family has supported the club since the time of his great-grandfather. The scarf he holds, representing Cambridge United, is said to be 80 years old and is regarded as a treasure by the fan organization. Wherever there is a match involving Cambridge United, Mikkel's presence is assured. And today is no exception. Despite his unwavering support, Mikkel remains unconvinced about Huang Hao's capabilities, even having been one of the few to cause a ruckus at the training ground entrance just days prior. The away supporters section, situated directly behind the visitors' bench, comprises over 100 fans, whose fervor rivals that of the home supporters. The stadium today welcomes 500 fans, creating what appears to be a verdant sea. It is evident that the Forest Green Rovers fans are eager for their team to secure a victorious start to the new season. In the visitors' dressing room, Darren is diligently executing the final tactical preparations as per Huang Hao's directives. Huang has refrained from saying too much after more than a week of practice. The players are still in the phase of acclimatizing to the new tactics and familiarizing themselves with one another, a moment ill-suited for excessive pressure, particularly for Cole, who is new to the squad. Huang can discern a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. Of course, Huang himself is not in any better position. Yet as the leader of the team, he must not allow his players to sense his unease. All right. Although the first match of the new season is not taking place at Abbey, this does not hinder our pursuit of victory. Remember, our goal is the professional league. Let's go. Show the opponents what we are made of. Despite lacking confidence, Huang Hao nonetheless shouted a few encouraging words to the players symbolically. He then pushed open the locker room door, giving each player a high five for encouragement until only he and Darren remained, at which point he let out a gentle sigh. After all, Darren was over 40 and, unlike Huang Hao, had spent many years as an assistant coach, so he did not feel as anxious as Huang Hao. Relax. Your performance is already far superior to mine during my first time on the pitch. Upon hearing Darren's reassuring words, Huang Hao glanced at him, nodded, and replied, "Yes. Thank you. Let's go, mate. Wish us luck." With that, the two stepped out of the tunnel, disappearing into the verdant sea of the field. In England, what struck Huang Hao the most was the profound football culture. It is hard to imagine that even the fifth tier of a country's league would possess such comprehensive broadcasting facilities. Commentary, live coverage, match highlights, nothing was lacking. Once a match holds news value, various media outlets flock to it. This particular match was included in the broadcast schedule due to the involvement of Cambridge United, which had recently undergone significant layoffs and appointed a seemingly out-of-nowhere Chinese head coach. Smith was designated as the commentator for the match. Having witnessed numerous major events, he did not place much importance on this fifth-tier encounter. As he nonchalantly reported the starting lineups of both teams, the match officially commenced. Chapter 6. The league begins. The head coach of Cambridge United is Huang Hao. Oh well, it must be said that Eastern names can be quite difficult to pronounce. Let us just refer to him as such. Smith struggled to articulate Huang Hao's name. Let us see what surprises the board of Cambridge United has in store for us. The goalkeeper of Grand Forest launched the ball directly forward. Bolvar controlled it with his chest, while Mackenzie noticeably reacted slowly. Longolo pressed forward, and Bolvar deftly flicked the ball ahead. The defenders of Cambridge United failed to make contact with the ball. Smith quickly found his rhythm, his commentary flowing rapidly like a machine gun. Darius Osei has gained possession. There is space ahead. Osei surges into the penalty area. He shoots. Darius Osei, just 7 minutes and 50 seconds into the match. Only 2 passes made. Grand Forest Wanderers have breached the defenses of Cambridge United. Let us observe the head coach of Cambridge United. Oh, the Eastern gentleman has covered his eyes with both hands. Perhaps he cannot believe that in his first match as head coach, his team conceded a goal in just 7 minutes. Smith gleefully mocked Huang Hao. Cambridge United's what has lost his mark. Well, has evaded what's defense, driving forward down the right flank, crossing. Grand Forest Wanderers have yet another splendid opportunity. Fodena skillfully controlled the ball with his chest in the penalty area and passed it to the approaching Lore. What a splendid combination. The score has reached 20, and Cambridge United has suffered yet another defeat. Smith shook his head, sensing that the outcome was all but decided. Cambridge United displayed an utter lack of resistance on the field. Today, it appeared they were destined for a massacre. Huang Hao's fist slammed down on the seat. Not due to Smith's taunts, but rather because his focus lay elsewhere. The players of Cambridge United seemed devoid of spirit. Their careless defending and lack of tight marking were the crucial factors behind the 2 goals conceded. He rushed to the sidelines, shouting at his players, "Longolo, get your act together. Mark your men. Pay attention to your defensive duties." However, Huang Hao's fervent exhortations had little effect. As the first half drew to a close, Cambridge United's player Iliad attempted an offensive play down the flank, only to be intercepted. A long pass from a Nottingham Forest player landed perfectly in the path of Osai. Huang Hao sprang to his feet, sensing impending trouble. Osai was back. From the left side of the penalty area, he delivered a cross. Oh no, poor Longolo missed the header. Fodena seized the ball. A shot. Goal. It appears that the Easterners possess no mystical powers. This match is all but concluded. Smith reclined back into his chair, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the helpless Eastern coach on the sidelines. With the referee's whistle, Huang Hao, speechless and wearing a stern expression, made his way directly to the players' tunnel. Suddenly, he felt a dark shadow rushing towards him. Looking up, he was met with a scarf that struck him squarely in the face. Frustrated, Huang Hao pulled the scarf down, only to see Mikel furiously shouting, "Get back to your youth team, Eastern man." Gripping the somewhat faded scarf tightly, Huang Hao fixed his gaze on Mikel, his eyes betraying no intention of retreat. For a moment, Mikel was taken aback. He had expected this Chinese man to lower his head and hasten into the tunnel, but to his astonishment, he simply stared back. Consequently, Mikel refrained from continuing his tirade and stood there, glaring at Huang Hao. This scene was fortuitously captured by a reporter at the sidelines. "Just wait, fat man. Time will reveal the truth." After locking eyes with Mikel for a moment, Huang Hao seemingly recalled something and turned to enter the players' tunnel. "My scarf. Damn Easterners." Realizing what he had thrown away in a fit of anger, Mikel suddenly understood that it was the very scarf considered a family heirloom. At that moment, he clasped his head in despair, regretting his rash actions. Oh, how amusing. It seems the fans of Cambridge United are not particularly welcoming of their new coach. This scene appeared utterly ludicrous. The fans were actually confronting the head coach. Let us pause for a moment to observe this enigmatic Eastern coach and see if he can invoke ancient Eastern incantations to alter the course of the game. Smith never anticipated that the off-field interlude of this match would prove so riveting. In the locker room, the players of Cambridge United were evidently affected by the unfavorable circumstances of the first half, their heads bowed in silence. Huang Hao entered, donning a scarf, and after surveying the surroundings, he suddenly shouted with fervor, "Lift your heads." The players, startled by Huang Hao's fierce outburst, looked up at him. "So, we conceded 3 goals and then cowered, did we? This is merely the first match of the season. Are we to give up now? I refuse to witness such despondency among you." Huang Hao gritted his teeth, speaking with palpable frustration. "Do you know why I arrived late? Just moments ago, I was assaulted by a fan. With this." He waved the scarf in his hand and continued, "I believe its age surpasses that of anyone present on the field. Although we have never brought glory to its owner, but rather shame, they unwaveringly support us. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have such devoted fans." Huang Hao paused, then shouted, "So, my friends, this is no friendly match. Shake off the rust from your bodies and get moving. Revitalize yourselves. Treat the second half of this match as if it were the final game of your careers. Do not wallow in lethargy. If you do, you may leave Cambridge United tomorrow." With that, Huang Hao raised the century-old Cambridge United scarf high, allowing every player to feel the honor of being part of Cambridge United. In the fervor of youth, emotions are easily contagious, and Huang Hao sensed the rekindling spirit of the players. Seizing the moment, he outlined the tactics for the second half. "Our opponents must be elated. This match has been far too effortless for them. They have easily netted 3 goals against us and will begin to swell with pride. Believing victory is theirs for the taking. But therein lies our opportunity." As he spoke, Huang Hao punctuated his words by striking the tactical board with his marker, aiming to galvanize everyone's resolve. From the very first second of the second half, press them with all your might. Start from their penalty area and apply pressure. Remember what I said. We must maintain relentless pressure, regardless of the current score. Instill anxiety in them. Force them to make mistakes. Do you understand? Let them err. What's? If the opposing team does not attack from the flanks, feel free to press boldly, as they are slow to turn, leaving space behind for Longolo to intercept. Offensively, Pasquale and Iliad, I want you to push forward audaciously, exploit the 45-degree angle, the byline, cut inside, and vary your approach. Sager, enhance the quality of your shots. At this moment, Huang Hao resembled a ravenous wolf, his eyes ablaze with an almost feral intensity as he approached each player, fixing them with an unyielding stare. Even assistant coach Darren felt an involuntary tension coiling through his body. This damned oppressive aura, emanating from a brash youngster barely 30 years old. After completing his circuit, Huang Hao returned to the tactical board and spoke with deliberate weight. Brothers, I implore you, show me a different version of yourselves. Show me your hunger for victory, will you? Like men, when this match ends, I want to proudly return this scarf to its owner. Cambridge United. Captain Sagar was the first to rise, thrusting his fist into the air. Victory! The entire team surged to their feet, and at last, Huang Hao sensed a shift, a newfound ferocity. As Huang Hao had anticipated, Forest Green Rovers were brimming with confidence. Their manager, Edgar Lewis, was among the 60 staff members recently dismissed by Cambridge United. For him, this was a revenge match, and he was determined to seize it. Having had little prior interaction with Huang Hao, Lewis knew little of the Eastern man. Yet, most of Cambridge's current squad had been assembled under his tenure, save for Aaron Cole. Still, this hardly hindered his tactical execution, as the 3-0 scoreline glaringly attested. When the second half commenced, Cambridge United players elevated their high-pressing intensity several notches, though Forest Green scarcely registered the shift. Aaron Cole. He has taken down Weston. Yellow card. This diminutive lad from Bolton is playing with fire in his belly. Chapter 7. Hey, kid on the pitch. Like the Forest Green supporters, Lewis believed the outcome was settled. The only question was whether it would escalate into a rout. After all, lopsided scores were commonplace in the National League. By the 60th minute, the score remained 3-0. Mackenzie's long pass, over it. Straight to a Forest Green defender. Clearly, nerves were fraying. Maguire headed the ball clear of the box, where Aaron Cole collected it and fed playmaker McConnell. Cambridge regrouped for another assault. Forest Green organized their defense with practiced ease, leaving no gaps. Manager Lewis watched with satisfaction. Veteran commentator Smith noted the same. Forest Green's defensive structure is impeccably layered. Cambridge simply can't breach these lines. McConnell recycled possession to Cole, who received it just outside the box. 5 defenders closing in. No obvious openings. Shot. Smith's analysis was abruptly severed by Cole's thunderous strike, a bolt from the blue. A truly spectacular strike. The young talent Aaron Cole from Cambridge United has taken the initiative at the edge of the penalty area, choosing to shoot directly despite the defensive pressure. Executing a low drive. Cambridge United has pulled one back. In this moment, Cole skillfully evades the jubilant players rushing to celebrate, sprinting towards Huang Hao like an exuberant child. Boss, this is my first goal, Cole exclaims with uncontainable excitement, embracing Huang Hao fervently. There will be many more goals to come. I believe in you. Go. Reclaim or lost points. Huang Hao firmly pushes Cole back onto the field. The players from Forest Green Rovers seem unfazed by this slip, having already established their defensive positions. Merely surprised by Cole's audacity to attempt a long-range shot. With a 2-goal advantage and no errors to speak of, fortune merely smiled upon Cole this time. Cambridge United is making a resurgence. McConville distributes the ball to the flank, finding Elliott. Elliott delivers a cross. Well, lets it slip. Seagal. A header. 32. Cambridge United has struck again. Smith rises in excitement, astonished that Cambridge United has clawed back 2 goals. It seems something intriguing transpired in the locker room during halftime. With just 15 minutes remaining in the match, let us witness the thrilling performances that lie ahead. If a score of 31 is deemed safe, then 32 is undoubtedly precarious. At this moment, Forest Green Rovers have become acutely aware of the looming threat. Lewis begins to orchestrate his players, pacing along the sidelines, urging them to maintain focus and bolster their defense. The match progresses, second by second. Unbeknownst to all, we have reached the 90-minute mark, with the referee poised to signal the end at any moment. Despite Cambridge United's valiant efforts to equalize, it appears they are destined to face their inaugural defeat. In the stands, Mickle watches the unfolding drama with bated breath, hands clasped in prayer. Occasionally, he glances towards the coach's bench, where lies the cherished scarf he longs for, positioned next to Huang Hao. One cannot deny that Cambridge United's performance in the second half has been eye-opening. Alas, their awakening came too late. Otherwise, the outcome of this match would have been rife with suspense. With 2 minutes of stoppage time approaching, the referee is ready to blow the final whistle. A throw-in for Cambridge United in the attacking third. This should be their last chance. Elliott hurls the ball forcefully to Mackenzie, who lays it off to McConville. McConville drives the ball into the penalty area, as most of the Forest Green Rovers players retreat into their box. Suddenly, McConville flicks the ball backwards, and a flash of yellow bursts forth. Cole. It is Cole, whose 6-meter view is devoid of green jerseys. All 8 players from Forest Green Rovers are confined within the penalty area. Cole approaches the ball, raising his foot, poised to shoot. As Maguire charged forward, it was too late. Another goal. Cole. From the identical position and angle, he struck again. Cambridge United equalized. Smith leapt in excitement, as if at that moment he had transformed into a fervent supporter of Cambridge United. Unbelievable, utterly astonishing. In the 92nd minute, the magnificent Cole, positioned almost exactly the same, unleashed a powerful strike that once again breached the defenses of Forest Green Rovers. A golden goal. Huang Hao raised his arms in triumph, while Mikel rejoiced in the stands, joining the chorus of the Cambridge United anthem with the crowd. Meanwhile, Lewis stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the late equalizer against his team. Although victory eluded them, the revitalized performance in the second half lifted the gloom from their spirits. Ultimately, Cambridge United secured a 3-3 draw away from home. And the significance of this match for Huang Hao extended far beyond mere parity. Cole's brace and the team's remarkable comeback further solidified his belief in their high-pressing, aggressive tactical approach. After the match, he refrained from hastily ushering the players back to the locker room, instead leading them to the visiting supporters section to express gratitude to the more than 100 fans who had followed the team. Their splendid second-half performance naturally earned them the applause of the crowd. In most English stadiums, the coaching area is embedded within the stands, thus placing fans in close proximity to the players. Mikel stood in the front row, feeling somewhat awkward as he glanced at Huang Hao, who merely smiled in silence. Admittedly, I must confess that my actions during halftime were somewhat excessive. Mikel ultimately opted to apologize. I wouldn't blame you. Perhaps I would have been even angrier. Huang Hao replied, beaming. Thank you for the scarf. It means a great deal. Mikel, nearly on the verge of tears, clearly did not wish to part with the scarf, as it symbolized his status within the supporters group. Next time, I cannot guarantee it will return to you. With that, Huang Hao tossed the scarf to Mikel, who cherished it, tenderly caressing it as if to atone for having misplaced it moments before. If your team underperforms, I might just toss something else in your face next time. After receiving the scarf, Mikel felt emboldened. I won't give you that opportunity, chubby. Just wait and see. Huang Hao departed the pitch, smiling alongside his young squad, proudly savoring their hard-earned point. Harris's shot struck the crossbar with a resounding thud. Damn it, Harris cursed, spitting onto the grass before leisurely making his way back to his half. The first team of Cambridge United was granted a day off to recuperate after yesterday's match, while the reserve team of 23 engaged in regular training to prepare for the upcoming game the following day. Huang Hao, a solitary corgi, found himself without plans during the holidays, thus he habitually jogged to the training base to observe the reserve team's practice. Upon spotting Huang Hao at the sidelines, Harris seethed with rage. Since his debut, Harris had scored over 150 goals in various competitions. Although he had traversed through several lower-tier teams, he remained an indomitable mainstay as a forward. He never anticipated that Huang Hao's arrival would relegate him to the reserves, with no sign of yielding or softening from Huang. This humiliation was unprecedented in his career. Accompanying this misfortune was Parada. Their presence instantly elevated Cambridge's forward line. As the National League had commenced, Parada grew anxious, contemplating a discussion with Huang Hao alongside Harris, but was firmly rebuffed by Harris. It was utterly unacceptable for Harris to be overshadowed by an inexperienced Eastern player. As the ball returned to Harris's feet, his fury compelled him to charge toward the penalty area, yearning to score and emphatically declare his irreplaceable status as a forward for Cambridge United. Unexpectedly, a young player surged from the flank, deftly intercepting the ball with his toe. Infuriated, Harris completely erupted. With a swift turn, he pursued the player, and as he closed in, he leapt into the air, aiming to stomp down on the ball carrier. A chilling scream echoed through the Cambridge United training facility. Chapter 8. The unrepentant villain's silence enveloped the field. The younger players, unable to withstand such a shock, concealed their faces and wept. Leo O'Connell, a midfielder recently promoted to the reserves, clutched his severely twisted ankle with both hands, emitting harrowing cries of agony. Harris rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, displaying an indifference as if the incident were of no concern to him. Team doctor. The reserve team's head coach, Nick Young, hurriedly approached to assess the situation, shouting hoarsely at the sidelines. The team doctor rushed over with a first aid kit, quickly assessing the severity of the injury. Stepping out of the crowd, Nick Young glanced at Huang Hao on the sidelines, shaking his head in resignation. Huang Hao sighed softly, knowing that this unfortunate player might have to bid farewell to the football field. Such a grave injury would require approximately a year for recovery, and the psychological trauma inflicted upon O'Connell would likely linger for an extended period. Huang Hao strode directly to Harris, fixing him with a cold stare, while Harris maintained his defiant demeanor, attempting to dominate Huang's presence with his towering height of 6 feet 3 inches. From this day forth, all matches, training sessions, and salary disbursements are suspended. You might want to take a moment to reflect upon your actions. Huang Hao articulated his decision to Harris with deliberate precision, his tone icy and his expression devoid of emotion. How dare you, rookie? Who do you think you are? This is merely a standard contest on the field. Upon hearing that he had been suspended, Harris immediately yelled at Huang Hao in fury. Unwilling to engage further with Harris, Huang Hao turned away to assess Cornell's injuries, hoping that this young player could withstand the blow. I hope you do not come to regret this, Harris said menacingly, glaring at Huang Hao's retreating figure. Soon, an ambulance arrived, its sirens blaring. Cornell was rushed to the nearest hospital, Northwood Park, for treatment. Once the turmoil subsided, the team resumed normal training. Though the gravity of Cornell's injury cast a pall over everyone's spirits, Huang Hao had not anticipated encountering such a scene during his visit. Watching Harris's figure disappear into the distance left Huang Hao feeling quite troubled. It seemed that this high-salaried troublemaker needed to be dealt with promptly, otherwise he would remain a ticking time bomb for the team's management. Before he realized it, the clock struck 8 in the evening. After returning to his office from the reserve team's training ground, Huang Hao continued to peruse the scouting reports. Unlike the Premier League's transfer window, which lasts just over a month, the National Amateur League allows for player signings throughout the entire season. However, given the financial constraints, loaning players was virtually Huang Hao's only option for augmenting his squad, and it had to be at no cost, with the other club covering at least a significant portion of the salary. Yet, such opportunities are rare and elusive. Stretching his limbs, Huang Hao set aside the documents and gazed at the brightly lit Bird's Nest bar in the distance. Perhaps indulging in a drink would be a delightful choice. Thus, he switched off the office lights and made his way downstairs towards Ronnie's bar. The Bird's Nest bar was conveniently located across from the training base, and on non-match days, it naturally lacked the usual hustle and bustle. As Huang Hao traversed the narrow path through the center of the base, the Cambridge United training facility felt particularly serene under the night sky. Suddenly, he sensed a strong gust of wind rushing towards him from behind. Instinctively, he sidestepped, only to see a football whizzing past him at high speed, crashing with a thud against the chain-link fence on the side of the facility. The sudden noise prompted a flurry of barking from nearby residences. Oh, look! Isn't that our formidable leader? From the shadows, the tall and imposing figure of Harris emerged. My apologies, I might have kicked the ball a bit too hard just now. I hope I didn't alarm our esteemed leader. Harris's expression was grim, openly conveying his threat to Huang Hao. If you wish to continue your career, I believe it would be prudent to wear a helmet next time you step out. After all, that way, I would have no evidence to accuse you, Harris asserted. Huang Hao spotted Harris. While slightly taken aback, he did not show any sign of weakness. No, my dear chief, I merely wish to play in the match. After all, I have trained diligently. I believe I deserve a place in the first team, which would also benefit you. Harris, clearly aware of the cameras surrounding the facility, had no intention of resorting to violence. Big guy, we initially had no significant conflict. Perhaps, if you adopt a more earnest attitude in time, you may return to the first team. Unfortunately, you made a foolish decision today, and I doubt Cornell will forgive you. Huang Hao's tone remained remarkably calm. It seems there is nothing more for us to discuss? Harris discerned Huang Hao's resoluteness. Do you truly believe the club would allow a top-paid player to languish in the reserves? Do you think the board is genuinely impressed by your talent to appoint you as the coach of Cambridge United? How naive. Huang Hao, who had been poised to turn away, momentarily paused, struck by the unexpected revelation. Indeed, he had struggled to find a plausible explanation for his inexplicable ascension to head coach. The board's choice of him surely could not stem from his meager salary. They simply wished to use you as a scapegoat, leading to the inevitable dissolution of the team. You were destined to be the last unfortunate soul to bear the blame. Dissolution. Although Huang Hao did not wholly believe Harris's words, he could not deny that this rationale sounded far more plausible than the notion that the board had recognized his coaching prowess. Moreover, the board had consistently rejected all his requests for reinforcements under the pretext of financial constraints. So, rookie, let me onto the field. Perhaps I can score goals that will make your performance appear less dismal. Who knows, you might avoid becoming the architect of Cambridge United's demise. Harris exuded confidence in his abilities, bolstered by past statistics. That's unnecessary, Huang Hao replied, displaying no interest in Harris's suggestion. Big guy. Had you approached this with the right attitude, you might have witnessed a delightful surprise. But now, you may well have lost that opportunity. I suggest you seek a new club during the transfer period. With that, Huang Hao strode toward the bird's nest bar, choosing to disregard Harris further. That damn Oriental. Harris furiously struck his fist against the facility's wire fence, hurling the most venomous curses at Huang Hao. It was evident that his narrative with Cambridge United had reached its conclusion. Now, it was Cambridge United's corner kick, taken by the number 11, Brophy, from England. Brophy sent the ball to the far post. Hereford's Eluer claimed the initial touch, yet the ball remained within the penalty area. Pasquale surged forward. Shot. Goal. 10. As the match reached the 65th minute, Cambridge United was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. The penalty was taken by the team's star right midfielder, Pasquale. He lofted the ball into the penalty area. Ricardo Longo met it at the first touch. Ozian has seized the ball and is orchestrating a counterattack. A long pass to the right side of the front line. Della Verde, dribbling forward, suddenly strikes. This long pass is exquisitely precise. Oh my goodness, the ball seemed to have eyes, finding Ibra. He adjusted his angle and delivered a low shot. Hereford has pulled one back. Following the concession of a goal, Cambridge United continued their high press, with McKenzie intercepting in the center circle. Swiftly passing to McConnell. After evading a defender, McConnell shot from the edge of the penalty area, but Hereford's goalkeeper, Okas, was alert this time, diving to just manage to deflect the ball away. Pasquale took the corner kick. An unparalleled header. Sagler once again put his team in the lead. As the referee blew the final whistle, congratulations poured in for Cambridge United's coach, Hao. Although they were briefly equalized by Hereford, Cambridge United still secured victory in this match. This also marks the first triumph for rookie coach Huang Hao since embarking on his professional coaching journey. This enigmatic figure from the East has tasted victory in just 2 matches. Huang has achieved his long-desired first home win, albeit with only a little over 1,000 fans in attendance, a stark contrast to his dreams of thunderous celebration. Cambridge United has languished in the lower leagues for an extended period, their popularity having significantly waned. These circumstances are evidently beyond Huang's control, stripped of any aura. He lacks sufficient intrigue to draw the fans back to the stadium. As for star players, in the 5th tier of the league, such aspirations are futile. Only through securing one victory after another might the distant fans be coaxed back. Currently, Huang's primary objective is to stabilize the team following his appointment. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuoyan must find a way to uncover the board's intentions in hiring him. After all, Harris, entrenched in the lower leagues, possesses far greater intelligence-gathering capabilities than a Chinese individual devoid of connections. Moreover, even for the sake of securing playing time, Harris would not utter such ludicrous statements without reason. Chapter 9. Is there a mole? For days later, Cambridge United continued their home campaign, triumphing 3-1 against visiting Accrington, with McConnell, Sagler, and Brophy each scoring a goal. In the opening phase of the National League, Cambridge United's 2 victories and 1 draw placed them 4th, causing the external doubts regarding Huang Hao's capabilities to diminish slightly. However, Huang's diligence must not wane in the slightest. As one of the most developed countries in football, England's league system is incomprehensibly sophisticated to those from other nations. Within the English Football League structure, professional football leagues are categorized into 4 tiers: the Premier League, the Championship, League One, and League Two. Beneath the professional leagues lies the realm of non-professional leagues, commonly referred to as amateur leagues. In the amateur league, there exists a structure that encompasses the national competition, the Northern and Southern regional leagues, and further subdivides into 3 district leagues, the Northern, Southern, and Isthmian leagues. Currently, Cambridge United occupies a position within the National League, ranking 5th in the hierarchy of English football, following the Premier League, Championship, League One, and League Two. It represents the highest tier of amateur competitions in England. Remarkably, even within this amateur league, there are as many as 22 teams. Over the course of a season, teams engage in a full cycle of home and away matches, totaling 42 games, not accounting for the qualifying rounds of the FA Cup, the EFL Trophy, the League Cup qualifiers, and various cup competitions involving lower-tier teams. The intense and densely packed schedule of the National Amateur League has left Huang Hao, who was embarking on his first tenure as head coach, utterly astounded. In contrast, such a demanding schedule would seem like an unattainable dream domestically, where even the fifth tier of leagues may lack a proper professional football pitch. 7 days later, Cambridge United embarks on another away journey, this time to Whitstable, a renowned tourist town in Kent, England. However, Huang Hao finds little solace in the picturesque surroundings. Nearly 2 minutes into the match, Cambridge United's main centre-back, Bennett, inexplicably fouls a player from Ebbsfleet United, receiving a yellow card. Witnessing this, Huang Hao furrows his brow. It appears to be an utterly unnecessary foul that will hamstring the team's defensive efforts on the right flank. Ebbsfleet United earns the first corner of the match. With Leslie signaling for his teammates to push forward, Williams heads the ball. Oh no, it hits the crossbar. The Cambridge United goal trembles. Liam lunges for a shot. A splendid goal. Ebbsfleet United alters the scoreline to 1-0. Huang Hao inhales sharply, realizing that the persistent twitch in his right eye was indeed an ominous sign. Despite the seemingly inexplicable yellow card issued to Bennett, the overall rhythm of Cambridge United remains intact. After several matches, the team has gradually adapted to their new tactical approach. Instead of panicking after conceding, they regain control through high pressing. Pasquale takes a corner. Segal heads it at the near post. Oh, it strikes a defender. But Cole is unmarked in the center. A mistake by the Ebbsfleet United players. Cole, what a magnificent goal. Cambridge United successfully equalizes just before halftime. Accompanied by the excited voice of the commentator, Cambridge United concludes the first half with a score of 1-1. After returning to the locker room, Huang Hao waits for everyone to settle before he strides directly to Bennett. Can you tell me, what significance does this yellow card hold for you? It has allowed the opposing team to relentlessly attack your defensive zone. Bennett merely shrugs his shoulders, showing no intention of directly responding to Huang Hao. After a brief silence, Huang Hao chose not to pursue the matter further, but instead turned to remind the other players to be mindful of their foul play and to avoid actions that might incur yellow cards. It was evident that Huang Hao's words were subtly directed at Bennett. As the vice-captain on the field, Huang Hao wished to spare him any embarrassment. However, the events at the start of the second half left Huang Hao utterly astounded. A goal kick from Ebbsfleet United saw Belshaw launch the ball forward, where it was received by Beck, surrounded by 5 Cambridge United players. Would he manage to seize the ball? Beck fell to the ground. Was it an elbow strike? Bennett had indeed elbowed Beck. This was utterly astonishing. With 4 teammates providing support, there was no need for such an action. The commentator, just as stunned by Bennett's unusual behavior, shared Huang Hao's disbelief. Just moments into the second half, Bennett, from a distance of 15 meters from the penalty area, struck Beck with an elbow. The referee rushed over, and it seemed Bennett attempted to explain himself. A red card. The head referee offered Bennett no opportunity for defense. Such a blatant foul warranted no less than a red card. This was a senseless infraction, and Cambridge United was compelled to play the remainder of the match with only 10 players. The commentator shook his head in confusion, finding it incomprehensible that Cambridge United would suffer such a non-combatant loss. After receiving his red card, Bennett exited the field silently, passing by Huang Hao without a word exchanged between them. Observing from the sidelines, the East Asian individual appeared somewhat perturbed. Clearly, this was not part of his strategy. Reviewing Cambridge United's bench, it was noted that they had brought only one 19-year-old center-back. The commentator, observing Huang Hao's demeanor, displayed a hint of schadenfreude. In a moment, the atmosphere around Cambridge United's goal grew tense, as Ebbsfleet United launched wave after wave of attacks. Fortunately, the 10-man Cambridge United grew more resolute in their defense. Pasquale dropped back, and IBI replaced Blowie on the right wing, executing a high-pressing strategy rarely seen in lower-tier leagues, compounded by the opponent's rudimentary skills. Ultimately, both teams managed to score once in the second half, and Cambridge United was fortunate to secure a point against Ebbsfleet United. From the moment the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, Huang Hao remained silent. Even a fool could see Bennett's aberrant behavior during the game. Although Huang Hao was relatively new, his years in England had not left him ignorant of the intricacies of sports betting. Yet, he was reluctant to associate his team's captain with such matters. Beyond this rationale, Huang Hao could scarcely fathom what could have compelled Bennett to act so foolishly on the pitch. In England, the betting industry is entirely legalized, encompassing a myriad of wagering options, from corner counts and yellow or red cards to predicting the first goal scorer and who might be sent off. However, it is strictly prohibited for personnel and players of professional teams to engage in such activities. This is a non-negotiable boundary. After decades of operation, very few betting companies now attempt to manipulate match outcomes for profit, but that does not imply that players lack alternative means to gain financial advantage. After all, the meager salaries compared to the Premier League cannot satiate the desires of certain individuals. As the head coach, Huang Hao naturally abhors this conduct. In his team, such occurrences are utterly intolerable. At this moment, Huang Hao could only silently pray to the heavens, "Bennett, please do not let me down." "Boss, you called for me?" Pasquale rushed into the Bird's Nest bar. Huang Hao gestured for Pasquale to take a seat and signaled the bar owner, Ron, to bring over a drink. "Boss, professional players are not allowed to drink during matches." Upon finishing his statement, Pasquale straightened his posture, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. "Enough, you rascal. Stop acting for me. Drink up. This one is non-alcoholic." Huang Hao playfully slapped the back of Pasquale's head. As one of the few trusted players he had nurtured personally, Huang Hao held a special fondness for the young talent. Pasquale quickly ducked his head and accepted the glass, taking a hearty sip. "I actually have something to discuss with you today." Huang Hao glanced around and spoke softly. "You saw the last match. Bennett's red card seemed suspicious. I would like to hear your thoughts." Upon hearing this, Pasquale did not respond immediately. Instead, he fidgeted with his glass. Despite standing nearly 6 feet tall, he was still merely a 17-year-old youth, bearing a youthful countenance. "Boss, while I also feel something is off, there is no concrete evidence." After pondering for a moment, Pasquale cautiously articulated his thoughts. "The captain and the others have their own little circle and seldom discuss personal matters in the locker room. I do know they often meet at an underground bar in Chinatown, but beyond that, I am not well informed." As a seasoned player, Bennett understood that not everyone in the locker room was on his side, so he remained vigilant in his dealings, for caution is the mother of safety. "What little circle? Who are they?" Huang Hao pressed for more information. "Elliot and Blofi," Pasquale replied without hesitation this time, accurately reporting the situation to Huang Hao. At this revelation, Huang Hao inhaled sharply. The situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Elliot and Blofi were both core players of Cambridge United's current lineup. Given the team's precarious condition, with Harris and Parada demoted to the reserve team, losing 3 more key players would cripple Huang Hao's squad, almost guaranteeing relegation. Contemplating this, Huang Hao felt a surge of frustration. Yet, with the matter at hand, he had no choice but to press on. "When do they typically gather?" Huang Hao pondered for a moment before turning to Pasquale with another inquiry. "Well, it's hard to say, but generally, the day before a match and after the match. Bennett usually arranges a gathering with them. Moreover, I've heard that they often bring their wives along, resembling a family reunion." Pasquale was forthcoming with information. Given that Huang Hao had risen through the ranks from the youth training camp to the first team of Cambridge United under his guidance. After listening to Pasquale's words, Huang Hao felt he had a clearer understanding. Chapter 10. A night at the bar. Though he occasionally longed for the delicacies of his hometown, which he would satisfy by visiting Chinatown, he had never ventured into an underground bar. Such establishments are often a mixed bag, typically catering only to regulars. Without an invitation from someone familiar, newcomers would find it nearly impossible to gain entry. Otherwise, Bennett and his companions would not have gone to such lengths, traveling from the northern district to the city center for a clandestine meeting. In a moment of uncertainty, Huang Hao suddenly recalled his roommate from Cambridge University, Li Jianqing. Li, a Hong Kong native, claimed to be a third-generation heir who, after outmaneuvering his brothers and cousins, was sent by his father to study at Cambridge in preparation for taking over the family business. However, while at Cambridge, he was not particularly diligent in his studies, but was a frequent patron of bars, having visited nearly every one. Thus, Huang Hao retrieved Li Jianqing's number from his contacts and dialed. "Oh my, is this the illustrious head coach of Cambridge United? Haha, coach? Are you looking to recruit me for the team? I hear you're in need of a defender." Having graduated, Li had stayed in London to train at the family branch. Although he was a fervent Tottenham supporter, the proximity of Cambridge to London meant he was well aware of Huang Hao's appointment as head coach of Cambridge United. Forget playing football. However, the team is still in search of a major shareholder. How about it? I reckon 1 million would suffice. Interested, Master Li? Huang Hao seized the opportunity to tease Li Jianqing, as the two shared a close bond during their studies abroad. Without Huang Hao's assistance, it would have been quite challenging for Li to graduate. Li Jianqing was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence before replying, "Huang, if I were to become a major shareholder, you would be the first to be dismissed. After all, I'm not as tyrannical as your current boss." However, I would keep a janitorial position open for you, since we are good friends. All right, let us get serious. If you don't assist me, I might be dismissed before you even have a chance to invest. Huang Hao chuckled awkwardly before broaching the main topic. My goodness, this sounds serious. What is going on? Upon hearing Huang Hao's tone, Li Jianqin ceased his jesting. Huang Hao then shared his concerns with Li and revealed the secrets of the bar. As expected, Li was a regular there, and the task posed no challenge. I told you to hang out with me. Now you think of me when you can't get in. The two arranged to meet in Chinatown the day before Cambridge United's next match against Kingsdale Mystique, with Li Jianqin agreeing to escort Huang Hao to the underground bar. The lower-tier football league schedule in England is exceedingly congested, with matches occurring approximately every 4 days. Soon, Cambridge United will face the challenge of Kettering Town at home. Given the opponent's relatively modest strength, Huang Hao entrusted the tactical preparations to his assistant coach Darren, while he himself ventured to Chinatown to rendezvous with Li Jianqin. Awaiting the arrival of Bennett. As the evening descended, a myriad of red lanterns illuminated the streets, evoking in Huang Hao a sense of festive anticipation akin to the new year. The distinctly Chinese archways and the ubiquitous presence of Chinese characters imbued him with a profound sense of familiarity each time he visited this place. Li Jianqin was remarkably punctual today. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he guided Huang Hao through a series of twists and turns, leading them into a somewhat less crowded alley. Huang Hao couldn't help but admire Bennett's resourcefulness. How had he discovered such a hidden gem? Without Li Jianqin's guidance, he would have never unearthed this underground bar, even if he had searched tirelessly. There were no discernible shop signs, and before a dimly lit staircase sat a burly man clad in black, his visage adorned with a rugged demeanor. Patrons were not required to present any special credentials. A mere nod from the man sufficed for entry. Huang Hao was taken aback. It seemed the role of a bartender was not particularly accommodating for those afflicted with facial blindness. Li Jianqin approached confidently, casually tossing a pack of cigarettes to the imposing figure, who subtly lifted his hat in acknowledgement, indicating a familiarity between them. With Li Jianqin's presence, Huang Hao navigated the establishment with ease. The bar was modest in size, featuring a second floor and a rather cramped mezzanine. Huang Hao and Li Jianqin decisively chose the mezzanine, where the view was optimal and they were less likely to be noticed. At 9 o'clock, just as Huang Hao began to feel drowsy, Aaliyah and Blofi materialized before him, instantly revitalizing his spirits as he fixated on the newcomers. To his surprise, Bennett was conspicuously absent. The two men seemed unhurried as they settled into a discreet corner. Approximately 15 minutes later, a striking woman emerged from the staircase. Goodness, she has quite the catch. Li Jianqin's eyes sparkled with interest, but Huang Hao quickly admonished him in a hushed tone, "Control yourself. Remember, we have an important matter at hand." The woman surveyed the scene before making her way directly towards Aaliyah and Blofi. Evidently, she was well acquainted with the two, as their greetings were minimal. In no time, she produced 2 envelopes from her bag and handed them to Aaliyah and Blofi. Upon opening the envelopes, the two men exchanged satisfied nods, suggesting that this woman was indeed involved in their transaction. Huang Hao pondered the reason for Bennett's absence. At that moment, the woman took out a piece of paper and a pen, diligently noting down the conversation between the two men, her demeanor reflecting utmost seriousness. Soon, their discussion came to an end. The woman departed first, while Iliot and Brophy continued to sip their drinks and engage in conversation. Baboon, follow that woman and see where she goes. In a moment of urgency, Huang Hao instinctively uttered Li Jianqin's nickname, instructing him to rise and trail the woman, fully aware that his descent would attract the player's attention. What a thrill. It feels like I'm on a mission like 007. Don't forget to reward me. Li Jianqin quipped as he set off. All right, when I face Tottenham, I'll ask you for an autograph. Huang Hao proposed a condition that Li Jianqin found irresistible, though he had no inkling of when Cambridge United might have the chance to contend against Spurs on the field. Approximately half an hour later, Li Jianqin returned to the bar, only to find that Iliot and Brophy had already departed. You didn't escort that woman home, did you? It took you so long. Pfft. That little time is hardly sufficient. You know my prowess, Li Jianqin retorted, feigning disappointment. I would have liked to escort her, but I simply had no opportunity. Did you catch a glimpse of the person who picked her up? Huang Hao inquired eagerly. Do you really think I'm 007? Besides, all foreigners look alike. How could I possibly distinguish them? Li Jianqin's response left Huang Hao disheartened, severing the thread of the investigation. Alas, it seems this was all for naught. I say, head coach, you truly underestimate me. Do you think I simply went out for no reason? You should consider that I, Lee the Distinguished. Am keen to uncover who she is without needing to follow her. Quick, tell me. Tell me. At this, Huang Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing that progress had been made. Otherwise, Li Jianqin would not be so boastful. Just to be clear, I want the signatures of both Keane and Defoe. All right. I'll get you the whole Tottenham squad's signatures. Just hurry and spill the details. Huang Hao playfully punched Li Jianqin, who was spouting nonsense in agreement. You guessed correctly, that woman is Bennett's wife. It's surprising that guy has such a beautiful wife. The bar owner mentioned that she frequented the establishment almost weekly, while Bennett rarely made an appearance himself. That fellow is quite cunning, remotely utilizing his wife for these meetups. This matter had begun to take shape. The wagers placed by the group were all funneled through Bennett's wife, and the notes she had taken were likely concerning the bets for the upcoming match. The thought of his team being secretly manipulated by a few individuals filled Huang Hao with rage, and he clenched his fist in anger. Li Jianqin, evidently taken aback by Huang Hao's fury, quickly tried to pacify him. All right. I often play spits too. It's quite normal in England. How about this? For the next match, I'll bet on your victory. Just bring your A game. This is different, Baboon. They are professional players. It appears that Cambridge United is indeed quite deep in its waters. Very well, let us see who is truly more formidable. The final words were delivered by Huang Hao with an unmistakable emphasis, suggesting he had made his choice. Chapter 11. Huang Hao's choice the following day at Abbey Stadium. Cambridge United would host the visiting team, Kingstonian. Within the home team's locker room, players either listened to music in quiet contemplation or engaged in light-hearted conversation, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. Darren and Huang Hao entered the locker room in succession, suddenly deciding to alter the lineup for the match, holding the revised roster. Darren hesitated to announce it, casting another glance at Huang Hao as if seeking affirmation. Noting Huang Hao's impassive expression and lack of response, Darren shrugged in resignation, cleared his throat, and drew the players' attention. It is like this. We shall make some adjustments to our starting lineup for this match. Darren's statement took the players by surprise, as the league had already commenced 4 rounds, and Huang Hao's starting formation had remained relatively stable. Everyone was well aware of their roles within Huang Hao's tactical framework. Yet today, the head coach had chosen to implement changes prior to the match. Amidst the players' puzzled gazes, Darren began to announce the new lineup. Goalkeeper, Stevens. Right back, Watts. After mentioning these 2 names, Darren paused, seemingly contemplating something, then resolutely continued. Left back, De Tutten. Center back, Longolo. Midfielders, Aaron Cole, McKenzie, McConnell, Nate Sington. Right winger, Pasquale. Left winger, Mason Clark. Forward, Sagal. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. With the list read, Darren exhaled a sigh of relief. A subtle unease rippled through the crowd. After hearing the lineup, Elliott and Blofey raised their heads, staring intently at Huang Hao. Ignoring their gaze, Huang Hao proceeded to the tactical board to outline the strategy for the match. De Tutten, you have performed admirably in training. I hope you can replicate that today. McKenzie, your primary role is to defend, while Cole and Nate Sington will assist you in maintaining control of the midfield. McConnell will focus on offense. Pasquale and Clark, you are tasked with the flanks. I expect you to exert yourselves tirelessly and seize the midfield with fervor. In our league, no one is significantly superior. Those who perform well will secure their places as starters. Though we are all young, we must strike with abandon against the seasoned veterans. Now, let us head out for warm-ups. Elliott rushed forward, eager to engage Huang Hao in debate, but was swiftly restrained by Blofey. The 2 ultimately trailed behind the team as they entered the field. Despite Cambridge United replacing 3 key players, the Mad Dog strategy proved highly effective, as Kingstonian struggled to mount any significant offense. Ultimately, with goals from Sagal and substitute young player Harry Taylor, they triumphed 2-0 over the visiting Kingstonian. The arena resonated with the fervent applause of the fans. Elliott and Blofey remained firmly seated on the bench for a full 90 minutes, denied any opportunity by Huang Hao. Clearly, their wagers on this match alongside Bennett had all gone awry. As they exited the field, Elliott no longer hesitated and stood directly before Huang Hao. I believe we require an explanation, he asserted, exuding a facade of composure, presuming Huang Hao was oblivious to the circumstances. I bear no obligation to elucidate anything to you. Elliott, if you insist, I can only state that I am the head coach. Huang Hao had no intention of entangling himself further and turned to leave. By the way, Elliott, in my team, I solely wish to witness the essence of pure football. Elliott lingered, deep in thought, observing Huang Hao's demeanor. He likely realized that his secrets had been uncovered, though he remained unaware of how exactly they had been exposed. Surely, someone had reported him. However, he chose not to delve into the matter. The most pressing concern was to secure his place on the field, for failing to do so would sever his financial prospects. Having joined Cambridge United for free from Aldershot, he had been drawn to the coach's mediocrity and the naivety of his teammates. There was nothing more conducive to gambling than a team easily manipulated. To his surprise, as the season commenced, Cambridge United was suddenly in turmoil. With Lewis departing and an unyielding Eastern coach arriving, the news quickly reached Bennett. Yet, Bennett remained unperturbed. After all, his prowess was indisputable. And with Elliott and Blofi on board, their previous victory could have merely been attributed to the opponent's lackluster performance. If they were persistently benched, it would effectively cripple Cambridge United's left flank, leading to a significant decline in their results. At that point, it would be Huang Hao who would be anxious. With this thought, Bennett felt considerably relieved, pondering, "Boy, let us see how long your luck lasts. I might as well consider this a vacation." Soon, Cambridge United faced their next adversary, embarking on an away challenge against York City. This time, Zhou Zhuyan was even more ruthless, excluding Bennett and others from the 18-man roster entirely, rendering them unable to participate. Cambridge United could not maintain their streak of good fortune, succumbing to a 0-1 defeat in the 53rd minute due to a costly mistake. This time, the local media grew restless. Cambridge United had just begun to show promise. Yet they had self-sabotaged their lineup, and the scrutiny swiftly turned towards Huang Hao. The team is in disarray. Huang Hao leads to defeat. And Cambridge United's locker room is fraught with conflict, as several key players mysteriously vanish from the starting list. What left everyone astounded was that the board of Cambridge United remained steadfast and unflappable, staunchly denying any internal issues and urging confidence in Huang Hao. Bari's maneuver was undeniably astute. On one hand, the appointment of Huang Hao had successfully achieved its intended purpose. Moreover, the rapid collapse of Huang Hao's tenure brought Bari a modicum of unexpected delight. On the other hand, this situation highlights the board's tolerance and support for a young coach like Huang Hao, a win-win scenario. However, all the pressure has now converged upon Huang Hao. The atmosphere within Cambridge United has grown somewhat oppressive. Today, they face Exeter City at home, a team also positioned mid-table in the league. In the conference room, Huang Hao and the coaching team are engaged in discussions regarding the tactical arrangements for the day. Suddenly, Bennett barges in with Elliott and Blofi and Huang Hao. Casting a cold glance at the unexpected guests, inquires, "Liam, have you mistakenly taken the wrong path to the training ground? I merely wish to ascertain whether the three of us are included in your plans for today." Bennett, with a stern expression, retorts, "I believe you owe us an explanation. Otherwise, we might have to consult Chairman Barry directly. Indeed, we are free from injuries and have consistently been key players." Key players. Blofi defiantly interjects, challenging Huang Hao. "Do you share this sentiment?" Huang Hao disregards the trio and turns his attention to the coaching staff. How at this stage? "I believe they are indeed our best options," responds Lee Akimic, the team's fitness coach. "Thank you for your fair words, Mr. Akimic," Bennett acknowledges with a nod. "Thus, if you persist in this manner, I fear we may need to propose a change in head coach to the chairman." Liam Bennett, earning a weekly salary of $1,500, is an exceptional central defender known for his prowess in aerial duels and fierce defensive play. Bennett is perplexed by Huang Hao's sudden praise. Yet, he cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction, even allowing a hint of pride to creep into his expression. However, Huang Hao continues undeterred, slow to initiate. Failing to retreat promptly, he has started 4 matches this season, missing 9 opponents, directly contributing to 2 goals conceded. Last season at Aldershot, he started 39 times, allowing 97 opponents to go unmarked, leading to 40 goals conceded, which accounted for 75 of the team's total goals against. Upon hearing this, the earlier pride on Bennett's face vanishes completely. Nevertheless, Huang Hao does not cease his critique. Elliott Johnson, earning $1,200 weekly, is a starting left midfielder who fails to outpace opponents when tracking back, with a tackle success rate below 30. Mehdi Blofi, a forward earning $1,800 weekly, frequently squanders goal-scoring opportunities, struggles in challenging matches, has a low passing accuracy, and dislikes tracking back. As for the other two, Huang Hao does not even bother to offer praise, instead directly addressing their shortcomings. This discourse leaves the coaching staff in a state of shock. After all, they had only worked with Huang Hao for a little over 2 months, and it was unexpected that this young coach possessed such a profound understanding of player statistics. Setting aside the unsavory matters off the field, It is difficult for me to accept that you, with the highest salaries on the team, exhibit such performances. Perhaps your replacements may not be exceptional, yet they are diligent and hardworking. I am willing to give them a chance, and I can bear the consequences that may arise. As for you, I regret to inform you that you will no longer be part of my plans. Huang Hao decisively laid his cards on the table before them. How? I believe you possess some level of skill as a professional coach. However, you must be aware of the capabilities of other players in the positions you are considering. Bennett believed that Huang Hao's current demeanor was merely a form of intimidation, and thus he continued to strive for an opportunity. Give us another chance. We won't disappoint you. But if you insist on removing us, and the team's performance falters, your coaching career may come to an abrupt end before we even depart. Bennett employed a blend of persuasion and coercion, engaging in a direct confrontation with Huang Hao regarding the retention of several players. Chapter 12. Do you wish to falter? Liam. Do you realize that football is unpredictable? It is too early to discuss the fate of Cambridge United. Perhaps by the end of this season. I may still remain with Cambridge United, but you certainly won't last until June. Huang Hao responded coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Standing before Bennett, who towered nearly 20 centimeters above him, Huang Hao exuded an unwavering confidence, undeterred by the physical disparity. This office battle, devoid of gunpowder, was one Huang Hao had to win, with no retreat available. As Bennett had anticipated, Cambridge United suffered a disheartening 0-4 defeat at home against Exeter City. The team was thoroughly dominated on the field, managing only a single shot throughout the match. The fans of Cambridge United were incensed. As Huang Hao led the players to acknowledge the crowd, boos erupted from all directions. Despite the presence of only slightly over 500 fans, the cacophony was particularly distressing. Get out. Get out. Leave the team, you Chinese. My grandmother could coach better than you. Just go. It is essential to note that in lower-tier leagues, fans tend to be quite forgiving. Promotion? Championship? What we desire is joy. We seek an outlet for our frustrations. However, Cambridge United is different. It has experienced professional leagues and is one of the few fully professional clubs in the current National League. Consequently, the expectations of the fans for Cambridge United are exceedingly high, and the inability to ascend to the second tier over the past few seasons has left them quite dissatisfied. The start of this season has been nothing short of disastrous. The club directly dismissed dozens of staff members and appointed an obscure Eastern individual as the head coach. At the season's outset, the team achieved 3 victories and 2 draws, suggesting that everything might be progressing in a positive direction. However, in recent matches, the team's performance has plummeted dramatically, and several key players have been inexplicably sidelined, leaving fans engulfed in despair. Huang Hao has become the scapegoat for the club, bearing the brunt of the fans' dissatisfaction. In the face of all this, Huang Hao remains silent, enduring immense pressure from both supporters and the media. The match has concluded, with Cambridge United suffering a 0-2 defeat at home against Haringey. The once promising Cambridge United, under the leadership of the Eastern figure Huang Hao, has now faced 3 consecutive losses. It seems the honeymoon period between Huang Hao and the team has come to an end. Recently, rumors have emerged regarding chaotic management within the locker room, with several key players mysteriously disappearing from the roster. Currently, Cambridge United stands at 11 points after 8 rounds, and fans who hoped for a playoff berth at the season's outset may soon be disillusioned. Barnet, positioned 15th in the standings, is only 3 points away from the relegation zone. Given these circumstances, it appears that the days of this Eastern figure at Cambridge United are numbered. The commentary reflects the sentiments of most fans, all believing that Cambridge United is doomed. Upon returning to Cambridge United the following day, despite the loss, the entire team was granted a day off. Huang Hao headed directly to the chairman's office, a visit that would essentially confirm his thoughts. Barry welcomed Huang Hao with enthusiasm. Good morning, dear Hao. What brings you to my office today? Faced with the chairman's somewhat insincere cordiality, Huang Hao played along, feigning remorse as he said, I apologize for the team's poor performance lately, Mr. Chairman. I believe I can accept the consequences of dismissal. No, dear Hao. Please do not act impulsively. The board is very pleased with your work. Although the team has suffered 3 consecutive losses, you merely require some time to adjust. We have ample patience. You must have faith in your abilities. Upon hearing Huang Hao's intent to resign, Barry became somewhat flustered and hurried to soothe his emotions. With Cambridge United teetering on the brink of relegation and the locker room seemingly spiraling out of control, Huang Hao expressed, I feel overwhelmed, Mr. Chairman. The pressure of this position is too great for me to bear. He presented himself as close to collapse, his resolve to resign appearing quite strong. Do not be anxious. We are merely a team in the National League. Even if we were to drop to the Northern and Southern divisions, it would not matter. The initial 3 wins and 2 draws testify to your capabilities. This is not your fault, so please do not think that way. As the head coach, one must endure pressure. In the future, wherever you go, it will be the same, so persevere, endure. The club wholeheartedly supports you. Your decisions are my decisions. However, Barry's words, though seemingly warm, felt hypocritical to Huang Hao, especially as the 5 players, including Parada and Bennett, who are the highest paid on the team, contribute nothing to the team's efforts. The attitude of the club further validates that Harris's words were not unfounded. In this world, how could there be such good fortune? The team's performance is abysmal, the locker room is in disarray, yet the chairman is coddling a novice coach, urging him not to feel burdened. This is utterly absurd. Consequently, Huang Hao decided he would no longer engage in this charade of insincerity with Barry. If I were to lead the team to the Northern and Southern League, would you hold me accountable, Mr. Chairman? Upon meeting Huang Hao's fervent gaze, old Barry paused for a moment before hastily responding, "Hao, the team is currently facing numerous challenges, and our financial situation has been dire. The board has been striving to improve it. We acknowledge your coaching abilities and urge you not to feel pressured. Under your leadership, Cambridge United will thrive. If it indeed comes to that, you cannot bear the entire blame. If relegation occurs, will you disband the team, Mr. Chairman?" Huang Hao pressed on, not allowing Barry to finish. "What? Disband the team? How could that be possible?" Old Barry stammered, visibly flustered. And all of this did not escape Huang Hao's keen observation. After scrutinizing Barry for a moment, Huang Hao sighed lightly and inquired, "Mr. Chairman, do you know? Easterners possess a remarkable ability for foresight. Therefore, I am more eager to learn how I might avert such a fate." This time, old Barry did not rush to answer Huang Hao's question. The seasoned chairman could clearly see that Huang Hao was not genuinely seeking comfort. It seemed the young man had already caught wind of the situation. Given that this is England, it is hardly surprising. The media's whispers are omnipresent. Moreover, some information had been subtly released by the club to gauge the fans' reactions, enabling the hidden owners of Cambridge United to determine their next course of action. How? It appears you are already aware, so there is no need for me to conceal the truth any longer. The decision to appoint you was made as we were nearing bankruptcy. We could not afford Lewis's salary. The current financial state of the team is far from ideal, and our debts are astronomical, placing immense pressure on the board. We anticipated the possibility of relegation. By appointing an inexperienced coach like you, we hope to swiftly achieve our objectives. Indeed, this is also one of the reasons for considering the disbandment of the team. Old Barry pondered for a moment before continuing. "How? I have been the chairman for 10 years, and Cambridge United is a team I hold dear. However, the reality is grim. I hope you can understand that this was never our intention. It is truly a desperate measure." In an effort to alleviate Huang Hao's psychological burden, Barry played the sympathy card. "Mr. Chairman, what if we were to fight our way back to the 2nd division?" Huang Hao disregarded Barry's plea and continued his questioning. The 2nd division? Old Barry was taken aback by the boldness of this young Eastern man. In the past 2 years, Cambridge United, despite its relatively stable finances, has failed to return to the League Two, let alone in the present circumstances. Observing the current situation, the team seems on the brink of descending into the relegation zone, and he cannot fathom who has instilled such unwarranted confidence in the young players. How audacious! Nevertheless, he earnestly replied, "I admire your courage, Hao. But returning to League Two implies a significantly greater investment. New players, stadium improvements, security, and so forth all require substantial funding. At present, the board's primary task is to ensure timely payment of everyone's salaries. Beyond that, we are powerless." Barry sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, devoid of any semblance of performance. "But Mr. Chairman, since the board has decided to dissolve the team, why not sell it? After all, this is a club with nearly a century of history. Dissolution seems a terrible waste." Huang Hao still could not comprehend why the board would make such a ruthless decision. Barry shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. "How? You are too naive. Acquiring Cambridge United means accepting all the club's current debts. Do you have any idea how much Cambridge United owes? Allow me a moment." After giving Huang Hao 2 minutes to ponder, Barry slowly extended a finger. "Not 1 million, but 10 million pounds. To be precise, it is 12 million pounds. No one would be willing to cover such a massive deficit, especially considering this is merely an amateur league team, neither League Two nor League One, certainly not the championship. The board has been secretly discussing the transfer since last season. And despite a few interested buyers, the staggering debts have frightened them away. Barry observed Huang's shock and continued to drive the point home. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the bank is no longer willing to extend any loans to us, so the only fate awaiting Cambridge United is bankruptcy. Do you understand? Dissolution is the only outcome. No fool would willingly take on Cambridge United. If someone truly wished to shoulder this burden, no problem. How? For just £1. I could persuade the board to agree to the acquisition. Barry's final words underscored the reality that no one in their right mind would invest £12 million in a fifth-tier club. To put it into perspective, £10 million could easily secure a League One team, 2 tiers higher than Cambridge United. Chapter 13. Acquiring Cambridge United £1. Huang Hao could hardly believe that a club with a century-long legacy was presently valued at a mere £1. In his astonishment, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Mr. Chairman, I hope you will honor today's promise. Having received the answers he sought, Huang Hao nodded and once more addressed Barry. What? Wait, what promise? Barry was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Huang Hao could suddenly utter such a statement. Was this young man overwhelmed by some unforeseen stimulus, leading to a mental lapse? £1, and I will take over Cambridge United, Huang Hao articulated his request, adding that arrangements could be made for lawyers and financial advisors to formally engage in this matter. Mr. Chairman, I presume the fool you anticipated has finally made his appearance. From Huang Hao's serious demeanor, it was evident that he was not jesting with Barry. Are you kidding me, Hao? This is a joke, right? Barry's mind was filled with question marks, reminiscent of Huang Hao's own disbelief when he was appointed as the team's head coach. Barry could not comprehend what had transpired to compel a young man from the East to shoulder millions of pounds in debt at such an early age. After all, the current state of Cambridge United was evidently beyond salvation, offering no prospect of profit for any investor. No, Mr. Barry, this is not a jest, Huang Hao asserted with renewed conviction. I will contact my associates immediately to coordinate with your team regarding this matter. Given that the dissolution of Cambridge United at the season's end is now inevitable, I may as well bear this burden completely. With that, Huang Hao exited Barry's office, leaving him astounded, his mouth agape in shock. After a considerable time, regaining his composure, Barry retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, boss. I'm not quite sure how to tell you this, but the situation has changed. However, for you, this might be monumental news. What the hell? Huang, are you seriously going this far? Li Jianqin sprang up from his barstool upon hearing Huang Hao's plan. Indeed, baboon, rest assured. I won't let you incur this million for nothing. Whoa, buddy, I need to have it first, all right? £1 million. That's 100 million RMB. You've truly lost your mind. Do you comprehend what 100 million signifies? It could crush you outright. As Li Jianqin spoke, his head bobbed as if set on a spring. Moreover, that money is with my grandfather. He certainly wouldn't consent to such a losing venture. He could not grasp Huang Hao's scheme. To him, Huang had transformed from the person he once knew in school into a lunatic. Baboon. We may never encounter such an opportunity again in our lives. Owning a football club with nearly a century of history. Trust me, I will not allow Cambridge United to dissolve. The club will ascend to the lower leagues, then the Championship, and ultimately the Premier League. This will undoubtedly become the most triumphant investment in the annals of investment banking. Huang Hao remained resolute in his conviction. Madman, have you mistaken your allies? My father is not Wang Jianlin. He will not grant me billions to play with. If my friend were truly thinking along those lines, it would be a mere sprinkle. However, the reality is far from that. My family is merely somewhat well known in Hong Kong. Li Jianqin still could not come to terms with the matter. Although the team could ultimately undergo bankruptcy liquidation for them, the prospect of continuing in England was bleak. Listen to me, he said. I plan to establish a fan foundation as the governing body of the team. Clubs like Parma, Oxford, Napoli, Fiorentina, and Glasgow Rangers have all faced similar trials. Were the Rangers bankrupt? Li Jianqin shook his head. That was a slip of the tongue. He nearly exposed his identity as a time traveler, prompting Huang Hao to swiftly change the subject. Currently, the team's most significant expenditure was salaries. Prior to the season, Barry had already dismissed dozens of individuals, and the cumulative salaries of the remaining players were not substantial. If they could rid themselves of those 5 toxic elements, the wage pressure would lessen considerably. As long as they secured this aspect, other issues could be addressed gradually. 1 million, just 1 million, he continued. You assist me with the players' wages and daily expenses, and the rest I will figure out. Regardless of whether Li Jianqin could comprehend this, Huang Hao continued to articulate his thoughts. So, you intend to seek financing? On what grounds? Why would anyone believe in you? Do you think you were Tottenham? Li Jianqin realized that Huang Hao was not merely jesting, yet he remained skeptical of his approach. Indeed, first, I will reach out to Ron from the Bird's Nest pub and the head of that fan organization, Mikkel, to gauge the local fans' reactions. This is not mere speculation. During my recent immersion in football, I discovered that those lower league teams survive through fan crowdfunding. I am merely upgrading that model. Do you know why Real Madrid and Barcelona are so affluent? They implement a membership system. Once the membership fees are collected, they amount to thousands or even millions annually. We could pursue a similar path. Furthermore, I hope you can relay this information to friends back home to see if any fans would be interested in our plan. Additionally, we could implement a shareholding system, pricing each share at 100. With your extensive connections, I hope you can assist in obtaining the necessary shareholder authorization and legal documents, as I need to focus on leading the team in matches and simply lack the energy for these matters. You are insane. 100? Do you know how much a share in Manulife Financial costs? 425 Hong Kong dollars. Do you think a small club like yours can sell shares at 100? Are you mad? Or are the investors mad? Li Jianqin immediately retorted. Moreover, how much is Cambridge United worth? 12 million or negative? How can you even consider going public? Did you attend university for nothing? Let us forget about the share issuance. That is simply unrealistic. The membership system is feasible. But what are the membership fees for Real Madrid? The two opened their computers and searched. The Real Madrid membership fee was 97, while Barcelona's was 95. Let us implement a membership system, suggested Li Jianqin. Cambridge boasts a population of approximately 100,000, predominantly young individuals. Besides Cambridge United, there exists only one other team, the Cambridge University team. If you, Housey, manage to elevate our performance, we can surely attract thousands of fans, even with a modest fee of £10. Several thousand would be inclined to pay. The fan base in our country is extraordinarily vast, and even if only a fraction responds, it will undoubtedly amount to a significant number. If we charge a membership fee of £10, we could generate an annual income of around £100,000. Moreover, as we ascend to higher leagues, we could potentially increase the fee. Your proposal has genuinely piqued my interest. How about I spend £10 to become the first member? After a moment of contemplation, Li Jianqin appeared less resistant, adopting a serious demeanor. By the way, I've realized that the wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they tend to be. If you can manage the acquisition, invest an additional $300,000 to provide me with startup capital, and I shall grant you the title of vice chairman. Huang Hao presented Li Jianqin with a grand vision. It was the most enticing offer he could muster at that moment. Well, Joe, you are indeed an open-minded person. Impressive. All right, I'll leave this matter to you. It's not mere boasting. My connections are quite substantial. Li Jianqin's words held truth. With his various affiliations across bars, Huang Hao found himself at a loss in terms of networking. Soon, a professional liquidation team and lawyers were assembled. Huang Hao was particularly touched by Li Jianqin's willingness to cover all initial expenses. As he put it, this was a testament to a major shareholder's commitment and marked the first investment into the newly reformed Cambridge United Football Club. Barry indeed kept his word. He and the board imposed no obstacles to the transfer of Cambridge United, and the acquisition progressed remarkably smoothly. After all, being able to rid themselves of the burdensome Cambridge United was a highly sought-after outcome for the board. Furthermore, the unseen owners had already reaped considerable profits from the club. It was incredible that a team in the fifth tier of English football could be burdened with debts of £10 million. Such a notion seemed absurd. Only Barry and his associates were privy to the underlying complexities. Days later, when Huang Hao and Li Jianqin signed the transfer agreements, Barry gazed at them with a look of pity, offering his most sincere blessings. £1. Cambridge United changes ownership. A century-old club plunges into a significant crisis. The fate of Cambridge United hangs in the balance. An individual from the East becomes the new master of Cambridge United. Incredible news. The chairman of Cambridge United also serves as the head coach. Indeed, Huang Hao and his Cambridge United once again seized the headlines. The news swiftly spread across domestic media outlets. Undoubtedly, credit was due to Li Jianqin. After establishing Cambridge United's recognition in the country, the membership initiative would likely benefit from the ensuing fervor. In various domestic sports forums, the revelation of Huang Hao and Li Jianqin's audacious maneuver sent shockwaves through the fanbase. Goodness, is this a game? A professional football club has been acquired by us just like that? This is exhilarating. Who is this Huang Hao? The head coach is already remarkable, and now he has become the owner of the team. It was rumored that Cambridge United was on the brink of bankruptcy, likely seizing the opportunity to generate some buzz. The fifth tier of English football, what does that equate to in our context? Perhaps the second tier of our domestic league? I have never even heard of this club or league. What is this madness? Is this for real? It is indeed our ultimate dream. Chapter 14, Cambridge United. I am in charge as discussions about this news heated up across various forums. Another piece of news gradually caught everyone's attention. For just 80, you can become a member of an English professional football club, true to Li Jianqin's wishes, amid the fervor of Cambridge United being acquired for merely one. This announcement quickly became a hot topic in the domestic sports community. The details outlined how one could join Cambridge United for 10, thereby attaining official membership status, which included discounted tickets, priority purchasing rights, discounts on club merchandise, and annual visits to the club's facilities. This soon captivated a multitude of football enthusiasts. Reports from official media lent credibility to this fundraising endeavor. In a mere fortnight, Cambridge United saw an influx of over 30,000 new Chinese members, bringing in more than 300,000 in financing. This news once again dominated headlines, becoming the top story in both London and the domestic sports segment. Chinese fans step up to save Cambridge United. It could be said that Cambridge United had successfully capitalized on this wave of attention. Shortly thereafter, the club established its official website tailored for the domestic audience, with various media accounts set up, garnering more popularity and momentum than even the most prestigious clubs, particularly in light of the current downturn in domestic football. Cambridge United emerged as a refreshing tide, seemingly becoming a spiritual refuge for local fans. Huang Hao could hardly have anticipated the immense power of domestic netizens. In stark contrast, only about 3,000 local fans had joined the club. In just 2 weeks, Cambridge United secured 680,000 in financing, which included Li Jianqin's investment of 300,050,000 from Ron, the pub owner, and 330,000 in membership fees. Although Barry had departed from the club, the staff remained unchanged. Thus, day-to-day management would not burden Huang Hao excessively. Meanwhile, Li Jianqin took on the role of director of business operations for the team, primarily overseeing domestic operations, including the management of local shareholders and daily interactions with fans. Ron, the pub owner, was more of a personal supporter of Huang Hao, despite Huang's promises of dividends, season tickets, and various other benefits. Thus, at the age of 28, Huang Hao not only fulfilled his dream of becoming the head coach of his team ahead of schedule, but also transformed into the true master of the club. Cambridge United emerged as the most distinctive football club in England's history. While Wolverhampton and Birmingham have Chinese investments, and Liverpool and Manchester United are backed by American capital, none operate on a membership system like Cambridge United, making it truly unique in the UK. For these Chinese fans, spending hundreds or even thousands to become a club member and compete against giants like Manchester United and Arsenal, albeit a dream, holds the tantalizing possibility of realization. While tickets to see these illustrious teams are hard to come by, securing membership feels like a badge of honor. For Huang Hao, however, the challenge was just beginning. The 600,000 in funds could only sustain the team's salary expenses and short-term debt obligations for a few months, with the future of the club resting firmly on his stewardship. After all, he stood behind thousands of compatriots. Bankruptcy and relegation were no longer options for Cambridge United. Returning to the club, Huang now held dual roles as head coach and club chairman, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect without vehemence. Meanwhile, players like Harris and Bennett, amidst their shock, began to comprehend their precarious situation. They had discreetly engaged agents to seek new opportunities. Huang did not obstruct this. Rather, these high-salaried players represented one of Cambridge United's pressing issues, given that their combined weekly wages exceeded what the team could currently afford. As Huang stood once more on the training ground, the speed of the team's assembly starkly contrasted with that of his initial tenure. The power of his position as executive chairman was evidently palpable. Gazing at the youthful yet vibrant faces before him, he felt even more resolute in his desire to cultivate a cadre of young talent. This time, his address was tempered with encouragement rather than harshness. "I know you must be astonished by my new role, and so is my grandmother," he began, eliciting laughter from several players. "Given the club's financial constraints," he continued, "I will remain here, fighting alongside you." He surveyed the team, noting that former stalwarts like Harris, Parada, and Bennett had vanished from the roster of 23. The average age of the squad had plummeted to just 22. If before today you fought for the team, I now hope you will fight for yourselves, Huang asserted. In the past few days, you must have learned why I have suddenly become the owner of the team. I want to clarify that I am not here to shoulder the blame for Mr. Barry's missteps or the dissolution of the team. Rather, I aspire to lead you in this battle to defend Cambridge United. Gazing at the determination gradually igniting in the players' faces, Huang Hao continued, you must understand. We are in the 5th tier of the league, devoid of fame and substantial income. Thus, we do not belong here. As this season concludes, our ambition remains the 2nd division. His words resonated powerfully with everyone present. The current standing of Cambridge United was far from the promotion zone, perilously close to the relegation zone. You need not be astonished. The league has just commenced. As long as you firmly believe, our aspirations do not lie within such an amateur league. If any of you feel content here, no problem. The reserve team has many of your teammates. Huang paused. Yet it was evident that no one entertained such thoughts. Now, I want you all to declare loudly. Our goal is the 2nd division. The dream of promotion echoed through the Cambridge United base at that moment. Under the leadership of the club as president, Cambridge United became a uniquely prominent entity in the National League, and they did not disappoint the loyal fans who continued to attend matches. In the subsequent games, they dispelled their earlier woes, securing a resilient 3-3 draw against Grays Athletic away. McConnell, Sager, and the promoted young talent Bell each scored a goal. Upon returning home, Cambridge United effortlessly triumphed over the higher-ranked Altrincham with a score of 4-0. As Huang stated, in lower-tier leagues, aside from tactics, the disparity in skill levels among teams is minimal. Here, it is primarily a test of the players' willpower and fighting spirit. After all, not every team harbors dreams of promotion. Many players, like Harris and Bennett, find comfort in dominating lower divisions. Thus, when Cambridge United truly committed themselves, victory appeared significantly more attainable. One morning, Huang led a man toward the training ground, announcing, everyone, paused for a moment. Allow me to introduce my fellow alumnus from the University of Cambridge's Department of Sports Science, Thomas Groenmark. Please give him a warm welcome. In the time to come, Thomas would serve as our team's part-time coach, specifically instructing everyone on how to throw throw-ins. Isn't it just about having hands? The players murmured. There's an old Chinese saying, a swift step leads to a swift pace. Do you know how to execute a quick throw? How to toss the ball into the small penalty area? He assured them that if they practiced according to Thomas's guidance, each one could become proficient in throw-ins. Thus, alongside regular training, an additional focus on throw-in practice was incorporated into their daily regimen, with thousands of shareholders and numerous fans gradually becoming supporters of the team. Everyone yearned for a positive and uplifting spirit. On September 28th, Cambridge United drew 2-2 at home against Burton. On October 1st, they achieved another 2-2 draw away against Southport. On October 8th, back at home, Cambridge United defeated the relegation-threatened Tannhoff with a score of 2-0. As the match progressed to the 65th minute, the Grenade tactic made its debut, with Clark delivering a swift and flat throw-in that left Tannheg's players momentarily stunned. Bale nudged the ball backward at the near post, allowing Sagal at the far post to effortlessly score. On October 11th, Cambridge United, playing away, secured a narrow victory against the higher-ranked Halifax, thanks to a solitary goal from Cole, derived from a free kick taken in the first half. Due to the scarcity of broadcasting channels, Li Jianqin found his workload increasing. For each match, he meticulously edited the game footage and promptly uploaded it to the team's official domestic account. Alongside thousands of members, many fans gradually became supporters of the team, as they all sought a source of positive inspiration. On October 29th, Cambridge United returned home to decisively defeat Crawley with a score of 3-0. On November 12th, they triumphed 1-0 against Morecambe, propelling them into the promotion zone. On November 19th, they won 2-0 against Aldershot, followed by a 2-1 victory over Scarborough on December 3rd. At this juncture, Huang Hao's influence among the players grew exponentially, and the fans' enthusiasm for this Cambridge United, led by an Eastern figure, began to ignite. As promotion no longer seemed an unattainable dream, they had waited far too long for this moment. Huang Hao understood that the forthcoming matches in the second half of the season were of paramount importance. Given the congested schedule of the National League, the true test for the cash-strapped Cambridge United lay ahead. Therefore, strengthening the squad during the winter transfer window became a priority. Burdened by debts, Huang Hao found himself with limited funds for the transfer market. and this state of financial hardship seemed likely to persist for some time. Hence, he focused primarily on the loan market. Among the numerous prestigious clubs, many young talents found themselves sidelined, although they might look down upon Cambridge United. It was certainly worth exploring. Additionally, Huang Hao needed to address the issues concerning the reserve team. Currently, the reserve squad at Cambridge United was excessively lavish. So much so that the opposing coach during a match with 23 players was left astonished. The primary concern was that the salaries of a few players posed a significant financial burden for the crisis-stricken club and in England. Falling behind on wages was not as easily forgiven as it might be elsewhere. Chapter 15. Winter transfer. The problems remained unresolved, yet the matches continued. On December 10th, Cambridge United suffered a 0-1 defeat against Dagenham, exposing the team as personnel shortages. Fortunately, upon returning home, they secured a 1-0 victory over Stevenage and triumphed 3-1 against Kenilworth Road, providing a perfect closure to the old year. As the new year approached, Huang Hao found himself exceptionally busy. Scouts affiliated with the club traversed across England in search of hidden young talents within reserve teams, employing their persuasive skills to convince both the clubs and players to join Cambridge United and thus prove their worth. In terms of outgoing transfers, Harris and Johnson both departed on free transfers to their new clubs, while Bennett and Brophy managed to generate a few £1,000s in revenue for the club. A rather unexpected delight. However, in terms of incoming transfers, there has been virtually no progress, much to Huang Hao's distress. After all, as the league progresses, player fatigue accumulates, making injuries more likely to occur. Consequently, in addition to the 3 scouts recently recruited by the team, even the football director has been dispatched to negotiate, hoping to swiftly bring in several capable players to ensure that the team does not falter on the path to promotion. Huang Hao must concede that the departure of the 4 main players has significantly impacted the strength of Cambridge United. While the disparity in strength among teams in the National League may not be pronounced, experience cannot be acquired instantaneously. This has become Huang Hao's most pressing task during the winter transfer window. If possible, he hopes to sign top-tier talents like Marcelo and Bale by tomorrow. Unfortunately, this is not a video game where one can simply purchase any player desired. Each day, Huang Hao sifts through a plethora of player profiles provided by the scouts, searching for hidden gems. Regrettably, either they are already claimed or they have little interest in joining a club currently competing in the 5th tier of English football. On January 3rd, upon returning home, Stevenage decisively defeated Cambridge United 3-1, further solidifying Huang Hao's resolve to acquire new players. Just as he was leaving the office, feeling dizzy from sifting through documents, he unexpectedly collided with someone at the entrance. Rubbing his somewhat dazed head, he looked at the bewildered figure before him, who turned out to be Perota, recently relegated to the reserve team. "I'm sorry, boss," Perota hesitated, ultimately summoning the courage to apologize to Huang Hao. The successive departures of Harris and Bennett had left Perota in an unfortunate position, as he had yet to find a suitable new club. "What exactly are you apologizing for?" Huang Hao asked, a hint of playful mockery in his tone as he regarded the flustered Perota. "Boss, I realize my mistakes. My contract has less than 6 months remaining. Please believe me, I will give my all in every match. I am not connected to Bennett and the others," Perota said, lowering his head. For him, admitting fault was no small feat 6 months prior. He could never have imagined himself bowing to someone younger than him from the East. However, at this moment, playing matches was his only path to restoring his value. Otherwise, he would join the ranks of the unemployed when his contract expired in the summer. "Duff, I hold no grudge against you. I aim to win matches, and you desire to prove your worth. This should not be a difficult endeavor. I can offer you a chance, and I hope you do not disappoint me." As he spoke, Huang Hao extended his hand towards Perota. "Absolutely, thank you, boss. I will not let you down." Perota quickly grasped Huang Hao's hand firmly. The 2 individuals harbored no significant discord. Initially, Huang Hao sought merely to establish his authority. Now, with the position of club president, there is no need for such behavior. Moreover, Duffy Perota possesses a wealth of experience in lower-tier leagues, rendering him invaluable to Cambridge United. Reporting back to the team tomorrow, Huang Hao wished to spare Perota any undue embarrassment, and with that, he turned and left the office. Perota exhaled deeply, tightening his fists in resolve. His return provided a much-needed respite for the beleaguered forward line of Cambridge United. Sagal, who was originally capable of playing as a left winger, often found himself at a disadvantage due to his solitary presence on the front line, standing at just 180 centimeters tall. His return to the left wing not only compensated for the departure of Iliot, but also fortified that flank significantly. Up front, Hwang Hao promoted the young 18-year-old Vardy from the reserves. Although Vardy had been brought in at the beginning of the season as an inspirational grassroots hero, Hwang Hao had opted to keep him in the reserves to acclimatize first. Now was Vardy's moment to shine. As for the departed left-winger Elliot, Sagal could fill that role, effectively resolving Cambridge United's issues on the left side. Recently, the club's director, Adams, who had been driven nearly to madness by Hwang Hao, did not disappoint his boss. Utilizing his connections, Adams successfully secured the free loan of a versatile young player, Jack, from Sunderland. Just as Hwang Hao was preparing to conclude the winter transfer dealings, Cole knocked on his office door. Though he had been with the team for nearly 6 months, he still appeared much the same as when they first met in the CAF, exuding an air of politeness. "Sir, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Cole, I've told you, call me boss," Hwang Hao replied, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation. All right, boss. I would like to recommend someone. A teammate from Bolton. You might want to consider him." "Bolton? Are you certain he would be willing to join us?" "Yes, not Aaron Cole." Hwang Hao could not resist teasing the somewhat shy Cole, and indeed, Cole's face turned crimson. Well, we often stay in touch. I've mentioned my situation here to him, and he holds you in high regard. After all, he is not getting any playing time at Bolton." Cole did not perceive his presence in the lower league as a source of indignation. It was precisely his attitude that piqued his former teammates' interest in Cambridge United. "Very well, Cole, no problem. I will have Adams communicate with Bolton about this matter immediately. I hope he can soon become your teammate." For Cambridge United, players of Bolton's caliber would be utilized without hesitation. "Sir, oh no, boss. Are you certain we don't need to scout him first?" Seeing Hwang Hao make a decision without inquiring about the specifics left Cole astonished. "Cole, I have faith in you. Moreover, your current mindset is quite commendable. Trust me. One day I shall ensure that you stand on the same field as Bolton, making them regret their past choices." Hwang Hao gazed at Cole with unwavering trust, his eyes brimming with affirmation. This marked the second time Cole had heard Hwang Hao's promise. Despite the team's current position in the 5th tier of the league, Cole felt an inexplicable conviction in this coach, who was just a few years his senior. Adams exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly bringing back the young Scottish midfielder from Bolton. The 19-year-old Grove was somewhat slender and mirrored Cole's style, albeit with a greater emphasis on offense rather than defense, thus serving as a valuable addition to the team. Throughout the winter transfer window, the financially constrained Cambridge United managed to secure only 3 players, and the adjusted starting lineup began to take shape. Goalkeeper, Jack Stevens. 19 years old left back, Sweeney. 20 years old center back, Emmanuel Ongolo. 24 years old right back, Watts. 25 years old left midfielder, Sagar. 23 years old central midfielder, Aaron Cole. 22 years old defensive midfielder, Mackenzie. 20 years old, on loan from Hull City, attacking midfielder, McConnell. 25 years old, Brazilian. Cambridge United youth product, right midfielder, Pasquale. 18 years old, Cambridge United youth product forward, Parada. 30 years old forward, Vardy. 18 years old with an average age just over 22 and a coach who was only 28, Cambridge United emerged as the youngest team in the English National League. Despite skepticism from the public and even their own supporters, the transformed Cambridge United was poised to unleash a youthful tempest upon the English football scene. This rejuvenated squad, brimming with passion and vitality, employed relentless high-pressing tactics that proved challenging for teams in the lower leagues, who often struggled with technical deficiencies. However, the inexperience of the youth also rendered their performances inconsistent, leaving Hwang Hao helpless at times. When in sync, they embodied a youthful storm. When faltering, they resembled a band of inexperienced players. After all, the squad featured only one veteran, the 30-year-old Parada. This unconventional team could decisively topple the league leaders, but could equally suffer inexplicable defeats to struggling teams in the relegation zone. It could only be said that in the lower leagues, the disparity in team quality was minimal, and luck often played a decisive role in the outcome of matches. The performance of Cambridge United generated a tremendous stir among Chinese fans. On the Hupu Forum, discussions erupted about the impressive throw-in from Cambridge United, noting its remarkable scoring rate. Indeed, that throw-in was akin to launching a grenade, both precise and swift, zipping right to the goal. The tactical maneuvers associated with set pieces are indeed manifold. It seems that every opportunity arising from such situations can be capitalized upon. The Chinese team could certainly benefit from such strategies. acquiring the skills necessary to compete fearlessly against formidable opponents like South Korea and Japan. As discussions proliferate, the term Grenade tactics has gained widespread recognition, gradually transcending domestic boundaries to garner international acknowledgement. Chapter 16. We must evolve nevertheless, under the guidance of the novice coach Hwang Hao. This somewhat inexperienced Cambridge United team is steadily finding its footing. Their position on the league table has seen a consistent upward trend, remaining firmly in the vicinity of 6th place, closely trailing the playoff contenders. In the 37th round of the National League, Cambridge United achieved a resounding 4-2 victory against Morecambe at home. This was not the first time the young players had secured such a commanding scoreline. Thus, it did not provoke excessive concern amongst the spectators. However, following the match, exhilarating news emerged. The 5th-ranked Halifax Town had faltered, allowing Cambridge United to narrow the gap, with the teams now merely 3 points apart. In the 38th round, Cambridge United welcomed their 7th-ranked adversary, Aldershot, at Abbey Stadium, with the ascent in rankings. The number of supporters attending the match noticeably increased. Enthusiastically clutching their beers and singing the team anthem, they eagerly anticipated a resounding home victory. In the locker room, Hwang Hao had established himself as the team's cornerstone. At this juncture, no one was concerned about his dual role as club chairman, for his reputation within the locker room required no such title for validation. Despite a surge of excitement within, Hwang Hao refrained from portraying the match as overly critical. He preferred that his players maintain a sense of composure, even in the face of the impending challenge from Aldershot. At this moment, he felt no need for grandiose speeches. The young men of Cambridge United were already fervently focused, with the playoff position tantalizingly within their grasp. After 90 minutes, the more than 4,000 fans at Abbey Stadium were treated to a jubilant celebration. Cambridge United did not disappoint, triumphing with a decisive score of 5-1. 3 goals from set pieces and 2 from open play highlighted the match, with Vardy achieving his first hat-trick. Even greater news awaited, as 5th-place Halifax Town succumbed to the pressure, suffering a 0-1 defeat at home against Leyton Orient. With only 4 rounds remaining in the league, the teams were now tied on points for the first time this season in the promotion race. Hwang Hao recognized that this was not the moment for celebration. Amidst the joy, he sought to temper the players' enthusiasm. It is often during such times that a relaxation of focus can lead to a detrimental decline, which would be catastrophic for the team's morale. In the 39th round, Cambridge United embarked on an away match against York City, currently ranked 7th and trailing Cambridge by 2 points. The significance of this encounter was unequivocal. In the 25th minute of the first half, Cambridge United's midfield dynamo, Aaron Cole, seized the ball and executed a precise pass that found Segal on the left flank. Following the departure of Iliad, Segal has firmly capitalized on the opportunity, establishing himself as the prime choice on the left wing for Cambridge United. Upon receiving the ball, Segal, undeterred by the approaching York City defenders, embarked on a vigorous run, driving towards the left corner of the penalty area before unhesitatingly delivering a cross towards the goal. Positioned in the penalty area, Vardy swiftly arrived on the scene, executing a splendid strike that breached York City's defenses. A splendid start for Cambridge United. Before York City players could recover from the setback, the home team surged forward immediately after the midfield restart, only for McKenzie to intercept the ball once more. Upon gaining possession, McKenzie promptly located Pasquale ahead of him. As Pasquale advanced down the right flank, York City's defender Houghton lunged in with a desperate tackle, sending the ball out of play. Before Houghton could rise, Pasquale swiftly executed a quick throw-in. Vardy, like an arrow released from a bow, darted past the entirety of York City's defensive line, accelerating towards the penalty area. Vardy drew the attention of York City's sole defender, Wes Carr, who was compelled to pressure him, while the goalkeeper advanced in an effort to bolster the defensive coverage. As Vardy entered the box, he lifted his right foot to strike, but Carl launched a tackle from behind, with the goalkeeper instinctively crouching to defend the near post. In that fleeting moment of contact, Vardy deftly curled his foot, evading Carl's challenge, and then with a gentle touch of his left foot, he laid the ball off for Perota, who effortlessly strode into the open goal. The roar from the fans at Abbey Stadium was thunderous. Perota, in a fit of exhilaration, removed his jersey and charged towards the supporters. In a mere 5 minutes, Cambridge United had scored 2 goals with remarkable ease. Abbey Stadium transformed into a sea of joy. Although York City managed to score a goal from a free kick in the 70th minute of the second half, they ultimately departed Abbey Stadium with a disappointing score of 1-2. With this vital victory in a 6-point match, Cambridge United succeeded in extending their lead over York City by 5 points, ascending to 5th place in the league table, thus fortifying their chances for playoff qualification. Yet, during this critical juncture, the youthful squad of Cambridge United revealed their shortcomings, inexperience, and inconsistency. The following 2 league matches concluded in draws. Fortunately, their rivals performed equally mediocrely, allowing Cambridge United to remain fortunate in the playoff zone. The sudden surge of Cambridge United towards the end of the season has brought considerable surprise to the media and fans, and the doubts surrounding them have largely dissipated. Bolstered by over 600,000 raised from Chinese fans in the Supporters Foundation, not only has the immense debt pressure on the team been alleviated, but players' salaries and bonuses are now dispersed punctually, significantly bolstering the morale of the team. In the 42nd round of the league, the final match of the season, Cambridge United ranked 5th, leading 6th-place Stevenage by a single point and 7th-placed York City by 2 points. Their opponents at Abbey Stadium were the 2nd-placed Hereford. In this match, Cambridge United needed only to secure a draw to ensure their qualification for the playoffs. While the concept of playing for a draw yet striving for victory sounds straightforward, Huang Hao is acutely aware that this is an enduring agony for Chinese fans. Hence, he decided to field his strongest lineup and fight for a win. Mikel, leading his entourage, arrived early at Abbey Stadium. Although he had been the most vocal advocate for Huang Hao's dismissal at the season's outset, he had since transformed into Huang Hao's most devoted supporter. In fact, should Cambridge United succeed in their promotion to the 2nd division, he had even organized his followers to compose a special song in Huang Hao's honor. The Abbey Stadium, which accommodates 8,000 spectators, was bursting at the seams with nearly 10,000 fans, clogging the aisles and creating a palpable atmosphere. The crowd chanted Cambridge, surprising everyone, as what was expected to be an intense clash turned out to be remarkably effortless. At the 14th minute of the first half, after a period of testing, Cambridge United struck first. The left midfielder Segal, thriving in his position, successfully broke through to the left corner of Hereford's defense and delivered a precise cross to the back post. Right midfielder Pasquale emerged from the crowd and headed the ball towards goal, only to be thwarted by the quick reflexes of the goalkeeper, who deflected it with one hand. In a moment of desperation, veteran Parada materialized in front of the goal and effortlessly tapped the ball into the net. 7 minutes later, Cambridge United pressed forward again. This time, it was Cole who, after receiving the ball in the center, delivered another accurate through ball, targeting Parada once more. Upon receiving it, Parada quickly found himself double-teamed by defenders, yet instead of forcing a shot, he cleverly flicked the ball to the right side of the penalty area. Vardy, having made an incisive cut into the box, received the pass and calmly slotted it into the far corner of the net, extending the lead to 2-0. What thrilled Huang Hao the most during this sequence was the way Cambridge United's wingers alternated between incisive cuts that posed a significant threat to their opponents, particularly after Segal returned to the left flank without any signs of discomfort. His ability to both pass and shoot had established him as the focal point of Cambridge United's attack. It was evident that even if they were to ascend to the 2nd division, his influence would remain formidable. Furthermore, with Parada's return, he effectively fulfilled the role of a stationary center forward, creating numerous scoring opportunities for Vardy. In the 40th minute, Cambridge United executed a quick throw-in, with Vardy charging into the box, prompting a Hereford defender to foul him during the retreat. A penalty was awarded, and Vardy successfully converted it, bringing the score to 3-0. Ultimately, Cambridge United comfortably triumphed over Hereford with a 3-goal victory at home, leaving one to ponder whether their opponents had held back in preparation for the playoffs. From this point forward, Huang Hao's focus will be entirely on the playoff matches. After a season of rigorous training, he has accumulated a wealth of experience and tactical deployment. While the outcomes of individual matches during the regular season hold little consequence, in the elimination format of the playoffs, every move becomes critically significant. Throughout much of this season, Huang Hao, due to his relative inexperience, has relied on assistant coach Darren to enrich his tactical strategies. More often, he has drawn upon his roles as club president and head coach to galvanize the players and uplift their spirits to the fullest extent. Nevertheless, the Grenade tactics and set-piece strategies, derived from historical experiences, have proven to be immensely effective, gradually becoming well-known throughout the National League. However, with the playoffs looming, Huang Hao understands that his current abilities are insufficient. This season, during their home games, Cambridge United has seen an average attendance of just over 1,000 spectators. Yet today, Abbey Stadium has welcomed a remarkable influx of 9,300 fans. as the English Football League Two represents one of the top tiers within England's fifth-level professional leagues. Only 2 promotion spots are available for teams in the National League. The team finishing first secures direct promotion to League Two, while the team in 25th place must contend for the solitary promotion spot through the playoffs. Ultimately, Hereford and Cambridge United finished in 2nd and 3rd positions on the leaderboard, with Grays Athletic and Halifax Town occupying the 4th and 5th spots, respectively. Chapter 17. The march to Wembley today, Cambridge United faces Grays Athletic. Thanks to their advantageous ranking, Cambridge has earned the privilege of hosting the match. In stark contrast to the bustling Abbey Stadium, the training base of Cambridge United nearby remains eerily quiet. Old Jack stands at the door of the security room, holding up a radio and pressing his ear closely to it, striving to catch every word from the commentator. Since their last relegation, Cambridge United has spent 3 long years in the National League, despite the former president's fervent promises that the team would surely return to League Two. The club struggled to regain its former glory and even teetered on the brink of bankruptcy and dissolution upon his departure. Never had old Jack imagined that under the leadership of this young Eastern figure, Cambridge United would truly find an opportunity to reclaim their place in League Two this year. In their 2 encounters during the regular season, Cambridge United and Grays Athletic failed to determine a victor, with scores of 1-1 away and 2-2 at home. Notably, in the 36th round of the league, Cambridge United was riding high on momentum yet still could not overcome Grays Athletic. Thus, today's clash does not strike fear into their opponents. At the pre-match press conference, Grays Athletic's head coach, Alexander, confidently asserted that his team would secure a ticket to Wembley. In the home team's locker room at Abbey Stadium, Huang Hao gazed at the group of young individuals, all of whom were of a similar age to him, often feeling a sense of unreality. Unbeknownst to him, he had guided these young players through an entire season, after enduring the rigors of dozens of matches throughout the season. The naivety that once characterized Huang Hao's demeanor had dissipated. He now bore the countenance of a true head coach. Darren did not squander much time on tactical arrangements. Whether it was Huang Hao's demand for a high press, the dual flanks of left and right wingers, or the inward cuts of the wide midfielders, as well as corner and free kick strategies, these concepts had long since ingrained themselves in the hearts of the Cambridge United players through extensive experience in matches. Once the brief tactical discussion concluded, everyone turned their gaze expectantly towards Huang Hao, hoping he could instill a sense of confidence in them. However, this time, Huang Hao did not rush to speak. Instead, he surveyed the room, his eyes sweeping over each player present before he slowly inquired, "Has anyone among you played at Wembley Stadium?" "No, boss." "Boss, that's my dream." The players initially shook their heads, then began to shout in unison. None of the current Cambridge United squad had ever participated in the playoff finals. Wembley Stadium, in their minds, was a sacred place. Indeed, I have not been there either. Just a year ago, I had never set foot on a proper football pitch. All that awaited me was a muddy training base. Huang Hao spoke truthfully. Youth teams in such lower-tier clubs rarely had the opportunity to play on formal grounds, and the training base constituted their entire world. But today, if we defeat our opponents, each one of you will, in a week's time, journey to Wembley Stadium to realize that distant dream. Huang Hao clenched his fists, speaking with fervor. Thus, I believe I need not say much to motivate you. Open this door, step slowly through the players' tunnel, and onto the pitch you know so well. Today, at Abbey, on our home ground, let Grays Athletic be sent packing. Remember, Wembley is ours for the taking. Not even Jesus can change that. I mean it. Upon hearing Huang Hao's rousing words, the players of Cambridge United rose, gradually drawing together. Cambridge United, their captain, Segal, embraced teammates on either side, proclaiming loudly, "Victory is ours." The locker room echoed with the players' resounding cheers, a sound imbued with an unprecedented sense of determination. Today, Abbey Stadium, under the influence of over 9,000 passionate fans, had transformed into a sea of yellow and black. Some eager fans, unable to contain their excitement before the match even commenced, ignited cold fireworks, amplifying the atmosphere within the stadium. Observing the fervent Cambridge United supporters, the head coach of Grays Athletic furrowed his brow, clearly aware that they were at a significant disadvantage playing away. The few hundred fans accompanying the team were soon overshadowed by the supporters of Cambridge United. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement, the contest for the coveted Wembley tickets officially began. Grays Athletic kicked off, led by their star player Rooney, who shares a name with the legendary Manchester United figure, albeit he is Adam Rooney. Rooney's back pass was deftly maneuvered by the midfielders and quickly distributed to the flanks, finding Gaffney's feet. Just as Gaffney turned to initiate an offensive thrust, he was confronted by the relentless duo of Sagar and Sweeney from Cambridge United, resembling two ravenous wolves closing in on their prey. For a fleeting moment, Gaffney was taken aback. He glanced at his position, questioning whether he had inadvertently found himself within Cambridge United's penalty area. In reality, he was merely at midfield, under the pressure of the two attackers. Gaffney's hurried attempt to pass was intercepted by a Cambridge United player. After a season's worth of refinement under Huang Hao, Cambridge United's high pressing had left every opponent echoing sentiments of disbelief. Isn't this an amateur league? We thought we were playing in the Premier League. The ball, intercepted from Gaffney, swiftly reached McKenzie. Without a second thought, McKenzie sent it towards Cole in the center. Cole, in response, did not even pause to control it, smoothly directing the ball forward to the right flank. The ball seemed to possess a will of its own, weaving effortlessly through three Grace Athletic players and arriving at the edge of their penalty area. At that moment, the Cambridge United forward, Parada, appeared right on cue. Parada crossed the ball. Vardy had a golden opportunity. Cambridge United, within merely 1 minute and 30 seconds of the match, they had successfully taken the lead. Old Jack leaped up in excitement upon hearing the commentator's fervent shout, dancing and singing Cambridge United's anthem towards Abbey Stadium, as if he were present at the venue. Adam Rooney approached the disheartened Gaffney, patting him on the back and vocally encouraging him, reminding him that the match had only just begun. The star player of Grace Athletic attempted to rally his teammates. The Cambridge United players were evidently pleased with such a dreamlike start, their initial tension considerably alleviated. Huang Hao understood that this was far from sufficient, standing on the sidelines. He vocally urged his players to maintain their focus. 7 minutes into the first half, a Cambridge United player threw in a throw-in from the back. And the moment the ball entered the field, it was intercepted directly by Harris of Grace Athletic. Before Huang Hao could express his frustration, he witnessed Harris deftly flicking the ball into the Cambridge United penalty area. This was dire. Within the box, Rooney skillfully maneuvered behind Watts, seemingly predicting that Watts would misjudge the ball. Just as the football was about to slip beyond the goal line, Adam Rooney reached it, sending it back into the goal mouth. In front of the Cambridge United goal, Gaffney of Grace Athletic forcefully shoved aside Sweeney, lunging forward and directing the ball straight into the net. 1-1. Grace has leveled the score. Both teams find themselves once again on equal footing. After scoring, Gaffney exuberantly executed a backflip, then embraced Rooney, who had come over to celebrate. It must be said, this goal came at a most opportune moment for Grace Athletic. 5 minutes later, Grace Athletic surged back into action. Rory received the ball in midfield, swiftly transferring it to the flanks, where Gary reciprocated, delivering the ball smoothly into the Cambridge United penalty area. Waiting at the forefront was none other than Rooney, who had just assisted. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike. Fortunately, the Cambridge United goalkeeper reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball with both fists, narrowly averting disaster. If there was one player who surprised Huang Hao today, it would undoubtedly be Parada. He appeared exceptionally lively, perhaps aware that his days at Cambridge United were numbered, or perhaps understanding that nothing could enhance his market value more than a stellar performance in this highly scrutinized match. Throughout Grace Athletic's attacking front, Parada was virtually omnipresent. His tireless runs and immediate pressure on opponents were crucial in the forward line. As the match reached the 26th minute, Cole intercepted the ball in the backfield and directly passed it to Pasquale on the right. After traversing midfield, Pasquale quickly glanced ahead and sent a long pass toward the edge of Grace Athletic's penalty area. Parada leaped high, expertly cushioning the ball with his toes in midair. Upon landing, he deftly maneuvered past a defender from Grace Athletic. Evading the defense, Parada swiftly entered the penalty area and unleashed a fierce shot. The ball struck the post of Grace Athletic's goal. A massive sigh erupted from the audience at Abe Stadium, followed by enthusiastic applause, honoring Parada's splendid display. The first half concluded with both teams locked in a draw. After the break, Cambridge United, leveraging their home advantage, gradually seized control of the match. In the 62nd minute, the newly substituted young player Grove quickly passed the ball to the center after a throw-in from the front. In Grace Athletic's attacking zone, McKenzie and Sagal exchanged passes, creating openings in the defensive line. Ultimately, seizing the moment, Sagal successfully lofted the ball into the penalty area. Once again, it was Parada. He soared high in the box, heading the ball towards the goal. The goalkeeper leaped to parry it. However, by some twist of fate, the deflected ball fell right at Parada's feet. Damn it. This time, Parada did not squander the opportunity, executing a composed shot that found the net once more. 21. Cambridge United took the lead again. Parada clenched his fist in triumph, welcoming his teammates' celebrations, while Huang Hao at the sidelines finally broke into a smile. With such an outstanding performance in the semifinals, Parada need not worry about his job security. Yet, his display was far from over. 72 minutes into the match, Grace Athletic, eager to equalize, launched a fervent offensive against Cambridge United. They quickly earned a corner, however. The delivery was poorly executed, allowing a Cambridge defender to head the ball out of the penalty area. Cole intercepted the ball from the periphery and hastily passed it to the flanking Sager. Upon receiving the ball, Sager found himself surrounded by 3 Grace Athletic players. At that moment, a player surged forward from behind, sprinting towards the Grace Athletic half. Without pausing to assess, Sager decisively struck the ball towards the advancing player. The football arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in front of Parada, who was racing forward. The figure clad in yellow was none other than Duff Parada. At this point, Parada had already outpaced all Grace Athletic defenders. Upon entering the penalty area, he executed a deft chip shot, securing his second goal of the match. 3-1. Parada's heroic performance extinguished any lingering suspense in the game. With the referee's 3 sharp whistles, 2 short followed by 1 long, Cambridge United triumphed over Grace Athletic, earning their ticket to Wembley Stadium. Chapter 18. A heart divided between 2 camps as Huang Hao led Cambridge United to a 3-1 victory over Grace Athletic. Another semi-final concluded as anticipated, with Hereford effortlessly defeating Halifax Town 4-0, setting the stage for a confrontation with Cambridge United at Wembley. Hereford boasted one of the most formidable attacking lines in the National League, featuring 2 key forwards, Hines from Premier League Brighton and Pike from Championship Bristol City. Together, they had amassed a staggering total of 65 goals this season, while their substitute forward Andrew, also from the Premier League team Huddersfield, contributed 17 goals and 15 assists. The formidable offensive prowess of their opponents undoubtedly posed a significant threat to Cambridge United. In their 2 encounters during the regular season, Cambridge had emerged victorious both times, providing them with a psychological edge. However, given that this was the playoff final, the regular season results were not entirely indicative, especially in a single elimination format where the performance of star players could be decisive. As Huang Hao scrutinized the predicted starting lineup for Hereford, a sly smile crept across his face as he began to discern certain patterns. The following day, at the Cambridge United training facility, the players, under Darren's guidance, engaged methodically in competitive drills. This season, aside from core tactical deployments, Huang Hao had rarely involved himself in routine training. Recognizing that the coaching staff was more seasoned than he, given his relatively recent attainment of a coaching license. Soon, the day's training session drew to a close. Observing the players, breathless yet fully engaged, filled Huang Hao with a sense of satisfaction. As the team gathered and stood at attention, he suddenly posed a question to Grove, who was on loan from Bolton. "Grove, what do you fear most when playing football?" Grove was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for the sudden inquiry from the head coach, leaving him at a loss for words. I suppose it must be injuries," he finally responded after a brief contemplation. "Mackenzie, what about you?" Huang Hao did not press Grove further, instead turning to Mackenzie, who was loaned from Hull City. "Boss, I feel the same. My greatest fear is those damned injuries." Both players had faced injury troubles during the season, fortunately only minor issues that required about 2 weeks for recovery. Nevertheless, the experience of being injured left a profound impression on them. Huang Hao nodded approvingly, then confidently assured the players, "Gentlemen, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall secure victory at Wembley in the decisive match. I have identified the Achilles heel of Hereford." The players, having long since learned to refrain from questioning Huang Hao's assertions, nonetheless found themselves intrigued by his proclamation. Hines, hailing from Brighton. Pike, from Bristol City. Andrew, from Huddersfield. Huang Hao did not rush to reveal his conclusion. Instead, he recited the names of Hereford's key attacking players as if recounting a cherished collection. They were all promising talents from the Premier League and the Championship. Regrettably, none of them hailed from Hereford. "Grove, Mackenzie, don't overthink it. Next season, should you desire, Cambridge United will always welcome you." To avoid causing unnecessary harm to his own team, Huang Hao promptly reassured the loan players from Cambridge United. They had performed exceptionally well this season, and it was clear they aspired to grace a larger stage and establish themselves in the first team next season. Therefore, I encourage you to be a bit ruthless in the match. The more ferocious, the better. Let them truly experience what Cambridge United's resilience feels like. and ensure they are cautious not to return to their parent clubs with injuries. Upon finishing, Huang Hao revealed a cunning smile. The young men from Cambridge United instantly grasped the coach's intent. Yet, they were taken aback by the fact that their seemingly gentle and humble coach possessed such cunning. It appeared prudent to tread carefully in the presence of this Chinese strategist. In comparison to Hereford, the journey from the Cambridge United training base to Wembley Stadium was merely a 40-minute drive. Thus, the Cambridge players did not need to check in early as they would for an away game. On a pleasant evening, the assembled players of Cambridge United boarded the club's bus, preparing to head to central London to face their final opponent in the promotion playoffs, Hereford. Old Jack slowly pushed open the gates of the training base, watching the bus depart, and, standing by, he raised the club scarf in his hand. Hoping the players could sense his fervent desire for victory, Huang Hao witnessed this scene and felt a deep reverence for the dedication of this elder in his twilight years. As the bus made its way towards Wembley, vehicles carrying Cambridge United fans occasionally whizzed past. Some supporters leaned out of sunroofs, brandishing the club's flag, and exuberantly shouted as if their team had already secured victory. The entire district of Cambridge was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, prompting Huang Hao to reflect on how the fifth tier of English football could foster such a vibrant spirit, evoking envy from outsiders. Soon, the bus approached the vicinity of Wembley Stadium, and Huang Hao spotted the iconic arch from a distance, his heart swelling with fervor. Although he had visited the stadium upon his arrival in London, the prospect of commanding a match as the head coach on this hallowed ground felt like an unparalleled honor. Thanks to the esteemed tradition of English football, finals at any level are invariably held at Wembley, and even a playoff final in the fifth tier was no exception. At times, Huang Hao mused that those finishing first and gaining automatic promotion might even be at a disadvantage. As night fell, the arch of Wembley illuminated beautifully, resembling a magnificent rainbow bridge, perfectly complementing the renowned London Eye in the distance. The stunning nightscape stirred the hearts of the Cambridge United players, who, like Huang Hao, were predominantly rookies, filled with awe for this football sanctuary. In no time, the team entered Wembley Stadium to commence their pre-match warm-up. Upon stepping onto the pitch, they were greeted by thunderous cheers from the waiting fans, sending a thrill through their very beings. Despite Wembley's capacity of 100,000, only 33,000 supporters were present today, which still astonished Huang Hao, given this was the fifth tier of English football. The prospect of competing in front of thousands for the first time ignited a fire within him and the Cambridge United players. After concluding their warm-up, the squad returned to the locker room for final preparations before the impending match. Darren diligently reiterated the tactical points of focus, displaying unwavering dedication as an assistant coach, despite teaming up with a novice head coach. Seizing the moment, Huang Hao surveyed the bright locker room, which was a stark contrast to Abbey Stadium. It was likely that the illustrious clubs of Manchester United, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Liverpool had graced this place before. Now, he and the players of Cambridge United were fortunate to be part of this legacy. Darren, nearly breathless from his fervent explanations, jolted Huang Hao from his reverie. Observing Darren's flushed cheeks, Huang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Apologies, Darren, I was lost in thought," he smiled sheepishly, offering his apology to his colleague. "Ladies and gentlemen, when I first addressed you, I expressed that the National League did not belong to us. What awaited us should be the Professional League. At that moment, I was ruthlessly mocked by several players." Having said that, Huang Hao cast a glance at the recently formidable Perota, who sheepishly scratched his head in response. "However, what brings me joy is that you have remained by my side until today, reaching Wembley together. Perhaps, after 90 minutes, you will help me fulfill this promise. Concerning the match, I do not wish to reiterate much. Darren has already instructed you on what to do. What I want to convey is this. Lads, remember today? Cherish this moment and the excitement within your hearts. Remember, Wembley cannot be our final destination. Next season, we shall meet in the League 2. With that, Huang Hao raised his fist high above his head once more. This time, the response awaiting him was not the awkward silence of before. Cambridge United. Captain Sager shouted loudly. Victory. The dressing room at Wembley resonated with the united and resolute responses of the Cambridge United players. Darren opened the door to the dressing room, watching Huang Hao lead the players towards the tunnel of Wembley Stadium. Chapter 19. You are testing my patience. The head coach of Hereford, Sam Litka, is similarly a young and promising talent. Unlike Huang Hao, he boasts a 16-year professional playing career. Following his retirement, this marks his first endeavor as a head coach, and he has achieved commendable results right from the outset. Were it not for Huang Hao, he might have been the most illustrious coach in the National League this season. The media often draws comparisons between him and Huang Hao. Inadvertently, they have become rivals in a subtle contest. Although he leads Cambridge United by a single point on the standings, everyone knows that unless one is at the top, today all will stand on the same starting line. Only by triumphing in the battle at Wembley will the past hold any significance. Cambridge United has previously graced the headlines due to financial crises. While Hereford stands in stark contrast, Hollywood superstar Ryan Reynolds has fortuitously become the owner of the team, subsequently securing a new and illustrious sponsor. A significant portion of the 30,000 fans present today have come in support of this viral team. At this moment, Ryan is seated in a private box with several acquaintances, engaged in jovial conversation as they await the celebratory moment of the team's advancement. In his first season of owning the club, he has led them to the playoff finals, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the team's achievements. Today, Ryan has flown back from Hollywood, inviting a host of friends to witness this historic moment for the team. As the background music begins to play, the four officiating referees lead the way, followed by both teams lined up behind them, gradually stepping onto the field amidst the cheers of the crowd. Perrotta walked in the midst of the team, holding the hand of a little girl who resembled a fairy, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This charming angelic child was none other than Perrotta's daughter, and he hoped that she would bring him good fortune on this day at the stadium. After completing the lineup photo, pre-match handshakes, and the coin toss ceremony, the highly anticipated final of the English National League promotion playoff commenced. On the front line of Hereford, the formidable Hines and Pike were indeed deployed, who had been relentless throughout the season. Surprisingly, Andrew, who had originally been a substitute forward from the Premier League's Huddersfield, was named a starter, taking up the position of right midfielder. It seemed that Sam had decided to go all in, fielding his entire arsenal of attackers in an attempt to impose a barrage of offensive pressure on Cambridge United, seeking to conclude the match swiftly. The commentary for this match was provided by Smith, who had humorously teased Huang Hao during the season's initial broadcasts. Little did he know that fate would bring them together once more in this climactic finale of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of this season's English National League promotion playoff. I am Smith. Today, the teams facing off are Hereford, boasting the Deadpool, and well, the enigmatic Cambridge United, infused with mysterious Eastern power. I must say, I feel quite a connection with this remarkable Eastern coach. It is a pleasure to see him once again in the National League final. Huang Hao, well, I must admit, I still struggle to pronounce his name correctly. Smith's commentary flowed like a machine gun, yet he stumbled over Huang Hao's name repeatedly. Hereford had performed exceptionally well this season, scoring 102 goals and conceding 75, amassing an impressive total of 90 points. Regrettably, due to goal difference, they finished second in the standings, watching as Accrington ascended to the Football League. However, they need not be overly disheartened, for today they still hold substantial hope of advancing to the Football League. From Smith's words, it was evident that he had already chosen his side. Meanwhile, Cambridge United, oh my, had truly astonished me. At the season's outset, they teetered on the brink of relegation. My heavens, I cannot fathom what magic their Eastern coach employed to elevate Cambridge United to a remarkable third-place finish by the season's end. Moreover, Jamie Vardy had dazzled, netting 15 goals in 20 appearances, exhibiting a terrifying efficiency. However, perhaps the fans of Cambridge United might not share the same optimism, as I believe Hereford will perform better in this match, despite their previous inability to secure a victory against Cambridge United during the regular season. This does not impede their chances today. The renown of Hereford now likely rivals that of any Premier League team. After all, who does not adore Deadpool? Clearly, the allure of a star-studded owner has led many to believe that Hereford will emerge victorious today. The dynamic duo of Hines and Pike within the Hereford ranks embodies this belief as well. As the referee Johnson's whistle pierced the air, Hines deftly passed the ball back to Pearson, commencing his performance. However, scarcely had he regained possession when he was abruptly knocked to the ground by the formidable Aaron Cole, who stood a good 10 centimeters shorter than him. A sharp pain radiated from his ribs, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded once more. Hines felt a pang of disappointment as Cole was merely reprimanded and not shown a yellow card for what he perceived as a malicious foul. Such collisions were all too common in England, particularly within the lower leagues. Cole cast a cold glance back at Hines before returning to his position. Clambering back to his feet, Hines, the top scorer of the season, was eager to return to Brighton. He hoped to secure a spot in the summer warm-up matches and, with a stroke of luck, perhaps even make his debut in the Premier League in the upcoming season. Minutes later, as Mackenzie's through ball was intercepted by a Hereford defender. Possession shifted back to Hereford. Andrew lifted the ball, intending to pass it to the forward, Pike. Just as Pike prepared to leap, he felt a gust of wind behind him. The formidable Longolo came barreling in, sending Pike crashing to the ground. With a muffled groan, Pike fell heavily onto the pitch. Beep beep. The referee's whistle resounded again. This time, Pike was far less fortunate than Hines. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for some time. Clearly startled, Hines, along with several players, protested to the referee, hoping to secure a yellow card for Longolo. To their astonishment, Longolo, fully embracing his theatrics, bowed and clasped his hands in apology towards the referee. This tactic evidently bore fruit, as the referee merely issued a warning, withholding any cards. Seeing the referee's in action, Hines erupted in anger. Beep beep. For his outburst, the referee brandished a yellow card at Hines. At just 20 years of age, with a promising future ahead, he was determined not to exit the match injured. After all, Hereford would merely be a footnote in his career. Cambridge United's aggressive start and the referee's leniency instilled a sense of trepidation in Hereford's forward line. No one wished to jeopardize their professional careers. As Huang Hao had astutely assessed, Hereford's mercenaries lacked a strong sense of belonging. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sam noted this discontent, a surge of anger igniting within him as he cast a disapproving gaze towards the Cambridge United bench. In contrast, Huang Hao remained oblivious to the unusual scrutiny, fervently applauding and encouraging his players' efforts. How despicable! How shameless! Sam Litex was engulfed in fury, yet utterly powerless. After all, throughout the season, this forward line had been his greatest pride, and the skill level of the other forwards in the team was markedly inferior. In his desperation, he could only shout encouragement from the sidelines, urging the players not to fear and to press forward. However, his efforts bore little fruit, gradually gaining the upper hand. Cambridge United's flanks relentlessly launched assaults against Hereford. On the front line, Parada's level of activity today astounded Huang Hao, who felt immense relief for not having sold Parada during the winter break. As the first half approached the 21st minute, Cambridge United's right midfielder, Pasquale, collected the ball in his own half and advanced it forward. Just after crossing the halfway line, Pasquale suddenly struck, attempting a lofted ball into the Hereford penalty area. The high and floating pass caught centre-back Stark off guard. With a perfectly timed run, Parada leapt like a soaring eagle, skillfully bringing the ball down. Before him stood only the goalkeeper. An exceptional opportunity for Parada. Smith leapt from his seat, his body tense as he focused intently on the unfolding drama on the pitch. Parada shot from the edge of the 6-yard box. Oh no! He missed. After a dramatic turn of events, a disappointed Smith slumped back into his chair. What a pity! Parada had squandered such a golden chance. As a massive sigh echoed through Wembley, Parada himself could hardly believe he had let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Kneeling before the Hereford goal, he held his head in his hands, consumed by regret. Parada, don't you want that lucrative contract anymore? Huang Hao shouted in frustration, nearly charging towards the Hereford bench, prompting Darren to quickly pull him back. To his surprise, Parada's explosive power was astonishing. After calming down, Huang Hao turned to Darren and said, "Indeed, but if you rush again, you might get sent off by the referee." Darren seized the moment to caution him. Hiki. I'll keep that in mind." Huang Hao sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, realizing he had indeed become a bit too agitated. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and in the heat of the moment, he had overlooked the consequences. As fate would have it, Huang Hao barely settled into his seat before he was off again. This time it was Sager. Upon receiving the ball, his remarkable explosiveness allowed him to successfully shed the opposing defender, racing headlong towards the Hereford penalty area. As Sager closed in, Hereford players desperately chased back to defend. In an instant, 3 Hereford players surrounded Sager. The Hereford goalkeeper, feeling the pressure, nervously chose to advance, attempting to narrow the angle for Sager's shot. A crucial cross. At that pivotal moment, Sager did not succumb to greed. Instead, he astutely spotted a passing lane through the gaps in the Hereford defense. Hereford was in peril. Parada at the back post. Smith, much like Huang Hao, leapt from his seat the moment he sat down. Parada, with an open goal. The ball has found the net. A remarkably effortless goal, credit to Sagal. 10. Cambridge United takes the lead. The sound of Smith's voice reverberated through the cash register, sending old Jack at the Cambridge United base into a frenzy. He dashed from the guardroom, eagerly waving his hands towards Wembley, reminiscent of his youthful days in the stands. At this moment, the Cambridge United fans in Wembley Stadium were engulfed in immense delight. In the 28th minute, Parada did not squander this opportunity, gently nudging the ball into the open net, allowing Cambridge United to take the first step in the promotion match. At this moment, Ryan, situated in the box, could only utter a subdued "wow" to mask his embarrassment, faced with the sympathetic gazes of his friends. He even questioned whether he should have made the journey from Hollywood today. After the celebration, Sagal swiftly organized his teammates to return to their positions. After all, there were still over 70 minutes left in the match, and the dynamics on the pitch could change in an instant. As captain, it was his duty to keep everyone alert. With the score against them, the players from Hereford grew increasingly anxious. Parker finally managed to evade the Cambridge United defense, rapidly advancing to the baseline. Just as he was about to deliver a cross, Pasquale came in from the side with a flying tackle, and poor Parker was sent tumbling out of bounds, ball and all. Beep. This time, the referee did not overlook Pasquale, who, despite his pitiful demeanor and incessant pleas, received a yellow card. That foolish boy has gone a bit too far with his brutality, Huang Hao on the sidelines angrily remarked. Clearly the young Pasquale was not as seasoned as Longolo. His reckless foul could have truly harmed Parker. Watching Parker roll twice on the pitch before curling into a ball, emitting anguish cries, Hines covered his head with his hands, teetering on the brink of despair. Although collisions have become a commonplace occurrence in lower league matches, the current performance of Cambridge United's players suggests they have clearly lost their minds. Damn it, they are not here to play football. They seem intent on ruining us. Hines felt that if he were not careful today, his entire career could be jeopardized. In that moment, he even glanced towards the Hereford coach, hoping for a substitution. Alas, it did not come. After a period of treatment from the team doctor, Parker limped back onto the field. Yet, the free kick he earned with half his life was sent soaring into the stands by Hines. Oh, poor Hines. It seems he has been utterly terrified by the merciless Cambridge United. One cannot deny, the Chinese team is exceedingly ruthless. This is not how football should be played. Smith, standing on a humanitarian standpoint, launched a vehement critique against Huang Hao. He could also discern that Hines was decidedly off today. Yet, at this moment, Huang Hao's gaze was solely fixed on victory. Everything else seemed trivial. If gentlemanly conduct could secure tickets to the League Two, Huang Hao would undoubtedly invoke the wisdom of ancient Chinese philosophers such as Confucius, Mencius, and even Laozi. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Hines and his teammates exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped calamity. The first half of the match had been marred by repeated fouls from Cambridge United, leaving Hereford's tactical plans in disarray. Suffering greatly from this disruption, Hereford reluctantly entered halftime trailing by a score of 0-1. Chapter 20, League 2, we are back. 1. In the Hereford locker room, a palpable gloom hovered over the team. Everyone was acutely aware of just how poorly they had performed. Sam Littlester did not erupt in anger, nor did he unleash a tirade upon the players. Clearly, he embodied the gentlemanly spirit more than Huang Hao did. Observing the despondent players, he focused on tactical adjustments for the issues that arose in the first half, while also striving to reassure them as best he could. All right, everyone. Put away those expressions. There are still 45 minutes to play. We are only a goal down. We have ample time and capability. Believe in yourselves. Our offensive prowess has been proven over the past 46 matches, so steady your minds. Forget the first half, and you will surely seize victory. Though Sam's words, upon reflection, seemed sound, they evidently failed to resonate with Hines. I feel terrible. It's as if those ruffians from Cambridge United are out to ruin me. The referee's decisions today have been far too lenient, Hines whispered to Parker, tilting his head toward him. Parker remained silent, quietly removing his socks, revealing the wounds left by the studs of opposing players. The sight of the crimson injuries on Parker's legs deepened Hines' contemplation. Despite Hines' subdued tone, Sam noticed their every gesture but chose not to intervene. He was uncertain about what promises to make or what approach to adopt to inspire these two players, who were soon to return to their parent clubs, to fight valiantly for Hereford. Feeling powerless to alter the situation, Sam opted to feign ignorance. That damned Huang Hao. How could he resort to such despicable tactics? The starting forwards were rendered ineffective by the opponent's malicious infringements, and the substitutes on the bench were equally unable to shoulder the burden. Perhaps at this moment, Sam regretted prioritizing results over the well-being of the team by allowing two lone players to monopolize the forward line for an entire season. Meanwhile, in the Cambridge United locker room, the atmosphere was markedly lighter and more jubilant. The players engaged in fervent discussions regarding their performance in the first half, particularly focusing on Hines' rather alarming demeanor which had become a source of amusement. Huang Hao, with a cheerful demeanor, stood aside, listening attentively to the players' exchanges without interrupting their discourse. It was not until the approach of the second half that he returned to the tactical board. Upon witnessing the coach's actions, the players of Cambridge United instinctively ceased their chatter. This unspoken understanding between the coach and the players further highlighted the commendable atmosphere within the team. Pasquale, be mindful of your fouls in the second half. After all, you already carry a yellow card. I would prefer you not to take an early shower, Huang Hao remarked. Upon hearing his name called, Pasquale stuck out his tongue in playful acknowledgement and quickly nodded in response. The others followed suit. Fouling is an art form, and we shall gradually learn this craft. I trust you have all noticed how effective this tactic is against Heinz. The players erupted in laughter, recalling Heinz's erratic performance in the first half. However, gentlemen, my earlier words were not directed solely at Pasquale. All of you must pay attention. Our aim is merely to instill fear, not to incapacitate them. As you all share the same aspiration of making a living through football, Huang Hao stated, his tone turning serious. After all, tactics should not devolve into a scheme. As professional athletes, severe injuries could yield unfathomable consequences, especially for young talents like Heinz, who are in their early 20s with bright futures ahead. Noticing Huang Hao's grave demeanor, the players promptly composed themselves and nodded earnestly. In the second half, 3 tasks await you. Trust me, if you accomplish these, victory shall be ours. First, maintain high pressing until around the 65th minute. When I decide to substitute Grove, you must appropriately tighten the defensive line, as your stamina may not yet sustain such intensity for a full 90 minutes, given that the players lack watches and do not constantly monitor the scoreboards. Huang Hao utilized substitutions as a means of signaling. Though the season is nearing its conclusion, and the players have had their respite, enduring 90 minutes of high pressing is a feat few, even in the Premier League, can achieve. Second, in the opening phase of the second half, anticipate a counterattack from the opponents, capitalize on their mistakes to secure another goal. Just one more goal could potentially shatter their morale. Third, let go of the goal from the first half. As the match progresses, maintaining a calm mindset becomes increasingly crucial. Of course, do not forget the fouls committed against Heinz. Go forth, lads. Sustain the performance from the first half, and after 45 minutes, bring the trophy to me. After succinctly outlining the tasks for the second half, Huang Hao raised his hands, calling all players together. 1, 2, 3, Cambridge United. Captain Sager once again rallied the team with a spirited chant. Victory! The Warriors of Cambridge United, propelled by a powerful response, once again stepped onto the field. As the second half commenced, the disparity in momentum between the two teams became increasingly apparent. Ryan, the owner of Hereford, seated in the box, felt a growing discomfort akin to sitting on needles. At the 58th minute of the second half, Hereford's fullback Roberts, displaying remarkable foresight, successfully intercepted a pass from Cambridge United. Upon regaining possession, Roberts swiftly relayed the ball to the right midfielder Cole, heralded as the future star of Hereford. Cole, upon receiving the pass, lifted his head to survey his teammates' positions. Yet, before he could fully assess the situation, he was suddenly struck with a forceful impact, sending him crashing to the ground. Sager executed a legitimate challenge, forcefully colliding with Cole and sending him sprawling against the advertising boards. On the ground, Cole barely had time to voice his grievances to the referee before Sager swiftly took the throw in, delivering the ball to McConnell, who lay in ambush at the forefront of Hereford's territory. Cambridge United launched a rapid counterattack. McConnell lifted his right leg, skillfully controlling the ball before surging forward, successfully evading Hereford's defensive midfielder and advancing towards the penalty area. Parada and Vardy, positioned to either side, restrained Hereford's 2 center-backs. As the defenders hesitated over whether to advance and intercept, McConnell executed a precise through ball that seemed to possess a guided trajectory, arriving perfectly at Parada's feet. Faced with the goalkeeper, Parada effortlessly curled the ball into the far corner. In a mere 30 seconds, Cambridge United transitioned from defense to scoring. Hereford's head coach, in frustration, covered his eyes, unable to bear witness to the jubilant celebrations of the Cambridge United players. The Hereford players on the field stood as if struck by lightning, uncertain of what actions to take next. Conversely, for the fans of Cambridge United, there was nothing more to do than to cheer and shout in unrestrained joy. We are on our way to the second division. How we get there is of no concern to me, but we shall arrive. Resonated the chants of the Cambridge United supporters throughout Wembley Stadium, growing louder with each repetition. This song, sung for 3 years, was finally on the verge of becoming reality. After some contemplation, Sam chose to substitute the injured Parker, repositioning Andrew to partner with Hines in a bold attempt to turn the tide. However, the onslaught from Cambridge United was far from over. 10 minutes later, Cambridge United surged back. The fire of battle quickly spread to Hereford's half, where two defenders had positioned themselves beside Parada at the edge of Hereford's penalty area. Yet, it seemed Hereford, distracted by Parada's exceptional performance, had overlooked that Sager was the true linchpin of the team this season. With Parada drawing enemy fire, the explosive Sager found himself in a veritable no-man's land within Hereford's half. In a flash, the captain of Cambridge United charged into Hereford's penalty area with the ball. As Sager prepared to take a shot, it was too late for Pierce to intervene. In a moment of impulsiveness, he reached out and brought Sager down. A penalty. Poor Hereford. What an utterly foolish decision. Poor Pierce. He must be eager to forget this match. The commentator Smith, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could hardly bear to continue watching as Sager cradled the ball and approached the penalty spot. However, he suddenly turned back and beckoned to Parada. "Duff, you take it." Parada, taken aback, realized that Sager, the team's captain and principal penalty taker, was relinquishing the scoring opportunity he had created for himself. "Go for it. A hat trick." Sager patted Parada on the shoulder and stepped back from the box. Huang Hao, observing this scene, felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Before the season began, Sager had been merely the third forward for the team. Yet, after Harris and Parada were relegated to the reserves by Huang Hao, Sager courageously shouldered the responsibility of leading the team's offense, repaying Huang Hao's faith with a series of goals. Midway through the season, after a positional adjustment to left midfielder, Sager continued to assist the team with numerous setups. Now, having matured through an entire season, Sager had grown into a more seasoned captain. Parada repositioned the ball, glanced at his young daughter in the stands, and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He slowly retreated, gathered momentum, and struck. A clean hit. Goal. Hat trick. It could be said that Cambridge United had firmly stepped into the League Two. Smith, momentarily forgetting his own discomfort, marveled at Cambridge United, a team he had doubted since the beginning of the season, now consistently surprising him under the guidance of that Eastern player. As Parada was enveloped by his teammates, Hines suddenly came to a realization. If he concluded the match with such a performance, Brighton would certainly take note. He feared that a single poor display could tarnish his season of excellence with a label of ineffectiveness. "I must score. I must score." At that moment, Hines could no longer heed his injuries. After all, Cambridge United had yet to cause any player serious harm. It was merely their fierce demeanor that had intimidated him. Now, 3 goals down, Hereford had no choice but to launch a desperate offensive. Under the revived leadership of Hines, Hereford began to unleash a relentless wave of attacks on Cambridge United. With remarkable explosiveness, Hines quickly found an opportunity just outside Cambridge United's box. Unfortunately, his shot struck the leg of a Cambridge defender. Yet, Cambridge United did not choose to retreat into their half or adopt a defensive stance. Should Hereford make a mistake, their midfield and forwards would surge recklessly toward the Hereford penalty area. Especially when the team held a 3-goal lead, the players of Cambridge United played with greater ease, displaying audacity in their movements and consequently creating more unexpected combinations. Had it not been for the exceptional performance of the Hereford goalkeeper, this promotion match might have devolved into a debacle. Chapter 21. The Second Division, we have returned. Part 2. Hines' shot. Once again, it slid past the goal. After yet another missed scoring opportunity, Hines sank to his knees, perhaps beseeching the heavens for strength. At that moment, only 10 minutes remained in the match. The Cambridge United supporters, unable to contain their excitement, rose en masse, ready to surge forward and celebrate on the pitch. Bang! In a counterattack, Cambridge United defender Watts' shot struck the crossbar of the Hereford goal with a resounding thud. The players on both sides were momentarily stunned by the reverberation. When a diminutive figure appeared astutely in the trajectory of the rebound, gently nudging the ball with his forehead. 4-0. The goal was scored by another forward from Cambridge United, Vardy, a strike that could be said to have sealed the match. The Hereford fans fell silent, while Wembley Stadium transformed into a sea of yellow and black. With the match reaching the 90-minute mark, the referee continually glanced at his watch, poised to conclude the game. Even Huang had begun to celebrate with his colleagues on the bench. Meanwhile, Hines and a few of his teammates refused to surrender. Upon receiving the ball, Andrew sprinted furiously towards the byline of the Cambridge United penalty area. At this moment, the Cambridge players softened considerably, refraining from harsh fouls to impede his advance. Successfully reaching the corner, Andrew suddenly laid the ball off to Cole. At the edge of the penalty area, Cole deftly flicked and passed. The ball returned to Heinz's feet. With all his might, Heinz unleashed a powerful shot. The Cambridge United goalkeeper managed to deflect the ball with one hand. However, Watts's clearance fortuitously struck the post, and the ball rebounded back to Heinz. Unfortunately, Heinz found himself with no angle for a shot and opted to pass back to Cole, who took a shot. The Cambridge United goalkeeper once again parried the ball away, and Andrew, arriving at the back post, executed a sliding shot. He finally sent the ball into the Cambridge United net. Beep, beep, beep. The goal was disallowed. The assistant referee at the far end raised his flag, deepening the frustration of the Hereford players, who were already reluctant to celebrate. The goal was ruled out due to Heinz's offside during the scramble. Then, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The Hereford players fell to their knees, tears mingling with sweat, cascading down. Tonight, the spotlight at Wembley Stadium was destined not to shine upon them. With the sound of the whistle, the Cambridge United substitutes eagerly rushed onto the field, embracing their teammates. In the stands, Mikel had already stripped to the waist, celebrating with his brothers, crying out and roaring with joy. He had never imagined that this young Oriental man before him would truly lead Cambridge United back to the League Two. The scarf, once lost and now reclaimed, would never again have the chance to be thrown in Huang Hao's face. After celebrating with Darren with a high five, Huang Hao gradually closed his eyes and opened his arms, savoring this exhilarating moment. Suddenly, he felt his body lift. As he opened his eyes wide, he discovered that he had been hoisted by his teammates, soaring high into the sky. So this is the sensation of victory. For the first time, being thrown aloft. Huang Hao closed his eyes once more, relishing the applause and cheers emanating from all directions at Wembley. Captain Sager and Parada jointly raised the trophy symbolizing their promotion. As confetti rained down from above, at that moment, it felt as though Cambridge United had claimed the Premier League title. After a tumultuous season, Cambridge United ultimately secured third place in the league, earning promotion to the fourth tier of English football, thus marking Huang Hao's initial step into professional leagues. The tumultuous journey of Cambridge United culminated in a commanding ascent to League Two, with the mysterious Eastern Magic transforming the team. Parada's hat-trick led Cambridge United to a successful promotion. Following the match, major newspapers published the news of Cambridge United's promotion, bringing joy to members in China, far across the ocean. After all, promotion signified a more valuable team and increased opportunities to compete alongside Liverpool and Manchester United. Post-promotion, many fans who had missed the initial membership opportunity left messages on Cambridge United's official page, hoping for the reopening of membership qualifications. After discussions with other board members, Huang Hao believed that the first step should be to cultivate Cambridge United's membership as a brand. Only those who genuinely cherish the team should be granted membership. Furthermore, a strategy of scarcity marketing should be employed, allowing Cambridge United to gain worldwide recognition and become a trendy team. The following day, Cambridge United's official website announced that 450,000 new membership slots would be opened for the upcoming season, with priority given to existing members. New members would need the endorsement of 2 current members to join, with a membership fee set at 10. Benefits included in 20 discount on season tickets, a 10 discount on single tickets, and a 30 discount on merchandise such as jerseys and scarves. Members would also have the opportunity to tour the team's facilities and take photographs with players. In no time, membership for Cambridge United became highly sought after. As the celebratory activities concluded, the players were finally granted the long-awaited vacation. However, Huang Hao, who was both the head coach and the owner of the team, clearly could not afford to relax. At that moment, seated across from his desk were Li Jianqin and a seemingly aloof Eastern beauty, Ouyang Bing. Zihu, the 30 discount on jerseys is far too cheap. We won't make any profit, Li Jianqin lamented. Baboon, aren't you considering private labeling in China? Nike and Adidas are all made in China, right? It's cheaper and also contributes to the national economy. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? The day after tomorrow, I'll visit Yiwu and Jinjiang for inspections. Ouyang hails from the illustrious University of Edinburgh, and it is quite baffling how she was persuaded by Li Jianqin to become the financial director of Cambridge United. Upon her initial examination of the current financial statements of the club, her brows furrowed in concern, prompting Huang Hao to worry that this enchanting lady might abandon her post the very next day. After dispersing bonuses to all players for the season's various competitions, the club, having raised over £600,000 through the Fans Foundation, was left with merely over £100,000. Upon reviewing the report, Huang Hao once again found himself cursing the entire family of the club's former owner. Fortunately, both the training base and Abbey Stadium are owned by the club. Otherwise, the team's ability to compete in the coming year would be severely jeopardized. The lingering debts from the club amount to £10 million. While the team's salary expenditure for the season is approximately £300,000, currently the club's largest expense. Additionally, the salaries of the club's staff require around £60,000. Ouyang Bing, a proud alumna of the University of Edinburgh, recited the club as primary financial data with remarkable ease and without hesitation. Moreover, with the team's promotion, the players' contracts may need to be revised without salary increases. They risk being poached by other clubs. Well, perhaps the three of us should consider foregoing our salaries, Huang Hao suggested with a smile directed at Ouyang Bing. Stop, please. You are the major shareholders of the team. I am merely a penniless international student. Ouyang exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she responded earnestly. Just joking. How could we possibly make our lovely Ouyang work for free? Li Jianqin interjected, soothing Ouyang while casting a fierce glance at Huang Hao, as if he wished to devour him. Ha ha ha. All right. It seems that was merely a fanciful notion of mine. Fear not, beautiful Ouyang. I shall consider appointing the vice-chairman position to you, thus making you a part owner of Cambridge United, Huang Hao said, unable to suppress a chuckle at the seriousness of the two before him. Really? I was merely seeking a nominal title. Must you take that away from me? Jokes aside. Ouyang, could you see if we might allocate some funds from the account to bolster Cambridge United's roster this summer? The league we are entering is quite different from the amateur leagues, Huang Hao tentatively probed. Absolutely not. Ouyang shook her head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, which made her appear quite endearing. The team still has 3 short-term debts to settle, and we must also reserve funds for 3 months' worth of salaries and bonuses. If you do not wish to face players demanding their wages at the office door, I strongly advise you to reconsider your proposal. Observing Ouyang Bing's resolute demeanor, Huang Hao sighed, realizing that days of financial hardship were far from over. What about our revenue? He inquired once more. The only revenue currently under the club's control is the membership fees, totaling £450,000. According to our research, we can sell all of them, amounting to £450,000, Ouyang replied. Currently, the club's primary source of revenue stems from ticket sales, with an average ticket price of 6 and season tickets priced at approximately 200. Last season, our total income from ticket sales amounted to $380,000. Additionally, revenue generated from beverages and hot dogs sold during matches reached $650,000. However, the associated costs, particularly security expenses, totaled $500,000, resulting in a profit of approximately $530,000 from this sector. Revenue from merchandise, including jerseys and other related products, stood at $800,000, with logistics costs amounting to $400,000, leading to a profit of $400,000 in this area. Last season, commercial sponsorship yielded $50,000, while television broadcasting rights and funds allocated by the FA totaled $300,000, culminating in an overall profit of $128 million. As we prepare for the upcoming season in League 2, we anticipate a modest increase in ticket and other revenues. This season, the FA has allocated $450,000 to the last-place team in League 2, thus I project our profit for the next season to be around $2 million. Baboons, your promotional efforts have been rather lackluster. Has no affluent patron from our homeland reached out to us yet? Huang Hao, aware of his own modest resources, shifted his focus to Li Jianqin. My friend, although our domestic social media account boasts over 200,000 followers, do you realize that Cambridge United is currently in the 5th tier of the league? If not for my insistence on arranging video coverage, our domestic audience would not even be able to witness your matches. Li Jianqin's critique was undeniably accurate. After all, investment in branding must yield visibility, and relying solely on match highlights is insufficient to compete with teams from higher-level leagues such as Wolves and Birmingham. Well, I will be collaborating with the coaching team shortly to explore ways to streamline our squad and strive to reduce the team's wage expenditures. Huang Hao glanced helplessly at the two individuals. Evidently, the prestige of ascending to League 2 would not yield significant financial benefits for Cambridge United in the short term, necessitating cost-cutting measures through personnel adjustments. Life without funds is indeed challenging. Chapter 22. The financial struggles soon. Huang Hao received a fax from the FA, informing him that he had finished second in the Best Coach of the Season awards, losing to Daryl from Accrington, the champions. However, Huang Hao had little interest in this accolade, as even winning the title would not come with any monetary reward. Before long, assistant coach Darren, in conjunction with the coaching and scouting teams, sent Huang Hao an analysis report on the players. It must be said that for the team to maintain such efficiency during the holiday period is quite uncharacteristic of the British. It appears that since Huang Hao took over the management of Cambridge United, not only the players have been influenced, but the staff team has also undergone significant improvement. In amateur leagues, most players sign contracts for 1 or 2 years, rarely committing to long-term agreements of 3 to 5 years. Consequently, player mobility is quite high towards the end of each season. Presently, Cambridge United has 13 players whose contracts will expire on June 30th, including the remarkable Perota, who shone brightly upon his return at the end of last season. Perota has reached the age of 30, and his physical stamina may not suffice to keep pace with the heightened intensity of the lower leagues, particularly given Huang Hao's tactical approach of high pressing with Cambridge United, which is notably taxing on one's endurance. Prior to his vacation, Huang Hao had a conversation with him, revealing that several clubs from the National League were vying for his recruitment, leading to a cordial farewell between the two. Even if Cambridge United were to forego renewing contracts with all expiring players, the first team still boasts 18 members. It is evident that the club's dismal financial state from the previous season is closely tied to the excessive number of players. In lower-tier leagues, free agents are plentiful, and as long as the core framework of the team remains intact, Huang Hao is confident that he can achieve success in the second division with the players at his disposal. After careful consideration, Huang Hao could only silently apologize to the players on the list, wishing them the best in finding their new homes for the upcoming season. In terms of player acquisitions, the ever-optimistic Huang Hao can only hope to secure some young talents on loan from the top leagues or scour the free market for promising prospects. As for the painful lesson learned from Hereford, he does not intend to dwell on it excessively, as he remains confident in his ability to cultivate talent. Furthermore, each year, numerous young players are released by the major clubs in the top league, and it will be a testament to Huang Hao and his recruitment team as prowess to unearth gems akin to Aaron Cole from among them. Simmons cautiously knocked on the door of the Manchester City coaching office, where he was awaited by Gareth Taylor, the head coach of the under-18 squad. Upon seeing Simmons, Taylor warmly invited him to take a seat. After some brief pleasantries, the atmosphere grew increasingly grave. "I regret to inform you, young man, that you may need to seek a new club for the upcoming season." Simmons did not immediately respond to Taylor, remaining frozen in his seat. As if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind a blank canvas. Since joining the Manchester City Youth Academy, he had envisioned a bright future, diligently training with the hope of securing a place at the Etihad Stadium. Yet, the chasm between dreams and reality proved insurmountable. 2 years prior, his brother, Okra, had been released by Liverpool, serving as a cautionary tale for Simmons. Nevertheless, he clung to a flicker of hope for a new contract with Manchester City. After a brief moment of disorientation, Simmons rose, bowed in gratitude to the coach, and dejectedly exited the office. Although Taylor held great affection for the young lad, Manchester's talent pool was vast, and future stars like Simmons were in abundance. After hastily packing his belongings, Simmons bid farewell to the Etihad training facility. Regardless of his lingering reluctance, what further confounded him was the choice of his brother, Okra, to join Blackburn. He couldn't help but wonder where his own journey would lead next. A few days later, seated in the office of Cambridge United's training center, Huang Hao squinted at the player profiles laid before him. Kendall Simmons, a forward and winger, boasts a remarkable 100-meter sprint time of 11 seconds and possesses exceptional dribbling skills. At merely 18 years of age, he has considerable potential for growth. Standing at 177 centimeters and weighing 69 kilograms, his strength and jumping ability are somewhat lacking, rendering him ill-equipped for highly competitive matches. His distinct characteristics are evident, yet his shortcomings are equally pronounced. It is no wonder he has not caught Manchester City's eye. Huang Hao habitually stroked his chin, still yearning to grant him an opportunity. After all, if he cannot break through the opposing defenders, perhaps we could circumvent them. Soon, Adams, the team director responsible for transfer communications, provided feedback. Over the phone, Adams confidently informed Huang Hao that Simmons had declined to engage in discussions with us, expressing a desire to join a larger club in the future. Huang Hao was taken aback, surprised by the young man's lofty aspirations. It seemed he would need to personally venture to Manchester, in Pratfield Park adjacent to the Carrington training base. Simmons continued his routine morning jog when the sudden ring of a phone prompted him to halt. You are the owner of Cambridge United?" he exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the introduction on the other end of the line. "I apologize, sir, but I have already conveyed my desire to join a more prominent club to your subordinate." Huang Hao, undeterred, uttered a single phrase, prompting Simmons to abandon his defense and silently resume his run. 20 minutes later, Simmons arrived at the Hallmark Hotel, not far from the park. This hotel resembled a quaint family-run inn, a reflection of Cambridge United's current financial constraints, necessitating Huang Hao to exercise frugality. The visitor area in the Hallmark Hotel's lobby exuded a bar-like atmosphere, which contributed to its inviting ambience. Upon entering, Simmons spotted the Asian man already seated. He appeared to be only slightly older than himself. It was hard to fathom that he was the head coach of Cambridge United. "Is it true?" "My players initially had difficulty believing it," Huang Hao shrugged, gesturing for Simmons to take a seat across from him. "If I may be frank, why are you so certain that upon meeting, I will undoubtedly join Cambridge United?" Simmons inquired, voicing his concerns as he settled into his chair. It was this very question that motivated him to meet the coach, as the only thing he stood to lose was time spent on his morning run. "You have a brother named Oakley, correct?" Huang Hao inquired. "Indeed, sir. Did he recommend that you sign me?" Simmons expressed skepticism regarding his brother's connection to this Chinese individual. "Where is he now?" Huang Hao opted not to answer directly. "Blackburn, a championship team." Simmons deliberately enunciated the name of the championship club with clarity. "Are you aware of his current appearance record?" Simmons fell silent. "It is 0, Kindle." After waiting a few seconds for Simmons, Huang Hao voiced the awkward answer himself. "Do you know where the finest stage to showcase a player resides? Allow me to enlighten you. It is on the pitch, not in training, nor the name of the team he represents." Huang Hao did not wait for Simmons' response. "Only the pitch will engrave your name in the memories of the spectators, Kindela. We may be a newly promoted team from the English League Two, indeed, but that does not imply that Cambridge United will remain in this position indefinitely. You can substantiate your worth with a succession of goals on the field, reveling in the adulation of the fans, rather than, like your brother, languishing on the training ground, yearning for a mere opportunity to play." Huang Hao's voice grew stronger with his rising emotions, drawing curious glances from those in the lobby. "So, Simmons, you can trust me, just as the players who currently follow me do. If a grander stage awaits, I shall not hinder you." Huang Hao patted Simmons on the shoulder, understanding that Simmons required time to ponder and refrained from further elaboration. After all, Simmons' brother was a poignant example of this reality. Back at Cambridge United, Huang Hao did not idly await Simmons' reply, but instead busied himself with the next competitive challenge. As June 30th approached, some wept while others rejoiced. Each year, hundreds of players across various leagues face the harsh reality of being released by their clubs. Some have already secured their next destination, while others anxiously await a contract that may never come, burdened by the pressure of changing careers. Flores was among this summer's unemployed cohort. Unlike Simmons, Flores was already 23 years old and had signed with an agent. Moreover, with a record of appearances in the championship, he was not lacking suitors after receiving notification from Wigan Athletic that they would not be renewing his contract. Thus, for Cambridge United, emerging victorious in this recruitment battle would not be an easy feat accompanied by Adams. Huang Hao poured nearly everything into this negotiation. He understood that if this left-winger could join Cambridge United, the team's capabilities would elevate significantly. Such a player was crucial for Cambridge United, offering a top salary, a core player status, and even pledging that the team would ascend to the championship next season. Huang Hao promised Flores a grander stage, despite the League Two season yet to commence. All of this was not mere verbal assurance, but was meticulously documented in the contract, detailing all termination clauses, goal bonuses, and appearance fees. Everything was designed to convey Cambridge United's earnestness and regard for him. "I apologize, sir, but Nottingham Forest has invited me to join, and I wish to showcase myself on a higher stage." Upon receiving Flores's call, Cambridge United regretfully withdrew from the pursuit. Housey, his refusal is his loss. Do not be disheartened. Men should possess a broader mindset. How about we take a breather in Prague? Li Jianqin revealed a smile that every man could understand. Prague, Eastern Europe. Indeed, if things do not work out domestically, why not seek opportunities abroad? Due to economic constraints, players in Eastern Europe are quite affordable, and the barriers for foreign players have now dissipated. Thus, the seemingly attractive option of acquiring Eastern European players presents itself. Huang Hao's mind wandered through the names of notable players, and suddenly, an idea struck him. All right, let us experience the springtime of Prague. Chapter 23. The springtime of Prague. Wasn't I told to come and witness the spring of Prague? Why have you brought me to Teplice instead? Throughout the journey, Li Jianqin incessantly lamented about Huang Hao deceiving him. At a KFC in the city center, Huang Hao met with a rather inexperienced young man. Aiden, we are the chairman and vice chairman of Cambridge United in the English League. I am Huang Hao, and this is Li Jianqin. We are here today to discuss the possibility of you joining our team. Upon taking a seat, Huang Hao got straight to the point. Where is Cambridge United? I must admit, I have not heard of it. Surely you have heard of Cambridge University? Cambridge United is the only professional team in Cambridge, currently competing in League 2. Huang Hao explained. League 2? Teplice may not be well known, but at least it is a first-tier team, Aiden responded, clearly hesitant. Although Cambridge United is in League 2. Our reputation is significant. You can verify this online. Moreover, we have a global fan base, with over 40,000 members in China alone. Huang Hao had to subtly shift the narrative. We possess a professional team of analysts who will arrange your development more effectively based on your strengths. Frankly speaking, your position should not be in midfield. You ought to play at the forefront, leading the charge for the team. Huang Hao continued to persuade him. Aiden nodded in response. He had originally played as a midfielder with poor performance, but after moving to Teplice and taking on the forward role, his instincts had sharpened. We will build a team around you as the focal point. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that, despite being in League 2, scouts from Premier League teams have consistently been monitoring us. For instance, if you excel in the next 2 years and Manchester United comes calling, do you think they would prefer Aiden from Teplice or Aiden from Cambridge United? If I were Ferguson, I would undoubtedly favor Aiden from Cambridge United, as he would have acclimatized to England and would not face any adaptation issues. If you join our team, we can sign an agreement that, should a Premier League club express interest, Cambridge United would not obstruct the transfer, provided the price is reasonable. However, offers from League 1 teams would be a different matter, as we plan to ascend to League 1 next year. Furthermore, Cambridge is not solely about football. It is a place of abundance, enriched by the presence of Cambridge University, which can cater to all your needs. Very well, sir, I agree to join, Aiden replied. You shall not regret today's decision. Huang Hao quickly contacted Adams to arrange for the contract signing in Teplice. Come, let us go and behold the colors of Prague. The two arrived in Prague, and there is no need for further elaboration. Having secured Zeko, Huang Hao, accompanied by Li Jianqin, traversed various Eastern European locales, adeptly replicating strategies to successfully recruit Dusan Tadic, Marek Hamsik, and Fauzi Gulam, thereby fortifying every line of the team. They also experienced a myriad of local customs. Hauzi, you beast. How have you remained so spirited these past few days? Remarked Li Jianqin, teasingly. You don't seem so impressive, baboon, calling yourself the prince of nightclubs, which is rather mediocre. He added. Yet, on a serious note, he continued, we must expedite our sponsorship efforts. Our finances are dwindling. A call to my godfather might be in order. My father mentioned our family business could sponsor the jersey front advertisement for 400,000. Additionally, we could leverage our connections for the pitch side ads. Li Jianqin suggested with a mischievous grin directed at Huang Hao. Oh my dear son, my godfather truly adores you. Huang Hao exclaimed, playfully lunging towards Li Jianqin. Get lost. Li Jianqin, came the dismissive reply. A few days later, upon seeing that familiar number flash on his phone, Huang Hao couldn't help but smile, joyfully answering the call. Welcome. Kane Della. He greeted with exuberance. Hello sir, I would like to inquire if there is still a place for me in the team? Came the cautious voice of Simmons from the other end. Simmons, you are the most pivotal player for Cambridge United's future. You always have been. Huang Hao reassured. Simmons' addition had effectively completed the assembly of the midfield and attacking lineup for Cambridge United. Soon, the renewal contracts for McKenzie and Grove were faxed to the club. Both players relished their time at Cambridge and had no intention of leaving even after the season concluded. Huang Hao was naturally pleased to see them remain, as the major clubs hardly cared about such modest wages, while Cambridge United managed to preserve its strength while saving costs. Of course, Huang had to encounter setbacks, for instance. Despite exhausting all his persuasive tactics and nearly wearing himself out, he failed to convince Wolverhampton's Connor Johnson. Huang Hao insisted to Adams that this player would undoubtedly become a cornerstone of Cambridge United's defense in the future, yet faced with a 3,600 weekly wage and the disdainful gaze of the player's agent towards Cambridge United, he realized this deal was not meant to be. Ultimately, Adams brought back 27-year-old defender Songo from Millwall, who instantly became the elder statesman of the team, as the previous oldest player in the squad was merely 26-year-old right winger Verhecht. However, Hwang Hao chose not to insist on his original plan. Recognizing that the defense was filled with youngsters who required the guidance of an experienced leader, even without a transfer fee. The combined costs of the player's signing bonus and agent's commission amounted to a significant expense. After this summer, Ouyang Bing, who initially had little understanding of the club's operations, finally grasped that even free agents cannot be acquired without incurring some expenditure. Thus, after Adams successfully secured Portsmouth's young midfielder Adam May on a free loan, Hwang Hao honored his commitment and refrained from further recruitment in the transfer market. Despite encountering occasional setbacks, Cambridge United has successfully adjusted its roster for the English League Two, in accordance with Hwang Hao's expectations. The squad for the new season comprises 23 players: goalkeepers, Fon Pantiliman, 19 years old, Jack Stevens, 20 years old, Amy Merson, 17 years old, defenders, Dwight Pasquale, 18 years old, Ricardo Longo, 24 years old, Songo O, 27 years old, Tatanda, 23 years old, Nicola Hood, 18 years old, Merrick Sui, 18 years old, Jamie Stree, 23 years old. On loan, Jack Taylor, 21 years old, midfielders, Wilkett, 26 years old, Sagal, 24 years old, Aaron Cole, 23 years old, Mackenzie, 20 years old. On loan, Grove, 19 years old. On loan, Adam May, 21 years old. On loan, Dusan Tadic, 18 years old, Jack Diamand, 19 years old. On loan, forwards, Jamie Vardy, 19 years old, Kane Derasimans, 18 years old, Eden Zeko, 20 years old, Mason Clark, 19 years old. After a 3-year wait, Cambridge United finally faced their first opponent in League Two, Stockport, although the team had to play away at Ejinai Park. This did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Cambridge supporters. Mikel was accompanied by hundreds of loyal fans in the away section, providing motivation for the players. The first goal of Cambridge United's return to League Two came swiftly. Just 8 minutes into the match, Captain Sagal capitalized on a defensive error by Stockport, deftly nudging the ball into the net from within the penalty area. 20 minutes into the game, Vardy received a header from Zeko and struck the ball firmly into the net. In the 80th minute, during a counterattack, Zeko displayed an unexpected speed for a player of his stature, elegantly maneuvering past 3 defenders before calmly placing a low shot into the far corner, securing a triumphant 3-0 victory for Cambridge United in their away match. 4 days later, Cambridge United made their debut at Abbey Stadium. Amidst the roars of over 6,000 fans, Kane Derasimans celebrated his first official goal. Although the crowd was relatively small, the exhilarating experience of hearing his name echoed throughout the stadium reassured Simmons that he had made the right choice in joining Cambridge United this summer. Chester appeared unfamiliar with Cambridge United's tactics, and under relentless pressure and high pressing, their goalkeeper inadvertently passed the ball directly to Vardy, who was lurking just outside the penalty area. Naturally, Vardy did not squander such an opportunity, and within a minute, Chester found themselves restarting from the center circle once more. Ultimately, Sagal effortlessly converted a penalty awarded by Chester, leading Cambridge United to a decisive 3-0 victory on their home turf, securing 2 consecutive wins and leaving all skeptics in utter disbelief. Fortunately, in the subsequent away match against Lincoln City, Cambridge United ultimately succumbed to a 1-2 defeat. This setback allowed various experts, who had previously underestimated Cambridge United, to exhale with relief, affirming that their 2 consecutive victories were merely a stroke of luck, and that this loss was the expected outcome for a newly promoted team. Had Cambridge United achieved a 3rd consecutive victory, it is likely that these critics would have been left embarrassed. However, Hwang Hao did not dwell excessively on this defeat. After all, the team had integrated numerous fresh talents before the season commenced, and the players were still acclimating to one another. Moreover, on the pitch, Cambridge United did not appear to be at a disadvantage, which further solidified Hwang Hao's resolve to implement a high-pressing tactical approach. He firmly believed that, following the initial struggles of the season, the straightforward yet effective tactics of Cambridge United would certainly propel them forward. After 3 rounds, Cambridge United stood with 2 victories and 1 loss, securing 4th place in the standings. Considering the long road ahead with 43 more matches to play, the current rankings held little significance. Chapter 24. Underestimated 5 days later, the first round of the English League Cup officially commenced. This tournament has long been regarded as a breeding ground for upsets, frequently witnessing Premier League or Championship teams faltering. Cambridge United's first-round opponent was Coventry City, a team competing in the Championship. The League Cup operates on a single elimination basis, with lower-tier teams hosting matches, making it more conducive to surprises compared to the FA Cup. In the opening round, Premier League teams do not participate, leaving over 60 teams from the Championship, League One, and League Two to battle for progression to the next round. At Cambridge United's training facility, after lunch, the players gathered in the lounge, some engrossed in books while others listened to the radio, conserving their energy for the afternoon's match. At that moment, the two radio hosts were discussing the day's League Cup fixtures, analyzing teams that were likely to face unexpected defeats. When Cambridge United was mentioned, the players in the lounge ceased their banter and listened intently. Let us examine the odds provided by the bookmakers. Coventry City at 1.21, while Cambridge United is at a staggering 10. Indeed, it seems this match is devoid of suspense. Cambridge United ought to focus on avoiding a significant defeat. The hosts clearly concurred with the odds set by the bookmakers. Despite Cambridge United's record of 2 wins and 1 loss in the new season, it was merely in League Two. On the other hand, Coventry City, with 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, was not faring well in the Championship. However, their forwards, 21-year-old Bennett and 23-year-old Marriott, were heralded as the team's future hopes. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Although Coventry City was struggling, the disparity between the two levels, in the host's view, was insurmountable. The conversation swiftly shifted focus to the Championship teams, Reading and Norwich, that were facing off in the first round. Meanwhile, in the Cambridge United lounge, an unusual silence enveloped the room. A sense of indignation, stemming from being underestimated, gradually permeated the atmosphere. Gentlemen, it appears we have been underestimated. Huang Hao gazed thoughtfully out of the window, and his words rippled through the hearts of the Cambridge United players like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The team bus of Cambridge United swiftly arrived at the Abbey Stadium, situated in the heart of the city. After disembarking, the players engaged in a brief period of rest, donned their match attire, and commenced adaptive training on the pitch. Their routine consisted of light jogging, stretching, sprinting, and basic passing drills. However, the coaching staff could distinctly sense that the young men were harboring a palpable intensity, searching for an outlet for their pent-up energy. Little did Huang Hao anticipate that the two radio hosts would ignite greater motivation in the players for this match than he, who fancied himself a master of rhetoric. As fans from both teams gradually filled the stands, the Cambridge United players concluded their warm-up and returned to the home team's dressing room. Today, they were set to employ the traditional 3-5-2 formation. For Huang Hao and Cambridge United, the League Cup was merely an opportunity for honing their skills. In stark contrast to the $2 million prize of the FA Cup, only the champions and runners-up of the English League Cup would receive a meager sum of 100,000 and 50,000, respectively. Moreover, for a team like Cambridge United, which found itself at the lowest tier of English professional football, the prospect of victory seemed to reside solely in the realm of dreams. Yet, this did not imply that Cambridge United was a soft target to be easily manipulated, especially given the blatant disdain exhibited by the two hosts, which left these spirited young men feeling profoundly disrespected. Thus, the match no longer required Huang Hao to rally them further. Mickey Adams, the current head coach of Coventry City, had successfully salvaged the team last season and retained his position for the current campaign. Clearly, Adams had performed admirably, leading the team to the 4th round of the FA Cup, where they faced Newcastle United, missing the chance to advance further. This season, Adams sought greater breakthroughs, and the League Cup, a pathway to the Europa League, was an opportunity he did not wish to squander. After all, there have been instances of Championship teams achieving success in the past. A larger stage in European competitions would also provide Adams with increased exposure. Consequently, he fielded his strongest lineup, aiming for a decisive victory to restore the team's form, a singular objective for this match. An hour before the match commenced, both coaches received the finalized starting lineups for their respective teams. Upon reviewing the opposing team's roster, both Huang Hao and Adams couldn't help but chuckle, clearly surprised by the seriousness with which their opponent approached the game. Waving the lineup in hand towards the Cambridge United players, Huang Hao remarked, "Do you know? Today, Mr. Mickey Adams has deployed all his first-choice players." Upon hearing their coach's words, the players of Cambridge United felt no trepidation. Instead, a wave of cheers erupted from the team. The cheers rang out, somewhat restrained yet infused with a hint of excitement. Everyone was reluctant to disrupt the solemn atmosphere that enveloped the pre-match moment. I understood that this feeling of being underestimated was profoundly unsettling for you. Yet now, you possess an opportunity to prove your worth. I have previously conveyed to you that our aspirations extend far beyond mere survival in the National League. Today, I reiterate that the second division is likewise not our terminus. Anyone may belittle us, even audaciously mock our perceived frailty, but one day, they shall inevitably face the consequences. Let us impart a lesson to Coventry today. Let those so-called experts and commentators witness that Cambridge United is not the pushover they presume. With victory, let us compel those who scorn us to rise from their complacency. As Huang Hao concluded his impassioned address, the players of Cambridge United rose in unison, gathering together. Cambridge United. Captain Sager bellowed. Victory. The players echoed in unison. At 1945, the chief referee, Tim, blew a long whistle, marking the official commencement of the match. Commentator Carlson stretched lazily, leaning towards the microphone. Ready to commence his duties. Good evening, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Let us delve into the first round of the English League Cup, unfolding at Abbey Stadium. Today, the disparity in the team strengths is rather pronounced. On Coventry's side, the total worth of the starting players amounts to 29 million. In stark contrast, the unfortunate Cambridge United boasts a mere 900,000, not even a fraction of Coventry's worth. One must wonder, why on earth did Coventry's coach Adams field the entire first team? It is utterly perplexing. He ought to have deployed the substitutes, conserving their energy for the league. Even the reserves would likely overpower this newly promoted team from the second division. The commentator's perspective echoed the sentiments of nearly everyone present, save for Huang Hao and the players of Cambridge United. Even old Jack, the groundskeeper at Cambridge United, believed that as long as his team avoided a massacre, it would be a commendable outcome. Meanwhile, the players of Coventry remained oblivious to the fervent and solemn expressions etched on the faces of their opponents. However, one sentiment was unmistakably palpable. The camaraderie from the opposing side was decidedly unfriendly. From the very onset of the match, the players of Cambridge United unleashed fierce tackles and nearly brutal collisions upon Coventry. Standing at the sidelines, directing the match, Adams swiftly noted the unusual intensity displayed by the Cambridge United players. Puzzled, he glanced towards the visitors' bench, where Huang Hao sat, exuding an air of confidence far beyond the norm. Was this not an excess of confidence? Had his players perhaps indulged in some illicit substances? Adams found himself somewhat perplexed by Huang Hao's tactics and chose to disregard him, instead refocusing on the dynamics of the match. The quality of the pitch at Abbey Stadium was exceptional, allowing the already skilled players of Cambridge United to play with remarkable comfort. The players from Coventry gradually recognized that this League Two team was vastly different from the rudimentary lower-tier teams they had encountered previously. However, Coventry, a long-established powerhouse in the championship, began to adapt after a few initial minutes of probing. They gradually took control in both possession and attack, frequently launching assaults on Coventry's goal, propelled by the encouraging roars of the home crowd. The midfield duo of Westwood and the attacking line featuring Bennett and Marriott showcased exquisite coordination. Meanwhile, the center-backs Wisdom and Evans utilized precise positioning and stellar defensive skills, denying the youthful forwards of Cambridge United any significant opportunities. As the game reached the 20-minute mark, Coventry had already attempted 5 shots on goal. Fortunately for Cambridge, their towering goalkeeper Panteleimon, with his vast defensive reach, thwarted Coventry's efforts to score. Commentator Carlson, having assessed the situation on the field, appeared quite pleased with his pre-match predictions. From the outset, Cambridge United seemed to be merely on the defensive. It seemed to him that until now, he had not witnessed a single commendable shot on target from them. It appeared that this match would soon devolve into a mere training exercise for Coventry in attacking and defending within Cambridge's half. Look, yet again, Cambridge's attack was neutralized by Coventry's outstanding right-back, Law. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Cambridge United scored. Carlson, usually composed, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, even forgetting his commentary duties. Incredible! Cambridge United had taken the lead. The goal originated from a cross by left midfielder Sager, which was cleared by Law but fell to the left side just outside the penalty area. Young Grove, on loan from Bolton, delivered a precise through ball without taking a touch, while D'Eco executed a deft backheel pass, skillfully evading the goalkeeper to slot the ball into the right side of the net. Oh my God, it reminded me of Bergkamp's iconic backheel goal. D'Eco's effort surely deserved the title of the best goal of this round of the League Cup. At that moment, the substitutes bench for Cambridge United erupted in jubilation. Huang Hao exuberantly waved his arms in celebration, twirling like a windmill. On the other side, Adams furiously hurled his water bottle to the ground. He could hardly believe that Cambridge, who had been under pressure from his team, had seized the opportunity to take the lead through a second attack. Regaining his composure, Adams immediately rushed onto the field, shouting emphatically, "It's only the 23rd minute. Everyone, stay alert. Continue the attack." Following the goal, Coventry ramped up their defensive intensity, particularly on the flanks, where Bogler repeatedly took down Cambridge's players. Clearly, the recent goal had incited a sense of indignation among Coventry's squad. On the front line, Bennett and Marriott began to relentlessly bombard the goal of Cambridge United. However, their somewhat impatient assaults often resulted in thunderous attempts that yielded little. Shots went astray, or were swiftly seized by Panteleimon. After a prolonged struggle to score, the players of Coventry grew increasingly agitated. Being behind a lower league team, even for a mere minute, felt rather humiliating. At present, Cambridge United had been ahead for several minutes. Just then, the overcast sky unleashed a gentle rain, which gradually intensified, its sharp droplets further dampening the already gloomy spirits of Coventry. Chapter 25. The joy of humiliation. The rain began to drench Adams' hair, cascading down his cheeks. Yet he steadfastly remained on the sidelines, directing his players to continue their offensive. The unexpected downpour added an element of uncertainty to the match. As the game approached the 30-minute mark, Cambridge United finally earned a corner kick, granting their players a brief respite. Longolo and Suki, the two most adept headers in the team, took their positions within Coventry's penalty area, poised for an aerial assault. Meanwhile, Cole, Simmons, and Vardy hovered just outside the small box, eager for a chance to capitalize on a rebound. Coventry remained vigilant against Cambridge United's corner kicks, aware that set pieces were a potent weapon for their opponents. At this moment, 9 Coventry players, aside from the goalkeeper, returned to the box to fortify the defense against the corner. The corner was to be taken by Grove, the young star who had already made his mark with a goal in this match. Though only 19, he exhibited a maturity that surpassed his peers, earning praise from Huang Hao. Grove assessed the congested area within the penalty box where Longolo was entangled with wisdom, both tugging at one another until the referee intervened to maintain a few centimeters of space between them. With a soft exhale, Grove retreated a couple of steps and launched the ball high into the air. The ball, amidst the rain, displayed a distinct curve, indicating that Grove had imparted spin upon it. The outwardly spinning ball traced a magnificent arc through the air before plummeting towards the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, nearly all players were clustered near the small box, when a player clad in yellow swiftly surged from midfield toward the penalty area. Upon reaching the arc of the penalty box, he met the descending ball perfectly. He anchored his body with his left foot, leaning slightly to the left, while his right leg swung back, poised for impact, unleashing a powerful volley. The ball shot forth like a cannonball, roaring through the rain and past the cluster of players in the box, finding the top right corner of the net. 0-2. In an instant, Abbey Stadium fell silent, leaving only the gentle patter of rain in the air. Moments later, a jubilant roar erupted behind the Coventry goal, as the fans of Cambridge United lost themselves in fervor amidst the pouring rain. Pasquale, what a magnificent goal! Absolutely spectacular. A contender for the Pusk S Award. My God, that strike was breathtaking. I must correct myself. This goal is no less impressive than De Ecos. Witnessing such an extraordinary long-range shot, Carlson shed all biases and fervently lavished a cascade of praise upon Pasquale. Huang Hao raised his arms, exuberantly sprinting along the touchline, and then executed a splendid slide on the pitch, continuing to pump his fists as if he had scored himself. His exuberant display caught the attention of both the cameramen and the commentators, and as the camera panned to Huang Hao, Carlson quipped, "Ah, it seems this coach from the East holds Mr. Mourinho in high esteem." The celebration is not merely reminiscent. It is a perfect imitation. Ha! One cannot deny the sheer beauty of Pasquale's goal. His movements were so fluid, leaning back and swinging his right leg with great force, resulting in a breathtaking strike that can only be described as a phenomenal world-class goal. I believe that today's 2 goals from Cambridge United may very well be the most exquisite of this year's League Cup, or perhaps even the most beautiful goals of the entire season in England. Once composed, Carlson continued to extol the virtues of this memorable strike. At this moment, Adams did not exhibit excessive anger. Instead, he slowly turned and returned to the bench, taking a seat. He understood that no amount of shouting could diminish the inspiration that Pasquale's astonishing shot had instilled in Cambridge United. Clearly, Coventry sought to turn the tide. Yet it appeared increasingly difficult. Although there were still a few minutes left in the first half, the Coventry players visibly bore the weight of disappointment, their shooting quality deteriorating. Thus, when referee Tim blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, they instead sighed in relief, seizing a moment to regroup. Adam stood before the tactics board in the locker room, observing the dejected players with their heads hung low, and suddenly inquired, "Westwood, what is your weekly salary?" The player addressed, Westwood, appeared momentarily stunned, then replied, £20,000, coach. Indeed, £20,000. Do you know what the total salary of the Cambridge United team in the adjacent locker room amounts to? He continued. Allow me to enlighten you. It is £208,000. You heard me correctly, £208,000 per week. And it is this very group of players, earning less than any one of you, who managed to score 20 against you in the first half. The Coventry players were unaware of the earnings of players in the lower leagues, for while they may not be first-tier superstars, they were nonetheless exceptional elites in their own right. Your worth is several times greater than that of your opponents, and your salaries far exceed theirs. However, your performance has been utterly dismal. The notably gentlemanly Adams has refrained from uttering any profanities. Yet, these seemingly gentle words have profoundly wounded the players' pride and ignited their fighting spirit. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Cambridge United has noticeably lightened. Hwang Hao exchanged congratulatory high-fives with each player and then embraced both Zeko and Pasquale, who had scored. Boys, how does it feel to be in the lead? Hwang Hao asked with a mischievous grin. Absolutely exhilarating, boss. I relish seeing the Coventry players look utterly stunned. Pasquale exclaimed loudly. Indeed, I enjoy that too. However, the match still has 45 minutes to go, and I do not wish to see you all looking dejected after that time. Is that understood? Understood. I absolutely adore this downpour. Remember, we are 2 goals ahead. Do not attempt to control the ball in the second half, regardless of how skilled you may be. Seizing the moment of heightened morale, Hwang Hao promptly began outlining the tactics for the second half. Upon gaining possession, push forward swiftly and maintain long passes. Simmons and Sagal. Make the most of your speed. Simultaneously, increase your pressing. You are the first line of defense for the team. You will certainly face an even more fervent assault from Coventry in the second half. Remember, as long as we remain calm, they will gradually become like ants on a hot skillet. Do you understand? Like ants on a hot skillet. Hwang Hao was uncertain whether these foreigners would grasp the Chinese proverb. They'll be burn alive. Grove remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, let us burn them alive. Hwang Hao, uninterested in providing an explanation, shouted loudly. Cambridge United, burn them alive. The players echoed in unison. I must say, Hao, you are truly adept at stirring emotions. And I appreciate it. Darren, who walked at the back of the line, remarked admiringly. Haha, just average. Don't fall for me, Hwang Hao retorted without hesitation, instantly earning a roll of the eyes from Darren. Just 2 minutes into the second half, Coventry's fullback, Lowe, surged into the Cambridge United penalty area. He delivered a ball that arced beautifully, landing perfectly on Bennett's head. Bennett leapt high and forcefully directed the ball towards the goal. Bam! The ball struck the crossbar with a thunderous crash, deflected by Pantiliman, who was on the ground, saving Cambridge United from disaster. 5 minutes later, Coventry launched another assault. This time, Baudelaire dribbled past Watts and, facing the goalkeeper, executed a backheeled shot. Just as the ball sailed over Pantiliman's head and was about to enter the net, Pantiliman, retreating 2 steps and leaping backwards, managed to palm it over the crossbar. After deflecting the ball, Pantiliman tumbled heavily inside the goal. Wow! It must be said that the performance of Cambridge United's players today is worth far more than 900,000. Not solely Grove, but their goalkeeper Pantiliman was nothing short of miraculous, having thwarted several certain goals from Coventry. At this moment, Carlson could no longer underestimate this team and offered his praises without reservation. In the 51st minute, Marriott surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball was again deflected out by Pantiliman, who sent it out for a corner. In the 55th minute, left-back Johnson headed the ball towards the goal. Pantiliman safely cradled it in his arms. In the 64th minute, Bennett received a precise pass from Westwood and unleashed a fierce shot from the edge of the 6-yard box. Yet the astonishing Pantiliman once again repelled it with his fists. In the 75th minute, Marriott, upon receiving the ball, broke through alone into the penalty area and struck with all his might. Yet again, it was Pantiliman. The ball was tipped over the crossbar. faced with Panteleimon's extraordinary performance. The Coventry players gradually lost their patience after repeated failures, leading to a flurry of wild shots. When Simmons from Cambridge United struck the post of the Coventry goal, it prompted the home fans to rise and begin their exodus from the stands. In the 77th minute, Adams replaced Bennett and Westwood, signaling Coventry's resignation from the match. Huang Hao, seizing the moment, substituted Tadic for the outstanding growth. In the 92nd minute, when referee Tim witnessed Marriott's shot being denied once more by Panteleimon, he did not award a corner to Coventry but pointed towards the center circle, signaling the conclusion of the match. The Cambridge United substitutes, upon hearing the final whistle, immediately sprang onto the field to embrace their teammates. In that moment, it felt as though Cambridge United had clinched the League Cup. Despite the loss, Adams displayed gentlemanly grace, approaching Huang Hao to shake hands and commend his team's performance. "Your team played excellently. Thank you. Yours was commendable as well." Upon hearing Huang Hao's response, Adams offered a wry smile before turning to walk towards the dressing room. In the post-match press conference, victorious Cambridge United naturally became the center of attention. Amidst a barrage of media inquiries, a somewhat overwhelmed Huang Hao glanced helplessly at the host. The host, noticing his predicament, quickly interjected, stating there would only be one last question. At this juncture, a sports journalist stood up and asked, "Mr. Huang, almost everyone believed your team would lose this match. How did you feel at that time?" Huang Hao glanced at Adams beside the host, then smiled and replied calmly, "You know, Mr. Journalist, I rather enjoy the feeling of slapping others in the face." Chapter 26. Derby. Following the conclusion of the League Cup match, Cambridge United was set to travel away to challenge Barnet, currently ranked 22nd. This was merely 3 days after the encounter with Coventry. The intensity of the schedule caused Huang Hao to feel a twinge of concern regarding the depth of his team's bench, constrained by the club's precarious financial situation. Cambridge United has assembled a standard squad of merely 23 players this season. Despite the numerous player changes, the team flourished thanks to the remarkable debut performance of Tadic, who contributed 2 assists and a goal, leading to a thrilling 4-3 victory. Huang Hao expressed a degree of satisfaction with the overall performance of the team, refraining from blaming the players, recognizing the long 46 rounds of the league ahead. Moreover, the team had just emerged from a grueling battle, and the demanding tactics imposed a significant physical toll on the players, making rotation inevitable. On the journey back to the Cambridge United training facility, Huang Hao requested information from assistant coach Darren regarding the next opponent. Upon learning that the upcoming match was in the English Trophy and just 3 days away, Huang Hao contemplated forfeiting the game. After all, ensuring that Cambridge United secures promotion to the championship by the season's end is of paramount importance. Other matches could simply serve to develop the substitutes and fulfill obligations. Upon hearing Huang Hao's decision, Darren hesitated before revealing that the next opponent would be Peterborough United. "Oh my goodness, how could it possibly be those wretched Posh?" Huang Hao exclaimed, his frustration spilling over as he vented to Darren. The specific reasons for this rivalry remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that on the first day at the club, the owner imparts a stern warning. "Remember, Peterborough United is our arch nemesis. We must never lose." Darren shook his head, noting that as 2 teams from Cambridgeshire, each encounter is fraught with tension, with both sides eager to assert dominance over the other. "Alas, I cannot fathom why we have so many adversaries. And then there's Oxford United, which, thankfully, is not in the same league, making it rare to face them. Otherwise, I fear Abbey Stadium would become a battlefield." Huang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. "Actually, Huang, there are benefits to the English Trophy," Darren interjected. "For every victory, there's a 10,000 prize, which is better than the League Cup." "Absolutely, my friend. We must give it our all. The money is secondary. What truly matters is our love for victory." Huang Hao's spirits soared, rejuvenated by Darren's encouraging words, transforming his demeanor from mere minutes earlier. Despite the declaration of commitment, when the match commenced, Huang Hao opted to field several rotated players. After all, following this match, Cambridge United would be hosting Hartlepool, currently ranked lower, presenting a prime opportunity for the team to prove themselves. The clash with Peterborough was merely a group stage match in the English Trophy. In the 37th minute of the first half, Peterborough seized the initiative, exploiting Cambridge United's aggressive positioning. A long ball from their defense tore through Cambridge's entire back line, finding Curtis unmarked. With composure, Curtis executed a delicate chip shot from the edge of the penalty area, scoring and giving Peterborough the lead. The ensuing match devolved into a stalemate, with both sides exchanging attacks, yet Cambridge United struggled to equalize. Just when Dino, the head coach of Peterborough United, believed that victory was within reach. The German youth player Clark, who came on as a substitute for Cambridge United, utilized his individual prowess to breach Peterborough's defenses in the 85th minute. Before Peterborough could recover from this setback, they faced yet another blow. In the 89th minute, during a defensive lapse in the penalty area, a Peterborough player inadvertently brought down a Cambridge player, prompting the referee to point to the penalty spot. Under immense pressure, Aaron Cole converted the penalty with precision, leading Cambridge United to a remarkable comeback. Clearly, Lady Luck favored Cambridge today. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances, they ultimately trampled their arch-rivals underfoot. At the post-match press conference, despite the presence of only 2 journalists, Dino was overflowing with grievances, claiming his team was merely unfortunate and that the penalty was overly dubious. Huang Hao rested his forehead on his hand, perceiving Dino as a long-suffering spouse recounting his grievances. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Huang Hao forcefully tapped the table, interrupting Dino's lamentations. "Mr. Dino, if memory serves me correctly, we will meet again in 18 days at your home ground. At that time, Cambridge United will ensure you are left utterly convinced of your defeat. Excuse me." With that, Huang Hao rose and exited the press conference. And the term gentleman certainly did not apply to him at that moment. Meanwhile, Dino stared in shock at Huang Hao's departure, repeatedly exclaiming his disbelief. 18 days later, at London Road Stadium, the usual contingent of just over 100 traveling Cambridge fans swelled to over 500. Gazing at the impressive legion behind Peterborough's goal, Huang Hao truly felt the weight of a fierce rivalry. In the pre-match strategy session, Huang made minimal adjustments against Peterborough, as Cambridge had been in exceptional form recently, achieving victories of 3-0 and 3-1 against Hartlepool and Rochdale respectively, marking 2 consecutive wins. Following this match, sports media no longer dared to underestimate Cambridge United. Their rise in League Two made it evident that they were no longer the Cambridge United of yesteryears. In stark contrast, Peterborough had only managed a draw and a loss in the league. Now, facing their fiercest rivals, and with Huang having publicly issued a challenge just days prior, Coach Dino felt the weight of pressure. Observing the buoyant Cambridge players, Huang Hao sheepishly remarked, "Apologies, everyone. After all, your leader isn't very old, and sometimes, perhaps, I can be a bit overzealous. You all know that just recently in the press conference, I told Dino that they would surely lose today. I hope you won't let me down, otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood, you might find yourselves suffering too." As the conversation unfolded, Huang Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically. A sinister smile crept across his face, sending shivers down the spines of the players. Once the match commenced, Cambridge United swiftly asserted their dominance over their opponents. Observing his team being overwhelmed, Dino's facial muscles twitched mildly, his expression darkening. 12 minutes into the match, Cambridge United earned a corner kick. The responsibility fell once more to Grove, while Captain Sager once again lurked just outside the penalty area, seemingly poised to recreate a moment from the League Cup. The players of Peterborough United were evidently aware of this tactic. Thus, as Grove passed the ball to Sager, the defenders immediately surged forward to thwart his shot. However, Sager unexpectedly redirected the ball to the left, back to Grove's feet. A tactical corner? No shot? The players of Peterborough United appeared momentarily bewildered, shifting their focus back towards Grove. In that instant, Grove decisively lofted the ball into the penalty area. As a result, Zeko found himself completely unmarked within the box. With ample space, he executed a flawless volley, sending the ball straight into the net. 1-0. Shortly after the second half commenced, Cambridge United was awarded another corner. Having been toyed with in the first half, the players of Peterborough United braced themselves for the onslaught. Their greatest torment was that Grove was once again taking the corner, with Sager once again lurking in the penalty area. The defenders of Peterborough were nearly in tears, uncertain of how the two would collaborate this time. Grove wasted no time, passing the ball directly to Sager. Sager charged into the box. As Peterborough's defenders closed in, he swiftly executed a 1-2 with Grove. When the ball returned to Sager's feet, 3 defenders converged on him. Meanwhile, Simmons stood unguarded nearby. Naturally, Sager passed the ball to Simmons, who struck with precision, sending the ball crashing into the net, securing a 140-goal bonus. 2-0. This goal shattered the hopes of the Peterborough United players, who had just begun to regain their confidence during halftime. Aiming to equalize in the second half, Dino's rapid equalization strategy now seemed futile. Even with a 2-goal lead, the young men of Cambridge United appeared far from satisfied, continuing their display of prowess. In the 62nd minute, Sager netted a follow-up shot, extending the score to 3-0. In the 74th minute, another set piece resulted in a goal, this time with center-back Suki making his mark, bringing the tally to 4-0. Though Peterborough United managed to salvage a consolation goal in the 82nd minute, it did little to quell the chorus of jeers echoing around London Road Stadium. Before the match, the opposing coach had already informed that they would inevitably lose. And during the actual game, they were brutally defeated by 4 goals. It seems that Dino's time at Peterborough United will not be particularly pleasant. Ultimately, the young lads from Cambridge United, under the coercive persuasion of Huang Hao, unleashed their full offensive power, triumphantly securing a 4-1 victory over their rivals, achieving a double triumph. What leaves Dino in despair is the fact that there remains another opportunity for these two teams to face each other this season. What a predicament! To defeat a club's arch-rival twice in quick succession is akin to administering a potent tonic to the players, significantly uplifting the team's morale. The youthful squad of Cambridge United has gradually cultivated a robust sense of confidence through their performances. As Huang Hao aptly stated, in lower-tier leagues, morale and unwavering willpower far outweigh tactical prowess. Chapter 27. Abandoning the League Cup. These young men, hailing from England's top-tier clubs and prestigious academies, already possess commendable tactical acumen and technical foundations, prompting Huang Hao to reflect that the gap between so-called footballing powerhouses extends far beyond the mere count of a few national team players. Soon enough, the opponent for Cambridge United in the second round of the League Cup was revealed, the season championship side, Leicester City. This time, Huang Hao had no intention of conjuring another miracle. After all, their eye-catching performance in the first round had already drawn considerable attention from their adversaries. Could a fourth-tier team truly claim the League Cup title? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Ultimately, Cambridge United's primary focus remains the league. Only by swiftly ascending to a higher tier can they reap greater rewards and escape poverty sooner. It is worth noting that the Premier League, being the world's foremost revenue-generating league, guarantees even the lowest-ranked teams an annual income of at least $100 million. In contrast, the Championship, being the second tier just below the Premier League, sees revenues plummet to around $20 million. For Cambridge United, currently situated in League Two, the income is a mere few £100,000. The disparity is simply unfathomable. Even now, the last-place team in the Premier League still earns $20 million, which means that in 3 years, when Cambridge United ascends to the Premier League, they could potentially secure at least $40 million. This is precisely why teams are so fervently striving for promotion, even at great cost. After all, promotion brings substantial broadcasting revenue shares, transforming a humble club into a phoenix. Before the match commenced, Leicester City's head coach, Rob Kelly, was taken aback when he fielded his entire first team, only to discover that Cambridge United's final roster was composed entirely of rotated players. None of the names he had meticulously researched appeared on this list. To make matters worse, even Huang Hao himself had contrived an excuse to avoid attending the Abbey Stadium. The match was to be directed by the assistant coach, Darren. The pristine sheet of paper listing the squad quickly crumpled into a ball in Kelly's fury. Even though Leicester City secured a decisive victory against Cambridge United's reserve team with a score of 3-1, it did little to alleviate the frustration lingering in their hearts. During the press conference, Kelly vehemently criticized Huang Hao for his unprofessional conduct, as if he had been deeply insulted. When the news reached the training base of Cambridge United, Xiao Zhuyan merely smiled, choosing not to engage further with the Leicester City manager. After all, engaging in a war of words with the coach of a mid-table championship team was not his ambition. 4 days later, with the first team fully rested, Cambridge United effortlessly triumphed over Mansfield Town with a score of 4-1, thanks to the outstanding performances of Dzeko and Vardy. The media that once marveled at Cambridge United's remarkable feats had now grown accustomed to their victories. After the match, Stewart, a journalist from London 949, called Huang Hao for an interview. This young reporter, frequently assigned to cover Cambridge United, had developed a friendly rapport with Huang Hao. "Congratulations on your team's important win. You must be quite pleased." "Thank you, Stewart. Who doesn't relish victory?" "Indeed. However, Huang, Leicester City's coach Kelly and others still believe that Cambridge United's current performance is merely a fleeting moment. As the matches progress, a promoted team will inevitably revert to form. One must remain pragmatic." Huang Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Stewart was attempting to stir up a topic for tomorrow's news. A war of words? Not a concern for me. Stewart, I believe some should focus on safeguarding their own positions. Especially since I hear Leicester City is considering a change in ownership. Perhaps they should worry about their own job security. Is that news credible? Previously, there were only whispers circulating. Stewart's interest was piqued. Of course, we shall know the truth within a month. As for my team, we have never been concerned about others' opinions. If anyone believes that Cambridge United will one day tumble into the relegation zone, feel free to reach out to me. I do enjoy a good wager. With that, Huang Hao flashed a mischievous grin. Well, I must say, Huang, you have shattered my preconceived notions of Eastern humility. What do you anticipate Cambridge United will achieve this season? Noticing Huang Hao's confidence, Stewart grew curious about the team's eventual standing. Dear reporter, while our nation's football may not be as strong, one cannot assume that our understanding of the game lags behind that of Europeans. To be honest, I am uncertain about the ultimate outcome for Cambridge United this season. However, I can assure you of one thing. The second division is not where Cambridge United belongs. What? Mr. Huang, are you suggesting that Cambridge United will ascend to the top tier? Huang's calm words sent a shiver through Stewart's heart. As a newly promoted team in the lower division, Cambridge United currently finds itself ensnared in a financial crisis, barely surviving on the precarious support of fan crowdfunding, yet audaciously proclaiming its aspiration to ascend to the higher league. If my earlier praise of Huang Hao's confidence was a form of admiration, Stewart now perceives Huang as nothing short of hubristic. Overly ambitious, indeed. Undoubtedly, dear journalist, I prefer candor. Cambridge United will, by the season's conclusion, reveal the position it rightfully occupies. With that, Huang Hao ended the call amidst Stewart's astonished silence. A month later, when Cambridge United once again graced the headlines, this modest team had astonishingly achieved an impressive streak of 10 consecutive matches without defeat. Huang Hao and his squad were sending a resounding message to the media: do not hastily judge a team's prospects based on your so-called expertise. During this period, Cambridge United also adeptly navigated the group stages of the English Championship and the first round of the FA Cup, while securing a stable league position. Each victory in these cup matches, which yielded substantial financial rewards, became Huang Hao's newfound passion. After all, the team proudly held the distinction of being the most indebted among all clubs in the lower leagues, including League One. In the 17th round of the English lower division, Cambridge United faced Swindon Town away. By this point, Cambridge United had maintained an unbeaten streak of 16 matches, sitting atop the league with a 6-point lead over second-placed Lincoln City. Even Stewart could no longer consider Cambridge's promotion a distant dream. Swindon Town, currently occupying 4th place in the standings, became the focus of the media's fervent hope that they would thwart Cambridge's ambitions and prevent them from extending their unbeaten record to 17 matches. Yet, Huang Hao's team seemed particularly inclined to defy media expectations. Cambridge United dominated possession with an astounding 70 and doubled the number of shots on goal compared to their opponents, but were met with a goal from Swindon's Roberts in the first half. Just as the media celebrated, substitute Tadic scored twice in the 80th and 85th minutes, leading to a remarkable turnaround and a final score of 2-1. In the 18th round, Cambridge United returned home to secure a 1-0 victory over their main rivals, Walsall. Suddenly, the media seemed to undergo a transformation, fervently proclaiming that Cambridge United would set a record for the longest unbeaten streak in the history of League Two, with some outlets even predicting an early promotion. However, merely 7 days later, in an away match against second-to-last Boston United, Cambridge could only muster a 1-1 draw. In the 20th round, they drew 0-0 in a derby against Peterborough United. In the 21st round, another 1-1 draw against third-from-bottom Torquay United ensued. The 22nd round saw Cambridge United suffering a 3-0 defeat to 15th-place Shrewsbury, with Cook and Ivers scoring 3 goals in quick succession. After the match, Huang Hao refrained from harshly criticizing his players for their loss. After all, there are no invincible generals in this world, especially for a modest team like Cambridge United. Perhaps this failure arrives at a most opportune moment. During the match, Huang Hao distinctly sensed the players' impatience. Following 3 consecutive draws against weaker teams, the team faltered after conceding a goal, resorting to aimless shots and reckless advances, abandoning their previous patience in dismantling the opponent's defense through collaboration. It can be said that the adversary triumphed in a manner most familiar to Cambridge United. Youth, akin to a double-edged sword, not only endowed Cambridge United with abundant stamina and relentless pressing that secured their victory, but also rendered them restless and fragile in the face of adversity. The burden of being unbeaten for 21 league matches had quietly become a significant weight on the players' shoulders. Thus, losing this match was, paradoxically, what Huang Hao hoped for. Only in this way could the players of Cambridge United shed their burdens and approach the remainder of the season with a tranquil mindset. After all, records are merely a gimmick. Securing promotion to the higher division remains Huang Hao's sole ambition. The end of Cambridge United's 21-match unbeaten streak at the hands of Shrewsbury did not lead to the anticipated collapse. After casting aside this somewhat heavy burden, Cambridge United instead achieved a resounding 5-2 victory over Notts County at Meadow Lane, releasing their pin-up frustration. Following this match, Cambridge United concluded the first half of the league season with 15 wins, 7 draws, and 1 loss, maintaining their position at the top of the table. Lincoln City trailed in second place with 13 wins, 6 draws, and 4 losses, falling behind by 7 points. Walsall secured third place with a record of 12 wins, 7 draws, and 4 losses. The 3 teams currently lead the race for direct promotion to League One, while Milton Keynes, Swindon, Bristol Rovers, and Hartlepool occupy the playoff spots. In the second round of the FA Cup, Cambridge United fortuitously drew a National League opponent, Macclesfield. Huang Hao, naturally, would not forfeit the opportunity to claim the 20,000 prize. After sending the opponent packing, Cambridge United smoothly advanced to the third round. Chapter 28, the FA Cup the following noon. Just as Huang Hao intended to take a brief respite on the sofa, Darren hurriedly knocked on his office door, appearing before him with an unusually grave expression. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he bore unfavorable news. Observing Darren's countenance, Huang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "How? We have drawn our opponent for the third round of the FA Cup." With that, Darren's expression appeared even more pained. "So," Huang Hao shrugged, somewhat perplexed by Darren's reaction. "It's Chelsea from the Premier League. Mourinho." "Wow, thank you, Darren, for reminding me that Chelsea is still in the Premier League," Huang Hao replied, his tone light and somewhat teasing as he regarded Darren. "Old friend, it seems it's not just our players who are overly optimistic. You appear to be as well." Shaking his head in mild exasperation at Darren's anxious demeanor, Huang Hao mused, "Regardless of what the future holds, we remain, for now, merely a team in League Two of England. The third round of the FA Cup has proven to be quite commendable for us, old friend. I never dared to hope that my team could triumph in the FA Cup. So, Darren, relax. Your performance has truly surprised me. Yet I am delighted to witness your ambition, haha." Upon hearing Huang Hao's words, Darren seemed to realize that he might have overreacted. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and joined in the laughter. "So, how do you intend to forfeit this match? Just like we did against Leicester?" No. Darren, I will give everything I've got." Huang Hao's expression suddenly turned solemn. This time, it was Darren who was bewildered. "What on earth? Did we not say we were already satisfied? Why, when faced with a seemingly hopeless match, would one invest all their main players and even strive with utmost effort? Darren, Mourinho is one of the world's top coaches, entirely different from Leicester. If it weren't for the FA Cup, we would find it exceedingly challenging to face such a renowned tactician in a short span. Therefore, I must exert myself fully. This way, I shall not be left with regrets and will gain an understanding of the vast chasm that exists between myself and Mourinho." Darren pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. After all, standing on the same pitch as the stars of the top leagues is a source of pride for any player. Likewise for a head coach. Engaging with a world-class maestro is an honor. The match is scheduled for January 4th, and I will ensure the team is fully committed. With that, Darren nodded to Huang Hao and departed the office, refraining from further intruding on his work. As the long-awaited chimes of Big Ben resonated across London, fireworks erupted over the Millennium Bridge spanning the Thames, officially heralding the dawn of a new year. Huang Hao, unable to resist the pleas of Li Jianqin and Ouyang Bing, made the trip from Cambridge to witness the New Year's fireworks extravaganza together. At that moment, London was a brisk 7 degrees, causing Huang Hao and Li Jianqin to almost freeze their noses off, while Ouyang Bing bounced around like an excited child. Observing the joyful Ouyang, Huang Hao exhaled into his palms, rubbing his hands vigorously as he conversed with Li Jianqin. "Youth is indeed wonderful. Ever since I became the head coach, I feel as if I've aged a decade." "Oh, come off it. On the field, you are anything but," Li Jianqin teased. "Why don't you hurry up and find a girlfriend? I guarantee your youthful vigor will return instantly." With that, Li Jianqin winked at Huang Hao and playfully pursed his lips in Ouyang Bing's direction. "Get away. I am not like you, able to act on my feelings towards those around me. Huang Hao pushed Li Jianxin aside and gazed at the sky filled with bursting fireworks. Feeling a twinge of homesickness at that moment, the clash between Cambridge United and Chelsea reignited excitement among London's media, especially after Huang Hao had given them quite a bruise to their pride, which they had endured for far too long. In the B-League arena, Cambridge United, who had their undefeated streak of 16 matches halted, subsequently embarked on a formidable 4-match winning run. Their meticulously crafted narratives were rendered moot, as they found themselves presented with an unparalleled opportunity courtesy of Chelsea. The odds of 13-1 offered by the bookmaker further fueled the media's speculation that Mourinho's squad would deliver a stern lesson to Huang Hao. Some enterprising journalists continuously juxtaposed footage of Huang celebrating his victory over Coventry with Mourinho's exuberant gestures, attempting to generate discourse around succession. During the pre-match press conference at Stamford Bridge, a reporter broached the subject of succession to Mourinho, who retorted icily, "If there are no further pertinent inquiries, we might as well conclude this session." He added, "I have coached at the lowest level, specifically with Lierse in the Portuguese league." With that, the Portuguese manager elegantly exited the press conference, clearly indicating that Huang Hao was not even remotely in the running to be considered as Mourinho's successor. Meanwhile, at Abbey Stadium, facing a mere 2 journalists, Huang Hao meticulously conveyed his respect for Mourinho and Chelsea, presenting a stark contrast to his previous youthful arrogance. On January 4th, Stamford Bridge welcomed an influx of 750,000 fans, demonstrating that the home team's box office appeal had not waned. In the visitors' locker room, players from Cambridge United could hardly conceal their excitement, their spirits buoyant. However, the usually exuberant Huang Hao appeared particularly composed, smiling as he observed his players. Ensure your protective gear is secure and manage your emotions. Chelsea is a formidable opponent, boasting numerous superstars. Although they clinched the title last season with 91 points, you are no less capable. The arrivals of Shevchenko and Ballack have created vulnerabilities. Seize this opportunity. I hope this match leaves you with unforgettable memories. Now, let us go and relish the game. With a grand gesture, Huang Hao sent his players eagerly toward the tunnel, accompanied by 4 officiating referees. The players entered Stamford Bridge in formation, triggering a thunderous ovation from the crowd. However, the applause was predominantly directed at Chelsea. Last season, Chelsea had triumphed with an invincible demeanor, and although they faced controversy in the Champions League against Barcelona, their resolute defense and tactical discipline in the Premier League remained an impenetrable barrier for any adversary. As the match commenced, Chelsea quickly seized control, launching relentless assaults on the heart of Cambridge United's defense, buoyed by the cheers of 70,000 fans. Mourinho opted for a 4-3-3 formation, with Drogba centrally positioned and Robben and Shevchenko flanking him. In midfield, Makelele anchored the defense, while Lampard and Ballack were tasked with orchestrating the attack, with Ashley Cole and Ferreira frequently advancing from the back line. Under the relentless assault of Chelsea, the young defense of Cambridge United found themselves in a precarious situation, fraught with peril. Midfielders Pasquale and Sagal were compelled to retreat frequently, aiding in defense and taking on the role of wingbacks. In the 14th minute of the match, Lampard unleashed a sudden strike from the edge of the penalty area. Fortunately, Pantilimon was alert, deflecting the ball onto the crossbar with both hands. Frustrated by the missed opportunity, the Englishman raised his hands in a signature gesture of discontent. Robben took a corner kick. Longolo and Pascal simultaneously surrounded Drogba, thwarting the beast's aerial threat. Yet, at the moment the corner was taken, Drogba suddenly stepped back, evading Longolo's grasp, and leapt high into the air. Just as everyone anticipated a header from Drogba, he deftly flicked the ball to the far post. Carvalho, already positioned at the back post, extended his toes and gently prodded the ball, which obediently nestled into the net of Cambridge United. 1-0. Stamford Bridge erupted in jubilation. Drogba calmly celebrated with his teammates, acknowledging that scoring against such a lower-tier team brought little sense of accomplishment. 10 minutes later, Shevchenko, who had been acquired by Abramovich from Milan at great expense this season, received a pass from Hilario in the backfield and suddenly unleashed a diagonal long pass at a 45-degree angle. The ball sliced through Cambridge United's entire defense like a missile. On the opposite side of the pitch, Robben surged forth from the crowd. With poise, he controlled the ball and charged straight towards the Cambridge United penalty area. Alone, Pantilimon was helpless against Robben's precise shot from a challenging angle, and as he fell to the ground, he could only watch as the ball found its way into the net once more. 2-0. Robben, brimming with excitement, sprinted towards the fan stands, sliding to his knees in a fervent roar. His iconic celebration ignited the crowd as the first half neared its conclusion. With many expecting Chelsea to finish 2-0, Robin broke through once more, deftly maneuvering past Songo'o and Pasquale, rapidly approaching the penalty area. Upon reaching the edge of the box, Robin skillfully controlled the ball with the inside of his left foot, cutting inward to evade Mackenzie's defense, before curling a magnificent shot with his right foot that found the top left corner of the Cambridge United goal. 3-0. Cambridge United was utterly overwhelmed. As the halftime whistle blew, Mourinho nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines and turned towards the players' tunnel. Clearly, at that moment, Cambridge United posed no threat to his team, let alone discuss any absurd notions of succession. Pasquale, how did it feel to face off against Shevchenko? Hwang Hao suddenly inquired in the dressing room. Boss, he is indeed formidable. His explosiveness, speed, and even strength far surpass mine. Pasquale replied, somewhat disheartened as he scratched his head. So, you're like a little fangirl admiring her idol, with stars in your eyes? Pasquale found himself at a loss for words, thoroughly overshadowed by Shevchenko's imposing presence. It was not just Dwight, they all shared the same fate. Hwang Hao pointed at each of them in turn. Chapter 29. Football is not a game for the faint-hearted. I pondered whether my overly gentle demeanor during this match had given rise to such illusions among you. While we presently lack the strength to contend with Chelsea, that does not imply we must engage in a decorous manner. Remember, to earn a player's respect and remembrance, it is through your performance on the field that you must shine, not through some individual whom I have deftly bypassed on 20 occasions. Upon hearing Hwang Hao's admonition, the players of Cambridge United bowed their heads in shame. Just as the manager had stated, it seemed they had indeed been completely intimidated by the aura of Chelsea's superstars. Their tackles had become overly cautious, as if they feared inflicting harm upon their opponents, devoid of the formidable confidence they once possessed. Therefore, my young lads, this shall not be our only encounter with Chelsea. I do not wish for them to leave this match without a single impression of you. Embrace the spirit of Cambridge United and showcase your unique style. Do you recall Hereford? As the name Hereford escaped Hwang Hao's lips, the players instantly grasped the strategy their manager desired. Last season's Wembley clash had left Hereford's proud forward line utterly dismantled by Cambridge United, paving the way for their advancement. Since that moment, the ferocity and brutality of Cambridge United had instilled a sense of caution in every opposing team. This was precisely the spirit Cambridge United had lost in the current match. Thus, as the second half commenced, a spark reignited in the eyes of the Cambridge players. This time, it was not admiration, but rather a newfound confidence, an enigmatic confidence that Hwang Hao yearned for. Soon, Lampard executed a surgical pass, deftly locating Drogba amid the throng. Drogba, receiving the ball with his back to the play, had just completed his turn when he was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Song Gyal. In furious protest, he raised his arms to the referee, yet this time, the official remained unmoved. Once, twice, thrice. Gradually, Chelsea's players and Mourinho discerned the stark contrast in Cambridge United's demeanor compared to the first half. The brutal collisions and persistent fouls rendered the match fragmented, thoroughly disrupting Chelsea's rhythm. This relentless tactic seemed to awaken the primal instincts within Mourinho and Chelsea. Dubbed the meat grinder of the Premier League, this match would determine whose grinder was truly more formidable. Before long, Mourinho initiated substitutions. Eshin entered, replacing Robin. Kala took the field for Shevchenko, while Bridge came on for Ferreira. The midfield erupted into fierce contention, as continuous fouls and the incessant sound of the whistle rendered the game disjointed. Mourinho shook his head in disdain, yet found himself at a loss. The chorus of boos resonating from Stamford Bridge did not instill fear in the players of Cambridge United. Instead of merely resorting to fouls to disrupt the game, they engaged fervently in the contest, seeking every opportunity to deliver a powerful counterstrike against Chelsea. As the match reached the 62nd minute of the second half, Cambridge United once again brought down Makelele in Chelsea's defensive half. Chelsea swiftly executed a free kick, passing the ball to Ballack. Ballack promptly shifted the play to the right flank and surged towards the Cambridge United penalty area, attempting a 1-2 to bypass the Cambridge defenders. However, just as the ball was about to reach Kalu, Simmons dashed in unexpectedly to intercept it and swiftly relayed it to the midfield. Without a moment's hesitation, Tadic seized the ball and continued to advance. Vardy and Terry simultaneously launched their runs. Thus, through a mere 3-touch sequence, Cambridge United propelled the action into the Manchester United penalty area. Vardy carried the ball to the byline, deftly maneuvering past the retreating Terry with a slight flick. At that moment, a classic scene stirred Mourinho on the sidelines. Cambridge United had 4 players lined up, from left to right, ready to storm the Chelsea penalty area: Simons, Cole, Dzeko, and Sagal. The entire attacking line of Cambridge United was poised and ready. Meanwhile, Chelsea's defensive contingent consisted of merely 3 players. In an instant, as Terry lunged to tackle, Vardy quickly returned the ball to just outside the 6-yard box. In the blink of an eye, Cole was the first to arrive. Facing the substitute goalkeeper Hilario, Cole gently nudged the ball, which swiftly rolled beneath Hilario and into the Chelsea net. 3-1. Cambridge United remarkably struck first in the second half. Hwang Hao jubilantly rushed to the sidelines, shouting at Cole and then enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Mourinho, however, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, motionless, seemingly deep in thought. Following the goal, the morale of Cambridge United soared, and they momentarily pressed Chelsea back into their own half. Yet, Chelsea, seasoned in the face of adversity, would not be undone by this goal. They merely heightened their defensive intensity, presenting Cambridge United with formidable resistance. In the 82nd minute, a corner kick led to a header scored by Drogba. 4-1, as the match neared its conclusion, just when everyone assumed it was ending. The Cambridge United players refused to concede. Pantilimon launched a goal kick that found Simons in midfield. Simons gently tapped the ball, evading Chelsea's defenders, and passed it forward to Sagal. The Cambridge United captain executed a delicate lob, sending the ball soaring over the heads of Terry and Carvalho, landing at Vardy's feet. The young English prospect swiftly carried the ball into the penalty area, and just as Chelsea's defenders were regaining their positions, he unleashed a strike towards the goal. Hilario reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball off the crossbar with one hand. Vardy, holding his head in despair, lamented the missed opportunity of such a splendid chance. Before Cambridge United could take their corner kick, referee Andy blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Clearly, this corner would not alter the reality of Cambridge United's defeat. Ultimately, Hwang Hao's team failed to conjure a miracle, succumbing to Chelsea with a score of 14, thus losing the opportunity to advance to the next round of the FA Cup. At the post-match press conference, faced with the barrage of questions from reporters, Hwang Hao couldn't help but reflect on the previous day's scene at Abbey Stadium, where only 2 journalists had attended. The disparity in influence between the 2 clubs was stark. At Chelsea's home ground, the focus of media attention was naturally on Mourinho. With the team having secured a victory, Mourinho was in good spirits and patiently addressed the reporters' inquiries. Nevertheless, one reporter, lacking discretion, pressed Mourinho on why he had substituted Shevchenko so early in the second half, questioning the decision to refrain from further attacking, which led to Cambridge United's opportunistic goal. Mourinho's previously amiable smile evaporated, and after a moment of silence, he coldly reminded the reporter to remember the match's outcome. 4-1. Hwang Hao stood beside him, smiling silently, only to be unexpectedly posed a question by Stewart. Mr. Hwang, your tactical approach in the second half was strikingly similar to Mourinho's. Some media outlets have suggested that you are currently the coach whose style most resembles that of Mr. Mourinho. What are your thoughts on this succession talk? No. Mr. Reporter, Hwang Hao quickly waved his hands, vehemently denying the suggestion. Mr. Jose Mourinho is one of the greatest coaches in the world. He is irreplaceable. This compliment brought a noticeable smile to Mourinho's face. Similarly, Hwang Hao asserted his own uniqueness. I will not be anyone's successor. Mourinho, who had been enjoying Hwang Hao's praise with half-closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing the latter statement. He regarded the unassuming Eastern figure beside him, revealing a knowing smile. Hwang Hao does not admire Mourinho. Successor? I have no interest. Who allows a coach from the second division to be so audacious? Hwang Hao, glancing at the newspaper delivered by his assistant Mia, could only smile helplessly. The British media were truly geniuses in the realm of fabrication. However, since Hwang Hao took charge of Cambridge United, the team's profile had risen significantly. Although they were eliminated from the FA Cup by Chelsea, the match had instilled greater confidence in the players. After all, scoring a goal at Chelsea's home ground during the first half was a testament to the team's potential. Returning to the battlefield of the second division, buoyed by this match, Cambridge United unleashed their full force, showcasing their prowess. 41, 61, 60. The team, which had left their opponents questioning their own existence, transformed into the highest-scoring team in the second division. In the new year, Lincoln City has not performed satisfactorily, suffering consecutive defeats that have left them a staggering 13 points behind Cambridge United. The ever-opportunistic English media, upon witnessing Cambridge United's continued dominance in the latter half of the season, swiftly altered their narrative, singing praises for this newly promoted team. It is as if the previous assertions predicting Cambridge United's fleeting success were never uttered by them. As the winter transfer window approaches, aside from analyzing the opposition, Huang Hao's primary focus is on contract renewals and strengthening the squad. After all, players yet to secure new agreements with the club have contracts dwindling to less than 6 months, presenting a prime opportunity for Cambridge United to capitalize. Meanwhile, the negotiations for player renewals are progressing methodically, a task Huang Hao has entrusted entirely to the football director, Adams. Only when faced with challenges do they report back to him. The players are astute, having sensed the transformative progress at Cambridge United. Most are likely to agree to renewals if no better alternatives arise. Naturally, those who fail to meet Huang Hao's standards face the grim prospect of unemployment. The world of professional football is unforgiving. Compassion cannot lighten the burdens of a team, especially one as financially strained as Cambridge United. Following a comprehensive assessment by the coaching staff, Darren has promptly informed players who will not be renewing their contracts, allowing them to seek new opportunities. In terms of transfer fees, Huang Hao has been exceedingly lenient, often charging little to nothing, as the prospect of enriching oneself from players in the lower leagues is akin to chasing a dream. Chapter 30. Under surveillance. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, Cambridge United received a faxed offer. Upon its arrival before Huang Hao, he furrowed his brow and promptly declined it without hesitation. On January 17th, at the training base of Cambridge United, the players, buoyed by recent victories, were in high spirits. The following day, they would travel to Moss Rose Stadium to challenge Macclesfield Town, making today their final tactical training session at the base. The players tentatively slated for the starting lineup donned vests, symbolizing their status as first-team members, engaging in a practice match against a team of substitutes. Huang Hao and Darren observed from the sidelines, scrutinizing the players' performances. Currently, Cambridge United stands at the pinnacle of the league, boasting a 20-point lead over 4th-placed Mansfield and a 10-point cushion over 2nd-placed Lincoln City. Should they maintain this form, the team is virtually assured of a place in the next season's League One. With hope within reach, the morale of the Cambridge United lads is understandably high. However, one player's performance stands out conspicuously. Despite Darren repeatedly calling out Simmons' name during the match, urging him to uplift his spirits, Simmons remained visibly despondent, while Huang Hao silently watched the proceedings unfold on the pitch. After the conclusion of the match, Huang Hao remained quiet, turning away from the training ground and heading straight back to his office. Shortly thereafter, Evans, the chief scout of Cambridge United, received a call from Huang Hao. He requested the scouting team to compile their data and recommend suitable forward players to him as soon as possible, including those available for loan. Upon receiving this directive, Evans felt somewhat perplexed. After all, the current configuration and chemistry of the team's forwards were quite commendable. It was bewildering for the owner to suddenly express such urgency for forward information under these circumstances. In light of Evans' confusion, Huang Hao offered little explanation, merely urging him to expedite the process. The winter weather in England was something Huang Hao despised. Throughout much of London's winter, rain was a constant companion, occasionally accompanied by hail. In such dreary weather, no matter how many layers one wore, the chill seemed to seep into one's very bones. Today in Macclesfield, it was yet another rainy day. The cold raindrops slipped down Huang Hao's neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. To make matters worse, within just 15 minutes of the match, Cambridge United found themselves trailing 0-2 against their opponents. Such a scene had not been witnessed in quite some time. The forwards of Cambridge United were completely ineffective, and the team appeared to lose their direction amidst the icy rain. Particularly troubling was Simmons, who had become the terminator of offensive opportunities. Any ball that reached his feet, regardless of the situation, would see him attempt to take on defenders and shoot alone. Huang Hao sighed, realizing that his worst fears were, unfortunately, coming to fruition. Following the 2-0 defeat in Macclesfield, Cambridge United, thanks to their earlier significant lead, maintained their position at the top of the league table. Thus far, the team's most encouraging news was that all players whose contracts were nearing expiration had signed renewals. As a reward, nearly everyone's salary received a modest increase. Nevertheless, Cambridge United's overall wage bill still remained safely within the 30,000 per week threshold. Naturally, after their loss, Cambridge United would not be granted a coveted holiday. The following day, Huang Hao summoned the team's fullback, Jamie Stryker, to his office. The 24-year-old defender, on loan from Premier League side Newcastle, had initially served as a backup for Pasquale, but due to his consistent performances and versatility, he had gradually earned Huang Hao's trust as a key rotational player. Although Pasquale was someone Huang had nurtured from the youth team, at just 18 years old, he still required further development. "Jamie, come and have a seat." Huang Hao warmly invited Striker to sit before him. "How has your experience been at Cambridge United over the past 6 months?" "It's been fantastic, boss. The atmosphere here is the best among all the teams I played for." Jamie, standing at 181 meters with a handsome face, was the quintessential British gentleman. His tone was filled with sincerity, clearly not merely flattery. "Wonderful. I'm very pleased to hear that you enjoy it here." Huang Hao nodded and continued, "Jamie, to my knowledge, you have less than 6 months remaining on your contract with Newcastle. Could you enlighten me as to why there has been no renewal?" He shifted his focus to the matter of Stree's contract renewal. Boss, I have grown somewhat weary of this loaned existence." Stree slowly lowered his head, seemingly reflecting on his years as a player. "Every time I return to Newcastle, I feel like a stranger." Although Jamie Stree emerged from Newcastle's youth academy and spent 8 seasons there, he has only made 3 appearances, with the rest of his time spent wandering from one club to another on loan. Upon hearing Stree's words, Huang Hao recognized an opportunity and candidly said, "You know my character, so I shall be forthright. In the coming days, I will arrange for Adams to negotiate with Newcastle with the hope of securing your signature. Jamie, I am confident that Cambridge United will be your finest stage. As for contract matters, your current weekly wage at Newcastle is 2,000. I apologize. But as you are aware, the team's finances are rather strained at the moment, and I am unable to offer you more. The 2,000 is, indeed, the highest salary on the team, shared only by Sagul and Song Ao. As a rotational player, I can offer you a maximum of 1,500. However, you must know that this is merely temporary. The club's finances are improving, and as we ascend to the higher tier, revenues will increase, allowing for a corresponding rise in your salary. There is another avenue. You could earn a 5 commission on your shirt sales. With your striking looks, the sales are bound to be substantial. If you train diligently and take to the field frequently, the young ladies of Cambridge will surely be enamored with you." Stree seemed to have surmised the purpose of Huang Hao's conversation. After a brief contemplation, he nodded emphatically. Cambridge United felt the most like home among all the clubs he had experienced. Although he had once appeared as a first-team player at St. James Park, those 3 appearances paled in comparison to the 8 years he spent there. At Abbey Stadium, he could have his own fans, hear cheers that were uniquely his. Why should he refuse? Thus, Huang Hao's first signing of the winter transfer window was swiftly accomplished. Newcastle set no barriers, for in 6 months, Stree might also face contract termination, thereby saving half a year's wages. Consequently, Stree was directly confirmed as a member of the team and joined Huang Hao's ranks without any fee. The very next morning after Stree became a player for Cambridge United, Simmons walked into Huang Hao's office. Upon seeing Simmons, Huang Hao realized that the day had inevitably arrived. From Simmons' performance in training and matches, Huang Hao had already gleaned his intentions. The offer he had unhesitatingly declined a few days prior was aimed squarely at Simmons. As a cornerstone for his team in the coming 2 to 3 years, Huang Hao would naturally refuse such a transaction. However, Simmons' performance indicated that his opponent was evidently well prepared. "It seems you have made your decision." Huang Hao had no intention of beating around the bush. "Yes, boss, I apologize. After all, the other party is a championship team and has promised me playing opportunities." Fearing Huang Hao's disapproval, Simmons deliberately emphasized the significance of the championship and the prospect of playing time. Upon hearing Simmons' somewhat boastful remarks, Huang Hao fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Kendall, you are only 19 years old. You know, Cambridge United is only 2 years away from the championship. Sir, I greatly admire your tactical acumen. However, 2 years is a considerable span, and there are too many uncertainties. Despite the high likelihood of Cambridge United ascending to the Premier League, Simmons lacked confidence regarding their potential rise to the championship. Moreover, his brother was with Blackburn, and he yearned to share the pitch with him. "I apologize, sir." In just a few words, Huang Hao understood that further persuasion was futile at this moment. This season, Simmons had played 25 matches for Cambridge United, scoring 10 goals and providing 4 assists. For a mere 19-year-old, such statistics were nothing short of exceptional. Particularly during counterattacks, his remarkable speed often created breathtaking moments of brilliance. Yet, this was the lament of a small club. Their training facilities and match venues could scarcely compete with those of larger clubs, let alone the elite. Blackburn alone had the resources to overshadow Cambridge United. Whether Simmons would indeed receive playing opportunities there remained uncertain, and Huang Hao was apprehensive about the possibility of him being relegated to the under-23 team. Presently, he resembled a rocket, already ignited and soaring. Being relegated could profoundly impact his development. Yet, this was something Simmons evidently could not comprehend. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the championship, and his performance thus far had convinced him that he could secure a starting position. Furthermore, his brother was there as well. Well, 6 months ago, I brought you from Manchester to Cambridge United, anticipating that when you shone on the field, there would inevitably be attempts to lure you away. Though I did not expect it to happen so soon. Huang Hao gazed at the young man before him, not overly angry, but rather concerned that a promising star might fade into obscurity due to this choice. In the next match, I will still arrange for you to start. I hope you can leave behind a beautiful memory in your final game for Cambridge United. After the match, you may communicate with Blackburn regarding your personal contract. Regardless, thank you for once choosing to follow me, and I wish you the best of luck. Huang Hao extended his hand to Simmons, giving it a firm shake. Thank you, sir. I am also deeply grateful for your understanding, and I hope to see you on the field again soon. Huang Hao offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, instead waving his hand to signal Simmons that he could take his leave. Feeling somewhat dejected, Huang Hao exited the office and noticed Jamie still practicing diligently. Jamie, are you not heading home to rest? Boss, Vardy hesitated. I've actually been waiting for you. I just saw Simmons, so I decided to wait outside. Is there something on your mind? Huang Hao inquired with curiosity. Well, Vardy rubbed his hands together. You know I've been playing for small clubs. Cambridge United is the highest level I've reached so far. Huang Hao's heart sank. Was Vardy considering leaving? Recently, Bradford has been in touch with me discreetly, expressing interest in acquiring me during the winter transfer window. They promised me a starting position, with a weekly wage that is 20% more than what I currently earn. It's the first time a professional team has shown interest in me, and I'm a bit excited. You know, coming from a small town, I lack experience, so I wanted to hear your thoughts. Upon hearing Vardy's words, Huang Hao could hardly contain his rising anger, raising his voice an octave. Bradford, do you know what position they're in? 22nd. At this rate, if we at Cambridge United ascend to the Premier League next season, Bradford will be relegated to League Two. Is that what you desire? They promise you a starting position. Yet are you not already a starter at Cambridge United? An increase of 20 in your weekly wage. That's merely a pittance. Jamie, you have the potential to be one of the finest domestic forwards in Cambridge United and even in England. Do not jeopardize your future for such trivial gains. I apologize. I'm a bit frustrated that Simmons is leaving, and I may have taken it out on you. Observing Vardy's startled expression, Huang Hao realized he had perhaps overreacted and quickly sought to reassure him. Boss, I'm truly grateful for your guidance since you brought me out of Bridge. I understand that you are focused on my development, and I know you have a plan for my career, which is why I wanted to hear your perspective. Good lad. You were indeed on the right track. Starting tomorrow, your training will double. Chapter 31. Picking the softest for Simmons. Cambridge United's next match would be the quarterfinals of the EFL Trophy, facing off against Bristol Rovers. As a traditional tournament in England, the EFL Trophy is the second most prestigious cup competition, trailing only behind the FA Cup and the League Cup. The competition features 46 teams primarily from League One and League Two, and as of 2015, it has included 16 youth teams from the Premier League and Championship. Although the tournament holds considerable influence, not every team places great emphasis on it. Huang Hao had not initially anticipated making significant strides in this cup, but who could have foreseen that they would face their club's arch-rivals right from the start of the season? By sheer happenstance, Cambridge United found themselves advancing into the knockout stage. The lucrative rewards for each victory made it increasingly difficult for Huang Hao to withdraw. Darren quickly assembled detailed information about their opponents, and the head coach piqued Huang Hao's interest. Paul Trelford, in a previous life, was the individual who managed to elevate a relatively weak Rovers team into the professional ranks this year, showcasing his noteworthy coaching prowess. At the pre-match press conference, Tyrrell boldly commented on Huang Hao in the media. In his perspective, the absence of any professional player experience would be Huang Hao's greatest shortcoming. An exemplary head coach should, in his past, have been an outstanding professional player. While belittling Huang Hao, Tyrrell seemed to subtly praise himself. The eager journalists quickly turned the microphone towards Huang Hao, eager to hear his response. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao laughed heartily, first offering high praise for Tyrrell's coaching abilities, particularly regarding the forward line, which has scored 20 goals, while Cambridge United's forward line has netted 35 goals, as the Informed would know. He then deftly suggested that the journalist should inquire about the opinions of Mourinho or Villas-Boas. It was evident that Tyrell, while making his remarks, had forgotten that Hwang Hao is not the only academic coach in the league. The outcome of this EFL trophy match would demonstrate that a coach who lacks playing experience can still achieve victory. Undeterred by potential chaos, Hwang Hao delivered a powerful rebuttal to Tyrell with a firm statement. Amidst their verbal sparring, the quarterfinals of the EFL trophy proceeded as scheduled at Abbey Stadium. Before the match commenced, Hwang Hao did not prioritize his rivalry with Tyrell, as that would reflect an excessive personal ambition for a head coach. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to the start of this match, I must share some news that may evoke a sense of regret. After much contemplation, Hwang Hao decided to uplift the players' spirits by addressing another matter. Simmons, after this match, might bid farewell to everyone. As soon as Hwang Hao's words fell, an uproar erupted within the team. Simmons had not disseminated the news, rendering it quite sudden for the Cambridge United players. If you wish to say goodbye, there will be ample time. However, as you extend your best wishes, I hope you can conclude his professional career at Cambridge United with a resounding and decisive victory. Observing the players' excited expressions, Hwang Hao knew he had made the right decision. In the first half, Bristol Rovers initiated the kickoff. After a few passes, the ball was cleared out of bounds by a Bristol Rovers player under the high-pressure tactics of Cambridge United, reclaiming possession. May expertly received Tatanda's throw-in, glanced forward, and then launched the ball with a powerful kick towards the Bristol Rovers half. At that moment, Dzeko and Simmons, aligned with Bristol Rovers' three central defenders, sprang into action. Simmons surged ahead, swiftly outpacing Balick of Bristol Rovers, charging towards their penalty area. As the ball landed perfectly at Simmons' feet, he deftly hooked it with his foot, receiving it with poise. After controlling the ball, he took a stride forward and had already breached the penalty area of Bristol Rovers, with the pursuing defender still a meter away. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Simmons delicately flicked the ball, which obediently nestled into the Bristol Rovers net. A mere 44 seconds into the match, Cambridge United shattered the deadlock, breaching Bristol Rovers' defenses. On the sidelines, Trollope appeared almost contorted with rage, as his prideful young prot GS conceded a goal just 44 seconds after the match commenced. 10 minutes into the first half, Bristol Rovers earned a free kick in the attacking zone. After a series of simple passes, the team's promising star, Wylock, executed a sweeping diagonal pass, directly delivering the ball to Lopez on the left side of the penalty area. At this moment, Lopez found himself unmarked by any Cambridge United players. Such exceptional vision in passing left Hwang Hao salivating with anticipation. Lopez would not squander this opportunity, delivering a splendid curling cross. Lurking within the Cambridge United penalty area was Lambert, the forward with the most goals for Bristol Rovers. Lambert skillfully contained Song-Oh, executing a magnificent Lions header that effortlessly breached Pantelemon's grasp. 11. If they could not restrain Lambert, they would have to retaliate from the offensive. Hwang Hao continuously gestured towards the Bristol Rovers penalty area with his right hand, and the players understood the directive. Today, they would unleash their attack. Trollope felt that the Eastern coach from Cambridge United was exceedingly arrogant. After all, he had cultivated his expertise in coaching for many years, and he would not be outmaneuvered by a second-year coach. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to Trollope's face. 20 minutes into the first half, Cambridge United launched another long ball from their defense. This time, the recipient was the team's star striker, Dzeko. In an instant, all three Bristol Rovers defenders converged upon Dzeko. Observing this, Dzeko remained composed. As the defenders closed in, he gently nudged the ball through the narrow gap between them. Unmarked, Vardy received the ball near the penalty spot. What followed was an effortless and explosive strike. 21. Cambridge United regained the lead. Trollope was incensed. Storming to the sidelines, he vociferously admonished his players, gesturing with 2 fingers to his eyes, as if he wished to extract his very eyeballs. After Simmons once again outpaced Bristol Rovers' youthful defender, Trollope simply turned away, presenting his back to the field, a gesture of his disappointment in the team. Unfazed by Trollope's feelings, Simmons surged into the penalty area with blinding speed, calmly placing a shot toward the far corner. 31. Witnessing Simmons' exuberant celebration, Hwang Hao's heart was a tumult of emotions. At that moment, he felt both admiration for his own keen insight and sorrow for the impending loss of a key player. It was truly distressing. As the second half commenced, Lambert remained an unstoppable force. Receiving a pass from Smith Rowe at the edge of the penalty area, Lambert turned and unleashed a shot, which found its way into the corner of the net. 32. At this moment, Lambert had become the embodiment of all hope for Tralalop. Observing this, Huang Hao dispatched 2 players to closely mark the robust figure. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Lambert's movements were evidently restricted. As the second half reached the 62nd minute, Cambridge United seized an opportunity from a corner kick, striking another blow to Arsenal. In the ensuing chaos within the penalty area, Mackenzie unleashed a powerful shot, adding yet another goal for Cambridge United. The Abbey Stadium erupted into a frenzy. Over 5,000 fans passionately chanted Mackenzie's name, singing adapted songs in his honor, making him feel as though he were destined to be king of this arena. Conversely, Tralalop found himself engulfed in despair. Facing Cambridge United, the 5th-ranked Bristol Rovers appeared to be on an entirely different tier. Lacking focus, Bristol Rovers fell victim to yet another goal by Zeko from a corner in the 84th minute, bringing the score to 5-2. Today, Cambridge United vividly imparted a lesson to them. The post-match statistics further affirmed the superiority of Cambridge United, leaving Tralalop and the players of Bristol Rovers utterly convinced. Cambridge United registered a staggering 20 shots throughout the match, 17 of which were on target. Had it not been for the outstanding performance of Bristol Rovers goalkeeper, Tralalop would have faced an even graver defeat. Thus, Cambridge United triumphed with a score of 5-2, advancing to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Simmons swiftly reached an agreement with Blackburn for a personal contract, transferring for a fee of 300,000. As Huang Hao gazed at the 300,000 check, he felt a profound sense of loss. Given time, Simmons could easily have commanded a value of 3 million. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to let go for a mere 300,000. After such a heart-wrenching experience, Huang Hao's resolve to elevate the team to higher leagues became unwavering. Perhaps this was the only way to prevent the emergence of more players like Simmons. Chapter 32. Despair for the runner-up. Simmons successfully joined Blackburn, which incited a small uproar among the local Cambridge fans. Although his tenure at Cambridge United lasted merely half a season, his remarkable performances had left an indelible impression on the supporters. The sale of their promising star for a mere 300,000 naturally sparked dissatisfaction among the fans. Under mounting pressure, Huang Hao was compelled to issue a statement through the media, clarifying that the transfer was entirely Simmons' personal request, and the club had merely acquiesced to the transaction, which somewhat quelled the fans' unrest. At this juncture, with only a week remaining before the winter transfer window closed, the scouting team had yet to present Huang Hao with any surprises. Despite the 300,000 gain from Simmons' sale, Huang Hao was unwilling to compromise in the transfer market merely for the sake of expenditure, especially considering that Tadic was poised to seamlessly take over following half a season of adaptation. Thus, Ouyang being allocated the entirety of 300,000 to settle debts, consequently reducing the club's liabilities to 9.5 million, yet it remains a towering presence over all lower-tier clubs. Observing Vardy on the training ground, Huang Hao couldn't help but reminisce about several inspirational figures who later made their mark in the Premier League. Southampton, a city in southern England, was where Huang Hao located Tyrone Mings, who was training at the club. After a brief conversation, Mings, discontent with his time at Southampton, readily agreed to join Cambridge United. Drawn by Huang Hao's adept utilization of young talents, which had propelled Cambridge United into the online spotlight across England, it appears that there are indeed advantages to becoming a viral sensation. The following morning, Huang Hao boarded a flight to Paris and then traveled for another hour to the outskirts of Paris, with his destination being Chourissens. The Chourissens club, a mere 9th-tier team in France, revealed that N'Golo Kant was indeed present, having only signed a part-time contract with them. After compensating 5,000 for youth training, Huang Hao successfully secured Kant's return. Departing from Chourissens, Huang Hao swiftly proceeded to Seville, where he encountered Riyad Mahrez, who also found himself on the fringes of the team. After a persuasive discussion, the disheartened Mahrez agreed to join Huang Hao and Kant back at Cambridge United. As the winter break concluded, Cambridge United did not recruit any immediate impact players, yet the addition of 3 future stars ensured that when Cambridge United graced the Premier League stage, they would possess world-class youth talents. Cambridge United was once again set to face a top-of-the-table clash, challenging Lincoln City, currently sitting second in the league. With a 9-point gap between the two teams, this match was truly a 6-pointer. Defeating Lincoln City would essentially secure the league title for Cambridge United. Dubbed the Little Devil, Lincoln City had exhibited remarkable defensive prowess this season, conceding only 30 goals after 31 matches, ranking first in the lower leagues. Conversely, Cambridge United had been the highest-scoring team of the season, netting an impressive 88 goals over the same number of matches. This confrontation of offense versus defense not only attracted sports broadcasts but also drew in 9,400 fans to witness the spectacle. The Sincil Bank Stadium, with a capacity for over 10,000 spectators, was nearly at full capacity. A sea of red and black, representing the home team, created a truly magnificent sight. Dino, the head coach of Peterborough United, also attended the match at Sincil Bank, hoping to glean strategies from Lincoln City to counter Cambridge United in their upcoming derby clash. After all, he had already suffered 2 defeats to Cambridge United this season, and a third consecutive loss could jeopardize his position. In this match, Huang Hao did not implement any extraordinary tactics, for if Cambridge United aspired to secure a foothold in the Premier League, their future opponents would only grow stronger than Lincoln City. Thus, Lincoln City served as an apt litmus test. This marked Andy's third commentary on a Cambridge United match, and he could now effortlessly pronounce Huang Hao's name. This once obscure individual from the East had garnered his respect through dazzling achievements. Good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. On this splendid sunny afternoon, I am delighted to present an exhilarating top-of-the-table clash in the English League Two. Currently, Cambridge United and Lincoln City occupy the top 2 positions in the standings. Although Lincoln City suffered a defeat to Cambridge United in their previous away match, the home advantage today belongs to the Imps. Can they secure a crucial 6-point victory and maintain the suspense at the summit of the table? Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. Cambridge United has recently parted ways with their prodigious young talent, Simmons, during the winter transfer window. One wonders if the beloved Huang Hao will miss him in this match. Amid Andy's incessant chatter, the game commences. Lincoln City adopts a standard 4-3-2-1 formation, fortifying their defense in the midfield to thwart Cambridge United's attempts to exploit their speed behind the lines. Observing the choice made by Lincoln City's head coach, John David Schofield, Huang Hao can't help but smirk disdainfully. Speed is not solely the domain of forwards, and this setup undoubtedly grants Cambridge United ample opportunity to exploit the flanks. Indeed, right from the outset, both Zeko and Vardy find themselves well shielded by Lincoln City's robust defense, frequently being brought down by opposing players. Truly, they are the current leaders in defensive rankings in League Two, showcasing their formidable prowess. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Lincoln City receives their first yellow card as Zeko is unceremoniously taken down by a defender, writhing in pain on the ground while clutching his left leg. Huang Hao furrows his brow. It seems Lincoln City has mastered the art of defense, retaliating in kind. However, they underestimate the resilience of their opponents. After a brief treatment, Zeko rises again, undeterred, charging toward Lincoln City's half with unwavering determination, clearly unshaken by the foul. One must commend Lincoln City's dense defensive strategy, which has yielded promising results early on, although Cambridge United swiftly seized control of the match. Their numerous attempts on goal were either skyward shots or skillfully blocked by the valiant defenders of Lincoln City. Huang Hao cannot help but lament how exhilarating it would be to possess a player like Roberto Carlos. In the 16th minute, Vardy, having dropped deep to the midfield, wins a header and passes it to Zeko. Aware of Zeko's formidable dribbling skills, Lincoln City immediately becomes tense, sending 3 players to close in on him. Completely disregarding the cutting in Tadic on the wing, Zeko deftly lifts the ball, leaving the approaching Lincoln City players gazing in astonishment. The ball soars over the defenders and lands perfectly at the edge of the penalty area for Tadic. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, Tadic unleashes a furious shot. Alas, it strikes the backside of Lincoln City defender Shackle. Before the Lincoln players can celebrate their narrow escape, Grove emerges from the crowd, seizing the rebound and driving it toward the left side of the goal line. Just as the ball is about to cross the line, Grove gallantly arrives, striking it with his left foot towards the goal. The ball rockets like a cannon, slipping through the hands of goalkeeper Jones and nestling into the right side of the net. What a magnificent goal! Cambridge United takes the lead. A stunning shot from Grove at an almost impossible angle. Andy was utterly astonished by Grove's spectacular goal, unable to resist rising to his feet to applaud. Lincoln City now found themselves in a precarious situation. Renowned for their defensive prowess, they succumbed after merely 16 minutes. The remainder of the match promised to be challenging. As Andy had anticipated, Lincoln City, trailing by 1 goal, was at a crossroads, uncertain whether to continue defending or to launch an attack, caught in a dilemma. Merely 10 minutes later, Eco, acting as a pivot, received the ball in the attacking third. Rather than hastily attempting to break through, He drew the opposing defense before deftly passing the ball to the advancing Cole. Cole's initial shot, though somewhat on target, was directly blocked by Jones. However, he swiftly followed up with a second attempt, piercing through Jones's grasp. In the VIP box, Peterborough United's manager, Dino, felt a pang of despair. Cambridge United's formidable attacking force was not confined to their forwards, but permeated the entire midfield, with every player capable of both dribbling and shooting. This multifaceted threat rendered any defensive strategy utterly ineffective. Equally troubled was Schofield, who was directing the match from the sidelines. Despite amassing a robust defensive line, his team was down 0-2, signaling a clear failure of strategy. Pressing forward in an offensive manner would likely result in conceding even more goals, a frustrating predicament. Although Lincoln City managed to score from a free kick opportunity later in the match, Dico soon completed his hat trick of assists. In a prime position to shoot from just outside the box, he selflessly passed the ball to Vardy, who sealed the victory with a precise shot. Congratulations to Cambridge United and Huang Hao for securing a significant triumph. It seems that, aside from themselves, no one can halt Cambridge United's advance towards promotion this season. Andy was thoroughly captivated by the prowess of Cambridge United and extended his most heartfelt wishes. After witnessing Cambridge United's third goal, Dino quietly departed from Sincil Bank, his mind still racing for ways to thwart their offense. A week later, as referee Collins blew the final whistle, Dino helplessly shook his head, confronting the harsh reality of defeat. Facing Cambridge United at Abbey Stadium, Dino arranged his team in a 4-5-1 formation, leaving 24-year-old forward Reed isolated up front, supported by as many as 9 defenders. What disheartened Dino even further was the audacity of Huang Hao in fielding a rotated squad, ostensibly to prepare for the EFL Trophy semifinals, but in reality, it felt like a dismissal of Peterborough United's capabilities. After all, their opponents were merely 4th in the English League Two. Dino yearned for a resounding victory to deliver a few stinging slaps to Huang Hao's face, reminding him that they were the 4th-place team, not 24th, questioning his audacity to field a rotated lineup. However, the scoreboard displaying a 3-2 defeat served as a harsh reminder that even against a partially rotated Cambridge United, his team remained unable to secure victory. To make matters worse, one of his players nervously contributed an own goal. The temperature at Abbey Stadium soared to a rare 15 degrees Celsius on this winter day in England, a delightful reprieve from the usual cold. However, Dino's heart remained cold, akin to Schofield from Lincoln City just days prior. Chapter 33, Profits Gained. Despite the loss of Simons, Cambridge United did not experience a collapse. After all, Huang Hao's team emphasized collective synergy. The forward duo of Dico and Vardy continued to exhibit their unwavering stability, not only capable of breaching defenses, but also frequently assisting teammates in scoring, thus becoming a formidable force in League Two. What delighted Huang Hao the most was the emergence of the 18-year-old Serbian prodigy, Tati. Previously, Simons's exceptional performance had overshadowed this Serbian talent, and the language barrier made the composed and understated Tati seem less conspicuous. Following Simons's departure, Tati, with his remarkable speed, explosive power, and superior technique, gradually unveiled his attacking prowess. He consistently delivered exquisite passes from the right positions, assisting his teammates in scoring. As a result, fans who had once lamented Simons's exit began to forget him. Abbey Stadium had already composed a brand new chant for Tati, making the Serbian young talent the new darling of the fans. In the EFL Trophy semifinals, League One's crew posed little challenge to Cambridge United. With stellar performances from the entire squad, they triumphed 3-1 at home and secured a 2-2 draw away, eliminating Crewe with an aggregate score of 5-3. Marking the first time in 94 years of the club's history to reach the EFL Trophy final. Meanwhile, in another match, Bristol Rovers overcame their city rivals, Bristol City, with an aggregate score of 4-2, also reaching the EFL Trophy final for the first time. The two teams would meet once again after their encounters in League Two. After 38 rounds in the English League Two, Cambridge United held a commanding 25-point lead over 7th-place Shrewsbury, ensuring their participation in the promotion playoffs even if they lost the remaining 8 matches. However, with an 8-point lead over 2nd-placed Lincoln City, Cambridge United clearly aspired to more. Huang Hao and his Warriors were mounting a final assault towards the League Two championship, a title that had eluded Cambridge United until now. After a 3-0 victory over 3rd-place Swindon, Huang Hao convened the core management team, allowing Ouyang Bing to thoroughly assess the club's overall financial situation. To everyone's delight, The previously struggling Cambridge United had amassed an impressive £358 million this season, doubling last season's revenue. With their popularity surging, the club's matches were consistently sold out, leading to a significant increase in advertising revenue. Meanwhile, expenditures were merely £91 million. This indicated that Cambridge United had returned to the right track and was starting to turn a profit. Huang Hao promptly instructed Ouyang Bing to distribute bonuses to all the players, allowing them to share in the joy of the club's profitability. This also ensured that the players, buoyed by high spirits, could focus intently on their matches and training. A healthy financial status for the club was crucial at this pivotal moment in their championship pursuit. On April 1st, as Huang Hao once again stood on the hallowed turf of Wembley Stadium, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, he was filled with nostalgia. The past year had flown by, and he vividly recalled the moment when, amidst the cheers of thousands of fervent fans, he triumphed over Hereford, leading Cambridge United to ascend to the League Two. Today's Wembley, however, lacked the grandeur of the previous playoff, with only over 10,000 fans in attendance, rendering the stadium rather sparse. After all, both teams hailed from the English Football League Two, and their popularity fell somewhat short. Yet for Huang Hao, the prospect of a 100,000 prize for the champion was tantalizing. Although the club was currently in a profitable state, the debt left behind by the previous management still loomed large at several £1 million. Danbury. Whenever he thought of him, Huang Hao clenched his teeth in anger and frustration. Bristol Rovers, too, were making their inaugural appearance in the final of the EFL Trophy. But their previous humiliating defeat had made Trelford cautious. As the grand match approached, the atmosphere in the Cambridge United locker room was surprisingly relaxed, as the players were buoyed by their last overwhelming victory. After Darren reiterated the tactical plan for the match, Huang Hao gathered all the players together, encouraging each one to embrace their teammates on either side. "Gentlemen, Wembley is our sacred ground. Here, we once vanquished our opponents and advanced to League Two. Today, we are crafting the history of Cambridge United step by step. Beside us stands the EFL Trophy, a prize we have never touched in over 90 years. Although we triumphed in our last encounter, today is the final, a contest where anything can happen. Therefore, I urge you not to underestimate any opponent. Treat them as if they were Arsenal or Chelsea. Let's go out there and conquer them. Bring the trophy back to Cambridge. Cambridge United." Captain Sager could hardly contain his excitement as he shouted these weighty words. The resounding cheer nearly lifted the roof of the Wembley locker room. With that, the Warriors of Cambridge United, under the leadership of Captain Sager, charged forth to claim the club's first trophy since Huang Hao took over. Fully aware of Cambridge United's formidable attacking prowess, Trelford deployed a 4-5-1 formation, hoping to solidify their defense and capitalize on any mistakes made by Cambridge, even willing to drag the match to penalties if necessary, leaving it to fate. At 1:30 p.m., Martin Atkinson's whistle sounded, marking the commencement of the ultimate battle of the English Football League trophy. In just 50 seconds, Sager received the ball just outside the penalty area and decisively took a shot. The ball was immediately blocked by a Bristol Rovers defender. Nearly a minute later, Cambridge United surged forward again, this time with Todic receiving the ball in the box, executing a deft curled shot with his right foot. The ball soared over the defenders, eluding the goalkeeper's grasp, only to be thwarted by the crossbar. After several minutes of probing, Huang Hao directed his players to intentionally control the tempo, pushing the Rovers' defensive line back. In the backfield of their own territory, Bristol Rovers engaged in an extensive series of 20 passes, their players growing increasingly anxious, ultimately pressing into Cambridge United's half to regain possession. Suddenly, Suhi unleashed a powerful kick from just outside his own penalty area, sending the ball soaring forward. As Vardy made his move, he effortlessly outpaced Santos, shaking him off by a margin of 2 positions. The 3 defenders from Rovers immediately turned and raced towards Vardy. By the time they caught up with him, he had already penetrated the penalty area and decisively unleashed a shot. Campbell, rooted to the spot, failed to respond as the ball found the back of the net. Just 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the match, Cambridge United had taken a commanding 1-0 lead. Observing Vardy's almost nonchalant demeanor, devoid of celebration, it seemed he was conveying to everyone, "Is that all?" The atmosphere at Wembley Stadium ignited as Cambridge United fans erupted in fervent chants of "Vardy, Vardy." Meanwhile, the Rovers players surged towards Vardy, feeling deeply insulted. Their captain, Segal, immediately rushed to Vardy's side, positioning himself protectively behind him. As a throng of players gathered, pushing and shoving ensued, the situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Referee Atkinson swiftly entered the fray, issuing yellow cards to Vardy, Segal, Santos, Manik, Sagbo, and Golo from both teams for their unsportsmanlike conduct. After conceding the goal, Bristol Rovers cast aside their fears of defeat and engaged Cambridge United in a fierce exchange of attacks. However, faced with Cambridge United's resolute defense, their offensive efforts yielded little success. On the defensive end, Songo and Stree maintained a relentless grip on Lambert, denying him any opportunities. Just as Bristol Rovers' four forwards surged into the heart of Cambridge United's territory, poised to launch an attack, the ball was intercepted directly by defender Suhi. Mackenzie seized the opportunity and initiated a long counterattack. Vardy, as if a phantom, suddenly vanished from Santos' view. By the time he reached the edge of Rovers' small penalty area, Santos had failed to catch up with him. Vardy deftly maneuvered the ball past goalkeeper Campbell and executed a precise shot, scoring effortlessly. At 26 minutes and 3 seconds into the match, Cambridge United led 2-0. Vardy raced towards the Cambridge United supporters, arms crossed, accepting their adulation like a king. A fan ignited a cold firework in celebration. At this moment, a palpable sense of unease began to spread among the Bristol Rovers players, clearly overwhelmed by the first-rate performance of Cambridge United's youthful squad. In the 34th minute of the first half, Cambridge United opted not to attack from Segal's left flank this time, instead shifting play to the right side. Right midfielder Tadic received the ball, deftly faking out a Rovers player before rapidly advancing towards the byline. Drawing two defenders for support, he unleashed a sweeping cross towards the goal. Vardy and Santos, entangled with each other, found no space to control and shoot. As Vardy surged forward, he deftly let the ball slip through his legs, then flicked it with the heel of his right foot, causing the ball to change direction and bounce into Campbell's right side goal. The score was now 3-0, leaving the players of Bristol Rovers momentarily stunned, frozen in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. The creativity of that goal left them bewildered. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands erupted spontaneously, and Sager humorously approached Vardy, kneeling on one knee and placing Vardy's right foot on his leg as if to polish his shoes. At that moment, Tralalop rushed to the sidelines, shouting at the players, "Get your act together. We're 3 goals down. What are you afraid of? Fight back. I can forfeit the trophy, but we cannot be crushed." Santos, Hood, keep a tight watch on Vardy. If not, after the match, I'll send you to the amateur league. Upon hearing his name, Vardy looked incredulously towards the Bristol Rovers coaching bench, then shook his head with a resigned smile. Indeed, with a 3-goal deficit, there was nothing left to fear. It could only be a massacre, but it was their first time. Thus, the players of Bristol Rovers regained their spirit, while Tralalop received a verbal warning from Atkinson to return to his coaching seat. The Cambridge United players, leading by 3 goals, felt the match was becoming too easy. In just 34 minutes, they had nearly sealed the game, prompting them to relax their focus. In the 46th minute, Bristol Rovers, still struggling for significant attacking progress, finally earned a free kick on the left side of the pitch, with Tinsley naturally tasked with taking it. Frustrated, Tinsley assessed the crowded penalty area, then slowly backed away, took a run up, and delivered the ball. The ball skidded across the goal, drifting to the back post, where a player clad in Rovers kit leaped high, tightening his abdominal muscles, arching his head back to gather strength, and then forcefully struck the ball towards the goal. This time, the ball pierced through Pantilimon's grasp, finding its way into the net of Cambridge United. The suppressed Rovers fans erupted into cheers, loudly chanting Jones's name. This young right-back had become a hero in their hearts. However, Atkinson did not allow for a kick-off at the center circle, blowing the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Chapter 34. Breaking records. As the second half commenced, Bristol Rovers hoped to carry on the momentum from the latter part of the first half, launching a fervent offensive. By the 50th minute, Bristol Rovers earned their 3rd corner of the match, but Lambert's header was securely caught by Pantilimon. At that moment, as both teams' players were gradually retreating to the midfield, Pantilimon executed a powerful throw that directly reached Cole on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Cole swiftly threaded a pass to Tadic ahead. Tadic, without hesitation, delicately curled the ball with his right foot, producing a stunning arc that gracefully sailed over 2 opposing players. Just then, Zeko appeared in the penalty area of the opposition, and instead of controlling the ball, he leaped to execute a header. The ball traced a beautiful parabolic curve, eluding the goalkeeper Campbell and finding the back of the net. 4-1. With only 13 minutes remaining in the 77th minute of the match, the Wanderers initiated their 5th corner kick. The ball was cleared by Sucky, and Cole, receiving it in midfield, once again showcased his exceptional passing ability, delivering the ball to the edge of the Wanderers' penalty area. The substitute right midfielder, May, and Wanderers defender, Jones, both surged forward in unison towards the ball. As May's toes barely grazed the ball, Jones, unable to halt his momentum after accelerating, collided with the ball-carrying May. A penalty. Without a moment's hesitation, Atkinson pointed to the penalty spot. Captain Sagal stood before the ball, took a deep breath, and began his run-up, striking the ball towards the lower left corner. Campbell leaped to save it, yet he was a fraction of a second late. Swish. The ball found its way into the net. 5-1. The moment the goal was scored, it seemed to drain the energy from both teams, who tacitly began to maintain possession. As the clock struck 90 minutes, Atkinson appeared unwilling to delay any further, blowing the final whistle. Huang Hao and his Cambridge United celebrated their first-ever trophy. The EFL Trophy champions received a 100,000 prize, which Huang Hao instructed Ouyang Bing to distribute among the Cambridge United players based on their playing time. For players earning only a few hundred to £1,000 weekly, this was a substantial bonus. The elated players, after a brief 4-day recovery period, prepared to face Swindon, who ranked third in League Two, at Abbey Stadium. Perhaps buoyed by their EFL Trophy victory, Swindon, under pressure, gifted Cambridge United an own goal merely 23 minutes into the match. Tadic continued his stellar performance, netting 2 goals with his head and foot, while Zeko also contributed a goal. Ultimately, Cambridge United triumphed with a resounding 4-0 victory over Swindon, further solidifying their lead at the top of the table. In the 42nd round of the league, the team visited Walsall. The young lads from Cambridge United maintained their dominance, as Tadic opened the scoring just 4 minutes into the match. Before halftime, Pasquale added another goal for Cambridge United. Although Walsall managed to pull one back in the second half, Zeko dashed their hopes of equalizing. The match concluded with Cambridge United triumphing 3-1 over their opponents. After 42 rounds, fans were delighted to discover that Cambridge United held an 18-point lead over fourth-place Swindon. This signifies that Cambridge United has ascended to the First Division. Prior to the commencement of the season, this was an outcome that few could have envisioned. Furthermore, Cambridge United currently boasts a remarkable 11-point lead over their closest rival, Hartlepool, with the championship seemingly within reach. Presently, Cambridge United has played 42 matches, securing 30 victories, 9 draws, and 3 defeats, accumulating a total of 99 points and scoring 105 goals. The historical record for points in the English League Two, established by Plymouth during the 2001-2002 season, stands at 102 points, leading many to predict that Cambridge United may shatter this record with several matches to spare. The previous team record for goals, held by Yeovil Town in the 2004-2005 season with 90 goals, has long been surpassed. In their next fixture, Cambridge United will face Boston United, currently positioned 20th in the standings. Boston United is merely 1 point ahead of the relegation zone occupied by Wrexham, and they have yet to extricate themselves from the peril of dropping into the amateur league. It is evident that they are fervently seeking victory in this match. However, to triumph over Cambridge United at the Abbey Stadium, renowned for its formidable home advantage this season, is indeed a lofty aspiration, even when facing a significantly rotated squad. Manager Huang Hao remains steadfast in his strategy, prioritizing rest for his players despite the immense significance of the match. After all, the first team of Cambridge United comprises only 23 players, and Huang is reluctant to visit any of his key players in the hospital as the season concludes. The average attendance for Cambridge United this season hovers around 4,000, which, while double that of their amateur league days, still fails to fill the Abbey Stadium to capacity. Today, the venue, which accommodates 8,000 spectators, is nearly sold out, with tickets in high demand. Fans eagerly anticipate witnessing the crowning night for Cambridge United on their home turf. The players of Cambridge United, seasoned in high-stakes matches, remain composed. As Huang Hao remarked before the match, viewing this encounter as merely another ordinary game. Those first-team players not included in the matchday squad cheerfully occupy the stands behind the coaching staff, engaging warmly with fans, taking photographs, and signing autographs. In the lower leagues, players are notably approachable, making chance encounters within the already small community quite common. Hence, the appearance of Sager alongside the first-team players does not incite significant commotion. In the 24th minute of the match, Jack Diamanti, on loan to Cambridge United, opened the scoring, igniting excitement among the fans. Cambridge United was on the brink of embracing the championship trophy. Shortly thereafter, Aaron Call and Mason Clark added 2 more goals in the 54th and 63rd minutes, solidifying their victory. At this moment, all spectators at the Abbey Stadium rose to their feet. The front row audience had already stood behind the advertising boards. Mere steps away from the pitch, everyone turned their attention to the big screen, eagerly awaiting the outcome of another match. As the 90 minutes elapsed, the big screen revealed the result of the concurrent match. Lincoln City drew 1-1 with Chester. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the Abbey Stadium. The referee, Collins, exhibiting great awareness, promptly blew the final whistle before the injury time had concluded, hastening towards the players' tunnel, forgoing any formalities such as handshake lines. Due to the fervent supporters of Cambridge United, as the final whistle sounded, they surged like a tsunami over the advertising boards, rushing towards the center of the pitch. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded at Abbey Stadium, where a player from Cambridge United was pursued by hundreds of fans from behind. Soon, the surrounded player found himself with no escape, engulfed by the ecstatic crowd. Those fans who could not reach the player ignited fireworks, brandished their Cambridge United scarves, and joyfully leaped, sprinted, and sang within the stadium. The entire Abbey Stadium transformed into a colossal party, a joyful ocean of celebration. After embracing assistant coach Darren, Hwang Hao was about to turn away when he was seized by substitute players and promptly tossed into the air. This remarkable figure from the East had become the spiritual totem of Cambridge United. Under his leadership, the distant Premier League stage no longer seemed merely a dream. The following day, the front pages of Cambridge's newspapers were dominated by images of Cambridge United players and the airborne Hwang Hao. After a 15-year hiatus, Cambridge United had returned to the First Division. Beneath the report, bold letters declared Hwang Hao's statement during a pre-match interview. Records? They are meant to be broken. After shattering numerous records, the final 2 rounds of the league became a mere formality for Cambridge United. In the 45th round, they traveled the Crown Ground to challenge Accrington. This team, which had claimed the National League Championship last season, was no stranger to Cambridge United. In fact, Accrington had achieved a double victory over Cambridge United in the previous season's National League. This season, Accrington was performing decently, sitting in 10th place in League Two. However, Cambridge United's dazzling performance this season overshadowed any attention towards Accrington's achievements. In this match, Cambridge United fielded an entire squad of substitutes. Meanwhile, Accrington, without any pressure, fielded their strongest lineup, driven by a desire for revenge after their earlier defeat and discontent at the sight of their illustrious opponents. As the match commenced, Cambridge United threw themselves into the fray without hesitation, launching an assault deep into Accrington's territory. The first to break the deadlock for Cambridge United was May. This young player, on loan from Swansea, scored with a precise ground strike from a corner kick in the 16th minute, putting Cambridge United ahead. Following the lead, Cambridge United intensified their offensive. However, due to a lack of familiarity, their passing errors significantly increased. In the 27th minute, Accrington capitalized on a back pass error from Cambridge United. Sakil intercepted the ball, evaded the advancing goalkeeper Stevens, and equalized the score at 1-1. In the 38th minute, May broke into the left side of the penalty area, drawing 2 defenders before skillfully passing the ball to the center, where Clark seized the opportunity to push the ball into the bottom right corner of the net. 2-1. In response to Cambridge United's effortless goals, a chorus of boos erupted from Crown Ground, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with the home team's performance. Given that it was Accrington's home ground, Hwang Hao felt compelled to approach the sidelines, gesturing with both hands downwards to signal to his players to tone it down and show some respect to the home team. The head coach of Accrington, Coleman, darkened with displeasure upon witnessing Hwang Hao's actions. During the halftime interval, he unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon his players. Bolstered by his scathing remarks, the chastised players rallied their spirits to continue the contest. In the 55th minute, Accrington seized a corner kick opportunity, allowing Sambu to equalize the score once again. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, Accrington earned a free kick just outside the penalty area. Brent executed a direct strike that breached the Cambridge United goal, prompting even Hwang Hao to rise and applaud in appreciation of the brilliance. Meanwhile, Coleman maintained his stern demeanor, interpreting the gesture from the Eastern players as a mockery of his team. Ultimately, Cambridge United suffered a 2-3 defeat against Accrington on their home turf. While the scoreline suggested a thrilling encounter, a post-match interview with fans revealed one disgruntled supporter muttering an expletive before departing, leaving a bewildered reporter in their wake. In the final round, Cambridge United, facing the bottom-placed Torquay United, fielded an entirely substitute team, yet secured a resounding 3-0 victory. With this triumph, Cambridge United's points tally for the season in League Two soared to a staggering 106 points, shattering the previous league record of 102 points set by Swindon in the 1985-86 season and Plymouth in the 2001-2002 season. Chapter 35. A clever ruse this time. Huang Hao acquiesced to Adams' suggestion, agreeing to arrange a celebratory parade for the players upon their return to Cambridge after clinching the championship. On May 10th, under the radiant sun at the Cambridge base, the players donned the traditional home kit of Cambridge United and boarded the double-decker bus alongside Huang Hao. The side of the bus emblazoned with the words "We are champions." Captain Seagal positioned himself at the front of the bus, flanked by the English League Two championship trophy and the previously won English League trophy, both gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Although the prestige of these titles paled in comparison to that of the Premier League, this marked Cambridge United's inaugural crowning as a dual champion. Surrounding the Cambridge base, a fervent throng of fans and citizens had gathered, proudly waving scarves and singing the anthem of their aspirations to return to the top tier. Bidding farewell to the championship bus as it rolled away slowly, the bus proceeded at a leisurely pace, with the players enthusiastically waving to the surrounding fans, taking photographs, and reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Darren gazed at the bustling crowd and remarked to Huang Hao, "I have never seen Cambridge so lively. This feeling is simply magnificent." "Indeed. Darren, let us strive harder. This shall not be our final triumph. But next time, I do not wish for a League Two trophy." "Hao, I believe in you. Whatever you say, I have faith in you." In the 90-plus years of its history, Cambridge United is not without its experiences in the upper echelons of the league. 15 years prior, Cambridge United ascended to the First Division. Regrettably, in that inaugural season, they faltered, securing only 5 victories and ultimately descending back to the Second Division as the bottom-ranked team. If the disparity between the B League and amateur leagues is not particularly vast, where willpower may surpass tactics at critical moments, then the A League truly represents the definitive divide between professional and amateur leagues. The English League One is home to several historically renowned teams that have garnered a degree of fame overseas, such as Nottingham Forest, Leeds United, Birmingham City, Portsmouth, and Bolton Wanderers. These clubs frequently appear in the Championship and even the Premier League, benefiting from years of professional management, superior training facilities, and comprehensive youth development systems, advantages that lower-tier teams often cannot attain. For instance, Portsmouth's Fratton Park boasts a capacity of 20,000, far surpassing Cambridge United's Abbey Stadium. Thus, for Huang Hao, a summer break is undoubtedly a luxury. The main squad must undergo necessary upgrades to avoid repeating the mistakes of 30 years ago. The winter window acquisitions of Mac LL and Maras are still rather young. They could only manage to participate in 1 or 2 matches at most. Upon receiving a call from Huang Hao, Ouyang Bing promptly provided the financial report for Cambridge United from the previous season. Huang Hao was quite elated to discover that the club generated an income of $5.58 million and incurred expenses of $4.15 million, yielding a profit of $1.43 million. However, after Ouyang Bing meticulously calculated and planned, the amount available for transfers remained a disheartening 0. Huang Hao began to question his life's trajectory, feeling as though he was destined to spend his days in debt repayment. Fortunately, the club's liabilities had decreased from $10 million to $7 million, offering Huang Hao a glimmer of hope. With Cambridge United's commendable performance, supporters began to regain optimism, and the number of fans returning to Abbey Stadium increased significantly, leading to a notable rise in matchday revenue. Clearly, there were no expectations from Ouyang Bing. Huang Hao recognized that this financial expert's proficiency was beyond his comprehension, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Thankfully, Li Jianxin's market expansion efforts were progressing well, having attracted several wealthy sponsors from China. This summer, the plan is to increase the membership from 40,000 to 60,000, with a corresponding rise in membership fees, and then, with his eloquence, Huang Hao would deftly persuade those young players who had not received contract renewals. Darren led the coaching and scouting team into the club's meeting room, where they would join Huang Hao to evaluate the squad, enabling them to approach the summer transfer market with precision. After 2 years of preparation in lower leagues, many players have proven to be quite exceptional in League One. The forward Segal, capable of both scoring and assisting, has evidently become a pivotal figure for the team. Meanwhile, Todic's swift succession following Simmons' departure, coupled with the prior acquisitions of Zeko and Vardy, alleviates Huang Hao's concerns on the front line, where he primarily seeks to secure a competent substitute. Cole currently stands as the fulcrum of Cambridge United's midfield, while Adam May, who transitioned from Portsmouth during the winter transfer window, has emerged as a formidable defensive anchor. The young talent Grove from Bolton has repeatedly proven his worth, making his continued loan a primary task that Hwang Hao has entrusted to Director Adams. In contrast, the right midfield position remains a notable weakness. Hwang Hao has predominantly relied on his first protege, Pasquale, whose capabilities are somewhat limited. Meanwhile, the substitute Moroville has accompanied Hwang Hao since their days in the National League, yet age has significantly diminished Velhet's speed and explosiveness. Consequently, Hwang Hao has circled the right midfield position on the tactical board in red. The defensive line is evidently another area of concern for Cambridge United. Last season, the swift forwards posed significant challenges for Sun Gao and Longolo, causing Hwang Hao considerable distress. However, the impressive performance of Suki upon his arrival has somewhat masked the inconsistencies among the three center-backs. After deliberation, transitional player Sun Gao, despite serving a season with Cambridge United, has been placed on the transfer list, while Longolo has been designated as a substitute. Therefore, both the left-back and center-back positions have also been marked by Qiao Zhuyan. There exists little contention regarding the goalkeeper position. The future Romanian national keeper, Pantilimon, holds a very secure place, instilling confidence in Hwang Hao. Thus, the team swiftly finalized the list of players for sale, with several who failed to fulfill their potential regrettably joining the ranks of the unemployed this summer. Cambridge United's impressive performance in the second tier last season quickly attracted buyers for the players on the transfer list. Hwang Hao imposed no barriers, recognizing that the expectation for these players to attain wealth overnight was a mere fantasy. With a decisive stroke, he inscribed his name on the transfer agreement. Ultimately, Cameroonian defender Sun Gao returned to the second division with Barry for 90,000, while the once promising Clark joined Luton in League One for 650,000. Unfortunately, Hudd and Taylor were not as fortunate. Upon receiving notices from assistant coach Darren regarding their non-renewal, they had no choice but to depart the Cambridge United training facility. They need not overly fret about their employment prospects, as their abilities are more than sufficient to compete in the National League or even the second division. Adams soon brought good news to Hwang Hao, as the loan agreements for Grove and McKenzie proceeded smoothly. Both young talents, currently unable to secure starting positions at Bolton and Hull City, play a crucial role at Cambridge United, prompting the team to gladly accept the requests. Regarding loan players, Hwang Hao has fully delegated authority to the club's football director Adams and the scouting team, allowing him to focus entirely on the transfer market. After all, loan players are merely transitional assets. Those with formal contracts from larger clubs typically regard Cambridge United as a mere stepping stone, with the likes of Stree being exceptionally rare individuals committed to remaining with the team. In the stillness of the night, Hwang Hao remained at his desk, poring over the extensive documentation provided by the scouting team. Each player was accompanied by detailed profiles, often exceeding 10 pages, which left Hwang Hao beleaguered and yearning to rub his weary eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the open window, scattering the papers across the floor. With a muttered complaint, he closed the window and bent down to gather the scattered materials, when one name caught his attention: Robert Lewandowski, a center forward playing for the Polish third division club, Prusk W. Torch. At just 18 years of age, standing 185 centimeters tall and weighing 81 kilograms, he had already been named the top scorer upon joining the team. How could he have overlooked this prodigy? Lewandowski was a more formidable presence than both Dzeko and Vardy, and with his current lack of fame, the financial outlay should be minimal. Upon landing in Warsaw, Hwang Hao promptly made his way to Prusk W. Soon, he spotted the handsome and sunny young Polish talent on a bench in the park outside the club. As he gazed at the leading striker of the Bundesliga, Hwang Hao smiled and extended his right hand. "Hello, Robert." "Hello, Mr. Hwang." Lewandowski replied with a smile, reciprocating the handshake with vigor. "Robert, I will be direct. I am here to inquire if you would be interested in joining Cambridge United to compete in League One with us." Hwang Hao had already notified the Torch team before his arrival. "Mr. Hwang, I researched your background prior to our meeting. I truly admire your journey in leading a small team to achieve back-to-back promotions to the top league. It is indeed exhilarating. To be honest, I quite like the style of Cambridge United." Upon hearing Lewandowski's praise, Hwang Hao anticipated the forthcoming rejection. "However, Mr. Hwang, I have just joined the Torch team this year and helped them secure promotion. Would it not be somewhat disloyal to leave at this juncture?" As expected, Lewandowski declined the offer. "Robert, I understand your gratitude towards the club for signing you and your apprehension about rumors should you leave now. To be candid, I have already discussed this matter with Sokolsky, the president of Torch. He is completely open to your departure. If you agree, we can finalize the contract immediately. The Premier League is one of the finest leagues in the world, featuring the most exceptional players. Although Cambridge United is in League One, our ambition is to ascend to the Premier League, and you, Robert, would be a pivotal cornerstone of our success. While this is your first year with Torch, you are undoubtedly aware of the challenges in transitioning from Torch to the global stage. At Cambridge United, we compete annually against Premier League teams, attracting countless eyes to our matches. Even a modest success on your part would garner significant attention. Becoming a world-class star and a focal point of admiration is far more attainable at Cambridge United than at Torch. Lewandowski did not respond immediately, instead gazing pensively into the distance, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Clearly, Huang Hao's words were not without merit. In the future, should a prominent top-tier team seek to acquire you, Cambridge United will not impose any obstacles. Very well, it appears that Lewandowski has made up his mind. I consent to join Cambridge United. Chapter 36. Where to find a master midfielder after accomplishing his mission. Huang Hao returned to Cambridge United with great satisfaction. On his way back, he received a phone call from the team's left back, Tatanda, which filled him with joy. Mark Bola, the primary left back for the Democratic Republic of Congo, plays for Blackpool in the English League Two. This season, witnessing his national teammate Tatanda's team, Cambridge United, surge ahead and secure promotion to the championship. He felt a pang of disappointment as his own team, Blackpool, had performed dismally, finishing in a mere 15th place in League Two after being relegated from League One. Having once been a favorite for promotion, Blackpool's abrupt decline had shattered Mark Bola's hopes. A product of Arsenal's youth academy, Mark had eagerly joined Blackpool after his contract with Arsenal ended, signing a 2-year deal, only to find himself relegated in his first year and languishing in mid-table obscurity in the second. Mark Bola had not signed a renewal contract with Blackpool, hoping to compete at a higher level. Upon hearing this, Tatanda, without any selfish motives despite their overlapping positions, recommended his teammate to the coach. When Zhou Zhuoyan received the call, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Tatanda, assuring him that the arrival of other players would not jeopardize his place in the team. He remained an integral part of Cambridge United. Thus, the director of football, Adams, hurried to Portsmouth to negotiate the details of Mark Bola's personal contract. Thanks to Tatanda's endorsement, the discussions proceeded smoothly, and Mark Bola declined offers from other clubs, becoming the first official transfer to Cambridge United that summer. When Huang Hao returned to Cambridge United with young defender Kyle Hawkins from West Bromwich, it no longer surprised anyone. This remarkable Eastern coach seemed to act as a diplomat, frequently appearing in cities of prominent clubs, using his persuasive eloquence to awaken young talents, who were ambitious yet fragile, to sign their names on contracts with Cambridge United. However, faced with the parsimonious Ouyang Bing, free agents had become the sole means through which Cambridge United could bolster its strength. Those seasoned players, evidently uninterested in Huang Hao's envisioned prospects, were no match for the allure of Huang's promises, leading many young lads to succumb to the temptation and sign their contracts. Fortunately, Huang Hao is a gifted orator, not a charlatan. Upon joining Cambridge United, players quickly became enchanted by the relaxed and joyful atmosphere, seamlessly integrating into a team composed mostly of youth. Within the squad, no factions existed, merit alone dictated the hierarchy. Such an exceptional environment made the newcomers feel exceedingly fortunate. As the commencement day of the new season approaches, Cambridge United has expedited its recruitment endeavors. Director Adams has become Huang Hao's most capable assistant this summer. Swiftly, he secured the loan of centre-back Tyrell Warren and midfielder Matthias Kate from Premier League teams West Bromwich Albion and Fulham, respectively. Particularly noteworthy is Tyrell Warren, a burgeoning defensive talent hailing from Manchester United's youth academy. Following his release from Manchester United, Huang Hao, sensing an opportunity, swiftly pursued him. However, Warren presented a contract from West Bromwich Albion, rebuffing Huang Hao's advances, a slight that, while not grievous, was nonetheless profoundly insulting. Unexpectedly, Adams facilitated Huang's acquisition of Warren through an alternative approach. Aware of his precarious position within the first team at West Bromwich Albion, Warren eagerly accepted a loan to join Cambridge United. 18-year-old right-winger Ginal Bennett, after failing to secure a new contract with Tottenham Hotspur, was not overly concerned about his livelihood. Just as Bennett was poised to accept an offer from Wimbledon and head to Plough Lane, a call from Sagal altered his course. Sharing a background in Tottenham's youth academy with Bennett, Sagal, now the captain and a prominent figure in the Cambridge United dressing room, provided a sense of security that greatly influenced Bennett's decision. Consequently, with Sagal's assistance, Hwang Hao successfully acquired this promising young winger. Witnessing a player nearly signed slip away to Cambridge United incensed Wimbledon's coach Barrett, who vociferously declared in the media that Cambridge United would inevitably be relegated to League Two this season, asserting that the player's choices were exceedingly unwise. The media, ever eager for sensational stories, promptly contacted Hwang Hao to glean his perspective. Clearly in high spirits after securing his desired player, Hwang Hao laughed heartily upon hearing Barrett's comments, remarking that he should consult Barrett on the experience of barely avoiding relegation last season by a mere 2 points. The intrepid reporters, relishing the unfolding drama, once again reached out to Wimbledon's coach, transforming themselves into conduits of communication, embellishing the narrative. Barrett, having detected the provocative undertone from the Eastern perspective, fell into a lengthy silence before retorting, "See you in the league," and promptly terminating the call. Though the season had yet to commence, it appeared a rivalry with Wimbledon had already been kindled. Just then, a fax arrived, and Adams hurriedly entered Hwang Hao's office, brimming with excitement. Had another player caught their attention? Hwang Hao felt a twinge of exasperation. No. Chelsea is looking to loan out several players. This fax is to see if any teams are interested. Who are the players? Well, there are 6 in total. Jack Cork is the most notable in terms of reputation and ability. He is the captain of the youth team and has participated in training in the United States. It seems he has not caught the head coach SI, Adams divulged with a hint of gossip. Jack Cork? I have a vague recollection of him. He is a versatile midfielder. Adams should endeavor to secure Cork on loan, emphasizing our commitment to nurturing young talent. Strapped for cash, Hwang Hao ultimately managed to assemble a 26-man roster for his inaugural season in League One during the final week of the transfer window after a summer filled with relentless efforts. Observant media outlets noted that despite the acquisition of 7 new players, the core framework of Cambridge United's starting lineup remained largely intact. It appears Hwang Hao possesses considerable confidence in his squad. Cambridge United's League One squad list comprises goalkeepers, Pantiliman, 20 years, Johnny Heafman, Youth Academy, 17 years, Jack Stevens, 21 years, defenders, Mark Bala, 22 years, David Tatanda, 24 years, Ricardo Longolo, 25 years, Kyle Hawkins, 24 years, Tyrell Warren, on loan, 21 years, Dwight Pasquale, 19 years, Jamie Stree, 24 years, Sam Robinson, on loan, 21 years, Merrick Suhi, 19 years, midfielders, Sager, 25 years, captain, Orgrove, on loan, 20 years, Adam May, 22 years, Jack Cook, 18 years, on loan, Aaron Cole, 24 years, Robbie McKenzie, 21 years, Janelle Bennett, 18 years, Warren Clark, 22 years, Matthias Kate, on loan, 22 years, Dusan Tadic, 19 years, forwards, Eden Zeko, 21 years, Jamie Vardy, 20 years, Robert Lewandowski, 18 years, Ashley Hill, 17 years, Youth Academy, on July 29th. The designated gathering day for the team, the players appeared relaxed after a holiday respite. Hwang Hao briefly introduced the new teammates and seamlessly integrated them into the squad. With the team primarily composed of youth, communication presented no barriers, allowing them to bond swiftly. The gathering day focused predominantly on restorative training, with minimal intensity and contact, as Hwang Hao wished to avoid any injuries on the opening day of the new season. After 2 hours, the players reconvened, awaiting the head coach's inaugural address for the season. Hwang Hao gazed affectionately at his players, filled with anticipation for their future. It is hard to believe that 2 years have passed so swiftly. My grandmother has finally come to accept that I am a head coach. Hwang Hao's humorous opening elicited laughter from the team, particularly from those who had followed him for the past 2 years, clearly recalling his words. This marked Hwang Hao's first speech to the team, following which he reassigned the main striker Harris to the under-23 squad. I trust your vacations were splendid. What about you, Cole? Did you find a special someone on the beaches of Spain? Cole, sporting a wild hairstyle, instantly flushed crimson. He had previously posted photos from the Spanish beach, and now Hwang Hao had turned the spotlight on him. Oh, no. Aaron stammered in response. Relax. You're 24 years old. It's about time you had a girlfriend. Hwang Hao chuckled at the blushing Cole. Make sure to share your stories with me when you have the chance. I've been quite busy this summer. However, I am delighted to have brought forth comrades to fight alongside you through our collective efforts. Huang Hao ceased to jest about the players and assumed a serious demeanor. A few days ago, I was assessed by the coach of Wimbledon, who proclaimed that by the end of the season, we would be rolling back to the relegation zone. I am aware that many harbor doubts about us, yet we still grace the pitches of League One. In the past, we have repeatedly slapped the faces of our skeptics. This year, that trend shall persist. Only we understand our aspirations, we shall not boast about them, but we steadfastly keep our goals in mind. We are by no means a relegation team. Absolutely not. Huang Hao clenched his fist against his chest with renewed vigor. Cambridge United. Sagar raised his arms in a rallying cry. Victory. The response from the soldiers resonated once more throughout the training base of Cambridge United. Chapter 37. A new journey. The new season of League One will officially commence on August 11th. With Cambridge United set to visit Kenilworth Road for their first match against Luton Town, a team that has long been entrenched in League One. Fans of Cambridge United will have to wait until the second round of the league to witness their team at Abbey Stadium. In July, Cambridge United has scheduled 5 friendly matches, maintaining a rhythm of 1 match per week to facilitate the swift integration of new teammates into the overarching tactics of the team. The team's performance has been steady, with mixed results against various opponents. Tadic continues his commendable form from the previous season, filling Huang Hao with anticipation for the new campaign. On August 11th, Cambridge United retained their customary habit of arriving at the venue on the day of the match, undeterred by their elevation to League One. After all, a journey of just over an hour does not pose a burden for professional players. Kenilworth Road, located in a residential area of Luton, boasts a seating capacity of 10,356, surpassing Abbey Stadium by 2,000 seats. The stadium comprises 5 stands, including the Kenilworth Road stand, Oak Road stand, and the main stand, surrounded by residential homes. Fans must navigate through the backyards of houses to access the stands, leading to playful banter that one must traverse through backyards to enter. The 1987-88 season marked the pinnacle of Luton Town's glory, clinching their only trophy in history by triumphing over Arsenal 3-2 in the League Cup final. Regrettably, such fortune was fleeting, as Luton soon fell into decline due to mismanagement. Facing relegation in the 1991-92 season and missing the opportunity to be a founding member of the Premier League, by 1996 they had plummeted to the 3rd tier and, in 2001, even descended to the 4th tier. Despite Cambridge United's stellar performance in the previous season's League Two, the media still favored Luton to secure their first victory of the season. Huang Hao and his players have grown accustomed to such skepticism. He merely advised them with one directive: to play freely and express themselves without restraint. The summer in England is Huang Hao's favorite season. Today, Luton experiences a cool 16 degrees, devoid of summer's oppressive heat, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, lifting his spirits immensely. At 1500 hours, the match officially commenced. Today, over 300 fans flocked to the stadium, the majority being supporters of Luton Town. However, after a hiatus of more than 15 years, Cambridge United's return to League One also attracted approximately 500 fans who journeyed from Cambridge to witness the match. The Luton fans were optimistic about the outcome of the game, especially considering their team had honed its skills through several seasons in League One and was now facing a newly promoted side, presenting a splendid opportunity for a triumphant start. Barely a minute into the match, Luton launched an assault deep into Cambridge's territory. Boyd received the ball on the right side of the penalty area, and with no defenders in sight, he opted to advance rather than pass. Just as he prepared to deliver a cross, Striker arrived in a flash, executing a well-timed tackle that sent him sprawling to the ground. As Boyd rose, he waved his arms in protest, claiming a foul, but Striker had successfully intercepted the ball, demonstrating an exemplary challenge. There was no time for hesitation. Striker promptly cleared the ball with a powerful kick towards the forward line. Meanwhile, most of Luton's players remained pressed into Cambridge's half. Tadic swiftly chased down the ball and launched it toward the center. Zeko lay in wait just outside the penalty area. And at that moment, all retreating Luton defenders were left behind. Zeko found himself face to face with only the goalkeeper. After catching up to the ball, he unleashed a fierce shot. Luton's goalkeeper, Bornham, leaped into the air, fully extending his body, and palmed the ball out of play. A wave of discontent erupted from the crowd, as Luton's fans wiped the sweat from their brows, surprised by the immediate threat posed by Cambridge's first attack. Shortly thereafter, Luton responded with a breakaway chance. Tyrese, using his speed, evaded Mackenzie's defense and surged toward the Cambridge penalty area. Mackenzie, exerting every ounce of effort, could only narrowly keep pace with Tyrese. Once inside the box, Tyrese took a shot, but the quick-reacting Pantiliman blocked it, and the ensuing follow-up by Longolo was sent out of bounds. This time, the Luton fans responded with thunderous applause, encouraging their players. 2 minutes later, Vardy received a corner from Grove and struck it powerfully. Once again, the ball was thwarted by goalkeeper Bornham, and Segal's follow-up shot struck the outside of the goalpost. Bouncing out of play, the fans began to realize that this promoted side might not be the pushovers they had anticipated, as it seemed Cambridge had taken the initiative on the field. Just as the fans began to doubt, Luton earned their first corner of the match. White, spotting a teammate in the penalty area, delivered a precise ball to the near post. Darby, understanding the cue, leaped and connected with a header. This time, the ball finally breached Pantiliman's grasp. The Kenilworth Road Stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Luton shook off the frustration of being dominated at the start and delivered a lesson to the newly promoted side. Hwang, with his hands in his pockets, remained unflustered. Aware that his team had faced adversity before, to lose composure over conceding a goal merely 12 minutes in would only unsettle the players on the pitch. As the match reached the 37th minute, Luton maintained their slender lead. The team was orchestrating another offensive maneuver, poised to breach the defenses of Cambridge United once more. This time, Luton planned to initiate their attack from the left flank. Just as White prepared to pass the ball to Boyd, Bennett, who had recently joined Cambridge United in the summer, astutely anticipated the trajectory of the pass and intercepted the ball mid-flight. After the interception, the ball came to a halt just a meter away from Bennett. Seizing upon the opportunity, Bennett unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball forward. Both D'Iko and Vardy surged into action simultaneously, racing towards the Luton penalty area, one to the left and the other to the right. Luton's two centre-backs clearly struggled to keep pace with their speed. D'Iko deftly controlled the ball with the tip of his boot, setting up a one-on-one with Bornham. This time, D'Iko did not squander the chance, delivering a low shot with his right foot towards the near corner of the goal. Bornham, rooted to the spot, had no time to react as the ball swiftly found its way into the net. The Kenilworth Road Stadium fell eerily silent, save for the section occupied by the away fans. Soon after, scattered curses erupted, clearly a manifestation of the discontent directed at Luton's defenders. At the conclusion of the first half, the score remained 1-1. Those watching the match sensed that Luton's quest for a victorious debut would not prove to be an easy endeavor. After a brief intermission, both teams re-emerged onto the pitch at Kenilworth Road. Following the kickoff, Cambridge United swiftly brought the battle into Luton's half. Left-back Mark Bora surged forward, receiving a pass from Grove. Noticing he was unmarked, he unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters out. The fierce strike hurtled towards the lower left corner of Luton's goal, prompting Bornham to dive and barely deflect the ball onto the post, sending it out of play. Rising to his feet, Bornham vigorously waved his arms, urging his teammates to sharpen their focus and mark the opposing players. It was evident he had become the busiest man on the field that day. However, Bornham's exhortations fell on deaf ears. Nearly 9 minutes into the second half, Cambridge United commenced a series of intricate passes in Luton's half. Despite Luton fielding 7 defenders, Cambridge had an alarming 8 players involved in the attack. Bora and Bennett seamlessly integrated into the team's system, and after a series of clever combinations, Bennett pushed the ball to the center where Vardy unleashed a shot. As Bornham's airborne form glided past the ball's path, it quietly nestled into the back of the net. Cambridge United had taken the lead. If Luton were to be outplayed by a newly promoted side in the opening round, it would surely leave all the players with a sense of embarrassment. Consequently, they intensified their offensive efforts, launching a counterattack against Cambridge United. The latter, too, employed sharp counterattacking tactics, causing Luton considerable distress. Particularly, Bornham, who was busy making saves, became the most engaged player on the pitch. As the match progressed into the 70th minute, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange that took everyone by surprise. In the final 20 minutes, a veritable goal fest unfolded. White emerged as one of Luton Town's standout players in this encounter. When Luton launched yet another assault on Cambridge United's goal, White surged ahead, swiftly receiving a pass from a teammate. Without hesitation, White charged towards the edge of the Cambridge penalty area. Longolo and Bora swiftly closed in on him, attempting to encircle him. In a sudden twist, White deftly pulled the ball back, initiating a lateral dribble, seeking to advance into his most favored zone for a cross. Longolo and Bora immediately pursued him. Suddenly, with a flick of his heel, White sent the ball in the opposite direction, deceiving both Longolo and Bora. Just then, Luton forward Darby sprinted in from behind. With an almost instinctual awareness, White delivered the ball precisely to Darby, who, facing the rapidly returning Bora, opted for teamwork and swiftly redirected the ball to the right flank, where Brangner launched a cross. So he leaped high, heading the ball out of play. The Luton fans erupted in enthusiastic applause for White, singing a modified anthem in his honor. "We have an outstanding left winger. His name is White. He possesses a golden left foot, bringing us the light of victory. Oh well, oh well." Amidst the cheers of the supporters, White once again positioned himself to take the corner kick. Glancing at the crowd, he quickly struck the ball towards the far post. The ball soared like a precisely aimed cannonball, landing squarely on the head of Luton defender Hansen, who, barely having jumped, directed the ball powerfully into the top corner of the net. 2-2. Luton had equalized. An elated Hansen sprinted towards White, placing his hand to his ear, tilting his head to savor the fans' roaring applause. In response, the Luton supporters chanted Hansen's name at an ear-splitting volume. White, seemingly inspired by divine intervention, left Hwang Hao feeling somewhat helpless. Despite the team maintaining control of the game, conceding twice from set pieces was far from their strategy. In the 75th minute, a long pass from Luton went awry, allowing Stree to halt the ball, making a direct pass to Bennett. The 18-year-old Bennett, in his first official match, displayed no hesitation. After a brief assessment of the situation, he lofted the ball into the Luton penalty area. Vardy, understanding the play, surged into the box, using his left foot to deftly control the ball, then followed up with a powerful shot from his right foot. The ball crashed heavily against the goalpost. However, the rebound fortuitously landed at the feet of Lewandowski, who had just entered the field 38 seconds prior. Lewandowski executed a half-turn and curled a shot, as the still-recovering Bornham watched helplessly as the ball nestled into his net. 2-3. Nearly 5 minutes later, Cambridge United regained the lead. At this moment, Hwang Hao could no longer contain his exhilaration, celebrating the golden goal with a series of boxing combinations on the sidelines. Completely unfazed by the peculiar gaze of the Luton coach. At this moment, the Luton team, fueled by a fierce determination, did not allow the setback of conceding a goal to dissuade them. Nearly 4 minutes later, Hansen retrieved the ball from the back line and swiftly sent it forward. The substitute, Lon, utilizing his exceptional stamina, quickly evaded Longolo's defense. Faced with Pantilimon, the young Lon deftly maneuvered past the goalkeeper. The Kenilworth Road Stadium erupted into a frenzy once more. After Lon slotted the ball into the empty net, the score was leveled at 3-3. The pace of the match had escalated beyond Hwang Hao's expectations. The contest between the two teams had reached a fever pitch. In the 80th minute, within a mere 10 minutes, both teams had netted 3 goals. In contrast, the preceding 70 minutes had yielded only 3 goals in total. By the 85th minute, Cambridge United earned a corner kick. White of Luton, taking advantage of the set piece, scored a second goal for Cambridge. Grove, clearly unwilling to concede, reminded everyone that Cambridge United was the team with the highest set-piece scoring last season. Confronted by Luton's towering centre-back, Grove directed the ball towards the penalty area. Once again, it was Cole, executing a powerful volley that sent the ball soaring into the top corner of the net. 4-3. Cambridge United regained the lead. Kenilworth Road fell silent for the 4th time, but this time, with only 5 minutes remaining before the end of the match, could Luton equalize? Time slipped away, and the match approached the final moments of injury time. The Luton supporters rose in unison to witness the unfolding drama, while the hearts of the Cambridge United fans hung in suspense. 15 years had passed since Cambridge United's last victory in the league, and now only seconds remained. Hwang Hao on the sidelines also felt a pang of nervous excitement. The last time he experienced such tension was during the EFL Trophy final. At that moment, Luton earned another corner, likely their last opportunity. The anxious Cambridge United fans covered their eyes, reluctant to witness what might transpire. White stepped up to take the corner kick. The atmosphere in Cambridge's penalty area was tense, with players tugging at one another. Luton's formidable centre-back, Nelson, skillfully positioned himself against Mackenzie, weaker in both height and weight. Mackenzie strained to maneuver in front of Nelson. Just then, White's corner kick whistled through the air. Mackenzie, blocked by Nelson, was unable to leap. Nelson soared high, like a mountain rising before Mackenzie. Pantilimon, despite his utmost effort, could not thwart Nelson's strike. 4-4. After a brief silence, Kenilworth Road erupted as if an earthquake had struck, erupting in a cacophony of cheers. Hwang Hao, ultimately defeated, slumped in the coaching seat, shaking his head in resignation. Nelson stood at the sidelines, a hero celebrated by fans and teammates alike, as if he had saved the entire city, the players of Cambridge United. Akin to having suffered a significant defeat, hung their heads low, especially Mackenzie, whose eyes brimmed with tears after his critical mistake. Referee Tim, after allowing Luton Town to finish their celebrations, promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Cambridge United's hopes for a triumphant 3 points were dashed as they engaged in a goal-laden contest at Kenilworth Road, ultimately settling for a draw with their opponents. Hwang Hao gently patted Mackenzie on the head, assuring him that the fault did not lie with him. He then encouraged his teammates to lift their heads high. For the match had demonstrated to all that Cambridge United should never be underestimated. After all, a draw was not an unacceptable outcome. Chapter 38, Relegation Contenders? At the press conference, Hwang Hao deviated from his usual demeanor, lavishing praise upon Luton Town, particularly for White, whose performance left him almost envious. In contrast, Luton's coach, Sean, remained taciturn, feeling somewhat embarrassed to have been challenged so fiercely at home by a newly promoted side. A journalist from a sports newspaper inquired of Hwang Hao, noting that Cambridge United was widely regarded as a favorite for relegation this season, with odds as steep as 142. What are your thoughts on such odds, Mr. Hwang? Hwang's smile gradually faded, replaced by an enigmatic smirk. I merely wish to inform all coaches in League One that while they may underestimate Cambridge United, they should refrain from shedding tears. He then cheekily inquired about the odds for Cambridge United winning the championship, suggesting they might consider a discreet wager, for there could be delightful surprises by the season's end. 7 days later, Cambridge United finally welcomed their League One debut at Abbey Stadium, facing the visiting Doncaster Rovers. Unlike their encounter with Luton, Doncaster had long been entrenched in lower leagues and had hovered around League One in recent years. After many years, Cambridge United was once again hosting a match in the top tier. The local fans rallied in robust support, with the stadium's attendance reaching approximately 70, as around 6,000 spectators gathered to witness the event. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate. Before the match could commence, heavy rain began to pour, rendering the already mediocre pitch at Abbey Stadium even more treacherous. Thus, the match reverted to the essence of traditional English football, characterized by both teams frequently launching the ball deep into each other's half, resulting in a spectacle devoid of finesse. In the 24th minute of the first half, Vardy emerged as the standout performer. After several rounds of tug-of-war, Warren Clark seized the moment, delivering a cross from the byline into Doncaster's penalty area. Vardy seized the opportunity, executing a diving header at the near post, directing the ball into the corner. Cambridge United took the lead as desired. 10 minutes later, it was Vardy once more. Advancing the ball into the attacking third, he executed a precise 45-degree diagonal pass to Dzeko, who, without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, leapt into the air for a volley. This extended the scoreline to a 2-goal advantage. From that point onward, Cambridge United maintained their lead until the 67th minute, pressing the ball back into Doncaster's territory as Stree prepared to throw the ball back into play. As Tadic barely made contact with the ball, he was immediately pushed off balance. Kieran Bennett seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. Such physical encounters are all too common on English pitches, and the referee displayed no inclination to blow the whistle. Without hesitation, Kieran swiftly passed the ball to the forward Edmondson. Throughout the match, Edmondson had not been presented with many opportunities, but before Longolo could close in, he quickly distributed the ball to his teammate Riley, positioned just outside the penalty area. At that moment, Riley deftly evaded his marker, Susie, by a clear 2 positions. What followed became significantly easier. Riley effortlessly maneuvered past Pantilimon and slotted the ball into the empty net. 21. In the 80th minute, Barnett took a throw-in in the attacking third. This time, Tadic and Mackenzie combined effectively, swiftly passing the ball to the advancing left-back Strye. Facing 2 defenders in the penalty area, Strye attempted to turn and shield the ball. However, it was intercepted once again by a Doncaster player. The ball was subsequently cleared by defender Sycamore towards the midfield. This time, Riley reciprocated, beating Susie to the ball and directly tapping it to the forward Edmondson. Confronted by the recovering Longolo, Edmondson aimed to return the ball to Riley. Longolo, however, preemptively booted the ball away. Yet the ball remained trapped within Cambridge United's half. After several exchanges, Paddington regained possession near the byline and lofted the ball into the penalty area, despite being closely marked by both Longolo and Mackenzie. The promising star on loan from Leeds United, Edmondson, could not be deterred. He powerfully struck the ball into the Cambridge United goal, delivering a blow that resonated deeply with Huang Hao. The reality of League One is stark. The demands placed upon defenders here are on a completely different level than those in League Two. This disparity has sparked a flicker of concern in Huang Hao regarding his defensive line. It must be said, the overwhelming dominance in League Two had led Huang Hao to become somewhat complacent, clearly overestimating his squad's capabilities. Thus, Doncaster Rovers, with only 4 shots on goal throughout the match, managed to net 2 goals and left Abbey Stadium with a single point. While this outcome may be hard to digest, it is not so for the fans, considering Cambridge United is merely a newly promoted side in League One. However, for the ambitious Huang Hao, a sense of discontent lingered. With 3 times the number of shots as their opponents and a higher possession rate, the statistics were indeed favorable, yet football is governed by the final scoreline, which dictates everything. Huang Hao and his team continued to await their longed-for first victory in League One. After a night of deep contemplation, he realized that the personnel and defense were essentially fixed. Expecting a quick improvement was unrealistic. The previously successful Mad Dog tactic that had triumphed in the National League and League Two had faltered against stronger opponents in League One, leading to increased errors. The effectiveness of the Mad Dog strategy remained uncertain. Thus, a week later, Cambridge United would travel to Vale Park to face their third opponent in League One, the seasoned and resilient team, Port Vale. A few seasons ago, Vale Park triumphed in the EFL Trophy, yet for the majority of the time, they have been a familiar presence in the English League Two, occasionally resurfacing in League One. Nearly 15 minutes into the match, Sager was brutally struck on the ankle by Olaha during a challenge, causing his calf to visibly protrude from his sock. The once boisterous atmosphere of Vale Park fell into an eerie silence, with only Sager's cries of agony echoing across the field. Huang Hao could no longer remain seated and rushed to confront the home team's coach, Page. Is this football? This is akin to murder. You ought to be hanged. With Darren and the 4th official strenuously pulling him back, Huang Hao was reluctantly returned to the coaching bench. Without hesitation, the referee, Andy, brandished a red card at Olaha, dismissing him from the game. Sager was swiftly transported by ambulance to the nearest Royal Stoke University Hospital, while Huang Hao had no choice but to substitute Bennett onto the field. Perhaps influenced by the unfortunate incident, Cambridge United's performance noticeably faltered. Tadic, with a shot that was nearly within reach, struck the ball directly into the goalkeeper's grasp, a sight that was almost unbearable for Huang Hao. Vale Park's counterattacks were sharp as well. After Smith's shot grazed the post and flew out of bounds, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. At halftime, despite both teams exchanging attacks, the score remained 0-0, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. In the locker room, Huang Hao refrained from criticizing the players' performances, merely informing them that Sager had been taken to Royal Stoke University Hospital, renowned for its expertise in treating broken limbs, though he refrained from explaining how he knew this, as it stemmed from an abundance of cases. The anxious hearts of the team were instantly at ease. 10 minutes into the second half, the game showed little sign of improvement. Huang Hao had Lewandowski warm up again, subsequently substituting him for Grove. In the 66th minute, Tadic initiated an offensive on the right flank. A well-placed half-high ball was sent to Zeko. Zeko expertly controlled the ball mid-air and immediately surged towards Vale Park's penalty area. At that moment, 4 defenders stood in his path, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Finding a gap, he opted to shoot towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper's dive merely framed Zeko's goal, a splendid strike from the young Bosnian, securing a goal for Cambridge United. After scoring, Zeko and his teammates formed a circle, performing a gesture of prayer, hoping for their captain Sager's swift recovery. In the 83rd minute, Tadic seized the ball in midfield, precisely locating Lewandowski, whose exquisite pass was confidently received. Upon gaining possession, he charged towards Vale Park's penalty area once more. However, defender Vincent closely marked Lewandowski, preventing him from taking a shot. Just as the two approached the byline, Lewandowski executed a back pass, allowing Vardy to surge in from the far post, unchallenged within a meter. Goalkeeper Lewis did not even attempt to save as Vardy thundered the ball into the net. The atmosphere at Abbey Stadium was ignited by Cambridge United's impressive victory of 2 o'clock. Fans erupted in celebration, setting off fireworks in the stands. As the clock approached the 90-minute mark, referee Andy blew the final whistle. In the post-match press conference, Huang Hao vehemently condemned Olaha's brutal action, calling for severe punishment. The English Football Association responded promptly, issuing a 5-match ban for Olaha the following day. Chapter 39. The emergence of Lewandowski after the match. All members of Cambridge United visited Captain Sagal at Royal Stoke University Hospital, wishing him a swift recovery. 3 days later, Cambridge United faced Mansfield Town in the first round of the English League Cup at home. Huang Hao recognized the disparity observed in the previous 2 League One matches and decided to field substitutes in the League Cup to train the team and narrow the gap between starters and reserves. The mainstay of the National League, Stevens, made his debut in the starting lineup for Cambridge United. The defensive trio of Tatanda, Hawkins, and Warren took the field together. The young African, having become a substitute for his teammate Mark Bola this season, cherished this opportunity to start. In midfield, Cork, Clark, and Kate commanded the center, with May and Bennett flanking the sides. On the forward line, Lewandowski and Hill occupied the left and right flanks, respectively. Luck favored Tatanda, just 6 minutes into the match. A corner kick for Cambridge United was cleared from the penalty area, landing perfectly at Tatanda's feet. Noticing that his teammates lacked better opportunities, he opted to take a shot himself. The goalkeeper Phillips was caught off guard by the low shot, and the ball found its way into the Mansfield net. 1 o'clock. 15 minutes into the match, after Mansfield's attack faltered, Hawkins controlled the ball in the center of the back line, lifted his head to survey the positioning of players on the field, and delivered a precise long pass to Hill. As Hill received the ball and turned to evade his marker, Mansfield defender Pierce executed a sliding tackle to disrupt the play. Bennett sprinted down the flank, managing to keep the ball in play just before it crossed the sideline, delivering a diagonal pass to the on-rushing Clark in the center. Clark advanced into the penalty area, where a diving Vox left the ball behind. Cork seized the opportunity, maneuvering the ball past the Mansfield defender, and it found its way to Lewandowski, who executed a sweeping shot into the bottom right corner of the goal. Mansfield resumed play from the center circle. After receiving the ball, Pick, out of habit, attempted a back pass, but miscalculated the force, leading to the ball landing between the center back and midfielder. Lewandowski swiftly intercepted the ball, stopping it with his left foot before unleashing a powerful shot with his right, which nestled into the net, grazing the goalpost. 3 o'clock. Once again, Mansfield prepared to restart from the center circle. This time, Pick dared not attempt a back pass, instead distributing the ball to Cook on the right flank, only to have it intercepted by Tatanda due to excessive force. Tatanda returned the ball to Warren, but the pass was too shallow. The retreating Warren slipped before he could react, allowing Hawkins to intercept the ball ahead of Hams. The 2 forwards from Mansfield quickly pressured Stevens, leaving him no choice but to kick the ball to the sideline for Tatanda. Sensing an opportunity, the entire Mansfield team advanced, compelling Tatanda to pass back to the goalkeeper. Stevens then launched a powerful kick to May, who, along with Cork, Kate, and Hawkins, executed a series of rapid passes under Mansfield's relentless pressure, finally escaping their blockade. Cork delivered a decisive pass to Hill, who found himself flanked by Lewandowski on the left and Bennett on the right, creating a 3-on-2 situation. Hill selflessly distributed the ball to the unmarked Lewandowski, who, without hesitation, struck a low shot with his left foot, only for it to be deflected by the post. Lewandowski swiftly followed up with a right-footed shot into the open net. The score was now 4-0. And the Abbey Stadium erupted in euphoria. Can you imagine a hat trick in just 4 minutes? 2 minutes later, Cork intercepted the ball in the center and passed it to the left side to Tatanda. Dribbling along the left flank, Tatanda faced 2 Mansfield players rushing to block him. While May sprinted towards the edge, Tatanda passed to May, who, realizing he was flagged for offside, ceased his run. However, Tatanda did not give up. With the referee yet to blow the whistle, he cleverly passed the ball back to himself. After a quick dash to the baseline, he made a cross that Pierce, hurriedly returning to defense, failed to intercept. The ball bounced into the center of the penalty area, where Lewandowski executed a volley with his right foot, making the score 5-0. 3 minutes later, Cambridge United launched an attack down the right flank, with Bennett crossing from the edge of the penalty area. The ball sailed over Pierce's head, and Lewandowski, positioned sideways, struck a powerful right-footed shot, bringing the score to 6-0. Huang Hao, seated on the bench, gazed in disbelief at Lewandowski. Had the spectacle of 5 goals in 9 minutes truly materialized? With only half of the first half completed, the score stood at 6-0, and the Cambridge United fans celebrated as if they had clinched the league title. Cambridge United ultimately triumphed over Mansfield with a resounding 12-0 victory, advancing to the second round of the League Cup and setting a record for the most goals scored in a single League Cup match. Cambridge United's carnage of Mansfield 9 goals in 5 minutes. Lewandowski makes history from Deco to Lewandowski, the terrifying strike force of Cambridge United with an unbeaten start. Cambridge United is poised to challenge Leeds United, who have begun the season with 3 consecutive victories in the 4th round of the league. 25. 000 fans flooded into Elland Road to cheer for the young squad. Leeds United, once a powerhouse in the Premier League, has seen stars like Viduka, Smith, and Woodgate don their colours. Having won the league title 3 times and the FA Cup once, the club has faced significant financial troubles over the past 2 years, leading to relegation, and last year they plummeted to the 3rd tier. Despite selling Elland Road and their training facilities, as well as offloading their prominent players, they still found themselves in debt, starting the season with a 15-point deduction, a catastrophic beginning indeed. Nonetheless, the 3 consecutive victories showcase the enduring legacy of this storied club. Elland Road was nearly filled to capacity with visiting fans, creating a breathtaking vista reminiscent of a vast white ocean. Every individual present at the match was left in awe. The South Stand, often referred to as the end of Elland Road, served as a gathering place for the devoted supporters of Leeds United, who were fervently singing their anthem, a rallying cry that has resonated since 1972 during every Leeds United match. As the first half drew to a close, veteran David Healy took the initiative, launching a shot from the left side of the penalty area that was inadvertently deflected into his own net by Cambridge United defender Sook. Leeds United thus gained a 1-goal lead, prompting an elevation in the decibel level of the Leeds United supporters' chants. In the 53rd minute, a free kick for Cambridge United was blocked, enabling Healy to seize the ball and swiftly advance it to midfield. After a mere 2 passes, the ball reached the edge of Cambridge United's penalty area, where Robbie Blake executed a precise strike, making the score 2-0. Following the setback, Cambridge United intensified their offensive efforts. However, it appeared that several of their key players had misplaced their shooting boots, as attempts by Dzeko and Vardy either soared over the bar or were thwarted by the opposition. In the 74th minute, after relentless pressure, Cambridge United was once again thwarted by a long-range effort from Leeds, as Lewis unleashed a powerful shot, extending Leeds' lead to 3-0. Elland Road transformed into a jubilant sea of white, while the increasingly frustrated Cambridge United found themselves at a loss. Until the 94th minute, Leeds United earned a corner kick. But this time, rather than finding the back of the net, the ball was securely caught by goalkeeper Pantiliman, who promptly launched it forward. In their hurried retreat, Leeds had yet to establish a defensive formation when Tadic found the net from the left side of the penalty area, scoring a consolation goal. Thus, Cambridge United became mere background to the celebrations at Elland Road. Coach Hwang Hao's team, still in the formative stages of their development, continued to pay their dues in experience. Despite the crushing defeat, Cambridge United did not lose heart, for the lengthy season had only just begun, and the upcoming match offered no respite. 3 days later, they would face Oldham at home. The match commenced amidst the cheers of 100 supporters and the young players, eager to vent their frustrations from the previous loss, launched an immediate assault on Oldham's defenses. In the 29th minute, it was Dzeko once more, receiving a corner from Grove and unleashing a powerful shot. Although goalkeeper Sakic managed to parry the ball, it fell fortuitously to young Bennett, who capitalized on the opportunity to score his first goal in the EFL League One. In the 42nd minute, Bennett's pass from midfield found Dzeko again, who unleashed a thunderous strike, doubling Cambridge United's lead. In the 73rd minute, Oldham seized their solitary shooting opportunity, with Hamilton sneaking in from the left side of the penalty area to score, pulling one back. However, this could not prevent Cambridge United from securing victory in the match. With the remarkable performance of the young talent from Bosnia, Cambridge United secured a decisive 2-1 victory against their opponents at home, claiming a crucial 3 points. 4 days later, Cambridge United faced their longtime rivals Swindon at home in the league. Following the kickoff by Dzeko and Vardy, Vardy returned the ball to Koch. The 2 forwards from Swindon immediately pressed forward, prompting Koch to deliver a diagonal pass to the flanks. Toddy, receiving the ball, initially dribbled slowly, but upon nearing Swindon's winger, he accelerated past him. This sudden burst of speed caught Swindon's winger off guard, who clearly struggled to match the pace. Toddy effortlessly broke through and veered towards the cutting line. As he swiftly approached the penalty area, surrounded by Swindon's defensive midfielders, fullbacks, and centre-backs, Toddy threaded the ball through a narrow gap to Dzeko, positioned just outside the box. Dzeko controlled the ball, half-turned, and deftly nudged it into the vacant space on the right flank of the penalty area. Vardy, exploiting his speed, darted into the box, executing a simple 1-2 combination, leaving Swindon's defense utterly defeated. Vardy struck the ball directly towards the far corner of the goal with his left foot. Although the shot lacked pace, it was the angle that proved deceptive. The Swindon goalkeeper, delayed by at least 2 beats, found the ball already beyond his reach as he attempted a symbolic save. Turning to see the ball roll in, nestled against the inside of the post. The referee seemed momentarily taken aback, only blowing the whistle to signal the goal a couple of seconds later. This goal by Cambridge United took a mere 7 seconds. In the 12th minute of the match, Totti suddenly accelerated into the left flank, where Koch assisted with a diagonal pass into the right space of the penalty area. Vardy, reaching the byline, swept the ball across the goal. Deco, providing a screen in the center, allowed Totti to convert the ball into the unguarded net at the far post. 2-0. In the 58th minute of the second half, Kohler's precise cross from the right found Deco's head, who flicked it onto Vardy, making a run into the box. Vardy seized the opportunity, executing a volley that sent the ball into the net. 3-0. In the 73rd minute, Koch's long-range shot from outside the box, although on target, was deflected by the goalkeeper. The rebound fell to Deco, who played it wide to Totti. Totti then delivered a sweeping cross from outside the penalty area, where an unmarked Vardy headed the ball into the net once more. The score had escalated to 4-0, allowing Cambridge United to triumph over their opponents and secure all 3 points. Chapter 40. Back to normalcy. Fans, who initially believed the team could build on their victory, were once again left disheartened. Following this, in the second round of the League Cup, Cambridge United suffered a clean 0-4 defeat at the hands of their rivals at the Tefmol Stadium, once again falling at the second hurdle of the League Cup. This time, Hwang Hao did not continue to tolerate the players. In the post-match dressing room, they were met with a fierce reprimand. In the realm of technical statistics, Cambridge United boasted higher shot counts and possession rates than their opponents, yet they suffered a resounding defeat. This stark reality ignited the fury within Hwang Hao. With nowhere to channel their frustrations, the Cambridge United players were set to face Leyton Orient at home, where head coach Mark Taylor could hardly have anticipated the storm awaiting him. Leyton Orient, having narrowly avoided relegation last season, found themselves unexpectedly flourishing this season with 5 victories and 1 draw. Against the newly promoted Cambridge United, Leyton Orient exuded confidence throughout their ranks. On this rainy London day, such weather invariably cast an uncertain veil over the match. Standing at the sidelines, Hwang Hao was quickly drenched by the downpour, a free shower he had grown accustomed to since taking on the role of head coach. The team's current form was erratic. Cambridge United needed to uncover the formula for victory. Within the first 10 minutes, Cambridge United earned a free kick on the right side of the penalty area. Grove delivered a precise cross to the back post, where Sushi capitalized on the opportunity, outjumping the Leyton Orient defenders to head the ball into the net. 0-1. The visiting Cambridge United had broken the deadlock first. Following the goal, Leyton Orient launched a frenzied counterattack, with Cambridge United responding in kind, leading both teams to engage in a thrilling display of attacking football. As the rain intensified, so too did the errors from both sides, and the first half quietly concluded amidst these blunders. As the teams switched sides for the second half, the 51st minute saw Grove take a corner that was cleared from the penalty area, landing fortuitously at the feet of Leyton Orient midfielder Sweeney. At this moment, only 2 defenders remained for Cambridge United. Both teams surged forward towards the Cambridge half, quickly forming a 4-on-4 situation in the attacking third. In their hasty retreat, Cambridge United failed to intercept Monker's cross, allowing Boateng to effortlessly slot the ball into the net. 1-1. Mark Taylor and his players celebrated exuberantly in the downpour. Rather than succumb to anger, Hwang Hao extended his hands towards the players, signaling them to regain composure and control the rhythm of the game. Similarly, the supporters of Cambridge United did not waver in their encouragement despite the setback. Even amidst the torrential rain, the chants from the stands resonated clearly. As the fans seemed to possess an inexhaustible spirit, their songs unwavering throughout the match. The persistence of the fans soon bore fruit. In the 56th minute, Vardy, maneuvering just outside the opponent's penalty area, received another pass from Grove. With a deft touch, Vardy evaded the pressing haul, then took a couple of steps towards the penalty spot. He then unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot towards Leyton Orient's goal. At the moment of contact, a splash erupted from the ball, which sped towards the net. Goalkeeper Sarl barely had time to wipe the rain from his eyes before witnessing the ball soar into the upper right corner of the goal. Cambridge United led 2-1 once more. After this goal, the match seemed to be paused, as if a script had been meticulously laid out. The two teams exhibited remarkable synchronicity in their midfield battles, yet shots on goal remained elusive. As time dwindled, just when both sets of fans believed the match would conclude in a stalemate, the 84th minute arrived. Stry, positioned along the right sideline, executed a throw-in to Clark, and the duo seamlessly orchestrated a 1-2 pass, evading the defenders along the flanks. Stry glanced towards the penalty area, where Vardy, Bennett, and Lewandowski were stationed at the edge of the box. Without hesitation, Stry struck the ball, delivering it into the penalty area. At that moment, Pasquana realized that Vardy had outmaneuvered him by a considerable margin. For a forward, such space was ample. Upon receiving the ball, Vardy accelerated swiftly, advancing to the right side of the 6-yard box. Despite being closely marked by Bennett and Lewandowski, Vardy showed no hesitation, deftly flicking the ball with his toes towards the near corner of the goal. Faced with the imminent shot, Saro found himself utterly powerless, resorting only to gesturing in frustration towards his defensive teammates. 3-1. In the 86th minute, Leyton Orient swiftly reignited the offensive after the kickoff. Pushing towards the Cambridge United penalty area, Boateng, with his back to the goal, received the ball 5 meters from the edge of the box, while McKenzie immediately closed in. Lacking the space to turn, Boateng quickly passed the ball to Moncur on the left side of the penalty area. Stry opted not to apply tight pressure, maintaining a distance of about a meter from Moncur to prevent a forceful breakthrough. However, Stry was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. Moncur executed a half-turn and unleashed a stunning shot from distance. A remarkable strike from a full 25 yards, approximately 22 meters. The torrential rain obscured the goalkeeper's vision. By the time Pantilimon noticed the ball and reacted, it had already slipped through his fingertips and into the net. 23. The undefeated Leyton Orient could not accept the prospect of defeat, launching wave after wave of attacks on the Cambridge United goal in the final minutes of the match. In the 90th minute, after a goal kick, Saro directed his teammates forward and unleashed a powerful kick towards the center circle, but the recipient was the soaring Adam May. May, in midair, flicked the ball to Lewandowski, who, not waiting for the ball to touch ground, instinctively redirected it to the nearby Vardy. Vardy gently caressed the ball, shifting it to the flanks where the left midfielder Bennett awaited. Bennett surged towards the goal line, lofting the ball into the penalty area. As Saro tracked the incoming ball, he retreated, but failed to notice the nearby defender Jones. Consequently, Saro collided with Jones midair and fell in front of the penalty area. Lewandowski, undeterred by Saro's potential injury, lightly nodded the ball into the net. 42. Following the goal, Lewandowski sprinted towards the stands behind the goal, dedicating his strike to the loyal supporters. The fans erupted, chanting Lewandowski's name in a fervent display of adoration. In the 94th minute, Leyton Orient remained steadfast in their pursuit of a point, launching another fervent attack. Martinez swiftly penetrated the right side of Cambridge United's penalty area, lofting the ball into the box just before Bola could intervene. Youngster Suki leapt high to head the ball away, extinguishing Leyton Orient's hopes of scoring. The ball sailed towards the midfield, gradually coming to a halt. Yet the referee did not blow the final whistle. Tadic surged ahead, racing towards the ball with fervor. Leyton Orient's players awoke from their stupor, sprinting back to their half. As the ball descended towards goalkeeper Sarr, only 2 Leyton Orient players lingered in their half. Meanwhile, Cambridge United also had 2 attackers, Lewandowski and Vardy. The speed of defenders, save for those like Marcelo, could hardly rival that of forwards, vividly illustrated on the pitch. As Lewandowski and Vardy raced towards the goal, they were 2 positions clear of the defenders. Lewandowski adeptly caught up with the ball, drawing the attention of both Leyton Orient defenders. Though he had a clear chance, Lewandowski selflessly passed the ball to Vardy, who was better positioned in the center of the box. Vardy did not squander the Polish striker's generosity, confidently slotting the ball into Leyton Orient's net. 5-2. A hat-trick. The following day, Cambridge United's media, while recounting the team's resounding victory over Leyton Orient, emblazoned a striking headline in bold letters: "The Iron Kid strikes again, securing a hat-trick." Cambridge United's triumph over Leyton Orient was akin to a wandering knight mastering the dual pathways of offense and defense, seamlessly blending their strategies, and began to dominate the League One arena. 3 days later, as the reigning champions, Cambridge United faced yet another challenge in the EFL Trophy. Remarkably, within just 3 months of the season's inception, the club's financial revenue had already reached £2.5 million. When Ouyang Bing entered with a blush of excitement to share this news with Huang Hao, he too was taken aback. This season, Cambridge United sold 3,000 season tickets. generating over $1 million in revenue, a staggering 25-fold increase compared to the previous year. In just 7 or 8 matches, the revenue from individual match tickets soared to $300,000, not including income from hot dogs and beer. Moreover, advertising boards surrounding the stadium were in high demand, with bookings extending to Labor Day, and each board commanding a fee of $1,500, a remarkable increase from the $500 that was once the norm in League Two. Indeed, as status elevates, so too does value. Akin to a luxury item that fetches $10,000 in a foreign market but commands $20,000 upon arrival in the East. After skillfully presenting the team's financial data, Ouyang Bing promptly conveyed another exhilarating piece of news to Huang Hao. If the team can maintain its current form, Cambridge United is highly likely to settle a significant portion of its debt by the end of this season. Huang Hao gazed at Ouyang Bing, soon becoming lost in daydreams about which defensive superstar he would acquire with the first transfer fee. It was only when Ouyang Bing's face flushed with anger and she called out Huang Hao's name that he realized his impolite behavior. My apologies. I was just lost in thought. Huang Hao quickly retracted his gaze and offered an apology, while Ouyang Bing swiftly regained her icy demeanor and haughtily departed from the office. With financial stability in sight, Huang Hao paid little heed to the somewhat trivial EFL trophy, opting instead to allow substitutes to gain experience and close the gap with the first team. If he dared to dream, achieving promotion to the championship this season could lead to millions in broadcast revenue and soaring advertising fees. The mere thought made Huang Hao's mouth water. Consequently, the manager of Chesterfield witnessed the unfamiliar faces of the Cambridge United substitutes at the Southgate Stadium. However, the presence of substitutes did not guarantee defeat. After all, there was the formidable Lewandowski. 2 years prior, 19-year-old left-back Bailey Owen transitioned from Southampton to Cambridge United, inheriting the names of 2 world-class stars. He delivered an exceptional defensive performance, thwarting Chesterfield's attacks time and again. This young talent aimed to demonstrate to Southampton how foolish it was to let him go, while also signaling to Cambridge United's head coach Huang Hao that, despite being in the reserves, he was no less capable than the first team. Ultimately, Cambridge United triumphed over Chesterfield with a score of 2-0, securing all 3 points. As the match between Cambridge United and Carlisle United commenced, the fans, accustomed to purchasing tickets at the venue, were taken aback. The ticket windows had long since closed, displaying signs that read "sold out." The supporters had forgotten how long it had been since Abbey Stadium had been filled to capacity, leading them to develop the habit of buying tickets on-site. This was Huang Hao's first experience witnessing a full Abbey Stadium, with vibrant yellow filling the stands, save for a small patch of blue in the southeast corner, indicating that a maximum of 300 Carlisle United fans had made the journey. Referee Haynes blew the whistle at 3 p.m. sharp, signaling the start of the match as Cambridge United sought to extend their winning streak to 3. Chapter 41. The Battle Against Forest. Carlisle United's coach, John Ward, deployed a 4-3-2-1 formation, leaning towards a defensive strategy. The forward runs from the wings created vast spaces in the defensive flanks, clearly reflecting Ward's lack of confidence against Cambridge United. In the 24th minute, Carlisle United's Fosu showcased impressive dribbling skills, weaving past 2 Cambridge United defenders on the right flank. However, when he attempted to feint past Sterry, he stumbled, losing possession and falling to the ground. As Stree approached the referee without any indication, he promptly passed the ball to midfielder McKenzie. Upon receiving the ball, McKenzie lofted it forward with a precise kick. At that moment, Tadic found himself surrounded by 2 Carlisle United players, yet through his deft positioning, he successfully located the ball's descent. In midair, he deftly controlled the spinning sphere, showcasing his profound foundational skills. With the ball at his feet, Tadic, facing the Carlisle United defenders, did not rush to break through. Instead, he elegantly transferred the ball to the left side of the pitch using the outside of his foot, where Bennett awaited. After receiving the ball, Bennett swiftly advanced towards the baseline, successfully delivering a pass into the Carlisle United penalty area. Tadic, engaging in a duel with defender Mason at the far post, unfortunately succumbed, as Mason cleared the ball from the box. However, Cambridge United's offensive onslaught was far from over. McKenzie seized the ball within the penalty area and seamlessly passed it to the right to Vardy. Vardy raised his foot to shoot. The ball struck Mason, who was marking Tadic, resulting in an unexpected deflection. Goalkeeper Amos instinctively reached out to block it but only grasped at air. Goal. Cambridge United scores. Mason, with his head bowed, silently returned to his position as left back, utterly astonished that his own misstep had inadvertently aided Cambridge United's goal. 3 minutes later, Balaji, receiving the ball in the backfield, astutely spotted Tadic in space. A long pass, as if the football had eyes, accurately found Tadic. After cushioning the ball with his shoulder, Tadic surged into the penalty area. Swiftly maneuvering past Mason, only Amos stood before him. Regrettably, his delicate chip shot was thwarted by the well-positioned Amos, who deflected the ball out of the box, with Mason immediately clearing it out of bounds. Grove's corner kick was directed into the Carlisle United penalty area, where Zeko received the ball and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball was promptly kicked out by Fosu. On the left side of the pitch, Carlisle United's Brooke retrieved the ball, spun, and volleyed it back towards the center. At this moment, only Stree remained in the back line for Cambridge United. The ball whisked past him. Grant from Carlisle United successfully received the pass in the center, with a clear path ahead. Stree and Longolo exerted every effort, finally catching up to Grant on the right side of the penalty area. At that instant, Grant, amidst the two defenders, sent the ball towards the center of the box. Marnie and Brooke rushed in unison. Marnie, who made contact first, struck the ball directly into the upper corner of the net, leaving Pantiliman to lament in despair. Goal. Carlisle United equalizes. In the 35th minute, Carlisle United earned a corner kick opportunity, taken by none other than Mason, the previous unintentional assist maker. Mason, eager to redeem himself, aimed to leverage this corner to propel Carlisle United into the lead. Spotting his teammate's position, he executed a precise ground pass to Sabiki. Sabiki immediately charged towards the penalty area. McKenzie, with a deft touch, nudged the ball just before Sabiki reached it, only to find that the ball had failed to follow through. Grove executed a direct clearance with a powerful kick, sending the ball back near the center circle. Vardy received the pass and promptly relayed it to the better-positioned Zeko. Zeko instantly surged forward, advancing into the territory of Carlisle United. The swift momentum of Cambridge United left three defenders of Carlisle United in a state of disarray. Brooke charged directly at Zeko, attempting to thwart his progress. Meanwhile, the other two defenders could only position themselves along the passing lanes, striving to prevent Zeko from distributing the ball. Nevertheless, Zeko managed to maneuver the ball through the crowd, bypassing the defenses of Preston and Steele, landing it at Vardy's feet. This time, Vardy did not disappoint his teammate, decisively striking the ball from near the penalty spot into the upper corner of the net. Cambridge United regained the lead. 2 minutes later, Carlisle United advanced the ball out of play during their offensive. Pantiliman took the goal kick. Carlisle United initiated a high-pressing strategy, attempting to force a mistake from Cambridge United through intense pressure. Huang Hao, on the sidelines, wore a slight smile, well aware that this was Cambridge United's forte, and he knew the countermeasures. With 5 players positioned in the attacking front, it implied that a swift breakthrough could leave vast spaces behind. Indeed, Pantiliman's pass eluded both right-back Stree and the pressing Fuso. Behind them was Cambridge United's right midfielder, Tadic. The youthful Tadic utilized his explosive speed to carry the ball into Carlisle United's half, and then delivered a long pass to the edge of the Carlisle United penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Zeko quickly changed direction and entered the box, reaching the goal line before deftly backheeling the ball to the advancing Grove. Grove met the ball with a fierce shot. Preston blocked it with his body. Bennett intercepted the rebound and executed a curling shot. At that moment, Amos, positioned near the near post to block the shot, gazed helplessly towards the far post. There was still hope, as a Carlisle United player, Pierce, was there. However, a second later, the flicker of hope in Amos's eyes extinguished. Pierce, at the back post, evidently did not anticipate his presence in the trajectory of the shot. The ball struck him and ricocheted directly into the net. The rear end of Mason and Pierce's unfortunate positioning became the unlikely tools of victory for Cambridge United. Thus, with Pierce's unexpected double and Zeko's penalty, Cambridge United triumphed over Carlisle United with a score of 3-1 at home. Following their victory against Carlisle United, Cambridge United did not relent. In the subsequent league matches, they swiftly dispatched Bristol Rovers and Swansea, achieving 4 consecutive wins in the league. Their ranking surged to 6th place in the standings, entering the promotion zone. This team, which has invested no more than $1 million in the transfer market and boasts an average age of just 22, has indeed astonished both domestic and international media, earning accolades as a model of club management within the country. In an era dominated by exorbitant financial policies, managing a football club often translates to an age of lavish expenditure. Yet, Cambridge United emerges as a refreshing anomaly in the world of football. During the 13th round of the league, they faced the formidable challenge posed by Nottingham Forest. The visitors exuded confidence, determined to claim all 3 points at Abbey Stadium. With the referee's whistle and buoyed by the fervent support of their fans, the match commenced. Nottingham Forest initiated the game, swiftly exchanging passes. The ball found its way to midfielder Ben Watson, who delivered it to the flanks, reaching Julian Gray, the 22-year-old English winger, known for his speed and explosive power, exemplified the pride of Forest's manager, Colin Calderwood. He had meticulously crafted an attacking unit focused on the left wing, eschewing the traditional English forward pairing of one tall and one fast player. Instead, both forwards were endowed with pace and explosiveness, aiming to triumph through rapid play or create chaos, thus facilitating opportunities for their strikers. Gray's pace, alongside forwards Friedman and Johnson, ranked among the best in the entire League One. Calderwood anticipated that Cambridge United would be caught off guard. However, as Julian advanced into a threatening position against Mark Bola, his attempt to evade Bola and deliver a cross was thwarted when Bola skillfully intercepted the ball, maintaining his position. Subsequently, Bola shielded the ball, and upon Julian's attempt to reclaim it, he adjusted his stance, keeping Julian behind him, before passing to the supporting Sushi, who then sent the ball forward to Cork. Cambridge United adeptly repelled Forest's initial onslaught, transitioning seamlessly from defense to attack. Calderwood, momentarily taken aback on the sidelines, attributed the early setback to Julian's lack of sharpness. Cambridge United continued to play with composure. Cork, unfazed by the pressure from Nottingham's rising star Ben Watson, delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Cole. Upon receiving the ball, Cole advanced steadily, reaching the vicinity of Nottingham's defensive midfielder, Danny Granville. Without waiting for Granville to close in, Cole passed to Vardy, positioned near the center on the right flank. Just outside the opponent's penalty area, Vardy deftly passed the ball to D'Iko, stationed at the edge of the box. Faced with a tight defensive squeeze from 2 opponents, D'Iko executed a sudden move, pivoting and unleashing a shot. Although the strike came unexpectedly, its trajectory was too direct, allowing goalkeeper Matt Clark to make a comfortable save. D'Iko glanced at Clark but offered no response, retreating slowly. Cambridge United executed a shot on goal merely 1 minute into the match, with D'Iko increasingly demonstrating his prowess in the attacking line. This time, he showcased his technical skills, evading Sean Dyche before suddenly unleashing a shot, only to have it easily collected by the goalkeeper due to its straightforward angle. Nottingham Forest continued to press forward. However, in the 4th minute, after Julian was once again successfully intercepted by Bola, Calderwood furrowed his brow from the sidelines. "Julian, is your form so poor today? How can you not get past a single fullback?" Julian felt a surge of frustration, realizing the opposing defender was remarkably composed. For a winger like Julian Gray, who relied solely on explosiveness and speed to bypass Bola, the latter showed no fear. By simply holding back and waiting for Julian to initiate his move, Bola significantly increased his chances of a successful interception. On the other hand, Cambridge United's attacks were more efficient, combining play down the flanks and through the center. In the 6th minute, Cole received Toddy's diagonal pass in midfield, positioning himself against the defensive midfielder Granville, perhaps seeking to assert dominance. Granville was caught off guard as Cole deftly angled the ball towards the wing the moment he touched it. Bennett, advancing towards the center, quickly played the ball, while Cole had already turned and maneuvered past Granville, who could no longer make contact with Cole's shirt. Regaining control just outside the penalty area, Cole found himself marked primarily by defenders Daly and Popovi, who were focused on D'Iko. Meanwhile, Cole skillfully drew the defense away, with fullback Fleming rushing in for an interception. Spotting a gap in the defensive line, Cole gently slipped the ball into the right channel of the penalty area. Fleming halted and turned to see Vardy charging into the box, positioned to strike in a near one-on-one situation with the goal. Chapter 42. A resounding victory over Forest 2. Upon entering the penalty area, Vardy became the player closest to the goalkeeper. As the keeper Clark rushed out, Vardy delivered a precise pass across the goal. Clark abruptly halted, glancing back to see the central goal completely unguarded. The center-back Popovi failed to block the cross in time, allowing D'Iko, positioned centrally, to receive the ball and effortlessly slot it into the open net. The cheers from Abbey Stadium echoed far and wide. After scoring this remarkably easy goal, D'Iko pointed towards Vardy, and the two embraced in celebration. Following the restart, Nottingham Forest immediately launched an offensive from the right flank. The seasoned 30-year-old Michael Hughes showcased his steady ball control, albeit lacking in speed. Nonetheless, he managed to deliver a pass to the advancing Andy Johnson. In the 11th minute, Johnson received the ball on the right wing, prepared to exploit his speed advantage to break through. However, just as he took his first touch, Cork's interception swiftly intervened, disrupting his play and allowing Toddy to advance with possession. Cambridge United swiftly transitioned from defense to a vigorous attack. Bennett controlled the ball on the left, pivoted, and then surged forward. As he accelerated with the ball, Nottingham Forest fullback Jamie Smith grew somewhat overconfident and rushed forward to apply pressure. Bennett, in front of him, executed a dazzling bicycle kick, which disrupted Jamie Smith's defensive judgment. Subsequently, Bennett concluded his maneuver with a deft touch, cutting inside with the ball. Clearly unable to keep pace with Bennett's rhythm, Jamie Smith was easily bypassed. The fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Bennett, from 30 yards out, unleashed a powerful shot towards the goal, but alas, the ball veered off target. Nottingham Forest's momentum was rapidly diminishing. In the 16th minute of the match, young midfield prodigy Ben Watson, having evaded Cole with his movement, received a pass from Granville. He attempted a directional flick to bypass Cork, a decision that was not inherently flawed, though the force of his flick was perhaps excessive. While Cork failed to intercept, Grove stepped in effortlessly to reclaim possession. At this moment, Calderwood squinted slightly from the sidelines, lost in contemplation. The midfield arrangement of Cambridge United struck him as both unfamiliar and oddly recognizable. What was unfamiliar was the rarity of teams in English football deploying three midfielders. To illustrate, consider the Premier League giants. Manchester United employs a 4-4-2 formation, Arsenal. Despite Bergkamp's expansive role and his responsibilities in linking the attack, predominantly oscillates between 4-4-2 and 4-2-3-1. Liverpool also adheres to a 4-4-2, while Chelsea alternates between 4-4-2 and 4-3-3. Indeed, Manchester United, the most successful of them all, has firmly entrenched the 4-4-2 formation in the collective consciousness. This indicates that the traditional midfield setup consists of two forwards, one leaning towards defensive duties and the other towards attack. Cambridge United's 3-5-2 formation today epitomizes a classic double pivot in midfield. Cork is dedicated to defensive responsibilities, while Cole's primary task is also defensive. However, the pivotal figure is Grove. In a classic playmaker role, the attacking midfielder typically refrains from defensive involvement. Thus, when the opponent launches an attack, they would, at most, contend with two defensive midfielders. Yet, Grove's extensive range of movement means he also participates in defense. Consequently, Watson must not only shake off Grove in his movements but also navigate past two defensive midfielders in his forward forays. Regrettably, whether in physical prowess or technical skill, he finds himself ill-equipped to do so. Nottingham Forest midfield prodigy now resembled a cornered beast, thoroughly subdued by Cambridge United's midfield. Calderwood was in search of a breakthrough strategy, yet he racked his brain and could devise no viable solution. This, of course, illustrates the clash between advanced and outdated tactical philosophies. If a coach's approach becomes entrenched, it risks obsolescence in the face of evolving times. Just as England's performances on the world stage have grown increasingly dim, attracting criticism for their lack of distinctiveness, their once revolutionary 4-4-2 formation has failed to keep pace with contemporary trends. In the 19th minute of the match, Cole sensed a diminishment in midfield defensive pressure. The opposing defensive midfielder, Granville, refrained from advancing to support, while Julian Gray and Michael Hughes clung tightly to the flanks. Consequently, the threat posed by young midfielder Ben Watson dwindled drastically, allowing Cork to effectively neutralize him single-handedly. He advanced along the central route to assist, first executing a 1-2 combination with Todic to elude Michael Hughes, and then engaging in a wall pass with Grove to bypass Granville during their joint offensive thrust. As they approached the left side just outside the penalty area, Cole noticed that, due to his ball control in this zone, Bennett posed an inward-cutting threat from the flank, while Zeko also gravitated towards this side, compelling the Nottingham Forest defenders to instinctively concentrate their forces for enhanced defense. Grove also posed a forward threat, prompting Cole to deliver a deft backheeled cross from his stationary position, lofting the ball towards the right section of the penalty area. The Nottingham Forest defenders turned to see a vast expanse of space at the right flank of the penalty area, where Vardy had already positioned himself like a cannon ready to unleash a strike. Vardy had no intention of stopping the ball as it descended before him. He executed a volley with precision. The ball was launched like a missile, bursting with explosive power into the upper right corner of the Nottingham Forest goal. Goalkeeper Clark was caught completely off guard, collapsing helplessly on the goal line. 2-0. What a magnificent goal! In the 27th minute, Warren advanced from the left. And after Bennett drew the attention of Jamie Smith and Michael Hughes, he deftly flicked the ball into the vacant space behind the fullback. Warren, as if equipped with rocket boots, sped along the touchline before halting near the baseline, then maneuvered laterally into the penalty area. After center-back Sean Dyche engaged him defensively, Warren angled the ball back towards the edge of the penalty area. Cole surged into the box ahead of Granville, making a quick adjustment before unleashing a powerful shot. Once again, goalkeeper Clark was left with no reaction, but the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded. The reverberation of the crossbar echoed through the stadium. A great sigh resonated throughout Abbey Stadium. Cole felt no regret. 3 minutes later, Cork distributed the ball to the flank, where Bola surged forward from the right, delivering a direct pass to Vardy. As Granville approached, Vardy played the ball to Cole. As Cole slanted his dribble, poised to penetrate the penalty area, the defenders sprang into action, charging fiercely to intercept him. Just before entering the box, Cole slanted the ball across to the opposite side of the area. The youthful Tadic raced in to meet the ball and unleashed a direct shot. The effort was promising. Unfortunately, goalkeeper Clark showcased his brilliance once again, executing a lateral dive to deflect the ball out of bounds with one hand. Grove's corner was met at the near post by Zeko, but his header failed to find the target. The Nottingham Forest players were soon overwhelmed, their energy depleted, leaving them disoriented and exasperated. Ben Watson was lost in midfield, while the wingers were left to fend for themselves, and the strikers found themselves isolated in the attacking front. In the 34th minute of the match, Vardy received a pass from Core on the right flank and executed a 1-2 combination with Zeko. He deftly cut into the penalty area and unleashed a threatening shot, only to be narrowly blocked by Clark. 2 minutes later, Coquelin, positioned on the right side of midfield, received the ball and delivered a lofted through pass to Vardy, creating an opportunity for him to drive to the byline. Just before the ball crossed the line, Vardy forcefully swept it across the box, where Zeko made a diagonal run to the near post and attempted a flick shot, which glided past the goal. Cambridge United frequently launched menacing attacks down the right flank, prompting Nottingham Forest's defense to lean towards that side. This series of assaults established a favorable attacking environment on the left flank. In the 41st minute, Grove obtained possession in the center of the attacking third, while Zeko and Vardy's movements on the front line instilled a sense of panic in Nottingham Forest's defense. Before Core could make his pass, they hurriedly rushed to block Zeko and Vardy. However, Core sent the ball to the left front instead. Bennett surged forward with remarkable speed, cutting inside past the holding midfielder Granville, and then boldly charged into the penalty area. Due to his rapid pace, Nottingham Forest defenders were fixated on Zeko and Vardy. Once inside the box, Bennett took a moment to assess goalkeeper Clark's positioning, who was shifting towards the near post. Seizing the opportunity, Bennett struck the ball cleanly towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The ball zipped along the grass and found the net, prompting jubilant cheers from the Cambridge United supporters in the Abbey Stadium, celebrating Bennett's goal. In the second half, Calderwood displayed decisiveness by substituting Friedman, who had only touched the ball 4 times in the first half, with midfielder Danny Butterfield clearly indicating an intention to strengthen the defense. In the 58th minute, while Nottingham Forest appeared to have effectively secured their penalty area, they inadvertently exposed more spaces in the zone just outside it. After a series of passes on the periphery, Zeko executed a back pass within the box to Core, who was making a late run, setting up a powerful shot. The ball struck the net with a resounding thud. In the 69th minute, Tadic delivered a 45-degree cross from the wing that descended into the box. Near the penalty spot, Zeko leapt high and headed the ball towards the goal. After a deflection, it sailed towards the bottom right corner, grazing the inside of the post before finding the net. The score stood at 5-0 as Cambridge United triumphed over Nottingham Forest at home, leaving fans astonished. With this 5th consecutive victory, Cambridge United was set to continue their journey to Biscot Stadium, where they would face the formidable Walsall in League One. Little did they know, this match held extraordinary significance for Huang Hao. Chapter 43, a blessing in disguise. After a 4-day respite, Cambridge United ventured north once more, arriving at Walsall's Biscot Stadium, located over 200 kilometers away, to confront their formidable rivals. Cambridge United, having secured 5 consecutive victories, finally garnered the attention of the media. The odds, slightly favoring the home team, suggest a general optimism that Cambridge United may continue their winning streak. or at the very least, managed to secure a point from Walsall. This match marks the debut of Richard Money as head coach. Unlike Huang Hao, Money, a former midfielder with a commendable 17-year playing career, has represented the Welsh national team on 36 occasions. Previously, he served as head coach for 6 years with the Bournemouth reserve team, exuding a sense of reliability and composure. Last season, he took the helm at Walsall, leading them to a commendable third place in League Two, thus securing promotion to League One. Currently, his team sits in 8th place, slightly trailing behind the Cambridge United led by Huang Hao. As autumn descends upon England, a chill permeates the air. The sun hides behind thick clouds as Huang Hao, seated on the sidelines, involuntarily hunches his shoulders against the back of his chair. Right from the kickoff, Walsall's flanks exhibit remarkable activity. Morris and Kinnelly, akin to sharp blades, penetrate the sides of Cambridge United's defense. Feeling a sense of unease, Huang rises to the edge of the pitch, while Money remains composed in his seat. Unlike his usual self-assured demeanor, Huang senses he is faced with a formidable opponent. Although the score remains 0-0, an unmistakable pressure weighs upon him. "Damn it," Huang mutters under his breath, refocusing his attention on the match. At that moment, Walsall's Morris receives a pass from midfield and surges towards the baseline. Despite Stride's relentless pursuit, he remains half a step behind. As Morris reaches the baseline, he delivers a cross into the penalty area just before Stride can intercept. Longo, positioning himself expertly, heads the ball clear of the box. However, the second ball falls to Walsall's Martinez. Without delay, Martinez feeds the ball to Kinnelly on the right side of the box. Kinnelly crosses again. Mark Bola, positioned just a meter away, attempts to lift his left foot but fails to make contact with the ball that is sent back into the box. Morris, the left midfielder, leaps high at the back post and heads the ball. It bounces off the ground and narrowly evades Pantelemon's fingertips, finding the back of the net. 1-0. Walsall takes the lead. Huang clenches his right fist and strikes it firmly against his left hand. This feeling of helplessness, despite no defensive lapses, is precisely what he detests. A mere 2 minutes after the goal, Cambridge United's attack falters once more, and it is again Morris who retrieves the ball in the backfield. As if equipped with a guided system, he launches an overhead pass that sails over the heads of 2 Cambridge United defenders, landing at the feet of forward Canlin. Canlin carries the ball to the edge of the penalty area on the right side and deftly flicks it to the top of the box, where the lurking Chisera unleashes a powerful strike. The ball, slicing through the air, hurtles towards the right side of the goal. Pantelimon leaps to make a diving save but fails to touch the ball. The ball grazed the right post, veering out of play and striking the advertising board behind it with a dull thud. The home fans let out a collective sigh, while Zinsala buried his head in his hands, lamenting the missed opportunity for a goal. As the 37th minute of the first half ticked by, the players of Cambridge United, acutely aware of their opponent's formidable nature, struggled to equalize. This foray into attack was once again thwarted by Walsall's resolute defense, which swiftly transitioned into a counterattack. The ball swiftly crossed midfield, finding its way to forward Canlin, while Longolo seized the moment, charging forward with valor, executing a sliding tackle to intercept the ball. In his haste, Canlin lost his balance and crashed into Longolo. From the sidelines, Huang Hao observed with alarm as Longolo's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, his face paling in an instant. Disaster. The pitch was soon filled with Longolo's anguished cries. The young lad clutched his forearm, writhing in pain upon the grass. The team doctor rushed onto the field with a medical kit to assess Longolo's condition, subsequently turning to Huang Hao with a grave shake of his head. With a heavy sigh, Huang Hao called upon Hawkins from the substitutes bench, who had no time to warm up before replacing the injured Longolo. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived with a wail, whisking Longolo to the nearest hospital. Longolo's unexpected injury rendered the match increasingly arduous. With just 3 minutes remaining in the first half, Grove's free kick from the forward line veered wildly off target, easily caught by Walsall's goalkeeper, Daniels. Before the Cambridge United players could reposition, Daniels launched a powerful kick, sending the ball deep into Cambridge's half. Ginelli nodded the ball down to Canlin in the center, who wasted no time shifting it to the left side of the penalty area. Morris, sprinting forward, quickly advanced into Cambridge's box, easily besting Stree in their contest. The ball rolled tantalizingly towards the goal, sliding past 2 Cambridge centre-backs and landing at the feet of Walsall's seasoned forward, Healy, who skillfully shielded it from Hawkins, denying him any chance to intercept. With the path clear, Healy unleashed a fierce shot into the net. This time, Huang Hao felt less fury over the first goal conceded. He realized that the outlook for Cambridge United was grim. His primary concern was Longolo's injury, hoping it was not serious. The haunting image of Longolo's injury replayed in his mind, prompting him to vigorously shake his head to refocus on the match. As Huang Hao had anticipated, although Cambridge United managed to claw back 2 goals through Vardy and Lewandowski, Walsall retaliated with another, resulting in a 2-3 defeat for Cambridge United. During the handshake with the opposing team Esmani, Huang Hao distinctly sensed an unusual calmness, particularly in the words, "You did quite well," which felt more like a declaration of war. Returning to Cambridge United, the team traditionally takes a day off. Huang Hao had learned post-match of Longolo's injury, a torn ligament in his right wrist, which would sideline him for at least 8 to 10 weeks. Indeed, a disheartening piece of news. The following day, upon awakening, Huang Hao felt a sense of ennui due to the team's defeat. After freshening up, he decided to visit Long Guoluo at the hospital to offer the young man some encouragement. The distance from his apartment to Northwick Park Hospital is approximately 5 kilometers. A trivial journey for someone accustomed to morning runs like Huang Hao. Clad in a white training outfit, he arrived at the hospital entrance in less than 30 minutes. However, upon gazing at the hospital's layout, he found himself deep in contemplation. "May I assist you with something?" This sweet-sounding voice, though not of authentic London accent, struck a chord of familiarity with Huang Hao. He turned around to find a Chinese girl, standing at about 165 centimeters with a slender frame. Her fair skin bore a hint of rosy hue, leaving Huang Hao momentarily awestruck. "Sir." The girl raised her voice slightly. Hello. I'm here to visit a patient." Huang Hao, realizing his lapse in composure, hurriedly explained, stammering slightly. The girl, noticing his flustered demeanor, burst into laughter, her melodious giggle reminiscent of silver bells nearly ensnaring Huang Hao's senses once more. Though Huang Hao stood at a modest 175 centimeters, his sunny, handsome visage rendered him seemingly harmless. Since parting ways with his girlfriend a few years ago due to a transnational romance, his thoughts had been solely devoted to football, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. The Chinese girl before him appeared exceptionally gentle, evoking a uniquely warm and welcoming feeling within him. Finally, the girl ceased her laughter and addressed Huang Hao. "So, sir, is your friend experiencing discomfort in a rather sensitive area?" He injured his arm. "But why does the map only show departments for proctology?" Huang Hao exclaimed, bewildered. The girl erupted into laughter again, captivating Huang Hao once more. "Sir, this is St. Mark's Hospital. You must be looking for Northwick Park Hospital." She pointed next door, laughing as she clarified. St. Mark's Hospital and Northwick Park Hospital are located adjacent to one another, with many diagnostic facilities shared between them. Clearly, Huang Hao, visiting for the first time, was unaware of this fact. So that explains it. No wonder it's all proctology departments," Huang Hao said, awkwardly scratching his head. St. Mark's Hospital is renowned throughout the UK for its proctology services, while Long Guoluo was currently receiving rehabilitation treatment at the comprehensive Northwick Park Hospital. "By your accent, are you Chinese?" Huang Hao inquired directly in Mandarin this time. "Yes, and you are too." The girl appeared delighted to encounter a compatriot in this setting. "Indeed. I am Huang Hao. May I ask your name?" "Xin, Lin Xin." As she conversed, Curson led Huang Hao towards the inpatient department of Northwick Park. Huang Hao followed enthusiastically. "Do you work here?" "I am a medical student from Cambridge University, here for an internship." "What about you?" "Oh, I have been working here since studying abroad, as a football player." "A football player? How impressive." "No, I am a coach." "That is impressive too." Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, with Huang Hao discovering that Curson was actually a physician specializing in sports medicine. Due to her expertise in acupuncture, she was recommended by the Academy for a year-long internship at St. Mark's Hospital at a young age. They discussed the climate of Cambridge, delved into traditional Chinese medicine, completely oblivious to Long Guoluo, who was still anxiously awaiting Huang Hao's visit in his hospital bed. It seemed this setback was not entirely negative. Long Guoluo felt somewhat taken aback. Although he had sustained an injury during the Cambridge United match, he was not overly disheartened. He resolutely assured head coach Huang Hao that he would bravely forge ahead, without fear once he recovered. However, Huang Hao appeared particularly guilty about Long Guoluo's injury, visiting him daily for a brief 5 minutes. One day, while gazing out the window, Long Guoluo happened to spot Huang Hao downstairs, laughing and chatting with an Eastern girl, which brought him a moment of profound realization. Chapter 44. Our goal is survival. 3 days later, Abbey Stadium welcomed another formidable team. Millwall. Millwall had clinched the English Second-Tier League Championship in the 1987-88 season and reached the FA Cup final in the 2003-2004 season, losing to Manchester United, making several appearances in the FA Cup semi-finals. Although not a traditional powerhouse, they possessed enough strength to challenge stronger teams when in form. Sheringham and Cahill were among the most notable stars nurtured by Millwall. Currently, Millwall ranked 21st in League One, facing a challenging situation. Under the latest training video of Cambridge United, fans once again ignited a flurry of comments. Little secret, can you ask Hwang how many wins we can expect? Brothers, I am all in. I support Cambridge United. Bet on Millwall and await the facepalm. The bookmakers were not naive, facing this year's dark horse, Cambridge United. Millwall was given odds of 3-1, while Cambridge United stood at 17-5. Abbey Stadium was once again packed. After the previous lesson from Forest, fans prudently purchased their tickets in advance, relishing the sight of the ticket office closing once more. The evening breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was radiant. It was a fine night in Cambridge. At precisely 19:45, referee Scott blew the whistle to commence the match. Zeko, Sager, and Longaluo were absent due to injuries, prompting Hwang to field Lewandowski and Vardy as today's striking duo. After the match commenced, Cambridge United exhibited no signs of hesitation, persistently implementing their high-pressing strategy and launching an assault on Millwall's territory. Under Hwang's transformation over 3 years, Cambridge United now prioritizes efficiency. In their matches, one would not witness the flamboyant, intricate passing sequences characteristic of teams like Barcelona or Manchester City. Rather, their approach is straightforward and direct. It bears resemblance to Arsenal and Liverpool, often penetrating the opponent's penalty area after merely 2 or 3 passes. In the 11th minute, Panteleimon took a goal kick that directly found midfielder Grove. Facing pressure, Grove distributed the ball to the adjacent McKenzie, who executed a long pass. Vardy, with an impressive sprint, intercepted the ball ahead of Millwall's defenders. Upon reaching the byline, Vardy swiftly redirected the ball toward the center. Lewandowski had already galloped to the goal. Unfortunately, Lewandowski's shot was too straightforward, striking the goalkeeper Stockdale squarely. Due to the proximity, Stockdale was unable to secure the ball, merely deflecting it away with his fists. Bennett seized the ball at the back post. Despite the presence of 2 Millwall defenders, he decisively unleashed a powerful shot. Goal. Cambridge United scores. This season, Hwang Hao and Lee Jianqin have ensured that every home match of Cambridge United is streamed live on their official website, moving away from the previous video format. Thus, even though it was the early hours domestically, numerous fans were glued to their computers, watching the game through the official Cambridge United website. While those who had bet on Millwall began to sense impending doom, merely 5 minutes later, Millwall's attack once again faltered. Panteleimon's goal kick showcased the remarkable synergy among Cambridge United players, as if they instinctively knew their positions the moment the ball was played, resulting in seamless passing. The first to receive the goalkeeper's short pass was Hawkins, who promptly relayed the ball to midfielder Grove. Through Grove's astute orchestration, the ball swiftly reached the feet of Mark Bola on the flank. Advancing into midfield, Bola delivered a long pass aimed at Lewandowski. Under pressure from the opposing defenders, Lewandowski sprinted forward, attempting to receive the pass. Unexpectedly, the ball struck the back of Lewandowski's head. A buzzing sound ensued. Lewandowski appeared momentarily dazed, shaking his head vigorously. He promptly pursued the rebounding ball. Fortunately, Grove caught up and passed the ball back to Lewandowski. Lewandowski then distributed it to Cole, who quickly shifted it to the flank for the advancing Tadic. At this juncture, Millwall could only resort to passive pressing against the ball holders. Tadic rapidly advanced to the edge of the penalty area, and just when everyone anticipated a cross, he cleverly returned the ball to Lewandowski at the penalty spot. Lewandowski deftly maneuvered past the marking defender, James. A powerful shot. The ball successfully sailed past the outstretched fingers of goalkeeper Stockdale, only to crash against the far post. Just as Lewandowski was about to stomp his foot in frustration over his misfortune today, Vardy stood poised before the ball, facing the goal. However, before Vardy could shoot, he was unceremoniously brought down by a Millwall defender. The ball slowly rolled out, and at that moment, Tadic reappeared in a pivotal position. From an almost 0-degree angle, he executed a delicate chip shot. 20. Cambridge United scored again. Merely 16 minutes and 50 seconds into the match, Cambridge United had already established a 2-0 lead at home. In the domestic arena, emotions were equally mixed. Those who had placed their bets on Cambridge United were filled with joy, while those anticipating an upset quietly closed their computers. At the 31st minute, Grove took a corner kick, and Lewandowski, receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, engaged in a series of 1-2 passes with Grove. Advancing the ball to the right side of the small box, Lewandowski unleashed a powerful strike. Finally, he sent the ball crashing into the net. Overjoyed, he struck a playful pose mimicking a machine gun, sweeping his hands towards Millwall's penalty area. In the end, Millwall suffered a humiliating defeat, conceding 3 goals at Abbey Stadium. Most infuriating was Huang Hao, who, at the post-match press conference, responded to a journalist's inquiry about the victory with humility, stating, "We are merely a team striving to avoid relegation. These 3 points are crucial." Millwall's head coach, seated nearby, seethed with frustration, thinking to himself, "Relegation team? I am the one fighting to avoid relegation." Cambridge United's resounding victory had left the media, visibly bruised by Huang Hao's triumph, somewhat numbed. The next day's news simply reported Cambridge United's 2-0 victory over Millwall, glossing over the matches of other teams. Although the winter transfer window was merely half a month away, Huang Hao had already begun his preparations. Memories of the matches against Luton and Doncaster Rovers frequently surfaced in his mind, leaving him unsettled. Moreover, the intense competition in League One posed a risk of player depletion for Cambridge United. Sagal, Longolo had yet to be discharged from the hospital, while players like Zeko, Warren, and McKenzie were nursing minor injuries that required a few days of rest. The 26-man squad was in dire need of fresh blood. Losing was not an uncommon occurrence over the lengthy 46-match season. However, being utterly dominated without the ability to retaliate was unacceptable, especially against a formidable opponent like Stree in the lower leagues. While Cambridge United could handle ordinary rivals with relative ease, they seemed overwhelmed when faced with exceptional players on the flanks. The winter transfer window had always been a time for patching up the squad, and finding a heavyweight player capable of turning the tide was indeed a challenge for a team like Cambridge United, which was still grappling with financial burdens. Each week, Huang Hao diligently participated in the team's scouting meetings to stay updated on the scout team's progress and to discuss reinforcement strategies with several scouts. He also occasionally visited the reserve and youth teams to observe the development of his promising talents. At that moment, a projector was displaying the profile of a player, spanning over a dozen pages, prompting Huang Hao to ponder that the scout's weekly salary of several £100 seemed rather underappreciated. John Jules, 20 years old, an Arsenal player, plays as a central defender. This summer, still unable to secure a place in Arsenal's first team, he was loaned to Birmingham City for a 3-month period and is soon to return to Arsenal. The scout subsequently showcased the match highlights of John Stones during his loan spell at Birmingham, and Huang Hao observed intently. With exceptional physical attributes, he is capable of excelling as a central defender, right back, and even as a defensive midfielder, having temporarily filled a midfield role at Birmingham, demonstrating remarkable interception skills. However, his inconsistency and average passing accuracy are notable drawbacks. Ultimately, Huang Hao placed his hand on John Stones' dossier and contacted Wenger at Arsenal, expressing a desire to secure a loan for Stones, assuring that they could cover 50 of his wages, preferably until the season's conclusion. He also inquired whether it would be possible to loan youth players Lansbury and Wilshere as well, assuring that Cambridge United would provide ample playing time for them. Thus, a few days later, Stones, Wilshere, and Lansbury appeared at the training base of Cambridge United. After all, for young players, match experience is crucial for their development, and there is no team more suitable in England than Cambridge United. Alongside the loan of the Arsenal trio, Huang Hao also decided to promote Kanté and Mahrez to the first team. Since he was assisting others in their development, he might as well enhance his own squad. However, one must eventually return borrowed assets. Cambridge United could not perpetually loan players to help others improve, only to see them reclaimed later. Without a system or a golden touch, one must rely on a keen intellect. After much contemplation and effortful recollection, Huang Hao resolved to send Li Jianxin and Adams on a business trip to Prague, aiming to bring back Oblak, Lovren, and Vida to Cambridge United. Though Huang Hao wished he could accompany them, he regrettably could not. Days later, the team faced their first-round match in the FA Cup. As Huang Hao stated, a victory in a match with a monetary reward always fills one with anticipation. However, Cambridge United's fortunes were rather average, as their first-round opponent was the seasoned team Huddersfield, also from League One. In the preceding rounds, Cambridge United had drawn 11 times away against opponents, lacking a significant advantage. Huddersfield had once dominated the 1920s, winning the top league title 3 consecutive times, becoming the first team in English history to achieve a hat-trick of championships. Yet, in 2003, the club faced bankruptcy and has struggled ever since. This season, Huddersfield's start has been lackluster, currently sitting in 18th place on the league table, disappointing their supporters. Hwang Hao had no intention of extending goodwill at this juncture. After all, winning this match would yield approximately 20,000 in prize money. Until the debts were settled, Hwang Hao resembled a famished wolf. On this day, over 6,000 fans gathered at Abbey Stadium, and witnessing the nearly full stands, Hwang Hao felt exceptionally elated. This not only signified that Cambridge United had regained the support of their fans, but also implied that this match would generate substantial revenue. He must remember to inquire with Ouyang Bing later. Chapter 45. The onset of injuries at 2 p.m. Amidst the cheers of over 6,000 fans, the match commenced. Stones and Lansbury represented Cambridge United in the starting lineup, while Candy, Maras, and Wilshere awaited their opportunity on the bench. In the 23rd minute, Cambridge United earned a free kick on the right side of the opponent's half, with Grove taking the set piece. Grove's free kick sailed directly towards the far corner of the Huddersfield goal. Lewandowski, keenly observing the trajectory of the ball, sprinted towards the far post. As the ball descended, Lewandowski leapt high into the air, exhibiting a notable hang time. Meeting the ball, he executed a splendid header. The ball soared towards the upper right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Amos, stretching almost his entire body, failed to make contact with the ball. Yet, with a resounding thud, the ball struck the outer side of the crossbar and flew out of play. A massive sigh erupted from the fans, followed by resounding applause for Lewandowski. In the 29th minute, Cambridge United earned another corner. Grove quickly executed a tactical corner, passing to Lansbury at his side. Lansbury deftly evaded Banijim's defense with a touch, took a step sideways with his right foot, and unleashed a curling shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball traced a beautiful arc, evading 3 defenders within the box. It struck the left post before safely landing in Amos's arms. Despite Cambridge United dominating the field, the first half concluded in a stalemate. 0-0. Hwang Hao offered few words during halftime, recognizing that the team was merely a stroke of luck away from scoring. He simply encouraged the players, allowing them to rest peacefully. As the second half commenced, Cambridge United continued their relentless assault on Huddersfield's goal, struggling to find the net. George Thomas, Huddersfield's left winger, who joined from Premier League Everton this season, had netted 5 goals and provided 3 assists. At just 23 years old, he had become a pivotal figure in the team. However, today, under the defensive Struijk, Thomas found himself with limited opportunities and felt somewhat disheartened. Cambridge United earned the first corner of the second half. Instead of remaining upfield waiting for a chance, Thomas actively returned to the penalty area to contribute defensively. Grove's corner once again aimed for the far post. This time, centre-back Sukiai, under pressure from Huddersfield players, managed to awkwardly direct the ball towards the goal. In front of the net, Vardy, ever vigilant, seized the second ball and headed it towards the bottom right corner. Amos reacted swiftly, diving towards the corner, yet failed to make the save, as the ball was inadvertently deflected by Huddersfield centre-back Banijim's thigh, rebounding to Vardy. As Vardy prepared for a follow-up shot, another centre-back, Hyam, instinctively grabbed Vardy and pressed him down. Without sufficient force, Vardy barely managed to flick the ball with his toes, sending it gently towards the left side of the goal. The referee, Griffiths, had already raised his whistle to his lips when Thomas instinctively attempted a header clearance but misjudged the ball as trajectory. It struck the back of his head, ricocheted off the goal frame, and into the net. Oh, George Thomas had inadvertently scored. However, this unfortunate child had scored an own goal. In a match with few opportunities, Thomas ultimately made the calamitous choice of scoring against his own team. The commentators' playful jabs were truly heartbreaking. Thomas stood there, momentarily in disbelief, until the central defender Bifos gently patted his shoulder. He finally regained his composure. "It's all right, brother. Keep your spirits high. The match is not over yet." Bifos confidently encouraged his teammate. 5 minutes later, Lewandowski's shot was once again blocked by a Huddersfield player, sending the ball out for a corner kick for Cambridge United. This time, Thomas dutifully vacated the penalty area, while Bifos positioned himself at the center to defend against the corner. Grove still opted for the back post. Cambridge United's defender Warren headed the ball back into the middle. A brief vacuum appeared beside Bennett, who seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful shot towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Bifos extended his foot to intercept, The ball deflected sharply into the left side of the net. At that moment, Amos had completely moved to the right side of the goal. 20. Cambridge United scored 2 goals in just 8 minutes. No, 2 own goals. This time, Byfoes was taken aback. Just 6 minutes ago, he had consoled his teammate. And now he had inadvertently scored an own goal himself. Such absurdity would not even be penned in a novel. The Abbey Stadium erupted in immense joy. No one had anticipated that the long-suffering Cambridge United would receive 2 unexpected gifts from Huddersfield and score twice within a mere 6 minutes. In the 70th minute of the second half, a long pass from Cambridge United reached the right side of Huddersfield. Byfoes managed to clear the ball out of play just before Bennett could reach it. Before Byfoes could rise from the ground, Bennett swiftly executed a throw-in towards the goal, and Vardy charged forward to deliver a powerful shot. 30. Cambridge United had struck again. Awakening from their slumber, Huddersfield, now 3 goals down, intensified their attack. In the 81st minute, within Cambridge United's penalty area, Huddersfield executed 3 consecutive shots, and finally, 33-year-old forward Angelo sent the ball into the net for Cambridge United. 31. As the match approached its conclusion in the 93rd minute, Huddersfield refused to concede defeat. Neuville skillfully maneuvered past the substitute Robinson, breaking into the left side baseline and desperately crossing the ball into the center. Cambridge United's central defender Giroud leaped high to head the ball back to midfield. Just ahead of Angelo, the substitute Morris, positioned in the center circle, glanced at Amos just outside the penalty area and launched a delicate lob shot. Amos turned to chase, but was unable to prevent the ball from finding the net. Number 20, Morris, executed a remarkable lob from midfield. Reminiscent of Beckham's famed strike, both embodying youthful brilliance. Will Morris become the next Beckham? 4-1. Cambridge United secured 3 points with ease. Although his team had just triumphed away with a 4-1 demolition of Tranmere, Hawkins twisted his ankle during the match, and the medical team's prognosis suggested a recovery period of 2 weeks. With the addition of the lone Warren, the team had a total of 6 central defenders. But now 2 were injured and another was suspended due to a red card. Furthermore, as many as 8 players were nursing minor injuries, a small ailment that could easily escalate into something more serious. The English League Two matches are notably frequent, with a schedule of 3 games every 2 weeks. In just 5 days, Cambridge United will face Yeovil Town away. Huang Hao emerged from the team doctor's office with a grave expression. Cambridge must inevitably confront the consequences of their shallow bench and the fragility of their youthful physique. It is imperative to enhance the players' physical training. Their tender bodies require scientific guidance. At that moment, an idea struck Huang Hao, prompting him to swiftly dial a number. "Hello, coach," Lynn Curson exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon recognizing the caller ID. "Hi there, Curson. I might need your assistance," Huang Hao stated, bypassing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Upon hearing Huang Hao's request, Lynn Curson cheerfully accepted the invitation and soon arrived at the Cambridge United training facility. Although Cambridge United had risen 2 tiers to join League Two, the aging training base remained unchanged. Huang Hao, who had never perceived any issues, suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment as Lynn Curson stepped out of the car. "Once the team has funds, we definitely need to renovate this place. This damn pride." Lynn Curson, however, seemed unfazed. As a newcomer to the football club, she curiously explored her surroundings while Huang Hao took on the role of a tour guide, sharing anecdotes of his early struggles, which elicited laughter from Lynn Curson throughout their tour. Before long, they arrived at the physiotherapy room, where Hawkins was receiving rehabilitation treatment for his injured left foot with the assistance of the team doctor. When Lynn Curson retrieved her medical kit, revealing an assortment of silver needles of varying lengths, Hawkins sat up in fright. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Hawkins gazed at Huang Hao with a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Lie down obediently. This is the esteemed doctor I hired for you at great expense," Huang Hao bellowed, a sight that Lynn Curson had never witnessed before, causing her to chuckle, recalling their first meeting in the hospital when he had been so awkward. Reluctantly complying, Hawkins lay back down, his eyes fixed on the silver needles as if fearing he might be pierced at any moment. Lynn Curson briefly examined Hawkins' injury, then confidently gestured to Huang Hao, instantly reassuring him. Upon realizing that the needles did not inflict excruciating pain, but rather alleviated his discomfort significantly, Hawkins finally relaxed, gazing at Lynn Curson with gratitude. Before long, Lynn Curson completed her treatment, thoroughly advising the team doctor on necessary precautions. She then casually informed Huang Hao that Hawkins should make a full recovery in approximately 3 to 4 days. If that's the case, Hawkins will be fit for the next match. Huang Hao exclaimed with delight, while the team doctor looked on in disbelief. With the treatment concluded, Huang Hao led Lin Kerson to the office and summoned Li Jianqin and Ouyang Bing. This is Li Jianqin, the club's vice chairman, responsible for investment and external relations. This is Ouyang Bing, in charge of finances, and this is Lin Kerson, from the Cambridge University Medical School. I have invited her to provide rehabilitation treatment for our players. Huang Hao is assisting in introducing everyone. Oh, everyone is from Cambridge. That makes you all alumni. Li Jianqin is astute. He had already learned about Lin Kerson from long ago, and upon further inquiry, he discovered that her parents hold considerable influence in the Chinese community in the UK. With their assistance, Jianqin addressed Ouyang Bing and Lin Kerson, stating, "The reason I have called you here today is to discuss a matter. As you may have observed, our team has been plagued by numerous injuries lately. This is partly due to the rigorous style of play in League One. And it also highlights areas where we need to enhance our training and rehabilitation protocols. I have spoken to Kerson, who specializes in rehabilitation and is eager to join our medical team. Will this require a substantial investment in equipment?" he inquired. "I must inform you that our funds are rather limited." Ouyang Bing replied with a businesslike demeanor. "This primarily requires some monitoring instruments and computers to collect the player's physical data and provide tailored recommendations. The expenditure is not excessive. It can be managed with approximately 1 million. Lin Kerson responded with professionalism. 1 million? The club's account holds only 800,000, which is earmarked for player and staff salaries. We cannot afford to misallocate these funds. Ouyang Bing immediately voiced his objections. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of the goddess, Huang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps I could consult my parents and see if they would be willing to sponsor us, Lin Kerson suggested. If that were the case, I would be immensely grateful. I propose that we feature Lin's enterprise prominently on our jerseys, Li Jianqin decisively concluded. Chapter 46. Defeating Bournemouth. Huang Hao dispatched Li Jianqin to negotiate with the Lin family. Although the Lin family is not a top-tier name in Hong Kong, they are certainly reputable, and being based in Guangdong, they were well aware of this. Moreover, Lin Kerson's parents had shifted their focus to the UK, where Cambridge United's popularity was steadily increasing. Thus, both parties swiftly reached a profound cooperation agreement regarding athlete training and rehabilitation. After 3 consecutive days of treatment from Lin Kerson, Hawkins' swollen ankle visibly improved at an astonishing rate, and he no longer experienced any pain while walking. Hawkins could not help but flash a radiant smile, giving Kerson a thumbs up and praising her as a magical angel who had granted him a new lease on life. Bournemouth Football Club is also one of the earliest established clubs in the southern region of England. Due to their early red and black striped jerseys and the cherry trees surrounding their stadium, the team has acquired the nickname the Cherries. Bournemouth has long struggled in lower leagues, only entering the second tier for the first time in the 1986-87 season. This year, due to financial issues, they were harshly deducted 10 points. Therefore, after 13 matches, although Bournemouth accumulated 23 points, placing them on the periphery of the promotion zone, they found themselves in the relegation zone due to the points deduction. The team is managed by Englishman Kevin Bond. The 49-year-old head coach assumed his position at Bournemouth in December 2006, yet due to the club's financial struggles, he found himself unable to achieve commendable results. Today, the Abbey Stadium is once again filled to capacity. Lin Kerson is clad in a fitted white sports outfit, perfectly showcasing her physique. The autumn chill in Cambridge prompts Annie, who arrived early, to purchase a Cambridge United scarf outside the stadium. She wraps it around her neck and slightly buries her head within its warmth. Feeling a bit more comfortable, Huang Hao has reserved a spot for Kerson right behind the coach's bench, where he can observe the substitutes' every move. However, this area is currently vacant, as Huang and the team members remain in Cambridge United's locker room, awaiting the match's commencement. Inside the home team's locker room, Huang is engaged in tactical discussions. Bournemouth's formation is 4-1-4-1, with Bond adeptly orchestrating a defensive counterattack. The team's leading striker, Max Gradel, has already netted 9 goals, placing him atop the League One scoring chart. Left midfielder Danny Hilton, with 7 goals and 5 assists, requires special attention from the team. However, since Gradel returned to CTE d'Ivoire in October due to his mother's passing, the current primary striker is Wilkes, who has only scored once. After outlining the defensive assignments and key considerations, Huang unusually rapped on the blackboard. Listen up, lads. Today, The stands are filled not only with fans eager for our victory, but also with a very important guest. Anyone who underperforms and causes us to lose this match will find themselves sold. The players of Cambridge United had heard Huang urge them to fight for the fans and for honor, but they had never been told to fight for a significant guest, prompting them to perk up their ears, eager to glean any information. Have you seen Hawkins? You've all heard his miraculous recovery story, haven't you? If you wish to meet this miraculous healer in the future, go out there and win this match for me. Upon learning that this guest is the legendary Chinese girl who healed Hawkins, the players are evidently invigorated. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room at Abbey Stadium, Bond looks over Cambridge United's starting lineup, furrowing his brow before questioning his assistant coach, Ricardo Hawkins. Wasn't he on the injury list? Is he playing with an injection? Clearly, the assistant coach is oblivious to Lin Kerson's story, shaking his head in confusion. Bond, seeing Huang's earnestness about the match, perceives it as a lack of responsibility towards the players and strides disdainfully towards the field. When Huang and the players emerge onto the pitch, the Abbey Stadium erupts into thunderous applause. 3 years ago, those who had booed Huang now revere him as Cambridge United's sole king. Lin Kerson, having never witnessed a football match in person, is swept up in the overwhelming excitement as thousands cheer simultaneously in the relatively small Abbey Stadium. She finally comprehends the extraordinary confidence that emanates from Huang. After the match commenced, Bond remained fixated on Cambridge United's central defender, Hawkins, who was sprinting back and leaping, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Even with sufficient anesthesia, one would expect a deviation in performance, yet Hawkins exhibited an entirely different state. Could this be Huang Hao's smokescreen? A feigned injury? Why would he choose a central defender? Hawkins is not even an absolute key player. Just as Bond was engulfed in confusion, his favorite, Hilton, was unceremoniously brought down by Hawkins during a breakthrough, and astonishingly, no foul was called. Immediately thereafter, Cambridge United launched a counterattack. Midfielder Will Shear, receiving a pass from Hawkins, maintained rapid advancement while keenly observing the oncoming Vardy. As Vardy reached the edge of the penalty area, Will Shear's pass deftly navigated between two Bournemouth defenders, landing precisely at Vardy's feet. Vardy took a touch, deftly evading defender Pierce, and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared over the goalkeeper, striking the junction of the post and crossbar. It rebounded, only to be knocked out of play by Pierce. Lin Kerson sighed, turning to see Huang Hao, furious and stamping his feet, and couldn't he help but chuckle. After successfully repelling a wave of attacks from Cambridge United, Bournemouth smoothly passed the ball to midfielder Wilkes. Just as Wilkes crossed the halfway line, he was met by a sliding tackle from the advancing Hawkins, who intercepted the ball, rising swiftly after the tackle. Hawkins distributed the ball to the flanking striker, Stride. A feigned injury. Absolutely a feigned injury. Huang Hao was utterly despicable. Bond glared at Huang Hao with disdain. Immersed in directing the match, Huang Hao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he met the furious gaze of Bournemouth's manager. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly grasped the situation. He then flashed a grin at Bond, further solidifying Bond's belief that this was indeed an oriental ploy of cunning. However, Bournemouth was no pushover and would not be thrown off by Hawkins' unexpected presence. After Vardy's attempt was again thwarted by the post, Bournemouth commenced their signature defensive counterattack. Hilton swiftly carried the ball down the left flank of Cambridge United, reaching the edge of the penalty area. As Suki came in to assist defensively, a splendid cross found Pierce amidst the crowd, who leapt high to head the ball toward goal. Panteleimon, fully alert, leaped from his position and deflected the ball out of play. Right midfielder Stacey took the corner kick, which was promptly headed out of the penalty area by Giroud at the near post. Outside the box, Bournemouth's defensive midfielder Barry controlled the ball and passed it back to Stacey on the flank. After receiving the ball, Stacey deftly evaded Bennett's sliding tackle and delivered another cross. Hawkins leapt but failed to make contact with the ball. Right behind him was Bournemouth's Hilton. Hilton, using his body to shield Warren, skillfully chest-trapped the ball to Wilkes, who half-turned and struck with his left foot. The ball soared over Panteleimon's head, striking the crossbar and flying out of play. Bond roared in frustration from the sidelines, venting his pent-up emotions. Bournemouth's goalkeeper, Cooper, exhibited remarkable prowess today, executing a breathtaking dive to deny D'Eco's shot at goal, leaving D'Eco questioning his existence. In the 40th minute, Cambridge United earned their fourth corner of the first half. Grove took a short corner, engaging in a quick exchange with Stree before lofting the ball into the box from the right side of the penalty area. When Bond glimpsed Hawkins soaring into the air, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, the leaping Hawkins did not disappoint the Bournemouth coach, firmly directing the ball into the bottom left corner of the net. 1 o'clock. Following his goal, Hawkins immediately dashed towards the home team's bench. Just as Hwang Hao anticipated a celebratory embrace, Hawkins, adopting a stable stance, gestured a heart with his hands for Lin Kurson, seated behind the coaching staff. Hwang Hao, left empty-handed, felt a mix of embarrassment and jealousy. Was he stealing my woman? He playfully nudged Hawkins back onto the field, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Lin Kurson. Before Bond could recover from the shock, Cambridge United struck again. Stree received a goal kick from goalkeeper Pantiliman and sent it forward to Toddy, who surged along the sideline, breaking into Bournemouth's half. Defending against Toddy was Stacey, who, as a fellow winger, was acutely aware of Toddy's technical skills. He maintained a distance of about 2 meters, gradually closing in as Toddy advanced, keen to avoid being outmaneuvered. Suddenly, Toddy halted, using the outside of his foot to launch a curving ball towards Bournemouth's goal. As Stacey pondered whether it was a lob, right back Puts was also fixated on the ball's trajectory, completely oblivious to Bennett stealthily approaching the box from behind him. By the time Puts noticed Bennett, he had already positioned himself at the far post, leaping high into the air. The outstanding Cooper could do nothing to thwart Bennett from that angle, helplessly watching the ball soar above him into the net. 2 o'clock. Witnessing Toddy's celestial pass, Hwang Hao excitedly turned to the stands, raising his arms in a gesture urging the fans to give the loudest cheer for Toddy. As the match concluded, Cambridge United triumphed over Bournemouth with a score of 2 o'clock, continuing their victorious journey. Hwang Hao arranged for Darren to attend the press conference while he promptly retrieved his coat from the locker room, draping it over Lin Kurson, who had been waiting for him outside the stadium. It was already past 10 o'clock, and Lin Kurson seemed unaware that the coach had a series of tasks to attend to following the match. Hwang Hao commandeered a car from Li Jianqing, personally driving Lin Kurson back to the staff dormitory at St. Mark's Hospital. Throughout the journey, the two engaged in seemingly endless conversation, punctuated by Lin Kurson's cheerful laughter. As the vehicle came to a halt beneath the apartment building, a momentary silence enveloped the occupants, a hint of ambiguity gradually permeating the atmosphere. Ultimately, Hwang Hao cleared his throat to shatter the stillness, extending an invitation to Kurson to attend future Cambridge United matches at their home ground. After Kurson graciously accepted the invitation, she waved farewell to Hwang Hao with a tinge of reluctance and made her way toward the apartment. Watching her receding figure, an unfamiliar flutter stirred within Hwang Hao's heart. Perhaps he ought to adopt a more proactive approach. Chapter 47. Aiming for the championship following their victory over Bournemouth, Cambridge United found themselves on an unstoppable trajectory. In the ensuing month, they achieved 3 consecutive victories, astonishingly securing a 9-match winning streak across all competitions. On the league table, Cambridge United swiftly solidified their advantage, soaring to second place with a total of 51 points after 22 matches. In the 23rd round, they were set to face Southampton, currently ranked 8th, at their home ground. A win in this match would not only further enhance their points advantage in the promotion zone, but also break the club's record with a 10-match winning streak, an achievement Hwang Hao had personally orchestrated just the previous season. Prior to the match, Hwang Hao refrained from placing excessive pressure on the players. After all, a winning streak is merely ephemeral. As this match marked the conclusion of the first half of the league, he wished the team good fortune in their pursuit of victory. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the match commenced at Abbey Stadium. Amidst the cheers of over 500 spectators, Cambridge United firmly seized control of the game, launching relentless assaults on Southampton's goal. The resilient Southampton managed to hold their ground until the 40th minute of the first half, but ultimately succumbed to the tempestuous onslaught of Cambridge United's attacks. Their defense breached. First, Grove executed a corner from the right side of the penalty area, with Warren deftly redirecting it at the near post. Lewandowski, anticipating the ball's trajectory, turned to shield Southampton's defender, Walks, and executed a stunning acrobatic volley that soared into the upper right corner of the net, marking the opening goal for Cambridge United. "Oh, what have I witnessed?" exclaimed the commentator, marveling at Lewandowski's spectacular overhead kick, which certainly had the potential to contend for the Puskas Award. Barely 4 minutes into the second half, Mark Bola, Grove, and Tadic effortlessly navigated past Southampton's pressing with a seamless 3-touch pass, advancing the ball to the left flank. Tadic then delivered a precise curling pass to Lewandowski in the center. Lewandowski, meeting the ball with a powerful header, sent it crashing into Southampton's net. The Polish prodigy had made 7 starts and 11 substitute appearances in this season's League One, netting 11 goals, currently ranking 6th on the league's scoring chart. Trailing behind teammates Zeko, Vardy, Bergford from Leeds, Paul Anderson from Swansea, and Grant Holt from Nottingham Forest. In the end, Cambridge United triumphed at home with a resounding 2-0 victory over Southampton, shattering the club's winning streak record and achieving 10 consecutive victories. On the league table, Cambridge United boasts an impressive record of 15 victories, 5 draws, and 3 losses, having netted a staggering 55 goals while conceding 27, thus accumulating a total of 50 points and securing the second position, merely 4 points adrift of the leaders, Swansea City. During the post-match press conference, a sports journalist posed a question to Mr. Huang Hao. At the beginning of the season, many believed that Cambridge United would be embroiled in a relegation battle. Yet at the halfway mark, they astonishingly find themselves in second place. What are Mr. Huang's sentiments regarding this? With a slight smile, Huang replied, I reviewed the league standings from the past 2 seasons and found that the points required for survival were 49 and 50. With today's victory, we have achieved 50 points. So I believe Cambridge United has secured its place in the league. What are Mr. Huang and Cambridge United's plans moving forward? Is there an ambition to pursue promotion? The journalist, still curious, pressed on. Promotion? That notion sounds appealing. I shall embrace your suggestion. Huang smiled at the reporter, indirectly revealing the club's aspirations for the season. Had he uttered such words at the season's outset, he would have been deemed mad, given the financial uncertainties and the status of a newly promoted team. Any declaration of intent to ascend the ranks would likely have been met with derision. Yet today, Cambridge United stands proudly in second place, a full 14 points ahead of 7th-placed Brighton. Huang possesses ample justification to declare that this season, the aspirations of Cambridge United lie beyond mere survival in League One. Huang promises Cambridge United will ascend to the championship this season. Lynn Curson, who previously held little interest in football, found herself purchasing sports newspapers. Upon seeing this man grace the front page once more, a hint of happiness graced her face. Carefully, Lynn Curson clipped the article regarding Huang Hao and affixed it into her notebook, which already contained numerous reports about him. After witnessing Huang's passionate display on the pitch, she suddenly felt an urge to learn more about this man. As the winter transfer window commenced, Cambridge United's official website announced the signings of Oblak, Vida, and Lovren. The team's contract renewal efforts had nearly concluded, with negotiations proceeding smoothly and without significant impediments. Following a leg injury, Sager, struggling with recovery, requested to forego his salary to alleviate the club's financial burden, which deeply moved Huang. In terms of reinforcements, the addition of 3 young talents from Arsenal significantly bolstered the team's competitive edge, and Huang intended to negotiate with Arsenal to extend their loan until the season's conclusion. He did not plan to make excessive adjustments to the current squad, opting instead to enhance bench depth to mitigate the risk of injuries due to player fatigue, thus considering the task accomplished. Yet, at this juncture, the latest player dossier provided by scouts unveiled the name of a familiar face, drawing Huang's thoughts back to the summer of the previous year. When Simmons' name appeared on the recommendation list, Huang's mind wandered back to that time. In a quaint hotel adjacent to Plattfields Park in Manchester, Huang Hao first encountered Simmons, ultimately bringing him into his fold. Merely half a season later, the burgeoning talent of Simmons could not resist the allure of higher-tier league teams, prompting him to submit a transfer request to Huang Hao with resolute determination. Consequently, Cambridge United was compelled to part ways with Simmons at a meager price of $300,000, transferring him to championship side Blackburn. Unbeknownst to the truth, fans protested at the club until Huang Hao issued a statement, and with Todic's swift assent, the chapter was ultimately turned. Huang Hao's initial concerns for Simmons materialized into stark reality. In his inaugural season with Blackburn, Simmons garnered a paltry 3 appearances, all as a substitute, accumulating less than 40 minutes on the pitch. Thus far in the current season, he has only made 1 league appearance and 1 in the League Cup, without scoring a single goal. Simmons had once envisioned creating a remarkable partnership with his brother, but the harshness of reality shattered those dreams. Following the recruitment of his brother, Kindela Simmons, by Oklahoma Simmons, the latter did not even receive a contract renewal and departed as a free agent to join Northampton in League Two. In their first encounter this season, Northampton suffered a devastating 5-0 defeat to Cambridge United, with Oklahoma Simmons witnessing the team's dismal performance from the bench. Enduring a series of setbacks, Simmons reflected on Huang Hao's earlier counsel and experienced an epiphany. However, bound by a 2-year contract, he found himself without control over his circumstances. Despite possessing Huang Hao's contact information, Simmons felt unable to reach out directly. In desperation, he resorted to contacting Scout Evans through his agent. Upon reviewing Simmons' profile, Huang Hao noted that little had changed since a year prior. The past year had yielded scant competitive experience, rendering it a wasted opportunity. With a sigh, he placed the dossier back on his desk. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Hao dialed Scout Evans' number. "Hello, boss," Evans promptly answered. "Hello, Evans. I've seen Kindela's profile. Have you communicated with Blackburn regarding him? What are they asking?" 900,000, boss. Huang Hao nearly spewed his coffee in disbelief. "What the devil? A year ago. We brought him in for 300,000. He has barely played 2 official matches, not even scoring a goal, and you tell me they want 900,000? Do you take me for a fool? Such practices of flipping players are not done in this manner." "Well, I meant to inform you that he is not a target for our team. We already have Todic, Bennett, and Lansbury." "I understand, boss. So I did not bring it up in the meeting." Evans clearly grasped Huang Hao's concerns. "My team is not a plaything for anyone to come and go as they please. However, considering his past contributions to the team, you may convey a few words to his agent." Evans is still pondering over the metaphor of the boss and his lover, which indeed possesses a certain creativity. Upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, he quickly responded, "All right, boss, go ahead." In China, there is a saying that a good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already grazed. I hope he can look forward and forget his time at Cambridge United. Finally, I wish him good fortune. With that, Huang Hao ended the call. Huang Hao did not merely wish to take revenge on Simmons. If a player regards the club merely as a stepping stone, even if Huang Hao were to bring Simmons back to Abbey Stadium this time, it is conceivable that one day, when Simmons has spread his wings, he might knock on the door of Huang Hao's office. Thus, regardless of his excellence, the narrative between Cambridge United and him has reached its conclusion. Moreover, from a competitive perspective, Simmons is suited for the English Football League 2 and the English Football League 1, but not for the Championship. Returning to the pitch, Cambridge United faced their final opponent before Christmas, Yamufu, a team from the 6th tier of English amateur football. Yamufu had enjoyed a stroke of luck in the qualifiers, encountering opponents of the same or lower tier in the first round, but alas, they were now up against Cambridge United. Despite fielding a full squad of substitutes and reserve players, Cambridge United still dispatched their opponents with a resounding 7-0 victory, sending them out of the FA Cup. Lewandowski scored 4 goals, while Mahrez, Kenny, Mings, and the newly acquired Lovren and Vida all had the opportunity to play. Although the opponents were not on the same level as Cambridge United, the over 500 fans present were thoroughly satisfied to witness such a goal fest. After the match, Li Jianqing suddenly approached Huang Hao and inquired where he planned to enjoy himself during Christmas. Huang Hao pondered for a moment before responding on Christmas Eve. "I shall be spending time with Aldershot at the EFL Trophy, and after Christmas, I will be with Leyton Orient on the pitch in League One." He then shook his head with a wry smile. "Damn it, there is no such thing as a Christmas break in England." Upon hearing this, Li Jianqing wisely kept silent, then mischievously remarked, "Don't worry, I'll enjoy your share of happiness too. You rascal, you are also a member of the club. I want to approve your holiday." Huang Hao retorted with irritation. Li Jianqing, without looking back, quipped, "Do you not understand the hierarchy? I am the major shareholder of the club." Sigh. How did I end up with such a troublesome friend as a major shareholder? Chapter 48. The Christmas Pack, this troublesome friend. At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello. Please speak," Huang Hao answered, picking up the phone with a hint of rudeness in his tone. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. Then a somewhat aggrieved and cautious voice emerged. "Am I interrupting your work?" Huang Hao was taken aback and quickly glanced at the incoming number, realizing it was Lin Curson. No, not at all. As Li Jianqing boasted about his Christmas holiday, I found myself burdened with competitions during those days, leaving me utterly frustrated. Upon hearing a series of denials from Huang Hao, Lin Curson couldn't help but giggle once more. This man had an uncanny ability to amuse himself effortlessly, displaying no trace of restraint whatsoever. With a hint of understanding, Lin Curson responded with an "oh," before inquiring, "Christmas is just a few days away. It's my first time celebrating it abroad. I wanted to ask if you would be free to join me, but I see you have a match to play." "Ah, I do. Fortunately, I have no matches on Christmas Day. I can take you to a fantastic bar." "That's wonderful. Well then, do keep busy, coach. I'll see you on Christmas." With that, Lin Curson cheerfully hung up the phone. Unbeknownst to her, the young woman had seemingly nestled into his heart and occupied a significant place there. After effortlessly defeating Aldershot 3-0 on their home turf, Huang Hao's team returned to Cambridge late that night. The following day marked Christmas Eve, and the players were filled with eager anticipation. Despite only having 2 days until their next match, Cambridge United, having achieved an impressive 13 consecutive victories across all competitions, generously granted the team a day off for relaxation. The next day, Huang Hao indulged in a much-needed lie-in, as the rigors of recent days left him feeling a tad weary. Rising in the afternoon, he had a light lunch and sent a message to Lin Curson before driving to St. Mark's Hospital. Upon arriving, he spotted Lin Curson approaching him from a distance. Today, she wore a stunning red dress, her hair styled in a ponytail, exuding an elegance and beauty unique to Eastern women, capturing the attention of those around her. Huang Hao hurriedly exited his vehicle, opening the door for Lin Curson as he playfully remarked, "Fortunately, I am not yet famous, otherwise the paparazzi would surely claim I was on a date with some major star." Settling into her seat, Lin Curson laughed and tilted her head towards Huang Hao, asking, "Am I beautiful?" Against the backdrop of her red dress, her skin appeared exceptionally fair, and her beautiful, clear eyes sparkled dazzlingly beneath long lashes, seemingly piercing into his soul. Stunning. After uttering that word, Huang Hao quickly lowered his gaze and started the car, heading towards London. Soon, he was once again greeted by Lin Curson's melodious laughter. Before long, they arrived at a bar in the heart of London, renowned for its vibrant Christmas festivities, a place Li Jianqin had often brought him to. Just as they were about to enter, a man's voice unexpectedly called out from behind, "Huang Hao." Turning around, Huang Hao was taken aback to see Li Jianqin and Ouyang Bing, a truly awkward situation. The Notting Hill bar, owned by O'Brien, had been meticulously adorned with Christmas decorations for over 30 years. This year, the bar has erected 90 Christmas trees outside, adorned with up to 210,000 colorful bulbs. The whimsical owner has even decorated the rooftop with reindeer lights. Inside, by the street-facing windows, sit 2 men and 2 women. The men remain silent, exchanging profound glances, while the ladies engage in lively chatter, occasionally stifling giggles behind their hands. "Where's your Huang Hao? I invited you, and you claim to be unavailable." Li Jianqin broke the silence. "Do you believe it was an accident?" Huang Hao replied with a look of resignation. "An accident? What kind of situation is this? Can't you see?" Li Jianqin tilted his head towards Lin Curson. "What is this all about? Weren't you the one who introduced her to me?" Huang Hao shot a glance at Ouyang Bing. "If you won't approach her, as your good friend, I shall take the initiative. Well, love will blossom over time." Ultimately, Li Jianqin capitulated. With that, the two clinked their glasses, conveying everything without words. Exiting the bar, the quartet soon arrived at Hyde Park in London, where the annual Christmas market, charmingly named Winter Wonderland, was bustling with activity. The renowned Christmas market, famous throughout London, was teeming with visitors, boasting over 200 quaint wooden stalls showcasing an array of traditional crafts. As Lin Curson and Ouyang Bing entered the market, they transformed into 2 innocent little girls, hand in hand, joyfully skipping between the stalls. Meanwhile, Huang Hao and Li Jianqin trudged behind, burdened with bags, lamenting their plight. The grand, majestic Christmas tree, vibrant candies, and handcrafted goods filled the air with the sweet aroma of mulled wine. Although everything seemed much like previous years, Huang Hao felt an unusual romance in the air this time. It wasn't until they reached the towering 70-meter giant Ferris wheel that the 2 girls paused their shopping spree, requesting to board the wheel to enjoy the view and rest. Without hesitation, Li Jianqin eagerly paid for their tickets, securing them some respite. The Ferris wheel, thoughtfully equipped with private cabins, began its ascent once the doors closed. From nearly 100 meters high, they beheld the splendid scenery of Hyde Park, especially at night. Amidst the twinkling stars and neon-lit streets, it felt as though they were soaring through the sky. In this moment, Lin Curson, having shed her previous exuberance, quietly gazed out at the breathtaking view. Within the intimate cabin, the sound of their breathing was distinctly audible. "Thank you, Coach. I have never experienced such a joyful Christmas." Lin Curson broke the silence. "You're welcome. I am equally delighted." "Really?" Curson tilted her head, looking at Huang Hao. "Yes, truly happy." Huang Hao affirmed with a serious nod, eliciting a satisfied smile from Lin Curson. With a gentle smile, he turned his gaze towards the window. "Coach, what are your wishes for the new year?" Huang Hao paused for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. "Firstly, I hope to conquer Manchester City and then lead Cambridge United to a successful ascent in the championship." "Well, Manchester City seems formidable, doesn't it?" "Indeed, they are one of the most powerful teams in England. We will face them in the FA Cup match next week." "Oh, aside from football, Coach, do you have any other wishes?" In response to Lin Kerson's probing, the usually assertive Huang Hao fell silent once more. I hope to find a beautiful girl to witness history alongside me at Cambridge United. This time, it was Lin Kerson who fell silent. The man, often a bit awkward in her presence, had finally mustered the courage to express something that stirred his own heart. Have you found her? I believe I have. She is right here with me on the Ferris wheel. With that, Huang Hao gently took Lin Kerson's hand, which felt tender and smooth, delicate like a newly blossomed lotus and slick like dew on a lotus leaf, easily swept away by the breeze into the pond. Lin Kerson offered no resistance. A warm current flowed through their clasped hands, spreading warmth throughout her being. Coach, let us make a bet. A bet on what? Huang Hao was taken aback by Lin Kerson's sudden suggestion. If, in a few days, your team truly triumphs over Manchester City, I will be your girlfriend. Huang Hao's heart sank at that moment. The whims of a woman are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Are you rejecting me? It seems becoming your boyfriend is quite a challenge. I feel as though you are turning me down. Huang Hao spoke candidly, seeing Huang Hao's somewhat aggrieved expression. Lin Kerson burst into laughter once again, even bending over with mirth. After a while, she finally composed herself and gazed at Huang Hao with affection. Coach, I believe in you. You are a wonderful man. With that, she leaned forward and bestowed a gentle kiss on his cheek. This is a token of my faith. Do your best. Just then, the Ferris wheel slowly opened its doors, and Lin Kerson nimbly hopped out, linking arms with Ouyang Bing as they dashed away into the distance. Li Jianqin, noticing Huang Hao still in a daze, pulled him out. What is wrong with you? Huang Hao gazed at the departing figures of Lin Kerson and Ouyang Bing. Lost in thought. I was considering the upcoming match against Manchester City. For the excitement of the second team, Eriksson, you must lose. Crazy, it's truly unbelievable. Li Jianqin observed Huang Hao, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. Chapter 49. Manchester City approaches on December 26th, after 2 days of rest. Cambridge United, stationed at Abbey Stadium, faced Leyton Orient, currently 9th in the league standings. Having just entered League Two, Huang Hao's Cambridge United achieved an impressive 5-2 victory over their opponents in an away match. In this home game, the two teams occupy the 2nd and 9th positions in the league standings, separated by a notable 16 points. Leyton Orient's performance has evidently declined. Cambridge United, featuring their key players, showcased the prowess of young Bosnian striker Diko, who netted a hat-trick, complemented by Tadi's additional goal, decisively defeating their opponents 4-1. Much to the delight of the 7,000 fans at Abbey Stadium, who witnessed the team's dominance firsthand. Nearly 2 days later, Cambridge United is set to face Cheltenham Town. Currently languishing in the 22nd position, the grueling schedule has left Huang Hao's squad gasping for breath, despite maintaining a commanding presence throughout the match. The immense motivation for survival propelled Cheltenham to exceed expectations, leaving Cambridge United unable to breach their defenses. Ultimately, they secured a fortunate victory away from home, courtesy of an own goal by Cheltenham defender Rob Dickie. Following the match, news from Swansea indicated that they too were grappling with the demands of a congested fixture list, resulting in yet another draw, thereby allowing Cambridge United to narrow the gap. At this juncture, the league had progressed to its 27th round, with Swansea leading with 60 points, and Cambridge United trailing closely behind with 58 points. In just 4 days, Cambridge United will host the formidable Premier League side, Manchester City. In preparation for this encounter, Huang Hao has unusually opted for closed training sessions. This marks the first time he has implemented such a strategy since taking the helm at Cambridge United. On New Year's Day, Huang Hao received a message from Lin Kerson. Happy New Year, coach. Keep it up. A wry smile crossed his face upon reading the message, thinking to himself, it's all because of you. Nevertheless, he replied succinctly, Happy New Year. Today's press conference at Abbey Stadium witnessed only 2 or 3 journalists in attendance. After addressing a few routine inquiries, Huang Hao's old friend, Stewart, posed another question. How? Your team has now set a club record with 15 consecutive victories. Is your decision to conduct closed training aimed at overcoming Manchester City and extending this winning streak? Huang Hao responded, Manchester City is a great team, and I cherish the opportunity to compete against a distinguished manager like Eriksson. No one dislikes victory, Mr. Stewart. Upon hearing this, the other 2 journalists exchanged amused glances, sensing that Huang Hao was perhaps getting a bit carried away. In stark contrast, Manchester City's press conference was bustling with activity, filled to capacity with journalists. Flashes of cameras illuminating the scene as various media outlets vied for the perfect shot to accompany their stories. Eriksson, ever the gentleman, patiently addressed the reporters' inquiries. The press officer had to remind everyone that there were only 2 minutes left for questions. Simon from Sky Sports raised his hand, signaling he had a question for Eriksson. Mr. Svensson, it has come to my attention that Hwang Hao's Cambridge United has achieved an astonishing record of 15 consecutive wins. Do you believe this will pose any trouble for Manchester City? Eriksson replied, if we placed Manchester City's 23 wins in the championship, perhaps our record would extend even further. Eriksson's response was laden with disdain for lower-tier competitions, as his team resided at the pinnacle of the football hierarchy. Hwang Hao expressed his profound respect for both him and Manchester City, feeling exhilarated at the prospect of facing such a prestigious club. Are you equally eager for this match? Eriksson, visibly displeased with the reporter, slightly furrowed his brow but nonetheless replied, every year, Manchester City encounters numerous matches, and I genuinely look forward to entertaining contests like the FA Cup. We shall undoubtedly secure victory. Good day, Mr. Sven, began a reporter from The Sun. I have heard that the Thai government is investigating the source of funds for Thaksin's acquisition of Manchester City, and that the club's finances have been frozen. Is this true? Preposterous, Eriksson retorted, clearly irritated. Thaksin is Thaksin, and Manchester City is Manchester City. The chairman's acquisition of the club is entirely legal and compliant. However, it is rumored that Barcelona rejected Manchester City's bid for Ronaldinho due to the club's inability to meet an exorbitant transfer fee of 80 million. The press conference moderator, noticing Eriksson's grim demeanor, quickly interjected, that concludes today's press conference. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Upon leaving the conference, Eriksson expressed his concerns to Grip. The chairman is finished. I wonder what will happen to Manchester City once everyone receives the news. Indeed. We haven't even been paid this month. The players may be fine, but the staff are inquiring incessantly. Sven, we must start planning ahead, replied Grip. On January 2nd, at Abbey Stadium, Lynn Curson chose to arrive early once again. Surrounding the stadium, in addition to vendors adorned with club memorabilia, countless fans held handwritten signs proclaiming, I need a ticket, as they desperately awaited entry. Yet, it was evident that no one was willing to part with their tickets. The ticket office at Abbey Stadium once again closed its doors prematurely. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. After declining several fans' requests, Lynn Curson finally made her way through security to the area behind the coaching bench. Hwang Hao had reserved the finest location in the stadium for her. Aside from the boxes, Li Jianxin also entered the substitutes bench as a staff member, relishing the opportunity to witness live football matches up close after investing in Cambridge United. With the club's performance on the rise, he found himself increasingly interacting with teams he had previously only seen on television. Hwang Hao's investment was proving exceptionally worthwhile. In the home team's locker room at Abbey Stadium, after assigning each player their respective tasks, Hwang Hao commenced his final motivational speech. Do you recall last year's FA Cup third round? Most of our key players participated in the match against Chelsea, ultimately suffering a 14-0 defeat. Indeed, at that time, you witnessed your idols faltering in the first half. Hearing this, the players exchanged shy smiles. Today, our opponents are formidable as well. However, there is good news. It has come to my attention that Manchester City has not disbursed salaries for a month. The owner, Thaksin, is under investigation, and the club's finances have been temporarily frozen. Can players like Petrov and Hammond truly focus on their game amidst such turmoil? Upon hearing the news, the players exchanged smiles, their previous anxieties considerably alleviated. Furthermore, with Mpansa absent from the squad, the focal point of concern diminished. Sui, Jalou, I urge you to advance boldly. Let us present a delightful surprise to Eriksson. The worth of each one of us may pale in comparison to that of a single player on the Manchester City team. However, I firmly believe that if we were to unite and confront even the most divine of players, he would not stand a chance against our collective force. Therefore, take action to capture the attention of your idols, rather than shyly gazing at them like a timid girl. Eriksson may indeed look down upon us. To him and the players of Manchester City, this match might merely be seen as a form of entertainment. Since it is an entertaining competition, let us add some joy to the occasion. Let us not forget our favorite pastime, serving a delightful slap in the face. Barnett, Cole shouted once more. Victory is ours. The players' responses were imbued with resolute determination. Upon concluding their remarks, the group prepared to make their way toward the players' tunnel when Hwang Hao unexpectedly interjected from behind, saying, by the way, if you help me win this match, I might just find myself a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the young men from Cambridge United found the match to be all the more intriguing. Initially, Huang Hao harbored a sense of pessimism regarding the prospect of triumphing over Manchester City. However, the emergence of certain events instilled within him a flicker of hope. For in his previous life, following the explosive revelations surrounding the incident, Manchester City secured a mere 3 victories throughout the latter half of the season. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the players of Cambridge United and Manchester City finally emerged from the players' tunnel. A thunderous cheer erupted instantly at Abbey Stadium. The fervent supporters chanted the names of each Cambridge United player. The players of Cambridge United displayed resolute expressions, while the seasoned Manchester City players, accustomed to grand occasions, remained unfazed. After all, the modest crowd of merely 8,000 at this stadium paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Manchester City Stadium. Eriksen had just concluded a fierce battle with Tottenham 3 days prior. Typically, deploying a majority of substitute players is a common strategy for any head coach. Yet Eriksen is one who shuns rotation. Consequently, Manchester City retained the starting lineup from their previous match: goalkeeper, Schmeichel; defenders, Corluka, Richards, Dunn, Garrido; midfielders, Elano, Hammond, Michael Johnson; Ireland, Petrov; forward, Bianchi. The Cambridge United lineup was as follows: goalkeeper, Pantilimon; defenders, Mark Bora, Giroud, Suk; midfielders, Tadic, Wilshere, Lansbury, Bennett, Cole; forwards, Dzeko, Vardy. Huang Hao once again deployed a 3-5-2 formation, with Mahrez and Kanté also relegated to the substitutes bench. Huang Hao glanced towards the Manchester City bench, and a familiar face came into view: Sun Jihai. This season has seen limited appearances, and today he takes on the role of a substitute. Andy from Sports once again serves as the commentator for the Cambridge United match, and this time, he can confidently pronounce Huang Hao's name. Good afternoon, I am Andy. Today, I shall present to you an exhilarating encounter in the 3rd round of the FA Cup. The teams competing today are the Manchester City squad, led by Eriksen, from the Premier League, and the second-place team in League One, Cambridge United, captained by Huang Hao, who has impressively risen 2 levels in 2 years. Manchester City has deployed the same starting lineup as their previous match, with the 11 players boasting a staggering combined value of 58 million. In contrast, the entire Cambridge United team is worth a meager 2 million. Admittedly, it is undeniable that Manchester City will dominate this match, although Huang Hao often surprises me. I believe that if we can keep the score difference within 3 goals, it would be a victory in itself. Andy remains as he always is, seemingly oblivious to his bruised cheek from Huang Hao's prowess. However, today, as he stated, even the betting companies have given Manchester City a 9-1 odds, whereas City stands at 123-1. Chapter 50, Manchester City in disarray. At 3 p.m., the referee, Fland, blew his whistle, officially commencing this FA Cup knockout match. From the outset, Cambridge United launched an aggressive press against Manchester City. As soon as City kicked off from the center circle after merely 2 passes, Bennett surged forward and intercepted the ball from Ireland's foot. Unfortunately, at the moment of passing, Dzeko was in an offside position, leading to a hasty conclusion of this attack for Cambridge United. Manchester City's players, relying on their cohesive teamwork and refined skills, quickly gained the upper hand on the field. Even though Cambridge United attempted to press, it was challenging for them to regain possession. However, City seemed to lack a fervent desire to attack, instead opting for continuous passing and coordination in their own half, only distributing the ball when pressured by Cambridge United. Initially, Manchester City did not exhibit the prowess expected of a Premier League team. Could Eriksen have intentionally arranged this? Andy sensed something amiss. After 10 minutes, Manchester City finally mounted their first offensive foray into the opponent's half. Defender Garrido passed the ball to Petrov, who, upon receiving it, attempted a lengthy solo run. However, H has diminished his speed. As he advanced into the left side of the attacking zone, Bennett executed a flying tackle, reclaiming the ball for Lansbury. Lansbury promptly directed the ball towards the right side of City's penalty area, where Dzeko was sprinting towards the ball's landing point. Manchester City's defensive response was remarkably swift. When Dzeko seized the ball and penetrated the penalty area, Dunn and Richards had already positioned themselves to block his path. With no shooting angle or passing options available, Dzeko could only kick the ball against Richards, earning Cambridge United a corner. Bennett's corner was directed to the back post, but Giroud struggled against Dunn and lost the battle, resulting in Dunn heading the ball out of the penalty area. Fortunately, Lansbury from Cambridge United found himself with the ball at the edge of the box. He prepared to shoot as Manchester City's German midfielder, Hammond, lunged to intercept. With a deft touch of his left foot, Lansbury evaded Hammond's challenge. Observing Hammond's misstep, Irish rushed into cover, but Lansbury deftly passed the ball to Bennett. Bennett, noticing the incoming Bora from behind, flicked the ball backward before sprinting forward. Bora, understanding the cue, immediately delivered a half-height pass, lofting it behind Galito. Standing between the two, Galito was irked to find himself outmaneuvered by a Cambridge United player. As he desperately chased after Bennett, the latter had already reached the right side of the penalty area, launching across. Galito turned to watch the ball enter the box, only to be astonished to see 3 Cambridge United players positioned there. Meanwhile, Dunn, Kaluka, and Richards were all positioned behind the Cambridge players, while Hammond lay on the ground, gazing up with a hint of dismay. It was an offside trap gone awry. Galito's realization came too late. Although Manchester City's goalkeeper, Schmeichel, stretched his body as far as possible, diving to the left, he could only serve as a backdrop to Wilshere's goal. With less than a meter separating them, Wilshere clearly would not squander such a rare opportunity. Cambridge United had taken the lead within the first 12 minutes of the match. Oh no. The Manchester players had been far too complacent. Galito single-handedly dismantled Manchester City's entire defense, revealing a lack of cohesion in their teamwork. At that moment, the broadcast shifted to the Cambridge United bench. Their head coach, Huang Hao, appeared to have run in the wrong direction to celebrate, opting to head towards the stands behind the substitutes instead. Aha! Let us see what kind of celebratory antics Huang Hao has devised this time. We observed him standing on an advertising board, forming a heart shape with his hands against his chest. Oh my God! Was Huang Hao confessing his feelings to someone in the audience? Andy was astounded. He never anticipated such a gesture from Huang Hao at this moment. The broadcast team quickly scanned the crowd, soon locking onto a Chinese girl, Lin Kerson. Lin Kerson was equally surprised, covering her mouth with her hands, her face radiant with joy. This scene was flawlessly captured by the cameras. Indeed, this remarkable individual from the East has once again surprised us. Not only did Cambridge United score first, but Huang Hao also seems to be the first coach to publicly declare his affection for his beloved on the pitch. At this moment, Andy's tone bore a hint of envy. The players, having celebrated the goal, noticed their coach's astonishing display, erupting into laughter. On the field, the captain Cole gathered his teammates and boisterously rallied them. Gentlemen, for our leader, let us maintain our lead. Eriksson and the players from Manchester City, clearly taken aback, did not anticipate that Cambridge United would score so swiftly. Their pride could not endure such indignity, and they immediately launched a relentless assault on Cambridge United. However, the players' coordination always seemed to lack that crucial harmony. Meanwhile, Cambridge United matched their efforts with staunch defense against Manchester City. A few minutes later, Bennett, during a counterattack, was brought down by Kolarov, earning the first yellow card of the match. Bennett swiftly lifted the free kick into the penalty area. To everyone's surprise, Richards misjudged the ball, allowing Deco to control it with his chest before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball rocketed towards Manchester City's goal like a cannonball. Young Schmeichel instinctively deflected it, sending the ball out for a corner. Eriksson was furious. He dashed from the bench to the sidelines, shouting at his players, "Are you all in a daze? Being pressured by a third-tier team like this." His words resonated with the players of Cambridge United, invigorating them with newfound strength. Soon after, Manchester City reignited the flames of battle in front of the Cambridge United penalty area. Ireland and Alano executed a series of intricate passes before distributing the ball to the side to Petrov. Petrov feigned an attempt to break through on the right side of the box, but instead flicked the ball with his heel to Hammond. Positioned at the edge of the penalty arc, Hammond took no time to adjust and unleashed a fierce drive. Panteleimon managed to punch the ball out for a corner. Johnson took the corner, delivering it to the far post. Garrido outmuscled Suk, heading the ball towards the goal. Panteleimon once again denied the attempt, and Giroud swiftly cleared the ball out of play. Minutes later, Manchester City earned a free kick in the attacking half. Ireland floated the ball into the box, but Bianchi, despite his height, found himself outmatched by Giroud in their tussle. In the 22nd minute, Johnson received a pass from Hammond, maneuvered past Lansbury on the edge of the penalty area, and executed a curling shot that grazed the right post before sailing out. In the 26th minute, Ireland took a free kick, directly passing to Alano. After receiving the ball, Alano threaded a pass to Bianchi on the edge of the box. Bianchi, shielding Giroud, spun around and attempted a shot. However, Giroud managed to block it out for a corner. In the 30th minute, Manchester City was awarded a free kick about 35 meters from the center of the penalty area. Hammond took a powerful run and struck the ball, Pantilimin leapt into the air but failed to make contact, yet the ball also missed the target, flying out of play. Thus, the first half of the match predominantly became a training ground for Manchester City's offense and defense, yet their efforts yielded little, with only a few shots taken from outside the penalty area. Meanwhile, Cambridge United, through their united defensive spirit, remarkably maintained a score of 0-0 until halftime. As Flandre blew the whistle for halftime, the players of Cambridge United collapsed onto the grass, laboring for breath. The intensity of their defensive efforts had evidently taken a significant toll on their stamina. Upon entering the locker room, Hwang Hao was immediately met with a chorus of whistles, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. After encouraging each player with a high five, he lavished praise on their outstanding performance in the first half. Remember, it is crucial to manage the scale of fouls. For Manchester City, if their attacks are frequently interrupted, the rhythm of the game will undoubtedly be disrupted. As time progresses, our one-goal lead will only serve to increase their irritation. If anyone receives a yellow card, nearby teammates must support them to alleviate the pressure. Today, we must teach Manchester City a valuable lesson. For the sake of the boss's girlfriend, victory is imperative. Who told you to change the lyrics? The players erupted in laughter, dismissing Hwang Hao's fervent shout, and eagerly raced onto the field. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Manchester City's locker room was rather somber. Eriksen was tapping on the board, explaining tactics, yet the players appeared somewhat distracted. Everyone, focus. The opponent is merely a third-tier team. At that moment, team captain Dunn spoke up. Is it true that the club's funds have been frozen? Eriksen fell silent. After a brief 15-minute intermission, the second half commenced promptly. In the 53rd minute, Wilshere delivered a precise through ball to Deco, positioned just outside Manchester City's penalty area, but Deco's shot soared over the crossbar. 2 minutes later, Manchester City launched a rare counterattack, creating a 4-on-4 situation in the front line, yet Heyman opted for a long-range shot from outside the box, which was effortlessly caught by Pantilimin. At the 60-minute mark, Totti executed a skillful feint on the wing but was thwarted by Kolarov, who committed a foul, resulting in the second yellow card of the match issued by Flandre. In the 66th minute, Manchester City substituted Vassell for the ineffective Biensi, while Hwang Hao replaced Lansbury with Kant and brought on Mahrez for the limping Totti. As time wore on, the Manchester City players grew increasingly agitated after their prolonged attempts to score yielded no results. Their tackles became more aggressive, and the tension on the field escalated. Flandre had lost count of how many times he had blown his whistle during this match: fouls, free kicks, violations, yellow cards. If it were possible, he would prefer never to officiate a Cambridge United game again. It was simply too exhausting. On the pitch, scenes of chaos unfolded every few minutes. Despite Flandre's continuous reminders for both teams to maintain their composure, he was unable to prevent the fouls from occurring. In the 77th minute, Bennett was brought down from the side by Garrido during an offensive play. Bennett rolled on the ground, clutching his leg, yet the referee showed no sign of acknowledgement. After gaining possession, Dunn swiftly passed the ball to Elano. Elano, confronted by a diminutive defender, attempted several feints but failed to shake him off. With a deft diagonal pass, he found Vassell, who accelerated past Giroud with a single touch. Facing the onrushing Pantilimin, Vassell delicately chipped the ball over the goalkeeper, sending it arcing toward the net. Pantilimin turned his head in despair, while Vassell grabbed his jersey, ready to celebrate by removing it. Yet, just as the ball was about to cross the line, a shadowy figure lunged forward, hooking it clear with a desperate toe poke. Well, Manchester City's best chance of the match had been denied. Kant had saved Cambridge United. And even Andy rose from his seat in commentary. Pantilimin sprinted back to his goal, delivering a thunderous pat on Kant's back, a gesture of gratitude so forceful it might have knocked the midfielder over. That's one thank you Kant might regret receiving, Andy quipped. In the 89th minute, with Manchester City pressing high, Ireland delivered a midfield pass to Hammond at the edge of Cambridge's penalty area. Surrounded by a sea of yellow and black jerseys, Hammond scanned his options, only for Kant to slide in and dispossess him. Cole, without hesitation, launched a long ball toward Manchester City's left flank, Cambridge's right. With only Korluka and Dunn left in defense, Korluka charged toward the dropping ball. But Mahrez was already sprinting to meet it. Korluka attempted a reckless sliding tackle, but Mahrez, with a nimble flick of his boot, hopped over the challenge and surged forward. Korluka's misjudgment left only Dunn and Schmeichel to face Mahrez, Vardy, and Kant, who, moments ago, had been defending his own box. A 3-on-1 counterattack unfolded. Mahrez drove into the box, forcing Dunn to abandon Vardy and confront him. Spotting the overlap, Mahrez cut the ball centrally, but Vardy overran it. Kant collected the pass, faced Schmeichel one-on-one, and rolled a low shot, only for it to strike the post and bounce wide. What a miss! Kant had squandered a golden opportunity to seal the game. When referee Friend finally blew the final whistle, Cambridge's players collapsed onto the pitch, utterly spent. In the stands, Lynn Curson and the rest of the fans erupted in song and dance, celebrating an epic victory. Andy, in his post-match summary, used the word unbelievable 5 times. Manchester City had dominated statistically, 9 shots, 4 on target, 7 corners, and 63 possession. Yet their forays into dangerous areas were sparse, their build-up often sterile. As the saying goes, the ball is round, anything can happen in football. As for Cambridge, their most glaring stat wasn't their 5 shots, but their 35 fouls. Truly, the undisputed kings of the dark arts. Hwang Hao and his teammates celebrated their victory with high fives, then turned their gaze toward the stands, where they spotted Lynn Curson embracing other fans, prompting smiles of joy. Subsequently, Hwang Hao helped lift a teammate from the ground and made a lap around the field, expressing gratitude to the supportive fans. With each stop, they were met with thunderous applause. When they reached the section where Lynn Curson was seated, the players suddenly exchanged their clapping for heart signs made with their hands above their heads. The slightly embarrassed Hwang Hao promptly covered his forehead with his hand. Chapter 51. Do not become the second Eriksen. The room designated for the press conference by Cambridge United was quite modest, yet it was brimming with reporters from various media outlets, creating a bustling atmosphere. The host had to rise several times to maintain order. When Eriksen and Hwang Hao entered the press conference, the flashes of cameras erupted in rapid succession. The journalists then clamored to pose their questions. When asked why Manchester City lost this match, whether it was due to a lack of respect for Cambridge United, Eriksen, with a dark expression, coldly replied, "What else can I say? It was an ugly match, riddled with countless fouls that shattered the game. This is not true football." The referee kept insisting, continue the match, that is not a foul. Perhaps it's simply because this isn't the Manchester City Stadium. Hwang Hao, I'm thrilled that we triumphed in this entertaining match. Eriksen, this shameless victory might be worthy of a place in the history books for the smaller clubs. The verbal sparring between Hwang Hao and Eriksen continued for 2 to 3 days before being overshadowed by other news. Domestically, the shocking news of Cambridge United eliminating Manchester City caused quite a stir among fans. Manchester City supporters expressed deep disdain for Cambridge United's relentless fouling tactics, while Cambridge United fans deemed Manchester City petty for their inability to handle defeat gracefully. Regardless, Cambridge United's reputation soared in China. The official account's followers surged from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Even Perceptive Enterprises began reaching out to Cambridge United, eager to offer sponsorship contracts. Hwang Hao remained unaffected by the verbal skirmish, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. This monumental victory greatly uplifted the morale of the young players and gifted him a charming girlfriend. Marking a significant gain, Lynn Curson graciously accepted the wager, officially becoming Hwang Hao's girlfriend. After spending several years in England, Hwang Hao finally shed his single status. This victory indeed bolstered the team's confidence. Faced with the English Premier League's Manchester City, despite initial unease, as Mourinho would say, even Chelsea's second team could clinch the English League One title. Thus, this victory further convinced the young men that their aspirations extended far beyond the League One stage. Following this, Cambridge United went on an incredible run in the League One, achieving 6 consecutive victories. They surpassed Swansea to claim the top position in the standings, gradually widening the gap between themselves and Swansea. Beginning with a defeat against Northampton, the team astonishingly achieved a remarkable sequence of 22 consecutive victories. This formidable record not only shattered the winning streak in the English League One but also once again redefined the historical achievements of Cambridge United. Witnessing the team's exceptional performance, Hwang Hao resolved to implement a judicious rotation of the starting lineup. This decision was influenced by the relatively comparable skill levels among the players and the fact that both Giroud and Wilshere were not homegrown talents. On January 9th, during the semi-finals of the English League Championship, Cambridge United faced their old adversary, Milton Keynes, whose head coach, Barrera, had previously proclaimed that Cambridge United would descend to the lower divisions. Originally established in 1889, the notorious Wimbledon club was one of the founding members of the Premier League. However, after their relegation from the Premier League in 2002 and the crippling operational costs in London, the club, disregarding vehement opposition from its supporters, relocated to Milton Keynes. In a further affront to the outraged fans, the club audaciously altered its crest and renamed itself Milton Keynes Dons, effectively extinguishing the century-old legacy of Wimbledon in 2004. This action incited a fierce backlash from the former Wimbledon supporters, who embarked on the journey of establishing their own club. With the backing of the Wimbledon Independent Supporters Association, their new club was born, aptly named Wimbledon, thus reviving the name in southwest London and inheriting the spirit of the original club. This time, Barrera refrained from making bold statements and instead fielded 5 defenders, erecting a formidable defensive wall. Nevertheless, in front of over 6,000 fans at Abbey Stadium, Cambridge United triumphed with a header from Giroud and a powerful strike from Dzeko, securing a 2-0 victory and advancing to the finals. On January 30th, in the 29th round of the English League One, Cambridge United hosted their nemesis, Doncaster, marking the 9th match for the team in January, with an exhausting schedule of 1 match every 3 days. For a team already grappling with limited bench depth, this grueling timetable felt almost insurmountable. The key to keeping the players healthy and ensuring rapid recovery was none other than Huang Hao's girlfriend, Lynn Curson. She adeptly taught the Cambridge United medical team the fundamentals of acupuncture in record time, dedicating nearly all her spare moments to the club's therapy room. The once dreaded acupuncture had become a favorite among Cambridge United players, especially with the presence of the beautiful Lynn Curson offering on-site guidance almost every day after training. A long queue formed outside the therapy room. Despite some historical grievances with Doncaster, Huang Hao remained unfazed, recognizing that the animosity was not profound. Consequently, the team made extensive rotations for this match. At that juncture, Doncaster was positioned 6th within the promotion zone, while Cambridge United led Swansea by 6 points. Sitting atop the League One table, in merely 10 minutes from the outset, Mahrez received a pass from Cole and confronted Doncaster defender Malia. With a glance towards the penalty area, he noted that Vardy and Dzeko were tightly marked. Malia, aware of the young Cambridge United player's prowess in breaking through, focused his attention on defending against a wide attack. Mahrez deftly nudged the ball from his left foot to his right, feigning a move towards the flank, prompting Malia to lean to the right. Unexpectedly, Mahrez swiftly returned the ball to his left foot, catching Malia off guard as he anticipated an inward cut. With a cunning flick of his right foot, Mahrez evaded Malia and surged towards the byline. Upon reaching the edge, he delivered a pass back into the center of the penalty area. At that moment, the Doncaster defenders were ensnared by Dzeko and Vardy, leaving the center utterly vacant. Suddenly, number 6 from Cambridge United, with purposeful strides, approached the ball and struck it with the instep of his foot, sending it rolling into the lower right corner of the net. 1 o'clock. 17 minutes later, Mahrez returned with a vengeance. After deceiving Malia with a feint, he once again delivered a pass into the center of the penalty area. The same formula, the same location, but this time it was Wilshere in position. Wilshere unleashed a powerful shot, the ball soaring into the upper right corner of the goal. 2 o'clock. Over 300 Doncaster fans who had traveled a great distance ultimately departed Abbey Stadium in disappointment, as they were unable to find the net against a Cambridge United side featuring only half of its regular starters. The score of 0-3 cast a shadow of uncertainty over their path to progression. 3 days later, against the mid-table Luton, Cambridge United showcased their superiority as league leaders. In the 30th minute, Vardy earned a penalty, which Cole converted with ease. In the second half, at the 60th, 62nd, and 65th minutes, the suddenly invigorated Cambridge United, through Cole and Lewandowski, netted 3 goals in quick succession, ultimately triumphing 4 o'clock over their opponents and maintaining their lead atop the standings. In the 4th round of the FA Cup, Cambridge United fortuitously drew Millwall from League One. Huang Hao, recognizing the 90,000 prize at stake, would not let this opportunity slip by. With a penalty converted by the returning captain Sagar and a long-range strike from midfielder McKenzie, Cambridge United triumphed 2-1, advancing to the 5th round of the FA Cup. Soon after, the draw for the 5th round was revealed. Cambridge United's opponent would be Wolverhampton Wanderers, often referred to as the Wolves, established in the spring of 1877 by a group of devout worshippers. Wolverhampton Wanderers is the sole club to have won championships in all 3 tiers of English football, having secured the FA Cup 4 times and the League Cup twice. Under Mick McCarthy's stewardship last season, the club cultivated a youthful exuberance through the promotion of young players and shrewd signings, establishing a model for small club management in the championship. This season, the Wolves have performed admirably, consistently occupying a position within the top 10 of the standings. with hopes of contesting the playoffs. In stark contrast to their steady league performance, McCarthy's Wolves have struggled in cup competitions, having been eliminated in the second round of the League Cup by Morecambe. Although the FA Cup has reached the fifth round, the earlier rounds featured relatively weaker opponents, namely Barnet and Watford. McCarthy, intent on pushing for the playoffs, has turned the cup competition into a platform for nurturing young talent. In the press conference room at Molineux Stadium, McCarthy, accompanied by Captain Claddock, attended the pre-match press briefing for the fifth round of the FA Cup. With the draw against Cambridge United, McCarthy appeared invigorated, his spirits notably high. A reporter from 442 magazine posed a rather routine question. Your team has drawn Cambridge United in the fifth round. How do you view this outcome? McCarthy responded with a hearty laugh. I am exceedingly pleased with this result. Wolves are indeed fortunate. We have taken another step towards the FA Cup Championship. His expression radiated immense joy as he spoke. As the sole surviving League One team in the fifth round, Cambridge United had previously triumphed over Ericsson's Manchester City in the third round. The reporter inquired whether McCarthy believed Cambridge would pose a challenge to his team, raising an eyebrow. McCarthy perceived the reporter's lack of insight and replied assertively, with all due respect, Cambridge United has performed admirably this season, and their young players possess commendable individual skills. However, their journey in the FA Cup ends here. They must recognize the substantial gap in strength between us. Indeed, I shall personally ensure they return home after the match. Claddock added confidently, having remained silent until then. Soon, McCarthy's words reached Huang Hao's ears, and eager reporters hoped for a renewed clash between Huang and McCarthy. Wolves are truly a remarkable team. Huang's praise dimmed the reporters' anticipations, suggesting little value in further coverage. Let us hope that by the end of the match, McCarthy does not become the second Ericsson. At this remark, the reporter's eyes sparkled once more. Chapter 52, Slaughtering Wolves 1. Huang Hao sat in the tactical analysis room, watching footage of Wolves' recent matches repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, 5 hours had elapsed. He turned off the television, feeling fatigued as he rotated his sore neck. Closing his eyes, he pressed his thumb and forefinger against the acupoint above his nose, diligently massaging it. Huang understood that defeating Wolves was not a matter of mere bravado, especially after his team had triumphed over Manchester City, which would make other teams more vigilant against them. Many teams had stumbled against Wolves primarily due to insufficient understanding of their capabilities. After all, few were inclined to expend excessive energy on a relatively smaller team, believing that executing their established strategies would suffice. It was this mindset that provided Cambridge United with an opportunity. It was not until the ringing of his mobile phone alarm that Huang opened his eyes. He had arranged to dine with Curson that evening and had set the alarm in advance, concerned that he might lose track of time due to his immersion in preparation. A brief drive from Cambridge United leads to St. Mark's Hospital, where Lynn Curson was already waiting by the roadside, her charming little head peeking out in anticipation of his arrival. The two soon found themselves in a Chinese restaurant in Harrow, where Lynn Curson, as always, chattered animatedly with Huang Hao, sharing amusing anecdotes from work, her laughter ringing out occasionally like the melody of a gentle breeze. It was only in her company that Huang Hao could truly unwind. As dinner neared its conclusion, Huang Hao stretched languidly in an effort to alleviate his fatigue. This gesture did not escape Lynn Curson's observant eyes. She quickly inquired about the source of his weariness, her medical background allowing her to discern the subtle shifts in his demeanor. Our next match will pit us against a championship team, and it will be quite challenging. It's the Wolves. They are even stronger than Manchester City, aren't they? Lynn Curson, now a devoted fan of Cambridge United, could recall their adversaries with clarity. Though less renowned than Manchester City, they were indeed formidable. Manchester City was grappling with financial difficulties and team discord, while the Wolves had been performing impressively this season, their playing style reminiscent of their own. Upon hearing Huang Hao's explanation, Lynn Curson erupted into another fit of laughter. Coach, I believe in you. No team is without flaws. I refuse to believe they can win every match. That would make them the world's best. Not quite the best, but certainly the worst, Huang Hao jested. But then he fell silent, a realization dawning upon him. With limited strength, they sat at 10th in the league, had reached the second round of the League Cup, and the 5th round of the FA Cup. Gradually, his thoughts began to crystallize. This was precisely the Wolves' Achilles heel. With this epiphany, Huang Hao stood up and kissed Lynn Curson on the forehead. You truly are my lucky star. I must return now to meet with the coaching staff. Please take a taxi home. With that, he swiftly settled the bill and dashed towards the parking lot, leaving Lynn Curson momentarily stunned. After a while, she huffed playfully yet happily. Men are all such pigs. They take advantage and run off. In January, the Wolves were also engaged in 3 competitions, having played 9 matches. More importantly, just 4 days after concluding the 5th round of the FA Cup, they were set to face Sheffield Wednesday. For the Wolves, the FA Cup was of paramount importance compared to their ambitions of promotion to the Premier League, and thus they would undoubtedly give their all. On February 16th, at Abbey Stadium in Cambridge, tickets were once again in high demand. Gazing at the packed crowd, Li Jianqin earnestly remarked to Huang Hao, "Perhaps we should consider expanding the stadium. Have your father wire over 7 million to clear the club's debts, then another 20 million. And I will hang Uncle's photo in the main stand." Huang Hao shot Li Jianqin a look of exasperation and offered his own suggestion. "Excuse me, I take my leave." Li Jianqin, somewhat dejected, returned to the coaching bench while Huang Hao joined the players in returning to the locker room after warming up. In the 3rd round of the FA Cup, you triumphed over the formidable Manchester City, and in doing so, assisted me in winning both a girlfriend and a physiotherapist for the team. As the match commenced, Huang Hao brought laughter to the players. In truth, for a team like ours in the 1st Division, reaching the 5th round of the FA Cup is already a commendable achievement. Before anyone could express surprise at this modest perspective, Huang Hao elaborated. "However, I detest being underestimated. Whether it's Eriksson or McCarthy, they presume that defeating us is as effortless as squashing an ant. Therefore, today, you must charge onto the pitch like warriors and deliver a resounding lesson to these pampered foes." Compared to the league, the FA Cup presents them with a greater opportunity for accolades, making this match particularly challenging. Thus, everyone must be prepared for a strenuous battle. Let it be known how the men of England play football. Cambridge United. Victory is imperative, accompanied by this battle cry, repeated countless times. The fervent players of Cambridge United marched onto the field. However, upon the submission of the starting lineups, Huang Hao called out to McCarthy, referring to him as an old trickster. Despite his brazen confidence in the press conference, McCarthy entered the match with a mixed squad of half-starters and half-substitutes, notably omitting the main goalkeeper and striker. Given McCarthy's earlier bold proclamations upon his appointment last year, one initially presumed them to be mere theatrics. Yet it appeared he was genuinely serious. A miscalculation, but fortunately, the demand was for the players to give their all, which should present no issues. Referee Taylor blew the whistle to commence the match, and the players of Cambridge United were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing their opponents. Many were unfamiliar faces. Should they adhere to the previously requested strategy of steady defense and counterattacks? As the players of Cambridge United deliberated, Wolverhampton launched wave after wave of assaults. In the 5th minute, Wolverhampton secured 3 consecutive corners, filling the Cambridge United penalty area with an air of apprehension. Observing this, Huang Hao summoned Captain Cole and questioned whether the absence of key players would render their opponents inept. A tactical shift was imperative. He commanded them to push forward and deliver a vigorous response. In the 9th minute, as Andy Keogh received the ball in the attacking third, he witnessed Cole charging towards him, only to feel a sharp pain in his ankle moments later. The whistle. Taylor immediately halted the game, signaling a foul by Cole. Yet, that was the extent of the consequence. After a brief respite on the ground, Keogh rose, repeatedly jumping in place to ascertain the condition of his ankle, reminding himself to be cautious of this pack of butchers today. Not only Keogh, but other Wolverhampton players soon discerned that the Cambridge United squad was no longer the timid side they had encountered at the outset. The Cambridge United players became fierce competitors, and their fouls were executed with a subtlety that left the Wolverhampton players distressed. At the 16th minute, Cambridge United earned their first corner following the match's commencement, with the young Bennett taking the corner kick. It was evident that the Cambridge United players had meticulously strategized and prepared prior to the match. As they swiftly assumed their positions, and Bennett promptly delivered the corner. At the edge of the penalty area, Tadic, upon the moment Bennett made contact with the ball, sprinted towards the 6-yard box. As he lingered in midair, the ball fortuitously landed right before him. Tadic executed a header towards the goal. The ball soared towards the upper left corner of the net. Murray lunged desperately for the ball, but the acute angle of the header left him in vain. Fortunately, the crossbar intervened at a critical moment, deflecting the ball away. Claddock, positioned in front of the goal, swiftly cleared the ball out of the penalty area. Wolves had narrowly escaped disaster. Merely 2 minutes later, Henry, having just advanced into Cambridge United's half, was upended by Mackenzie's sliding tackle. However, the referee, Taylor, did not call a foul. Before Henry could voice his grievances, Cambridge United had already passed the ball to Zeko in front of the Wolves' penalty area. Zeko lifted his foot to shoot. The ball was securely caught in the embrace of Wormus. McCarthy, unable to contain his frustration, rushed to the sidelines to vociferously protest to the referee, only to be cautioned by the fourth official. With a face full of fury, he finally comprehended why Eriksson was so enraged. Although the Cambridge United players tackled fiercely, they remained mindful of maintaining a sense of balance. As such robust play is hardly penalized on the competitive British pitch, the overcast sky began to drizzle, adding to the Wolves' difficulties. Keogh, having finally evaded the grasp of defender Hawkins, found himself with a clear chance on goal, yet his shot was woefully off target, easily saved by Panteleimon. In the 33rd minute, Porter received a throw-in from the right, delivering a long pass directly to Iwulimu at the edge of the penalty arc, without waiting for the ball to touch the ground. Iwulimu executed a side volley. The ball hurtled towards the goal like a cannonball. Panteleimon showcased another miraculous save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. A collective gasp erupted from the stands, followed by an exuberant round of applause for Panteleimon. Subsequently, Henry took a corner kick, but Darren's header sailed over the crossbar, leaving the Wolves empty-handed. In the 44th minute, Porter initiated an attack down Cambridge United's right flank. Observing Tadic's sliding tackle, he deftly pulled the ball to the left, causing Tadic to swipe at thin air. Just as he was about to revel in his success, a sudden gust of wind swept beneath his feet, and he found himself on the ground. Meanwhile, the ball had been reclaimed by McKenzie, who passed it to Zeko. Fortunately, the Wolves quickly regained possession. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Porter played a gentle pass. Keogh was again granted a clear chance on goal. Despite the valiant efforts of Hawkins and Warren, they could not keep pace with Keogh. Before Keogh stood only Panteleimon. He opted for a delicate lob towards the upper left corner of the net. Alas, the shot soared over the bar. McCarthy hurled down his water bottle, muttering under his breath. Perhaps it was time to bring Daka onto the pitch. Regardless, adjustments were needed during halftime. At that moment, Panteleimon booted the goal kick to midfielder Vardy, who immediately fed the ball to Bennett on the flank, while Mark Bola surged forward rapidly from the left. Thus, Bennett immediately passed the ball to Bora, who elegantly arched it with the instep of his foot. The ball found McKenzie at the edge of the penalty area. McKenzie pivoted and surged into the box, confronting Ward, and struck the ball toward the far corner of the net. The sphere slipped past Ward's outstretched fingers and nestled securely in the goal. 10. Cambridge United took the lead. Abbey Stadium erupted amidst the torrential downpour. McCarthy felt an icy chill enveloping him. It was uncertain whether it stemmed from Cambridge United's goal or the relentless rain. "You are playing like absolute rubbish. The opposing team is merely a League One side." In the away team's dressing room at Abbey Stadium, all the players bowed their heads in silence. Only McCarthy's furious roars pierced the stillness. "Now you are a goal down. Attack. Attack with all your might." Chapter 53, The Wolf Slaughter 2, in stark contrast. The atmosphere among Cambridge United was entirely different. The goal just before halftime had lifted the players' spirits, and as they entered the dressing room, they exchanged high fives of encouragement. The exertion of the first half had evidently drained their energy, so Huang Hao refrained from lengthy speeches. "Listen up, lads. You performed brilliantly. In the second half, Wolves will surely go all out, but the heavens will aid us. As long as this downpour continues, their offense will falter." These lofty teams could not possibly fathom that such a pitch could exist. With a wink at the players, Huang Hao shared a silent understanding, eliciting smiles without words. "Panteleimon, you will face immense pressure in the second half, so maintain your focus. Honestly, I adore your saving prowess." Panteleimon feigned seriousness, provoking a wave of laughter. "All right, you are becoming increasingly mischievous." After 3 years of camaraderie, Huang Hao had forged a close bond with the players, seizing the moment at the start of the second half. While the opponents were still finding their rhythm, they aimed to catch them off guard. If, after 10 minutes into the second half, no goal was scored, they would need to adjust their defensive line and ensure collective protection. In terms of skill, there is indeed a disparity, but in unity, we are the finest in all of England. Huang Hao confidently extended his right index finger, gesturing emphatically before the players. Taylor and the fourth official confirmed the rainfall at the sidelines, and after deliberation, the whistle blew, signaling the continuation of the match. Wolves, known for their defensive counterattacks, had relied on the prolific Blake, who had once wreaked havoc in the championship. However, with their team now a goal down, it was clear that a defensive approach would not suffice. With McCarthy making no personnel adjustments, The players struggled to comprehend how to mount a full-scale attack. Keogh initiated the play, passing the ball back to Porter, flanked by Henry and Tierney. Soon, Porter returned the ball to Keogh's feet. Once again, the Wolves' attack was spearheaded by Keogh. Upon observing Desperry's insertion from the rear, Keogh opted to distribute the ball to the same flank, where Tierney awaited. With an intuitive understanding, Tierney executed a splendid diagonal through ball that deftly navigated past McKenzie and Hawkins, reaching Barry on the left side of the penalty area. Although the ball reached Barry smoothly, it encountered a slight bounce due to the unevenness of the pitch. Desperry swiftly adjusted his footing and surged forward, as Barry prepared to deliver a cross. McKenzie had already returned to defend, executing a reckless slide tackle right on the edge of the box. Fortunately, he made contact with the ball first before bringing Barry down. The referee, Taylor, refrained from sounding the foul whistle. Huang let out a sigh of relief. This young man certainly possessed both skill and audacity. The ball, having brushed against the grounded Barry before crossing the goal line, resulted in a goal kick for Cambridge United. Pantelemon's goal kick was inadvertently touched by Keogh. Controlling the ball in the rain proved challenging, but Keogh's deflected touch redirected it back to Hawkins. Hawkins gently nudged the ball to Bennett's feet. Bennett quickly glanced forward and, with the outside of his foot, sent the ball soaring into the attacking third. Vardy sprang into action, successfully overtaking Castaigne and seizing possession. In just a few strides, Vardy advanced the ball to the right side of the Wolves' penalty area near the baseline. He delivered a cross. The ball soared towards the Wolves' goal. Caradoc gazed upwards, the rain mercilessly pelting his face, rendering his vision increasingly blurred. Ignoring the need to wipe away the rain, Caradoc relied on the instincts of a center back, coiling his legs for a leap, surpassing Zeko. Murray watched as Caradoc leaped, observing the ball drift slowly over his head, a sense of security enveloping him. Wait. It drifted past? Caradoc misjudged the jump. Realizing this, Murray hastily turned to the back post. To his horror, he beheld Tadic, winding up his left foot. Poised to shoot, Murray, in despair, tensed his body and leaped. He dove sideways. However, the ball had already zipped past him, crashing into the right side of the net. 20. Cambridge United struck swiftly. At this moment, Mikel had shed his jersey. Bare-chested behind the goal, fist clenched in triumph, leading his legion in exuberant celebration, utterly unconcerned about the chilly temperature of merely 10 degrees. The second half had commenced. And merely 3 minutes in, the young men of Cambridge United had successfully executed their coach's strategy. McCarthy immediately opted for a substitution, replacing defender Barry with Daka, altering the formation to 3-4-3. Yet, the Wolves players found themselves utterly disoriented amidst the downpour. The muddy terrain, coupled with frequent tumbles and the opponent's petty antics, left the beleaguered Wolves players yearning for the referee to swiftly blow the final whistle. I wish to escape this wretched place. In the 89th minute, the Wolves earned a corner. Potter quickly sent the ball into the penalty area. Evans leaped fervently at the near post, undeterred by the presence of both Bola and Warren behind him. All the tension of the match coalesced into that singular header as Evans struck the ball forcefully towards the goal. Pantelimon, positioned centrally in the net, found himself unable to react in time to intercept the ball aimed at the near corner. Yet, the ball struck the crossbar. Keogh, anticipating the descending ball, gently flicked his calf, and at last, the ball found its way into the net of Cambridge United. Following the goal, Keogh exhibited no celebratory gestures. Instead, he coldly retrieved the ball from the net and made his way towards the center of the field. He understood that this goal had come too late, rendering any celebration meaningless. Soon after, Taylor blew the final whistle, and the players of Wolverhampton slumped in place, allowing the rain to pour down upon them unabated. McCarthy remained seated on the bench, failing to rise and shake hands with Huang Hao. Huang, preoccupied with the despondent McCarthy, turned his attention to Lynn Curson in the stands, ensuring she remained dry before flashing a broad smile, revealing a neat row of teeth, as if seeking her approval. Lynn Curson, in no rush to leave the stadium, gazed at Huang Hao with a look of pure contentment. Shortly thereafter, a freshly showered Huang Hao appeared at the press conference, while McCarthy sat silently beside him, exhibiting no sign of emotion. Mr. McCarthy, has your assessment of Cambridge United changed following this match? McCarthy cast a cold glance at Stewart, causing the young man to feel somewhat uneasy, yet he stood resolutely, awaiting McCarthy's reply. Cambridge United has secured a victory that was not theirs to claim. In such matches, we could win 9 out of 10 times without anyone batting an eye. As victories for large clubs are hardly remarkable, such strokes of fortune are not an everyday occurrence. He cleared his throat. The weather is poor, so let us keep this brief. Huang Hao's sudden interjection momentarily caught McCarthy off guard, silencing him. I find it curious that whenever Cambridge United triumphs, there are always those who speak of luck and fortune in derogatory terms. My team has remained unbeaten for 28 consecutive matches as of today. If you still consider this mere luck, I truly question the contents of your mind. He concluded with a resolute statement. I look forward to continuing our rivalry with Wolverhampton in the championship next season. Huang Hao's final remark twisted McCarthy's already tense features into a grimace. That damn McCarthy, cursing without uttering a single foul word. Thus, the name of Huang Hao from Cambridge United was inscribed anew on McCarthy's list of adversaries. Soon, the opponent for Cambridge United in the 6th round of the FA Cup was revealed. Middlesbrough, currently positioned 11th in the Premier League. Safe from relegation, yet devoid of European aspirations. Such an opponent might prove to be more formidable. The match would take place in approximately 2 weeks. And by the 6th round, only 8 teams would remain. They are Manchester United, Chelsea, Middlesbrough, and Portsmouth from the Premier League, Barnsley and West Bromwich from the Championship, as well as Cambridge United and Bristol Rovers from League One. Returning to Cambridge United, they achieved a remarkable consecutive victory, triumphing over Doncaster and Walsall. Their unbeaten streak has now extended to an astonishing 30 matches. On March 6th, during the 36th round of League One, Cambridge United traveled to Sixfields Stadium to face Northampton, currently ranked 12th, with a staggering 24 points separating the two teams. In this match, Coach Huang opted to rest most of his key players. In his words, the lead was substantial enough, allowing the team to approach the game with a relaxed mindset, should they lose. It would merely add a touch of suspense to the race for the championship. The players nodded vigorously, emboldened by their coach's enthusiasm. Northampton, on the other hand, had no intention of employing substitutes. Their sole pursuit was to secure victory and vanquish the leaders, disregarding any notions of decorum. As the match commenced, the home side, Northampton, swiftly seized control of the game, launching relentless assaults on Cambridge United's goal. A mere 6 minutes in, Morgan Rogers received a through ball from their star player, Jutkiewicz, and found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, his shot, overly ambitious in its angle, struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play, eliciting a collective gasp from the over 5,000 spectators at Sixfields Stadium. 2 minutes later, Peterson delivered a cross from the baseline, and Jutkiewicz attempted a header. The ball skimmed the crossbar and flew out of play. 16 minutes into the match, Northampton earned a free kick that was easily collected by the 17-year-old prodigy, Heffman, who then launched a long kick that soared past midfield. Vardy, holding off Peterson, deftly directed the ball to Ashley Hill, who, undeterred by Freeman, skillfully maneuvered the ball to the right, bypassing Northampton's new recruit valued at £300,000. Alas, Hill's one-on-one attempt struck Stockdale's arm and rolled out of play. In the 31st minute, Freeman surged down the right side of Cambridge United's penalty area, poised to deliver a breathtaking cross that could present Northampton with a scoring opportunity. Faced with Clark's defense, Freeman accelerated to the left, attempting to outmaneuver his opponent. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his right leg, halting his advance as he collapsed onto the ground. Clark, momentarily bewildered, did not immediately counterattack, but instead kicked the ball out of play. Northampton's medical staff rushed onto the field, and after a brief examination, the physician exchanged a resigned glance with Coach Sadler, signaling a substitution. Huang, too, was left in disbelief. £300,000, and this was the outcome? An injury incurred while attempting to dribble past an opponent? Fortunately, it was not a foul committed by Cambridge United. Otherwise, he would surely become the target of media scrutiny the following day. Freeman's injury did not disrupt Northampton's overall strategy, as he played in the right-back position. Although the 17-year-old prodigy Heffman became the busiest player for Cambridge United in the first half, he managed to keep the goal intact. As the first half approached its final minute of stoppage time, Northampton earned a throw-in near the edge of the penalty area. Mutson Rogers executed a series of quick passes before suddenly directing the ball towards the center of the penalty area. Despite having 4 defenders inside the box, none managed to intercept the ball. Jutkiewicz, lurking in the center, slightly withdrew before unleashing a powerful shot. Heffman was unable to make the save, and Northampton took the lead. An exhilarated Jutkiewicz celebrated with a backflip, igniting the atmosphere at Sixfields Stadium. In the 69th minute, Cambridge United formed a triangular passing group on the left side of the Northampton penalty area, featuring Tatanda, Sagler, and Matthias Kate. A series of brilliant combinations saw the ball maneuvered into the Cambridge United box. After drawing two defenders toward him, Sagler delicately flicked the ball back to Kate in the center. Kate unleashed a precise strike, sending the ball into the left side of the net. Cambridge United equalized. Merely 3 minutes later, a grave error in the Cambridge United defense unfolded. Following a throw-in from Northampton, Aldon swiftly passed the ball to Jones on the right side of the penalty area. At that moment, 3 Cambridge United players rushed toward Jones, completely oblivious to the fact that McKay was unmarked behind them. Consequently, when McKay received the pass, he effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. The Cambridge United defenders once again paid the price for their youthfulness. Ultimately, Northampton triumphed 2-1 over Cambridge United at home, narrowing the points gap between the two teams to 21. Cambridge United's unbeaten streak concluded at 30 matches, yet for the young lads of Cambridge United, such a performance was enough to earn them widespread admiration. At the start of the season, they were merely perceived as a relegation-threatened team. But now they proudly sit atop the League One standings. Chapter 54. Advancing to the semi-finals 3 days later, the Cambridge United lads were undeterred by their previous defeat, returning home to secure a 2-1 victory over Huddersfield, amassing 88 points and leading 7th place Southend by a full 30 points, thus confirming their playoff position 9 rounds early. However, with a 9-point lead over 2nd place Swansea, Cambridge United clearly aspired to more than just the playoffs. The confirmation of their playoff berth garnered media attention and bestowed upon Cambridge United a resounding title, the team that conquers all opposition. This also served to bolster their morale ahead of the upcoming match against Middlesbrough. Hwang Hao understood that defeating Middlesbrough would not be an easy task and needed to put in significant effort. The coach of Middlesbrough had also captured Hwang Hao's attention, Gareth Southgate, one of the finest members and the defensive linchpin of the team. With the battle imminent, Southgate approached the matchup without disdain for Cambridge United. In a press conference, the humble Southgate praised Cambridge United, asserting that Hwang Hao had assembled a talented squad worthy of emulation by all clubs. Ryan Giggs is a player whom Qiao Zhuoyan greatly admires. Over a span of 17 years, he participated in more than 500 matches, netting 30 goals and securing 3 championships, all while maintaining an impeccable record with no red cards. He represented the national team 57 times, scoring twice. During his tenure at Crystal Palace, Aston Villa, and Middlesbrough, he captained each team. Although Gareth Southgate did not attain a top-flight league title as a player, he is renowned for his commitment to team spirit and consistency, particularly excelling in cup competitions. After retiring in 2006, Southgate immediately took on the role of head coach at Middlesbrough, although his tenure saw modest results, finishing 12th in the league while reaching the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. This season, Middlesbrough's performance has similarly hovered around mid-table, yet they have advanced to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. Currently, their star player is midfielder Stuart Downing, the team's offensive linchpin, who has scored 3 goals and provided 5 assists. Another notable player is defender Woodgate, who has been on loan from Real Madrid but has seen limited appearances due to injury. In contrast to the midfield and defensive strength, Middlesbrough's forward line lacks star power. Turkish striker Tuncay has netted 4 goals, while French winger Elie Dier is known for his speed and dribbling, though his finishing leaves much to be desired, resulting in few assists or goals. Another forward, the much-maligned Korean Lee Dong-gook, has only made 1 appearance this season. None of Middlesbrough's players feature in the top 20 of the Premier League's scoring charts. On March 9th, the FA Cup semi-finals commenced, with approximately 30,000 spectators filling the Riverside Stadium's capacity of 34,000. The team's struggles in the league have rendered the FA Cup the sole aspiration for Middlesbrough fans. In the away changing room, players were making their final preparations before taking the field. In the defensive strategy against Elie Dier, Hwang Hao entrusted the task to the lone player Warren, a center-back known for his remarkable speed, who has established himself as a regular partner for Su Shi in the latter half of the league. After assistant coach Darren reiterated the tactical plan and individual responsibilities, he passed the floor to Hwang Hao, a customary segment before every match. Hwang Hao gathered the players once more, speaking with fervor. After our victories against Manchester City and Wolves, we now face a Premier League team. Middlesbrough has been oscillating between the Premier League and the Championship, but this does not imply that our opponents are inferior. On the contrary, when a team has nothing to strive for in the league, the cup competition becomes their avenue for honor. Nevertheless, this Premier League team exhibits a clear weakness: their lack of offensive prowess, with their top scorer having only 4 goals. Therefore, if we can execute our attack effectively and remain composed, Middlesbrough will not pose a challenge to us. Next season, we shall step onto the pitch of the championship. But today, we must seize this match. Show everyone that you have the confidence to achieve something in the championship. Hwang Hao pounded his chest with his fist. Let us go. To Wembley. To Wembley. A fierce fire ignited in the eyes of the Cambridge United players. Amidst the fervent cheers of 30,000 fans at the Riverside Stadium, the match commenced. Right from the outset, Cambridge United launched a flurry of assaults into the heart of Middlesbrough, evidently eager to convey to Gareth Southgate's team that they were not to be underestimated. In the 6th minute of the first half, Tuncay passed the ball to the offside position Caicedo, resulting in a free kick for Cambridge in their defensive half. Mark Bola delivered the ball to the flanks, where Tadic, confronted by an advancing Middlesbrough player, deftly shifted the ball to Lansbury in the center. The midfield maestro, endowed with remarkable vision, swiftly spotted Bennett making a run towards the Middlesbrough penalty area and elegantly lofted the ball into the box. Bennett, surging in from the right, struck the ball on the volley before it touched the ground. The trembling crossbar sent shivers down the spines of the Middlesbrough players. After 24 minutes of play, Cambridge United was seemingly dominating, yet they struggled to create significant opportunities against Middlesbrough's resolute defense. Middlesbrough earned a free kick in their defensive zone. Nordtveit sent the ball forward to Boateng, who, glancing at the sprinting Tuncay entering the Cambridge penalty area, unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Despite the pressure from Sukiai and Warren, Tuncay, leveraging his impressive physical prowess, secured possession, with one arm warding off Sukiai's challenge. He swung his right leg and aimed for the goal. The ball slipped through Pantilimon's armpit, grazing the post as it rolled out of play. A collective sigh echoed through the Riverside Stadium. On the sidelines, Hwang Hao shook his head, despite emphasizing the need to contain Tuncay before the match. Executing that plan on the field proved to be a daunting task. For minutes later, Cambridge earned a free kick on the left side of the penalty area, with Lansbury poised over the ball. After a brief run-up, Lansbury delivered a swift, dipping shot. Middlesbrough's goalkeeper Schwarzer reacted with remarkable quickness, diving to deflect the ball out for a corner. The Riverside Stadium erupted in applause. In the 39th minute, Lansbury again produced a brilliant pass, enabling Dzeko to outpace a defender and secure a one-on-one opportunity. As he penetrated the penalty area, Dzeko unleashed a shot that soared over the bar. Dzeko, are you in a rush to get home for dinner? Steady yourself. Steady yourself. Hwang Hao's explosive roar captured Southgate's attention, who, upon observing this 30-something dynamo, offered a friendly smile. Following a competitive first half, the score remained 0-0. With a stern expression, Hwang Hao entered the dressing room, and the players understood that their boss's anger portended misfortune for them. Do you know? In my homeland, there existed a team I cherished above all, which etched an unparalleled legacy of 55 unbeaten matches. Within the home team's dressing room, Hwang Hao refrained from reprimanding the players harshly, instead regaling them with a tale. Do you know what left their opponents in utter despair? The players, intrigued by this astonishing figure, lifted their heads in curiosity. I tell you, it embodies a regal essence. In each match, the lead of its opponents is inconsequential, for the rhythm of the game remains firmly in its grasp until victory is secured. Here lie the most ardent supporters, who have triumphed over the once mighty Manchester City. Today's Middlesbrough is merely a minnow. Why panic? Everyone, calm yourselves. Play to your own rhythm. As long as you firmly believe in your capacity to win this match, the outcome shall undoubtedly reflect that conviction. The young men under Hwang Hao's guidance have gradually cultivated a formidable heart. However, following their remarkable advance to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, a peculiar shift in mindset has occurred. They have now been gently reined in by Hwang Hao once again. Within 3 minutes of the second half, Cambridge United earned a corner on the right side, with Bennett taking the set piece. Bennett and Lansbury executed a tactical corner, subsequently distributing the ball to Vardy on the outskirts of the penalty area. Vardy surged into the arc of the penalty area, suddenly making a lateral movement that evaded Chester's defense. He then unleashed a curling shot with his left foot. The ball arced through the crowd, heading straight for the bottom corner on the left side of the goal. The obscured view for Schwarzer resulted in a noticeably delayed reaction. As he dove to the left, the ball had already sailed over his head. 10 minutes into the second half, Cambridge United scored. The pent-up emotions of the Cambridge United supporters at Riverside Stadium were instantly released. The fans surged toward the advertising boards, celebrating with the players in exuberant camaraderie, while the Middlesbrough supporters responded with a chorus of boos. Following the goal, Cambridge United's spirits soared. They consistently dominated Middlesbrough, making it challenging to discern that this was a clash between teams of different tiers. In the 69th minute, Cambridge United once again won a free kick at the edge of the left side of the penalty area, with Cole stepping up to take it. This time, Cole opted for a powerful shot, but he was still unable to breach Schwarzer's remarkable defenses. The swiftly flying ball was deflected out for a corner by Schwarzer's acrobatic save. The stadium erupted with applause, clearly in admiration of the goalkeeper's extraordinary intervention. As the match drew to a close, Middlesbrough's players exhibited signs of impatience, increasingly resorting to long balls, while the Cambridge United players continued to orchestrate their attacks methodically, patiently awaiting their opportunity. In the 75th minute, Hwang Hao substituted Wilshere for Lansbury and Lewandowski for Deco. In the 77th minute, Middlesbrough had a throw-in. Brian's throw was anticipated by Cole, who intercepted it before Moore, directly passing the ball to Vardy. Vardy promptly relayed it to the advancing Lewandowski in the central area. As Cambridge United surged forth toward Villa's territory, Lewandowski carried the ball toward the edge of the Middlesbrough penalty area, feigning a shot in the face of 3 defenders. He then distributed the ball to the left side, where Bennett took 2 steps toward the baseline, gently nudging the ball with his heel to evade Bridges and delivering a pass right in front of the goal. At this moment, Lewandowski rushed into the center, executing a low shot that, powered with extraordinary force, found its way directly into the net. The score was 20. In the face of the jubilant celebrations from the Cambridge United players and fans, Southgate exhibited a rare composure. The head coach acted as a potent morale booster, swiftly calming the Villa players on the pitch. In the 81st minute, Middlesbrough earned a throw-in in the attacking third against Cambridge United. Moore quickly tossed the ball to Brian, who, upon receiving it, immediately passed to McGee in the center. McGee took 2 steps forward and distributed the ball to the left flank to Downing. As Downing approached the edge of the penalty area, he deftly evaded the advancing Cole with a change of direction, then cut inside, just before Suki could close him down, unleashing a curling shot with his right foot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring straight towards the goal. It nestled into the top left corner of the net. A stunning strike. Middlesbrough equalized the score at 2-1. The fourth official swiftly raised the board indicating 1 minute of stoppage time. With just 4 minutes remaining in the match, Middlesbrough advanced the ball into the attacking half, with Nagy still intent on passing to Tunke. However, the ball was intercepted by Warren, who immediately fed it to Bennett. Bennett delivered a precise half volley, setting the ball at Lewandowski's feet. Sacco then lifted the ball to Vardy in the center. Vardy took large strides, swiftly carrying the ball forward. He maneuvered past Nordtveit and Brian's defenses. Schwarzer leaned slightly forward, adjusting his position in accordance with Vardy's movements. Suddenly, Vardy halted. He executed a deft flick shot, aiming above the goal. Schwarzer could only watch in despair. 31. Cambridge United struck again. Hwang Hao clenched his fists tightly, pounding his chest with fervor, and let out a roar towards the heavens. Southgate, meanwhile, returned to the sidelines, his demeanor tinged with disappointment as he slowly sat down. In the 92nd minute, Middlesbrough earned the final corner kick of the match. Caicedo approached the corner flag, preparing to take the kick when the referee's whistle blew, signaling a substitution for Cambridge United. Hwang Hao replaced Vardy with Kanté. Vardy jogged slowly towards the bench, while Middlesbrough's Brian anxiously nudged him to hurry, leading Vardy to theatrically clutch his head and fall to the ground. Brian looked bewildered at his own hands, while Cambridge United's captain Cole rushed over, roaring and shoving Brian. The players from both sides quickly gathered, exchanging heated words. The referee, without hesitation, issued yellow cards to both Brian and Cole, then concluded the match, leaving only Caicedo standing at the corner flag, pondering life. Cambridge United triumphed 3-1 away against Middlesbrough, advancing to the semi-finals of the FA Cup. Chapter 55, the FA Cup. Here I come back in the League One arena. Cambridge United continued its magnificent performance, triumphing at home 3-1 against the bottom-placed Crewe, and securing a 3-0 victory away against the struggling Scunthorpe United. Despite having played 2 fewer matches, they led second-place Swansea by 7 points. Nottingham Forest has achieved 1 victory and 1 draw, consequently slipping to 3rd place. If they fail to adjust their form promptly, they may find it exceedingly difficult to secure direct promotion to the Championship. Should they fall into the playoffs, the uncertainties abound. On the evening of March 30th, 2015, the illustrious Wembley Stadium will once again host the championship battle of the English Football League. Cambridge United from League One will face Grimsby Town from League Two. Having learned from a season's worth of experiences, The British media and bookmakers are unlikely to inflate Cambridge United's odds, especially considering the disparity in league levels. The pre-match odds stand at 135 for Cambridge and 405 for Grimsby, showcasing a significant advantage for Cambridge. This time, Cambridge United has chosen not to be overly modest. Their official account boldly declared a mere 2 words, home win. The confidence of the account manager stems from the authorization of Huang Hao. Grimsby Town suffered a 1-2 defeat to Brentford 6 days prior, which saw them drop to 12th in League Two, just 6 points above the relegation zone. Although they have a free pass this round due to the EFL Trophy final, it remains uncertain how much effort Grimsby will exert against the formidable Cambridge, especially under the pressure of relegation. Huang Hao is unconcerned about the caliber of the opponent's lineup. In fact, he would prefer them to forfeit, sparing him the burden of strategizing. Furthermore, just 6 days later, Cambridge will challenge the powerful Barnsley team. Despite the opponent being a lower-tier squad, Huang Hao has deployed his strongest lineup, as the 100,000 at stake is no trifling matter. It is prudent to play it safe. Before the match commenced, facing his exuberant players, Huang Hao took an unexpected stance, cautioning them against underestimating their opponents. After all, even with significant disparities in skill, players at this level can be closely matched. Should they take their rivals lightly, the consequences could be dire. If all goes according to plan, this could be our final EFL Trophy match for the coming years, perhaps even a decade. Young men, you have had an unparalleled season. Step onto the pitch with respect for your opponents and our fans, and let us add yet another trophy to our cabinet with a splendid victory, shouted Captain Sager, rallying the team. Victory echoed back, resonating with the players' fervent desire for triumph. The referee, Mike Dean, initiated the match as Grimsby kicked off in the first half. After several exchanges, Grimsby advanced the ball into Cambridge's territory. McKechnie, on the left flank, earned a free kick for Grimsby, promptly passing it to Williams in the center. Noticing a lack of pressure from defenders, Williams took a couple of strides forward and unleashed a sudden strike from 25 meters away. The ball lacked excessive spin but was propelled with great force, heading straight for the goal. Panteleimon, fully focused, sprang to the right side of the goal, extending his hand to deflect the ball out of play. The Cambridge players, jolted into alertness, immediately set aside any vestiges of pride and committed themselves to the match with utmost seriousness. The corner kick taken by Grimsby was promptly headed away by Hawkins. Outside the box, Biles sent the ball back into the penalty area, but McEachran was caught offside, granting Cambridge United a free kick in their defensive half. After a brief exchange between Giroud and Cole, the ball was launched forward with a powerful kick. Grimsby defender Rogers managed to intercept it just before Vardy, returning it to the midfield. The ricocheted ball fortuitously landed at Mackenzie's feet. Observing the situation, Sagal immediately sprang into action, sprinting towards the Grimsby penalty area. As Sagal maneuvered past him, the ball fell perfectly before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sagal unleashed a fierce shot from the edge of the small box towards the near post. The ball grazed the head of Philip Wright and found its way into the net. Cambridge United had broken the deadlock. At this moment, only 2 minutes and 53 seconds had elapsed in the match. Wright silently retrieved the ball from the net and angrily kicked it toward the midfield. Clearly, he could not comprehend how easily Cambridge United had pierced through his team's defense. Wright's anger did little to enlighten Grimsby's defenders. Mackenzie and Sagal had played together for 3 full seasons, their synergy being the cornerstone of Cambridge United's fluid attacking play. At the 28th minute, Warren threw a throw-in from the back, once again to Cole, who passed to Mackenzie in midfield. This time, Mackenzie was positioned further back, having retreated behind the center circle. The seasoned 30-year-old veteran, Martez, observed Mackenzie, and his years of defensive experience led him to believe that from such a distance, a pass was unlikely. He simply needed to hold his position. Suddenly, Sagal accelerated once more. Just as Martez gazed at Sagal in disbelief, he saw Mackenzie launch the ball high into the air. The ball seemed to possess a mind of its own, obediently landing between Martez and Rogers. This spot was precisely in Sagal's path. While Rogers silently cursed Martez and desperately tried to close in on the center to intercept Sagal, Wright, stationed in front of the goal, felt as though his 2 defenders were behaving foolishly. After exhaling deeply, Wright moved forward, attempting to block Sagal's shooting angle. Sagal, seemingly intent on vexing Wright, lightly flicked the ball. It leisurely sailed past the advancing Wright, settling in front of the Grimsby goal, before slowly rolling into the net. Much like a featherweight's gentle nudge yielding a heavyweight's collapse, this delicate lob was not only harmless but also profoundly humiliating. Within just 29 minutes of the match, Cambridge United had already taken a 2-0 lead. Official attendance data indicated that a total of 30,000 fans had graced Wembley Stadium today, with a staggering 230,000 supporters of Cambridge United present, clad in their yellow and black jerseys and adorned with the team's emblem on their faces. They hoped to witness their beloved team lift the championship trophy. Even if its worth was somewhat dubious, who cared? It was still a championship trophy. Meanwhile, Grimsby fans sat in silence, utterly speechless. Is there such a pronounced disparity in the levels between League One and League Two? Previously, facing those League One teams was not nearly as daunting. Just as the fans were filled with trepidation, Grimsby won 2 free kicks in quick succession in the attacking third. After the first attempt went awry, Tam decided to adopt a different approach this time. At that moment, Rogers in the penalty area exchanged a knowing glance with Tam, who was suddenly enlightened. Tam swiftly delivered the ball into the crowd, landing it perfectly before Rogers, who leapt and headed the ball toward the goal. The ball thunderously struck the back of Cambridge United's net, as Rogers raised his arms in triumph, ready to dash toward Tam. He noticed the assistant referee at the far end, flag raised, offside. Tam muttered something under his breath and trudged back to his half. Until the 69th minute of the second half, neither side managed to score, and the score remained 2-0. At that juncture, however, Cambridge United's defender Tatanda advanced the ball into the attacking third and passed it to Tadic on the left flank. Tadic maneuvered the ball close to the corner flag to maintain a sufficient distance from Grimsby's defender Aldon, then delivered a splendid curved cross. The ball sailed over Grimsby's defenders, also bypassing D'Eco and Vardy. Just when everyone thought the pass had gone too far, right midfielder Bennett galloped in, redirecting it with the instep of his foot. The ball instantaneously sped toward Grimsby's goal. This time, Wright had not even begun to react before the ball nestled into the net. The referee, Mike Dean, promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, and Wembley once again proved to be a fortress for Cambridge United, as Captain Sager triumphantly lifted the trophy adorned with the Papa John's pizza insignia. Over 23,000 Cambridge United fans erupted in applause. The following day, a new championship trophy found its place among the bookshelves in Huang Hao's office. Satisfied, Huang Hao stroked his chin, realizing that it was time to establish an honors room. After claiming the championship, Cambridge United did not indulge in extravagant celebrations, as the league was still ongoing, and the significance of the EFL trophy was somewhat modest. For Huang Hao, who preferred to keep a low profile off the pitch, it was not worth making a grand spectacle. The team was granted a day off as customary, yet Huang Hao still appeared punctually in his office. In 6 days, Cambridge United would once again step onto the hallowed turf of Wembley, this time facing the championship team Barnsley. While his team had previously triumphed over Ericsson's Manchester City, that had only been in the third round of the FA Cup, and Cambridge United had not garnered enough attention from City. However, the opponents Barnsley faced on their journey to this stage were, in fact, formidable and even stronger than Cambridge United. They had first eliminated Blackpool 2-1, narrowly defeated Southend United 1-0, then triumphed over Liverpool 2-1, and overcame Chelsea 1-0, each victory laden with significance. Now, they stood just one step away from the FA Cup final. Resorting to fouls to disrupt the pace of the game might yield surprises occasionally, yet such tactics had little efficacy when elevated to the caliber of a semi-final match. On April 6th, the highly anticipated semi-final of the FA Cup commenced. In the dressing room at Wembley, Huang Hao, confronted by the solemn expressions of his players, suddenly broke into a smile. The players of Cambridge United gazed at their laughing coach, bewildered. Could it be that the pressure had overwhelmed him? All right, lads, relax. Reaching the semi-finals of the FA Cup 2 years ago felt like an unattainable dream. Yet today, we stand here, under the gaze of 90,000 spectators, ready to challenge Barnsley. Some may argue that Barnsley lacks the renown of Manchester City or Middlesbrough, and indeed that is true. But does that imply they are any easier to contend with? I do not believe we can take Barnsley lightly. After all, they have triumphed over Liverpool and Chelsea. Thus, Barnsley is certainly not a weak side. Rather, they possess hidden strengths. Cast aside any notions of complacency, treat every opponent with the seriousness they deserve, and relish this match. With 90,000 spectators, what could be a more magnificent stage? So, lads, lift your spirits. Let us showcase our attacking prowess against Barnsley. After this match, we shall ensure that everyone remembers Cambridge United. Cambridge United, victory is ours. The Warriors of Cambridge United resolutely shouted their battle cry.